Chapter 1. Burning Bridges Behind One. In a desolate world, within the formidable and majestic Lord's mansion of Flame City Base, a middle-aged man clad in black armor sat at the head of the hall, his expression grave, exuding an imposing presence without uttering a word. Beside him sat a resplendent woman in a white dress, her beauty undiminished even in the apocalypse, radiating an ethereal allure. Surrounding them, crackling thunder and swirling azure light enveloped their figures, resembling celestial deities, both solemn and sacred. Within the hall, the high-ranking officials of the base had gathered, their collective gaze fixed upon a pale-faced, handsome youth. Xiaoyu, relinquished the token of a young lord. You were entrusted to lead a team in gathering supplies, yet upon encountering a horde of ferocious beasts, you fled in cowardice, assaulting in the annihilation of 300 valiant warriors in the hunting squad. Were it not for your brother's desperate efforts to bring back those supplies, countless lives in the base would have perished from starvation. Furthermore, you have rendered yourself a mere shell of a man, wallowing in self-pity and idleness. What right do you possess to claim the title of young lord? The hall erupted with furious shouts and roars of indignation, the cacophony drowning out the young man's protests. Where am I? Did I not die suddenly? Xiaoyu surveyed his surroundings in bewilderment, shock etched across his features. Once a top student from a prestigious university, he had aspired to unleash his ambitions after graduating from a Fortune 500 company. However, reality had dealt him a cruel hand, subjecting him to workplace bullying and relentless overtime for 6 months, ultimately leading to his untimely demise. In his final moments, a profound realization dawned upon him. The arduous years of study, intended to elevate him to the pinnacle of success, had been in vain. It is but a jest, alas, this wretched existence. I thought I had achieved complete liberation, yet here I am, transformed into a being even more unfortunate than myself. Alas, this wretched existence. Xiaoyu massaged his temples, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue. This is a world on the brink of apocalypse. There are no mobile phones, nor are there teachers clad in light attire. What remains are only crumbling ruins and the maddened, sadistic, mutated flora and fauna, alongside torrential acid rain, seismic tremors of magnitude 9, and typhoons of category 20. Technology, industry, nature has obliterated humanity, casting it back into a primitive society. In the struggle for survival, humanity has unlocked the genetic code, awakening tremendous powers. Xiaoyu's father, Xiao Ting, wields the thunder staff, akin to a deity of thunder descending upon the earth, manifesting divine might. With but a thought, the winds and clouds transform. In a fit of rage, the heavens shatter and the earth quakes. His mother, Feng Murong, commands the power of the winds, conjuring tornadoes that consume all in their path. Together, this couple established the Flame City Base, forging a dominant force that shelters tens of thousands, becoming legendary heroes, revered as divine beings. However, despite their self-proclaimed godhood, the land yields scant crops, and the Flame City Base is perpetually in want of sustenance. After all, the skies are often shrouded in miasma, with sunlight scarcely gracing the earth. Occasionally, acidic rains descend, capable of melting even a human, let alone crops. Fortunately, their eldest son, Xiaoyu, not only awakened formidable powers, but also possessed extraordinary intelligence. Each venture into the wilderness yields abundant food and water sources. Due to his immense contributions, Xiaoyu is granted the title of Young City Lord, standing as one above myriad others. Thus it is the grand finale, the curtain falls, and the final bow is taken. Yet, reality seldom aligns with our desires. A month prior, Xiaoyu led a formidable team of 300 into the wilderness for exploration. Initially, they successfully amassed a considerable stockpile of survival resources. However, his younger brother, Xiao Tian, acted recklessly, trespassing into the territory of a formidable beast and shattering its egg, which precipitated a catastrophic surge of monstrous creatures. Confronted with the overwhelming tide of beasts, the valiant team of 300 sustained grievous losses. In a desperate bid to save his imperiled brother and their base, Xiaoyu, single-handedly, became bait to hold off the onslaught. He endured countless injuries, teetering on the brink of death time and again. Ultimately, he succeeded in repelling the beastly horde, safeguarding both his brother and the base. Yet, he emerged grievously wounded and permanently incapacitated, reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. As he staggered back to the base, his bloodied and broken body a testament to his sacrifice, he was met with a cacophony of drums and joyous celebration. The entire city rejoiced, fervently chanting the name of a hero. They celebrated the triumphant victory over the beastly tide and the abundant resources gained. Yet, to Xiaoyu's astonishment, the object of their adulation was none other than his brother, Xiao. Their mother tended to the wounds of her son, whose palm was scraped, while their father fussed over him with warmth and concern. Laughter and cheer filled the household, a picture of familial bliss. The crowd erupted in cheers, fervently shouting Xiao's name. Yet, it seemed as though not a single soul acknowledged Xiaoyu's return. He was met with indifference, or rather, the gazes directed towards him were steeped in coldness, disdain, and contempt. Before Xiaoyu returned to the city, Xiao had already brought back a substantial amount of survival supplies. He proclaimed that Xiaoyu had faltered in battle and fled in cowardice. Everyone firmly believed that it was his younger brother, Xiao, who would resolve the crisis of the beast tide. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu was branded a deserter, the architect of the deaths of 300 souls. Today marked the day of his judgment. Truly, my dear brother. Xiaoyu cast a sidelong glance at the elegantly dressed youth in a resplendent crimson cloak among the crowd, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. It was utterly ludicrous. During the battle against the beast tide, he entrusted the supplies to his brother, urging him to leave first while he remained behind to hold the line. Little did he expect that this so-called good brother would repay him in such a manner. You scoundrel, Neil. Just as Xiaoyu was sifting through his memories, the city lord Xiao Ting thundered from his elevated position. Your mother and I toiled tirelessly to establish the Yen city base, intending to protect the people. Yet, as the young lord, you chose to flee in the face of danger, leading to the demise of 300 warriors. You are a sinner in Yen city. Confess your crimes and accept your punishment. His voice boomed with the wrath of thunder, exuding an overwhelming authority. The Yen city base housed tens of thousands, but the military comprised only a few thousand. The obliterated battalion was the elite force of Yen city, containing several extraordinary individuals. The impact on the base was unfathomable. Not to mention, should the beast tide breach Yen city, the entire base could be reduced to ruins. In that moment, the crowd directed their furious glares toward Xiaoyu. Yet, what was unexpected was that the usually humble Xiaoyu, who revered Lord Xiaoting as a deity, stood unfazed. At this moment, there was not a trace of reverence in the gaze directed at Xiaoting. Instead, he coldly scoffed. What nonsense about being the young lord. I don't give a damn. Yet, you think you can condemn me based solely on Xiaoting's word? Have you conducted any investigation? He fought desperately to protect the base. Yet these ungrateful wretches dared to place the blame squarely on him. He would never acquiesce. You insolent wretch, how dare you defy me? Xiaoting's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mixture of shock and indignation. He could not fathom that his eldest son, who had always been obedient, would dare to openly confront him. With witnesses and evidence all present, was there even a need for further investigation? Father, please calm down. Brother did not mean to oppose you. Seeing Xiaoting's fury, Xiao immediately stepped forward, feigning a soothing demeanor while secretly stoking the flames. My brother must have had an unavoidable reason for his sudden retreat, and as the younger sibling, I, lacking in talent and virtue, should not shamelessly vie for the position of young lord. As he spoke, he lowered his head with an expression of profound disappointment, as if he had suffered the greatest of injustices. Witnessing this, the onlookers grew increasingly fond of Xiao, their glances at Xiaoyu turning more hostile. Both were born of the same parents. Why was there such a disparity? Truly, you are a good son. If only your brother possessed half of your understanding, I would not be perpetually vexed. Xiaoting remarked, patting Xiao's hand with a satisfied smile, before turning to glance at Xiaoyu, his displeasure resurfacing. His younger son was obedient and perceptive, endearing him greatly. How unlike the eldest, who, disregarding the greater picture, dared to confront him publicly over trivial matters. Displaying such defiance, if one cannot even manage his own son, what remains of the Lord's dignity? Meanwhile, Feng Murong observed her younger son's expression of grievance, her eyes filled with tenderness and sympathy. Yet, when she turned her gaze toward Xiaoyu, her brows furrowed slightly. You err. Even if there's a deeper story behind this matter, you should not exhibit such disrespect by defying your father. Your actions tarnish his reputation. Kneel down and confess your transgressions at once. We shall grant you an opportunity. Furthermore, you have been rendered incapable, while your younger brother possesses remarkable talent and is a hero of the base. His ascension to the role of young lord is the will of the people. As his elder brother, should you not rejoice in his success? In that moment, her gaze towards Xiaoyu was laden with helplessness and disappointment. Her younger son was humble, well-behaved, respectful towards his elders, and articulate. In stark contrast, her eldest son was a despicable coward, aimless and lacking ambition. Moreover, the esteemed young lord of Yin City consistently consorted with the filthy and lowly commoners. Such behavior was utterly vulgar and disgraceful. Ha! I'm the one lacking respect? Xiaoyu gazed incredulously at his mother, suddenly bursting into laughter. However, his expression gradually turned frigid, particularly upon witnessing the warm scene of their family of three. An inexplicable pain pierced his heart, leaving him suffocated. This couple had been preoccupied with their ambitions, scarcely attending to him since his youth. Throughout his childhood, he had only been able to play with the destitute, scavenging for food alongside ferocious beasts in the wilderness. In a desperate bid to alleviate his parents' burdens and capture their attention, he trained relentlessly. By the tender age of 7, he awakened his innate talents and ventured into the wild alone, hunting monstrous creatures. The base has been suffering from a severe lack of water and food, prompting him to exhaust every possible means to seek a solution. Yet, despite his relentless efforts and notable achievements, his parents have never uttered a word of praise for him. Instead, they have only offered harsh reprimands and scolding. Xiaoyu had always believed that he had not done enough. However, it was only later that he realized his parents were genuinely preoccupied, as they were busy tending to his younger brother. If I were to reveal to you that the beast tide was instigated by your beloved son, who abandoned his companions and was the first to flee, while it was I who stood against the tide, single-handedly repelling it and saving the base. Those supplies for survival were also entrusted to him, yet he has claimed them for himself. What? How could this be? Upon hearing these words, the crowd's pupils constricted. Their gazes towards Xiao Tian became tinged with skepticism. It was no wonder that Xiao Tian returned to the city nearly unscathed. If this were true, then those 300 individuals had been sacrificed due to his actions. Moreover, he had nearly jeopardized the entire Yin City base. Feeling the scrutiny of the crowd, Xiao Tian began to panic. If this accusation were substantiated, how could he ever aspire to be the young lord of the city? Just then, a furious roar erupted. Unfilial son. Silence yourself, infilial son. Silence yourself. Xiao Ting, as if someone had trodden upon his tail, shattered the stone table before him with a single strike, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao. You, his eyes ablaze with fury. It was your brother who brought back the food and supplies, along with those comrades who escaped. They can all testify. With both witnesses and evidence present, how dare you attempt to argue? Do you wish to tarnish your brother's name? Feng Murong's expression shifted dramatically, her voice growing colder. Your brother possesses a dual affinity for wind and thunder. His prowess is not inferior to yours, and he has gathered resources that are equally substantial. Is there truly a need for rivalry? This is profoundly disappointing. Upon hearing Xiao Ye's words, the couple's immediate reaction was not to seek the truth. Instead, they instinctively rallied to support their younger son. Their gazes directed at Xiaoyu were filled with anger, disappointment, and confusion. What a slanderous accusation. Xiao Tian's words are nothing but the truth, while what I say is mere defamation. Every time they ventured out on a hunt, Xiaoyu would severely injure the ferocious beasts, allowing his brother, Xiao Tian, to deliver the final blow. This was intended to help his sibling accumulate military merit and gain a higher status and respect. Yet now, Xiaoyu realized he had gravely erred. His boundless sacrifices had rendered his own feelings inconsequential to others. He was falsely accused by Xiao Tian, and not only did no one believe him, but some even went so far as to provide false testimony. Is all this simply to persuade me to yield the position to your favorite son? If that is the case, I shall oblige. Xiaoyu wearily shook his head, sweeping his hand dismissively as if discarding refuse, casting away a black iron token. He was utterly exhausted. He no longer wished to engage in a futile war of words. Success. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Tian's eyes gleamed with triumph. He reached out, summoning a gust of wind that enveloped the black iron token, drawing it into his palm. Inscribed upon it were the words Young City Lord, signifying the token of his status. Just moments before, when Xiaoyu spoke the truth, he had feared that someone might believe him. To his astonishment, his parents unreservedly supported him, instantly dispelling all doubts among the onlookers. Now, the gazes directed at him were filled with guilt for having questioned him moments prior. In stark contrast, those who looked at Xiaoyu were imbued with disdain, contempt, and hatred. I have given you what you sought. Since no one believes me, I, Xiaoyu, hereby withdraw from Yin City. Xiaoyu coldly declared, unwilling to engage further with the scrutinizing eyes of the crowd. During the onslaught of the beast tide, he, a seasoned warrior at the pinnacle of the 6th tier, had found himself on the brink of demise countless times. It was only through a desperate struggle that he managed to repel the beast tide. In contrast, Xiao Tian had merely ascended to the 6th tier through an abundance of resources. Although he wielded dual elemental powers of wind and thunder, he had yet to fully harness his abilities, rendering his combat prowess woefully inadequate. Typically, he could only linger behind Xiaoyu, scavenging for opportunities. Yet, upon returning to the city amidst the beast tide, Xiao Tian emerged virtually unscathed. This scenario appeared utterly illogical. However, due to a few of Xiao Tian's utterances, the couple was unwavering in their belief, convinced that Xiaoyu had fled, while Xiao Tian was hailed as the hero who had bravely saved the base. How ludicrous! Could it be that an esteemed 8th tier transcendent was truly blind to the reality? How could they fail to perceive the truth? The answer was painfully evident. A mission had failed, resulting in the loss of 300 lives, and the base had nearly been a blighter. Aided, the collective fury of the base's inhabitants demanded an outlet, and their precious son, with his exalted status, could not bear the blame. Thus, the scene that unfolded today came to pass. In that moment, Xiaoyu's final glimmer of hope was irrevocably shattered. No longer do I harbor even a shred of expectation for this family. After all, I have traversed into this realm. Why should I remain in a home where paternal affection and modern all are absent? Is he plotting to betray the Yin City base? At the utterance of Xiaoyu's words, the entire assembly was engulfed in shock. Do you comprehend the gravity of what you are saying? Feng Murong's delicate frame quivered slightly, her astonishment mirroring that of the others as she fixed her gaze upon Xiaoyu. For reasons unbeknownst to her, an unsettling feeling began to stir within. It felt as though something of great significance was on the verge of being lost. Xiao Ting remained silent. His piercing gaze bore into Xiaoyu, icy and unyielding, while his hands gripped the armrests of his chair so tightly that cracks began to form. It seemed that should Xiaoyu dare utter any further blasphemous remarks, he would strike down this rebellious child with a single blow. Sensing the palpable tension in the atmosphere, all present were gripped by anxiety, scarcely daring to breathe. Have I not articulated my thoughts clearly enough? When the beast tide descended upon us, all of you retreated to the base. Had I not sacrificed myself to safeguard those vital supplies, how many lives would the base have lost to starvation? Yet now, you allow Xiao Tian to slander and defame me. You brought me into this world, yet never cared for me, leaving me to fend for myself. I have long since repaid your kindness tenfold. From this moment forth, let us each follow our own paths. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Ting could no longer contain his fury, erupting with a roar. You ungrateful wretch! As the eldest son, even if your brother has erred, should you not, as the elder, extend him grace? Must you cause such turmoil, turning our home into a veritable chaos? He had devoted himself entirely to protecting the base and its citizens, exhausting every ounce of his being. Why can't this son show any understanding? His unreasonable antics leave the city lord in a state of despair. At this moment, Xiao Ting's fury reached its zenith. In a fit of rage, a terrifying aura erupted, unleashing a tempest within the grand hall. Brilliant blue arcs of electricity crackled through the air, striking fear into all present. The crowd's expressions changed drastically. Those with weaker abilities collapsed to the ground. Only Feng Mu Rong and Xiao Tian remained unaffected. And then there was Xiaoyu, at the epicenter of this dreadful pressure. Though rendered powerless, he stood resolute like a thousand-year-old cold pine, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he remained unbowed. Why don't you just strike me down with a single blow? After all, I am but a cripple now, incapable of resistance. Xiaoyu, braving the immense pressure, took a few steps forward, his eyes blazing crimson as he glared at Xiao Ting. Unfilial son, you witnessing his eldest son, bloodied yet unyielding. Xiao Ting's countenance shifted, forcing him to retreat 2 steps and collapse into his chair. Xiaoyu defied him repeatedly, yet he was still his son. His past achievements were unparalleled. If he were to strike down this son, who would dare serve him thereafter? In the next moment, the terrifying pressure dissipated into thin air. Xiaoyu stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Once he regained his footing, he cast a cold glance over the assembled crowd, whether out of guilt or a sense of indebtedness. At that instant, everyone instinctively averted their gaze from him. From this day forth, I sever all ties with the Xiao family of Yin City. There shall be no remnants of our relationship. Having uttered these final words, Xiaoyu turned on his heel and departed, leaving behind not a trace of longing. You err, Feng Murong exclaimed in shock, reaching out as if to stop him. She could scarcely have imagined that her son would be so resolute and unyielding over such a trivial matter. Xiao Ting, écaliençant, bilout, infilial son. Are you truly willing to sever our bond over something so insignificant? The wilderness grows increasingly treacherous, and the quest for food and water becomes ever more daunting. Without the protection of Yin City, you would scarcely survive a single day. Think carefully. Should you dare to cross this threshold, do not expect to return. Witnessing Xiao Ye's unwavering resolve, Xiao Ting's fury intensified. Those lowly refugees would willingly serve as dogs just to gain entry into Yin City. For the harshness of the wilderness is unbearable. He could not believe that Xiaoyu, utterly defenseless, would genuinely venture into the wilds. You need not concern yourselves with my fate. Even if it means death, I shall not perish within Yin City. Nor shall I claim to be your son, Xiao Ting, lest I tarnish the noble bloodline of the Xiao family. At these words, Xiaoyu could not help but smirk inwardly. He had been raised in the wilderness, where all might succumb to its dangers, but he alone would not. After all, he was the one who had sourced all the food and water for the entire Yin City base. Initially, it had been more than sufficient, yet with so many inhabitants, it was perpetually inadequate. Even more absurd is the extravagant waste exhibited by the Xiao family of 3, who indulge in the construction of a vast swimming pool for leisure and erect a large canopy for the cultivation of vegetables and fruits. The daily consumption of water by this family alone is equivalent to that of 2,000 to 3,000 people. Once they depart from Yin City, the base will soon face a severe water shortage. At that moment, these individuals will truly grasp the meaning of regret. Just then, a metallic prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Detection indicates that the host has severed ties with their parents, activating the Supreme Domestication System. This system allows for the domestication of all uncivilized flora and fauna. Additionally, the host can replicate the innate abilities of pets. Indeed, Xiao Ye's essential golden finger for his transmigration has arrived. At this moment, a semi-transparent interface appeared before him. Host, Xiaoyu. Realm, disabled state. Domestication points. 1 point is consumed to domesticate a pet. Refreshes daily and can accumulate. Energy points, 0. Talent, none. Lifespan, 21 years, 30 years afflicted by a hidden illness, destined for early demise. Pets, none. Were it not for the system, Xiaoyu might truly have felt despondent. However, now armed with the Supreme Domestication System, he harbors no fear of ferocious beasts. Yet, upon viewing his personal panel, a twitch of his lips betrayed his feelings. What an absurd fate of early demise. Yet upon reflection, the original owner of this body had endured countless hardships throughout their life in pursuit of food and water for Yin City, risking their lifetime and again, suffering numerous injuries that brought them to the brink of death in existence 100 times more miserable than in a past life. Now, having lost their innate abilities and with one arm rendered useless, to have lived to the age of 30 is nothing short of a miracle. Now, we can only place our hopes in the system. If it can heal old wounds, perhaps there is a glimmer of hope for longevity. Without further contemplation, Xiaoyu turned his back and strode out of the Lord's mansion. At this moment, the high-ranking officials, having obtained the results they desired, had long departed. Only a family of 3 remained in the hall, the mood of the couple somewhat disheartened. Especially Feng Murong, who gazed blankly at the entrance, her eyes filled with confusion. After all, this was the flesh of her flesh, the blood of her blood, lost just like that? In that instant, a wave of regret washed over her heart. Had she been too harsh on her eldest son? Meanwhile, Xiao Ting's expression darkened considerably, not due to the loss of his son, but rather because the other had dared to challenge his authority. Only Xiao Tian, watching his brother depart, revealed a smug smile. Turning back to his parents, he immediately donned an innocent facade and reassured them. Father, mother, brother merely acted out of momentary folly. But rest assured, I shall always be by your side, forever filial to you. Feng Murong's spirits lifted instantly, her face brightening with a grateful smile. Good child, how fortunate we are to have you. Xiao Ting, too, turned his gaze to his younger son, his expression softening with paternal affection. Though the eldest son had been disobedient and unfilial, the youngest was indeed a treasure, a source of great satisfaction for him. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he casually inquired, Tell me honestly, is there any truth to what that rebellious child, your brother, had said before? Xiao Tian's expression froze momentarily, and he quickly retorted, I do not speak the nonsense he does. However, who are Xiao Ting and Feng Murong? Both are formidable individuals at the 8th rank, possessing immense strength, and they instantly detect his unnatural expression. Xiao Tian's gaze flickers, his heartbeat accelerates, clearly indicating deceit. Xiao Ting deduces everything and solemnly inquires, So, is everything he said the truth? Feng Murong also turns to their younger son, a glimmer of disappointment flashing in her eyes. After the outbreak of the beast tide, upon learning that their son was encircled by ferocious beasts, the couple resolved to leave the city to rescue him. However, it wasn't long before their younger son, Xiao Tian, returned safely, recounting the entire tale. He claimed that their elder son, Xiaoyu, had faltered in battle and fled, while he himself had resolved the beast tide and brought back supplies. Given the couple's understanding of their younger son, they deemed him incapable of such feats. Yet, driven by their unwavering trust in him, and with a substantial amount of survival supplies as evidence, they chose to believe their son without considering the need for verify. Cat-iron. Little did they realize that what they had chosen to ignore was the very truth itself. It was this truth that irrevocably chilled the family's relationships, plunging them into an irreparable rift. Father, mother, please allow me to explain at that moment. I was surrounded by the beast horde, and to protect those supplies, I had no choice seeing the disappointment in his parents' eyes. Xiao Tian became frantic and hastily defended himself. Yet, he soon realized that his justifications were utterly feeble. After all, he had not only betrayed his elder brother, but had also driven him away. Enough! Tian, your safety is what matters most. Xiao Ting waved his hand, shaking his head. Everything else is inconsequential now. Even if one acknowledges their error, how could they possibly admit it to their son? Moreover, Xiaoyu has already been rendered a mere shadow of his former self. Must the reputation of the younger son be tarnished to vindicate him? Feng Murong cast a glance at the entrance of the city lord's mansion, then turned her gaze towards her remorseful younger son. At last, she sighed and shook her head in resignation, with both the palm and the back of her hand bearing flesh. How could she choose? At this juncture, we can only seek to compensate for your error in other ways. Ultimately, it was Xiao Ting who spoke, his words defining the situation. Tianer possesses unparalleled talent. He is the future of our Yin City base. For the sake of the tens of thousands within the base, he must not bear these accusations. Feng Murong nodded, offering a bitter smile. It must be so. When your error matures, he will surely comprehend our predicament. Had they been mere ordinary folk, they would never contemplate sacrificing their son. But they are the rulers of the Yen city base. For the sake of the tens of thousands, Xiaoyu must endure some injustice for now. Tian'er, remember this. When you become the young city lord, you must make amends to your brother. Do you understand? Perhaps out of sense of guilt, Feng Murong gently patted Xiao Tian's head, reminding him. Xiao Tian immediately raised 3 fingers, swearing to the heavens, "Yes, yes, mother and father. Rest assured, my brother has treated me, so well I shall repay him in kind. Otherwise, foolish child, why make such vows?" Feng Murong chided lightly, quickly covering Xiao Tian's mouth to prevent him from continuing. The affection in her eyes was impossible to conceal. However, after justifying himself, Xiao Ting cast his gaze towards the direction outside the city, his voice tinged with the cold. Edge, this ungrateful child has committed such an outrageous act. When he returns, he must not be shown any leniency. It is indeed time for a proper reprimand. Feng Murong concurred, her brow furrowed. Their eldest son had brought them immense disappointment. Merely facing a slight grievance, he had the audacity to run away from home, a display of the utmost ingratitude. In their eyes, Xiaoyu was currently defenseless, incapable of venturing far. It was likely that before nightfall, he would return, contrite and ready to face punishment, and, at the moment, he must not be easily forgiven. After departing from Yen City, Xiaoyu plunged into the wilderness. Clad in coarse linen garments, his hair disheveled, he tread upon the parched, charred earth, aimlessly surveying his surroundings. The daytime heat was oppressive, with the sun blazing overhead, temperatures often exceeding 40 degrees Celsius. Yet a thick shroud of gray mist lingered in the air, resembling gossamer, adding an air of mystery to the world while obscuring much of the sunlight. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint, almost imperceptible black mist entwined within the fog, and no one knew its origin. But was understood that even someone as formidable as Xiao Ting, a pinnacle 8th-tier transcendent, would feel a wave of dizziness from a mere inhalation, with excessive exposure potentially leading to confusion. Moreover, the further one ventured into the wilderness, the denser the black mist became, rendering it a veritable forbidden zone for humanity. Visibility was severely limited beyond 100 meters. Only indistinct silhouettes could be perceived. Occasionally, the acrid stench of decaying flesh would assault the nostrils, inducing a sense of nausea and revulsion. Along the way, Xiaoyu encountered numerous skeletons, both human and animal. Among them were several decaying corpses, seemingly victims of predation. However, the bite marks on the bodies were shallow, not resembling those made by animals. For someone who had lived in a peaceful realm in a previous life, the impact was indeed profound. Yet he understood that this was the norm in a wasteland world. In a chaotic and disorderly existence, humans are merely a source of sustenance. Animals will prey upon humans, and humans, in turn, will consume one another. Hunting ferocious beasts is perilous. It is far easier to take a life. Everything is driven by the will to survive. The weak are always at risk of being devoured. Suddenly, a white shadow darted past. As Xiaoyu turned his head, he found a small, furry creature perched upon his shoulder. It was a snow weasel, no longer than his forearm. The creature's crimson eyes glimmered as it bit into Xiaoyu's neck. Yet in the next moment, there was a sharp crack. Its razor-sharp teeth seemed to have encountered steel, breaking off instantly. Humans who undergo mutation fall into 3 categories: enhancers, mutants, and awakened ones. Enhancers. These individuals amplify their abilities through external forces, forming the mainstream power structure. Mutants, rarely appearing 1 in 1,000, their strength is dictated by their inherent mutation talent. Awakened ones, considered the chosen ones, they're truly 1 in 1,000,000. Xiao Ting and his wife, along with their 2 sons, were all awakened ones, exceptional individuals among countless others. Upon becoming an awakened one, their extraordinary powers and physical forms were significantly enhanced, particularly when it comes to physical prowess, such as the strength talent possessed by Xiaoyu. Enhancing one's power necessitates not only the hunting of numerous ferocious beasts, to absorb the crystalline energy within them, but also the enduring of grueling physical trials that would challenge the limits of humanity. As a 6th-tier extraordinary being, Xiaoyu has long surpassed the strength of 10,000 pounds with a single arm. With such formidable might, his physique has been honed to a level comparable to that of steel. After sustaining significant injuries, he lost the enhancement from his strength talent. Nevertheless, his body remains exceptionally robust, with his single-arm strength still hovering around 1,000 pounds. Not even a mere one or two ferocious beasts could withstand it. When a first-tier snow ferret bit into Xiaoyu's flesh, his skin remained unbroken, while the little creature's teeth shattered. Eek! The snow ferret, in agony, bared its teeth and let out a pained cry, desperately attempting to escape. However, Xiaoyu swiftly seized it by the neck. Swift and venomous, you shall do. Upon entering the wilderness, he had been in search of a suitable ferocious beast to tame. After all, most animals naturally occupy the lower echelons of the food chain, rendering the effort of taming them rather futile. Yet, some possess inherent bloodlines of great strength and extraordinary talents. Taming such ferocious beasts would undoubtedly yield greater rewards. Though this little snow ferret may appear somewhat foolish and endearing, it was evident that Xiaoyu had not anticipated its rapid approach. This clearly attests to its remarkable speed. Moreover, this little creature comes equipped with potent venom, its efficacy rivaling that of a king cobra. System, tame this snow ferret. Ding! A first-tier ferocious beast, the snow ferret, has been detected. Consuming one taming point, taming successful. In Xiaoyu's mind, a series of notifications sounds resonated, and he then beheld the little snow ferret he had captured, which had previously been thrashing desperately, now once again opened its gaping maw and bit down on his arm. However, at this moment, the little snow ferret was enveloped in a radiant white light, rendering it motionless. Upon closer inspection, its petite form had undergone significant transformations. While its size appeared unchanged, its snow-white fur now emanated a shimmering glow, resembling a charming sprite emerging from the pages of a fairy tale exquisitely beautiful. The once dark little claws had become razor-sharp, glistening with an inky sheen. The muscles in its short limbs had been greatly enhanced, making it more agile and robust than before. The most pronounced alteration was in its eyes. Initially, the little ferret's gaze flickered with a blood-red hue, a characteristic seen in all ferocious beasts, even those that were herbivorous, bloodthirsty, frenzied, and devoid of reason. Yet now, that crimson glint had receded, replaced by a pair of lively, obsidian eyes that twinkled with curiosity, as if it had just awakened from slumber. It gazed around in bewilderment, and when its eyes fell upon Xiaoyu, they brightened instantly. Overcome with excitement, it leaped to embrace his neck, showering his face with fervent licks suiting an unmistakable demeanor of affection. All right, come down quickly. Xiaoyu sighed, shaking his head in resignation as he grasped the playful little creature. System, replicate its innate talents. Ding! The talent of poison resistance and speed from the snow ferret has been successfully copied and integrated. Upon taming the pet, its innate abilities can be replicated. As the system's notification sound faded, a warm current inexplicably surged into Xiaoyu's entire being. Ah, how delightful! During the battle against the beast tide, his internal organs had sustained severe injuries, and his right arm had been grotesquely twisted. Had it not been for his awakening of a powerful innate talent and his extraordinarily resilient physique, he would have succumbed to excruciating pain long ago. Previously, he had endured the oppressive pressure from Xiaoting, causing his already healing wounds to reopen. Throughout the journey, waves of agony had intermittently assaulted his nerves. However, now, one of the system's functionalities was to heal all injuries sustained by him and his pet in an instant. As the warm current coursed through his right arm, it began to unfurl at a visibly rapid pace, the fractured bones swiftly mending and the meridians reconnecting. Ultimately, his muscles and skin returned to their original state. The torment he had endured for an entire month finally dissipated into nothingness. Even the various hidden injuries he had accumulated throughout his life were eradicated. It felt as though his bones had been entirely restructured, rendering them sturdier and more robust than ever before. His physique was neither too lean nor too corpulent. He boasted a chiseled form with 8 abdominal muscles and 2 powerful pectorals, as solid as iron. This body may not be able to withstand bullets, but one thing was certain: bullets could never claim his life. His strength, too, had been significantly restored. Even without his innate talent, His one-armed strength exceeded 750 kilograms. With a single punch, he could obliterate Tai Sen's might. Most importantly, however, was his innate ability. With a mere thought, a personal panel appeared before him. Host, Xiaoyu. Realm, first stage. Taming points, 0 refreshes daily and can accumulate. Energy points, 0. Talent, poison resistance, speed lifespan, 21 years, 118 years. Pet, lightning ferret first level. Indeed, the days of early demise are long gone. My physique, already 100 times beyond that of a mere mortal, has now surged to its pinnacle, extending my lifespan to an impress. Civ 118 years. Upon seeing this number, Xiaoyu displayed a gratifying smile. Each time he tamed a pet, the system restored both his and his pet's injuries. He no longer needed to fear an untimely death. Now he felt an unparalleled sense of ease coursing through him, brimming with inexhaustible strength, his heart swelling with ambition. And what splendid talents I possess! Poison resistance? Agility? After replicating the talents of the snow ferret, Xiaoyu experienced an epiphany. It felt as though this ability was etched into the very marrow of his being. In an instant, he comprehended the nature of this power and how to wield it. Poison resistance, as it is known, enables immunity to the vast majority of potent toxins. Previously, inhaling a trace of the noxious miasma would induce a violent dizziness. Yet now, that sensation of vertigo has been significantly diminished. If one did not focus intently, it could almost be considered negligible. Most importantly, the flora around him had evolved significantly. Those that failed to adapt were likely corroded by acidic rain. Moreover, mutated plants typically harbored deadly toxins, which formidable beasts could consume without consequence. However, should a human dare to partake, it could result in immediate poisoning and death. Even for those possessing robust physiques, such as extraordinary beings, the consequences could include severe diarrhea, abdominal pain, and skin ulcerations. In summary, one must exercise extreme caution when foraging for wild plants. Even wild fruits should not be consumed indiscriminately. In the wilderness, the foremost challenges Xiaoyu faced were the procurement of sustenance and water. The multitude of ailments within him can be attributed not only to the brutalities of combat, but also to a significant factor: his relentless search for sustenance in the wilderness, which led him to sample a variety of wild vegetables and fruits. This reckless foraging resulted in numerous instances of poisoning, yet he ultimately endured, bolstered by his FO. Formidable constitution. Now endowed with a robust resistance to toxins, he finds his options for nourishment have expanded considerably, ensuring he will not succumb to starvation or thirst. His second talent, the pinnacle of the snow ferret's capabilities, grants him a remarkable enhancement in speed, doubling it. With this newfound ability, Xiaoyu's velocity has indeed been augmented twofold. Coupled with the combat experience from his original form and his formidable physical strength, his current fighting prowess has reached at least the 3rd tier, affording him a mea. Sure of self-defense. From now on, you shall be called the Lightning Ferret. As he gazed upon the snow ferret, he was reminded of the snow ferret from the Dragon Realm, whose appearance was strikingly similar. Admittedly, he struggled with recognizing the features of the ferret clan. Chirp chirp, the little creature seemed quite pleased with the name bestowed upon it, bursting with excitement as it leaped onto his shoulder, nuzzling its fluffy head against him. Where shall we venture next? Xiaoyu mused, stroking the fur of the lightning ferret, feeling somewhat adrift. Despite having acquired the lightning ferret, the world around him remains perilous, ferocious beasts, natural disasters, and humanity itself, each presenting a lethal threat. Yet, throughout his previous life, he had lived solely for his family, selflessly sacrificing his own identity, ultimately leading to a tragic outcome marked by disdain from his parents and betrayal by his brother. To embark on a new life, departing from Flame City, is imperative. Looking around in confusion, I realize the vastness of the heavens and the earth, yet I find myself utterly lost, uncertain of where to go from here. The sensation of being homeless. Chapter 2. From this moment forth, the path diverges. You ungrateful wretch, silence yourself. Xiao Ting, as if his tail had been stepped on, shattered the stone table before him with a fierce strike. He pointed an accusing finger at Xiaoyu, his eyes ablaze with fury. It was your brother who brought back the food and supplies, along with those brothers who returned. They can all testify. Evidence and witnesses abound. Yet you dare to argue? You even wish to tarnish your brother's reputation. Feng Moron's countenance shifted, her voice growing colder. Your brother possesses dual elemental talents of wind and thunder. His strength is no less than yours, and the supplies he collected rival your own. Why should he have to compete with you? This is utterly disappointing. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, the couple's immediate reaction was not to investigate the truth, but rather to rally behind their younger son, offering him their unwavering support. Their gazes directed at Xiaoyu were filled with anger, disappointment, and confusion. What an egregious slander. Xiao Tian's every word was the truth, yet my claims are mere defamation? Each time they ventured into the hunt, Xiaoyu would severely wound the ferocious beasts, allowing his brother Xiao Tian to deliver the final blow, thus enabling him to garner military achievements and gain higher status and respect. Yet now, Xiaoyu realized the grave error of his ways. His boundless sacrifices had rendered his feelings inconsequential to all. Accused by Xiao Tian, not only was he met with disbelief, but some even went as far as to provide false testimony against him. Was this all merely a ploy to force me to yield my position to your favorite son? If that is the case, I shall acquiesce. Xiaoyu wearily shook his head, and with a dismissive wave of his hand, he cast aside a black iron token as if it were refuse. He was truly exhausted, no longer wishing to engage in futile disputes. I've got it. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement. He reached out, summoning a gust of wind that enveloped the black iron token, drawing it into his palm. Inscribed upon it were the words Young City Lord, signifying his status as such. When Xiaoyu revealed the truth earlier, he had harbored concerns that some might doubt him. To his astonishment, his parents wholeheartedly supported him, dispelling all suspicions in an instant. Now, the gazes of others bore the weight of guilt for their prior doubts, while their looks toward Xiaoyu were steeped in disdain, contempt, and hatred. Since none of you believe me, I, Xiaoyu, hereby withdraw from Yin City, he coldly declared, choosing to disregard the judgment of those around him. During the onslaught of the Beast Tide, he, a seasoned warrior at the pinnacle of the 6th tier, had faced countless life-threatening situations. It was only through desperate struggles that he managed to repel the overwhelming tide. In stark contrast, Xiao Tian had merely entered the 6th tier, relying heavily on abundant resources to bolster his strength. Although he wielded both wind and thunder elements, his mastery was incomplete, rendering his combat abilities exceedingly inadequate. Typically, he could only linger in Xiaoyu's shadow, seizing opportunities. Yet, when he returned to the city on the day of the Beast Tide, he emerged virtually unscathed. This reality appeared utterly illogical. Yet, due to a few of Xiao Tian's words, the couple remained unwavering in their belief, convinced that Xiaoyu had fled. While they hailed Xiao Tian as the hero who had saved the base. How absurd. Can the esteemed peak of the 8th tier truly be so blind? How could they not perceive the truth? The answer is straightforward. A failed mission, resulting in the loss of 300 lives, with the very base nearly facing annihilation. The people of the base, seething with rage, sought an outlet for their fury. Their precious son bears an identity of utmost nobility, and thus cannot be burdened with such blame. It is this very moment that shatters Xiaoyu's final illusions. There is no longer a glimmer of hope for this family. After all, he has traversed through time. Why linger in a home devoid of parental affection? Does he intend to betray the Yin City base? As Xiaoyu uttered these words, shock enveloped the room. Do you comprehend the gravity of your statements? Feng Murong's delicate frame trembled, equally astonished, as she fixed her gaze upon Xiaoyu. An unsettling feeling crept over her, as if she were on the verge of losing something profoundly significant. Xiao Ting remained silent, his fierce eyes locked onto Xiaoyu, radiating an icy disdain. His hands gripped the armrests of his chair, fracturing them under the pressure. It appeared that should Xiaoyu dare to utter any blasphemous words, he would strike down this rebellious offspring without hesitation. Sensing the palpable tension, the onlookers held their breath, afraid to make a sound. Have I not articulated my thoughts clearly enough? When the Beast Tide surged, you all retreated to the base. Had I not sacrificed myself to preserve those survival resources, how many would have perished from starvation within the base? Yet now, you permit Xiao Tian to slander and vilify me. You brought me into this world, yet have shown me no care, allowing me to fend for myself. I have repaid your kindness tenfold. From this moment forth, let us each walk our own paths. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Ting could no longer contain his fury, erupting in a thunderous roar. You ungrateful wretch. As the eldest son, even if your brother has erred, should you not, as the elder, extend him some leniency? Must you create such chaos, turning our household into a veritable tempest? With unwavering dedication, he tirelessly safeguards the stronghold and its denizens. Why can't his son comprehend this? Resorting to unreasonable outbursts that leave the lord of the city in a state of despair? At this moment, the fury within Xiaoting reaches its zenith. In a fit of rage, a terrifying aura of the extraordinary erupts, causing a tempest to ravage the hall. Blinding blue arcs of electricity crackle through the air, creating an atmosphere of sheer terror. The faces of those present shift dramatically as they struggle to maintain their footing, with the weaker individuals collapsing to the ground. Only Feng Murong and Xiao Tian remain unaffected. Additionally, there is Xiaoyu, the one at the epicenter of this overwhelming pressure. Though rendered powerless, he stands resolute like a millennial-old cold pine, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, yet he remains unyielding. Go ahead, strike me down with a single blow. After all, I am powerless to resist. Xiaoyu, braving the immense pressure, suddenly strides forward, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, glaring at Xiaoting, the rebellious son. Witnessing his elder brother drenched in blood yet still standing tall with dignity, causes Xiaoting's countenance to shift as he is compelled to retreat 2 steps and collapse into his chair. Though Xiaoyu has defied him multiple times, he is still his son, and his past achievements are unparalleled. If this blow were to land, who would dare to serve him thereafter? In the next moment, the terrifying pressure dissipates entirely. Xiaoyu stumbles, nearly falling to the ground, but steadies himself and casts a cold glance over the assembly. Whether it is out of guilt or a sense of indebtedness, everyone instinctively averts their gaze from him. From this day forth, I sever all ties with the Xiao family of Yin City. There shall be no further connection. After uttering his final words, Xiaoyu turned and departed, leaving no trace of hesitation. Yuo, Feng Murong exclaimed, reaching out in an attempt to stop him. She could scarcely believe that her son would sever ties so resolutely over such a trivial matter. Xiaoting, equally enraged, bellowed, "Unfilial son, are you truly willing to forsake us over something so insignificant? The wilderness is becoming increasingly inhospitable, and finding food and water is growing ever more difficult. Without the protection of Yin City, you would not survive a single day. Think carefully. If you dare to step beyond this threshold, do not expect to return." Witnessing Xiaoyu's unwavering determination, Xiaoting's fury intensified. Those lowly refugees would willingly serve as dogs just to enter Yin City, as the harshness of the wild was unbearable. He could not believe that Xiaoyu, so devoid of power, would actually venture into the wilderness. "You need not meddle in my affairs. Even in death, I shall not perish within Yin City, nor will I claim to be your son, Xiaoting. I refuse to tarnish the noble bloodline of the Xiao family." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu could not help but scoff inwardly. He had been raised in the wilderness, where everyone might perish, yet he would not. After all, he was the one who had discovered all the food and water sources for the entire Yin City base. Initially, there was more than enough, but the population was overwhelming, and resources were perpetually insufficient. Even more outrageous was the wastefulness of the Xiao family, who squandered water on extravagant pursuits, constructing large swimming pools for leisure and erecting extensive canopies to cultivate vegetables and fruits, wasting enough water daily for 2,000 to 3,000 people. Once he departed from the scorching city, the base would soon find itself devoid of water. At that moment, these individuals would truly comprehend the meaning of regret. Just then, a metallic prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. It detected that the host had severed ties with his parents, thereby activating the divine-level domestication system. This system could tame all uncivilized flora and fauna. Simultaneously, the host could replicate the innate abilities of pets. Indeed, Xiaoyu's essential golden finger for traversing realms had finally arrived. At this moment, a translucent page materialized before his eyes. Host, Xiaoyu Realm. Invalid state domestication points. 1. Taming a pet consumes 1 point. Refreshes daily. Can accumulate energy points. 0 innate talent. None lifespan. 21 years, 30 years, afflicted by a hidden ailment. A premonition of early demise. Pets. None were it not for the system. Xiaoyu might have genuinely despaired. However, with the divine domestication system at his disposal, what fear could he harbor against ferocious beasts? Yet, upon gazing at his personal panel, the corners of Xiaoyu's mouth twitched involuntarily. Early demise, indeed. Nevertheless, upon deeper reflection, the original body had endured countless hardships in the pursuit of hunting in the scorching city, seeking sustenance and water sources, sampling numerous herbs, and facing peril time and again. Suffering grievous injuries and brushes with death, a fate 100 times more tragic than his previous life. Now, stripped of his innate powers and rendered one-armed, to reach the age of 30 would indeed be a miracle. For now, he could only rely on the system, if it could heal his old wounds. Perhaps there was hope for extending his lifespan. Without further contemplation, Xiaoyu strode out of the city lord's mansion without looking back. At that moment, the high-ranking officials, having attained their desired outcome, had long since departed. Only a family of 3 remained in the room. The mood of the couple noticeably somber. Particularly, Feng Murong gazed vacantly at the doorway, her heart heavy with the loss of her child, the flesh of her flesh born after 10 months of anticipation. At that moment, a wave of regret washed over her. Had she been too harsh on her eldest son? Meanwhile, Xiaoting's expression darkened considerably, not due to the loss of his son, but rather because of the audacity shown in challenging his authority. Only Xiao Tian, observing his brother's departure, wore a smug smile. Turning to his parents, he instantly donned the guise of a dutiful child, offering reassurance. Father, mother, brother merely left in a moment of confusion. But fret not. I will always be here for you, forever devoted to you. Feng Murong's spirits lifted at once, a grateful smile gracing her lips. What a good child you are. How fortunate we are to have you. Xiaoting also turned his gaze toward his younger son, his face softening with paternal affection. Though the eldest son had been rebellious and unfilial, the younger son was a source of great satisfaction. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, he casually inquired, Tian, tell me truthfully, is what that wayward child claimed about your brother indeed true? Xiao Tian's expression froze, and he quickly retorted, I did not say anything he claimed. However, who were Xiaoting and Feng Murong? Both were formidable figures of the 8th tier, instantly discerning the unnaturalness of his demeanor. With his gaze evasive and heartbeat quickening, it was evident he was weaving a tale. Xiaoting deduced the truth, his voice turning grave. So, all he said is indeed true? Feng Murong cast a glance at her younger son, a flicker of disappointment passing through her eyes. After the outbreak of the beast tide, upon learning that her son was surrounded by ferocious beasts, the couple resolved to venture out of the city to rescue him. However, it was not long before their younger son, Xiao Tian, returned safely, recounting the entire ordeal. He claimed that his elder brother, Xiaoyu, had retreated in fear and had become a coward, while he himself had dealt with the beast tide and brought back supplies. Given their understanding of their younger son, they believed he lacked the capability to accomplish such feats. Yet, driven by their unwavering trust in him and the substantial evidence of survival supplies, they chose to believe his words without seeking validation. Little did they know that what they had selectively ignored was, in fact, the truth. This very truth led to an irreparable rift in the family's relationships, plunging them into an icy silence. Father, mother, please allow me to explain. At that moment, I was surrounded by the pack of beasts, and I had no choice but to protect those supplies. Upon witnessing the disappointment in his parents' eyes, Xiao Tian's heart raced, and he hastily defended himself. However, he soon realized that his justifications were utterly insufficient. After all, he had not only betrayed his own brother but had also driven him away. Well, Tianer, your safety is what matters most. Xiaoting waved his hand dismissively and shook his head. Everything else is inconsequential. Even if he acknowledged his mistake, how could he possibly apologize to his son? Moreover, Xiaoyu had already been rendered a shadow of his former self. To vindicate his own son's injustice, must he tarnish the reputation of his younger son as well? Feng Murong glanced at the entrance of the city lord's mansion, then at her remorseful younger son. Finally, she sighed, shaking her head in resignation. Both her palm and the back of her hand bore flesh. How could she choose? At this juncture, we can only seek to compensate for you from other avenues. Ultimately, it was Xiaoting who spoke, his words defining the situation. Tianer, endowed with exceptional talent, represents the future of our Yen City base. For the sake of the tens of thousands within the base, he cannot bear these unjust accusations. Feng Murong nodded, offering a bitter smile. There is no other course of action. When Yua matures, he will surely understand our predicament. Had they been mere ordinary individuals, they would never sacrifice their son. Yet, they are the rulers of the Yen City base. For the sake of the many, they must allow Xiaoyu to endure some hardship for now. Tianer, remember, when you become the young city lord, you must make amends to your brother. Do you understand? Perhaps feeling a pang of guilt, Feng Murong gently patted Xiao Tian's head, urging him. Xiao Tian immediately raised 3 fingers, swearing to the heavens. Yes, yes, father and mother. Rest assured, my brother has treated me so well, I will certainly repay him. Otherwise, silly child, what foolish vows are you uttering? Feng Murong chided lightly, hastily covering Xiao Tian's mouth to prevent him from continuing. The affection in her eyes was impossible to conceal. However, after justifying his thoughts, Xiaoting turned his gaze towards the direction of the city outskirts. his voice growing colder. This rebellious child has acted so ungratefully. When he returns, he must not be spared. It is indeed time for some serious discipline. Feng Murong frowned in agreement. Their eldest son had brought them great disappointment. To throw a tantrum and leave home over a minor grievance is utterly unfilial. In their eyes, Xiaoyu was currently powerless and could not venture far. Before nightfall, he is likely to obediently return, confessing his misdeeds and accepting punishment. At that time, it must not be easily forgiven. Chapter 3. The First Pet. The Lightning Ferret. After departing from the Flame City, Xiaoyu plunged headlong into the wilderness. Clad in coarse linen garments, his hair disheveled, he tread upon the parched, charred earth, aimlessly surveying his surroundings. The daytime temperature soared, with the sun blazing overhead, routinely exceeding 40 degrees. Yet, a thick layer of gray mist lingered in the air, akin to a gossamer veil, bestowing an air of mystery upon this world while obscuring much of the sunlight. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint, elusive dark aura within the mist. No one knows its origin, but it is well understood that even someone as formidable as Xiao Ting, a peak 8th-tier transcendent being, would feel a wave of dizziness after inhaling it. An excessive exposure could lead to a state of delirium. Moreover, the deeper one ventures into the wilderness, the denser the dark aura becomes, rendering it a veritable forbidden zone for humanity. The visibility is severely limited. Beyond 100 meters, one can merely perceive indistinct shadows. Occasionally, a nauseating stench of decaying flesh wafts through the air, inducing feelings of revulsion. Along the way, Xiaoyu encountered numerous skeletal remains, both human and animal. Among them lay several partially decomposed corpses, seemingly victims of predation. Yet, the bite marks on these bodies were shallow, unlike those inflicted by animals. For someone like him, who once lived in a peaceful realm, the impact was considerable. Nevertheless, he understood all too well that this was the norm in the wasteland world. In a chaotic and disorderly environment, humans are merely a form of sustenance. Beasts prey upon humans, and, conversely, humans prey upon one another. Hunting ferocious beasts is perilous. It is far easier to resort to murder. All is merely for survival. In a world where the weak may be devoured, a flash of white suddenly darted past. As Xiaoyu turned his head, he found a small, furry creature perched upon his shoulder. It was a diminutive snow marten, its eyes of vivid crimson, which promptly sank its teeth into Xiaoyu's neck. However, in the next moment, a sharp crack echoed. Its pointed fangs, as if biting into metal, shattered instantly. Humans manifest mutations in 3 distinct categories: enhancers, mutants, and awakeners. Enhancers harness external forces to amplify their own abilities, forming the mainstream power structure. Mutants are a rarity, emerging only once in 1,000, their strength determined by their innate mutation talents. Awakeners, the chosen ones, are truly 1 in 10,000. Xiao Ting and his spouse, along with their 2 sons, are all awakeners, exceptional individuals among the masses. Upon becoming an awakener, one's extraordinary powers are greatly enhanced, and the physical body also undergoes significant improvements. This is especially true for those with physical talents, such as Xiaoyu's strength aptitude, which necessitates the hunting of numerous ferocious beasts to absorb the crystalline energy within them, along with enduring grueling physical trials. As a 6th-tier extraordinary being, Xiaoyu's single-arm strength had long surpassed 10,000 pounds. With such formidable power, his physique had been tempered to rival that of metal. After sustaining severe injuries, he lost the enhancements from his strength aptitude. Yet, his physical prowess remained astonishingly resilient. With his single-arm strength still around 1,000 pounds, beyond the capability of ordinary beasts to contend with, the first-tier snow marten, biting into Xiaoyu's flesh, failed to even break his skin, while its own teeth shattered in the process. Chirp, chirp, the little snow marten, in pain, bared its teeth and cried out, desperate to escape. However, Xiaoyu swiftly grasped its neck. Quick and venomous, you are the one. Upon entering the wilderness, he began his quest for suitable ferocious beasts to tame. After all, the majority of animals naturally occupy the lower echelons of the food chain, rendering their domestication rather inconsequential. However, there exist certain creatures endowed with robust bloodlines and extraordinary talents. Taming such formidable beasts undoubtedly yields greater rewards. This little snow ferret, despite its seemingly foolish and adorable exterior, showcased remarkable speed, so much so that when it lunged at him, Xiaoyu was completely taken by surprise, illustrating its swiftness. Moreover, This diminutive creature possessed a potent venom, rivaling that of the king cobra. System, tame this snow ferret. A notification chimed in his mind. Detected a first-tier ferocious beast. Snow ferret. Consuming 1 taming point. Taming successful. Xiaoyu heard several prompts resonate within his consciousness, and then he observed the little snow ferret, which had been thrashing desperately, suddenly cease its movements as it was enveloped in a radiant white light. Upon closer inspection, he noted numerous changes in its petite form, while its size appeared unchanged. Its snowy fur emitted a shimmering luminescence, resembling a fairy from a storybook, exuding unparalleled beauty. The small, ebony claws had transformed into razor-sharp talons, glimmering with a dark sheen. The muscles in its short limbs had significantly strengthened, making it even more agile and vigorous than before. However, the most striking alteration was in its eyes. Previously, the little snow ferret's gaze flickered with a blood-red glow, a hallmark of all ferocious beasts, indicative of their bloodthirsty and frenzied nature, devoid of reason. Yet now, as the fleeting crimson hue dissipated, it was replaced by a pair of lively, obsidian eyes, twinkling with curiosity, as if they had just awakened from slumber. Gazing around in bewilderment, upon setting its gaze upon Xiaoyu, a spark ignited within its eyes. It excitedly leaped to embrace his neck, fervently showering his face with affectionate licks, embodying the very essence of a devoted companion. All right, come down now. Xiaoyu sighed in exasperation, seizing the mischievous little creature. System, replicate its innate abilities. Ding. The system confirmed the replication of the ferret's resistance to toxins and speed. The fusion was complete. After taming the pet, one could replicate its innate capabilities. With the system's notification fading, a warm current surged within him, permeating Xiaoyu's entire being. Ah, how delightful. During the fierce battle against the beast tide, his internal organs had sustained grievous injuries, and his right arm was grotesquely twisted. Had it not been for the awakening of his power talent and his formidable physique, he would have succumbed to excruciating pain long ago. Previously, he had endured the oppressive force of Xiao Ting, causing the wounds that had begun to heal to reopen anew. Throughout this journey, waves of intense agony intermittently jolted his nerves. However, one of the system's functions was to heal all injuries afflicting him and his pet. As the soothing warmth coursed through his right arm, it began to visibly extend, the shattered bones swiftly mending and the veins reconnecting. Ultimately, the muscles and skin restored to their original state. The torment that had plagued him for a month finally dissipated entirely. Even the myriad of hidden injuries he had accumulated throughout his life were eradicated. His bones seemed to have been reforged, rendering them even more robust and resilient than before. His physique is neither overweight nor underweight, boasting 8 solid abdominal muscles and 2 prominent pectorals, as firm as iron. While this body may not be bulletproof, one thing is certain: bullets cannot claim his life. His strength has naturally returned to a significant extent. Even without his innate strength talent, his single-arm strength exceeds 750 kilograms. A single punch could easily dispatch Tyson. Most importantly, however, lies in his gifted abilities. With a mere thought, a personal interface materializes before him. Host, Xiaoyu Realm. First stage taming points. 0, refreshes daily, can accumulate. Energy points. 0 talents, poison resistance. Speed lifespan. 21 years 118 years pet, lightning ferret, first stage. Indeed, the state of premature demise is but a memory. His physique far surpasses that of 100 supermen. And with his body restored to its peak, his lifespan has significantly increased to 118 years. Upon seeing this number, Xiaoyu's face brightens with a smile of contentment. Each time he tames a pet, the system rejuvenates both himself and his pet from injuries. He no longer has to worry about an untimely death. Presently, he feels an unparalleled sense of ease, brimming with inexhaustible strength, and his spirit soars high. Furthermore, this talent is rather impressive. Poison resistance? Speed? After assimilating the talents of the snow ferret, Xiaoyu experiences an epiphany, as if this ability has been etched into his very bones. He instantly comprehends what this ability entails and how to wield it. Poison resistance, in essence, grants immunity to most potent toxins. Previously, inhaling a trace of the noxious mist would induce intense vertigo, but now that disorienting sensation has been greatly diminished. If he does not focus intently, it is nearly negligible. Most importantly, the majority of plants today have undergone evolution. Those that failed to adapt may have succumbed to the corrosive effects of acid rain. Moreover, mutated plants typically harbor potent toxins, while formidable beasts may consume them without consequence. humans risk immediate poisoning upon ingestion. Even the most resilient of extraordinary beings may suffer from symptoms such as diarrhea, abdominal pain, and skin ulceration after consuming these hazardous flora. In short, one must exercise utmost caution when foraging in the wilderness, even with wild fruits. For Xiaoyu, the paramount challenges for survival in the wild are food and water. The various ailments afflicting his body are not solely the result of fierce battles. A significant factor lies in his reckless experimentation with an array of wild vegetables and fruits in his quest for sustenance. He has faced multiple instances of poisoning, yet his robust physique has allowed him to endure. Now, with his enhanced resistance to toxins, he has access to a greater variety of consumables, ensuring he will not perish from starvation or dehydration. His second talent, the most formidable attribute of the snow ferret, is a twofold increase in speed. With this newfound ability, Xiaoyu's velocity is doubled. Armed with the combat experience from his original form, coupled with his formidable physical strength, his combat prowess now stands at least at the third tier, just enough for self-preservation. From this moment forth, you shall be known as the Lightning Ferret. Upon seeing the Snow Ferret, he was reminded of the Snow Ferret from the Dragon Realm, which bore an almost identical appearance. Admittedly, he has a slight difficulty distinguishing among the Snow Ferret lineage. Squeak, squeak. The little creature seemed quite pleased with the name bestowed upon it, brimming with excitement as it leapt onto his shoulder, nuzzling its fluffy head against him. Now, the question arises, where to venture next? Xiaoyu gently caressed the fur of the Lightning Marten, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Though he had acquired the Lightning Marten, the world around him remained perilously treacherous. Beasts of prey, natural disasters, and humanity itself, each posed a significant and lethal threat. Throughout his previous life, he had devoted himself entirely to his family, sacrificing his own identity in the process, ultimately leading to a dismal fate of being scorned by his parents and betrayed by his brother. To forge a new existence, it was imperative to leave Flame City behind. Yet, as he surveyed his surroundings, he felt a profound sense of disorientation, realizing that despite the vastness of the world, he was at a loss for direction, a feeling akin to being homeless. Chapter 4. This is life. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Perceiving Xiaoyu's despondency, the Lightning Marten nudged its small head against his cheek. With its bright, expressive eyes, it appeared to convey, "You still have me." A smile broke across Xiaoyu's face as he suddenly recalled a place he could truly call home. No longer hesitating, he set off with determination towards a specific direction. Before dusk fell, he arrived at a sprawling forest, situated more than 100 kilometers from Flame City. Had it been before, he would have required a day or two to reach this destination. Now, however, with his injuries fully healed and his speed doubled, he arrived within mere hours. The forest was thick with ominous darkness, aptly named the Black Wind Forest. Stretching for miles without end, it was teeming with formidable beasts. Moreover, it was not only the beasts that posed a threat. Many plants were also carnivorous. Fortunately, Xiaoyu had grown up in the wilderness, and he was well acquainted with this forest. The most powerful beasts resided deep within, fiercely protective of their territory. As long as he did not intrude upon their domains, they typically would not initiate an attack. In the fleeting moment of entering the jungle, Xiaoyu was engulfed by a peculiar illusion, as if he had stepped into the realm of giants. The trees towered hundreds of meters high, their girth requiring several people to encircle them. The frequent acid rain had rendered most vegetation devoid of leaves, casting an ominous, shadowy appearance. Only the gnarled, skeletal branches remained, encased in a thick, waxy layer, giving the scene an eerie, hellish demeanor. Found it. After weaving through the dense foliage, Xiaoyu discovered a colossal mountain peak. At its base, there was a narrow crevice in the rock wall, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Without a second thought, he pressed himself into the opening. Moments later, a faint glow illuminated his surroundings, as if he had entered another world. He found himself in an underground cavern, accompanied by a modest wooden cabin. The air here was less suffocating, and with Xiaoyu's current resilience to toxins, he felt no adverse effects. Inside the cabin, he discovered basic supplies and a short knife, all provisions he had prepared earlier. In the wilderness, access to water is paramount for survival. Due to the incessant acid rains, most river waters had become contaminated and undrinkable, making this precious resource exceedingly scarce, even in the city of Yan. Searching for water in the wild proved to be a daunting task, as clean sources were often claimed by formidable beasts. However, the cavern's water trickled down from the mountain's summit, meticulously filtered through layers of rock, rivaling the purity of spring water. It was exquisitely sweet and refreshing. Moreover, the cavern was dotted with numerous honeycomb-like openings, allowing sunlight by day and moonlight by night to stream in. When illuminated, the light refracted like the beams of a bar's spotlights, casting a breathtaking display of colorful glimmers. Truly a sight to behold. To describe this place as a paradise would be an understatement. For now, we shall reside here, observing the familiar surroundings. A smile graced Xiaoyu's lips. The original inhabitant had grown up in the wilderness. Once, while being pursued by a ferocious beast, they inadvertently stumbled into a mountain crevice. Discovering the sanctuary, as the beasts approached this narrow passage, they were deterred from advancing further. Upon investigation, Xiaoyu discovered an abundance of a peculiar black plant adorning the cliffs, beast-screaming grass. Towering at half a human height with diamond-shaped leaves, this grass possesses an intense irritant quality. Upon inhaling its scent, ferocious beasts would weep uncontrollably, refusing to venture nearer. With the presence of beast-screaming grass, this locale serves as a natural refuge. While others face countless dangers in the wilderness, Xiaoyu, shielded by the grass, roams freely. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from his stomach. Xiaoyu patted his emaciated belly. It had been an entire day without sustenance, and hunger gnawed at him. Little Flash, let us hunt. It was fortuitous, as he required energy points to enhance his strength. According to the system prompt, accumulating sufficient energy points would allow him to augment his pet's abilities. The energy stones found within ferocious beasts could be exchanged for energy points. Moments later, the duo had ventured several kilometers away from the wooden cabin. After all, rabbits seldom graze near their burrows. Hunting in close proximity poses the risk of attracting beasts by the scent of blood, potentially leading to the destruction of their home. Nearby, rabbits were present. Little Flash, forward. By examining tracks and droppings, Xiaoyu swiftly discerned the signs of his quarry. Soon, he found a rabbit nestled amidst the grass. This rabbit was twice the size of Little Flash and remarkably swift. The once gentle and adorable rabbit, now transformed into a ferocious beast with eyes as crimson as blood, no longer exudes warmth. Upon encountering the lightning weasel, it lunges forward, relying on its imposing size. Squeak! The lightning weasel, undeterred, charges headlong into the fray. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a bite mark appears on the rabbit's neck. Both creatures are of the first tier and possess remarkable speed. Yet the rabbit stands no chance against the lightning weasel, whose speed is augmented by its activated system talent. In an instant, the lightning weasel strikes, delivering a bite. With its awakened talent, the lightning weasel's newly grown teeth are not only harder but also more venomous. The rabbit collapses to the ground, convulsing briefly before succumbing to the loss of life. Xiaoyu retrieves a small knife and deftly severs the rabbit's head, extracting a vibrant green crystal. This is an energy stone, brimming with pure energy. Accumulating sufficient energy from these crystals can rapidly enhance a human's extraordinary abilities. However, absorbing crystal energy is akin to consuming food. One cannot instantly become corpulent but must progress gradually. This entirely hinges on one's physique and talent. Awakened individuals can absorb energy at a rate 100-fold, even 1,000-fold greater than that of ordinary people. Yet, Xiaoyu need not concern himself with these matters at present. For now, system exchange. As Xiaoyu clutches the energy stone, a thought crosses his mind. Ding! He receives 0.5 energy. The system notification resonates, and he observes changes on the system panel. Energy points, 0.5. Pet Lightning Weasel, first tier, 0.10 energy points. According to the system display, to enhance the Lightning Weasel's abilities, he must accumulate 10 energy points. By hunting 20 wild rabbits, he can advance to the second tier. The challenge appears manageable, and Xiaoyu silently nods in agreement. With his prowess and that of the Lightning Weasel, a single day sufficed. However, after a day of travel, fatigue had set in. Moreover, dusk was approaching, and the ferocious beasts of the forest would soon grow increasingly violent and agitated. At night, humans wandering in the woods risked being besieged by these creatures, potentially inciting a beast tide. Thus, it was prudent to postpone any further endeavors until the morrow. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyu grasped the rabbit and hastened homeward. Along the way, the lightning weasel encountered several venomous snakes, swiftly dispatching them for dinner. Ding! A prompt from the system echoed in his mind, bringing him joy. This was the reward for the weasel's hunt of a cobra. It appeared that the energy values contained within the crystal varied according to the strength of the ferocious beasts, even among creatures of the same tier. The differences could be significant. With a few more hunts, he would have ample energy. An hour later, before the quaint wooden cabin, Xiaoyu tended a fire, delighting in the savory roasted rabbit meat. The lightning weasel, equally satisfied, gnawed on a snake, slurping it down with glee as if it were a spicy snack. After acquiring the lightning weasel's venomous talent, Xiaoyu understood how it had developed such an affinity for toxins. The more it consumed scorpions, poisonous snakes, and centipedes, the stronger its venomous prowess became. Therefore, he resolved to procure more toxic fare for it, knowing that his own resistance to poison would likewise strengthen. Though lacking in cumin and seasoning, the flesh of the ferocious beasts was undeniably delectable. As Xiaoyu savored the roasted rabbit, he couldn't help but marvel at its exquisite flavor. Each bite was imbued with a pure vitality, alleviating much of the fatigue from his arduous journey. If an ordinary person were to indulge in such fare daily, they could very well transform into a veritable powerhouse. Moreover, this is merely a first-tier beast. What of the second and third tiers, or even those of higher caliber? Their flesh and blood must be the finest supplements. How delightful! To live freely is the essence of life. In the dead of night, Xiaoyu washed away the sweat from his body in the cave's water and comfortably reclined on the ground. Although the surroundings were quite rudimentary, lacking even a simple bed, he at least had a place to rest and a hearty meal to satiate his hunger. If only he could find some coal, it would be perfect, he mused. The days were scorching, yet the nights dropped to a mere few degrees. The heavy humidity in the forest rendered it particularly chilly. The cold wind sliced through him like a knife. Although Xiaoyu's physique was robust enough to endure, he still felt discomfort. He resolved to seek out some coal upon his return. Chapter 5. The water scarcity in Flame City calls for Xiaoyu's quest. The ingenious plan of Xiaoting. Chirp. Chirp. In the early morning, Xiaoyu was stirred from his slumber by the call of the lightning ferret. Good morning, Little Flash. Xiaoyu greeted with a smile. Chirp. Chirp. Little Flash eagerly leaped into his embrace, seeking affection. Upon rising, Xiaoyu noticed a rabbit lying on the ground. He paused momentarily, gazing at Little Flash in astonishment. Did you prepare this for my breakfast? Chirp, chirp. Little Flash nodded vigorously. Much like a chick pecking at grains, Xiaoyu had long suspected that Little Flash had ventured out. Yet he was astonished to learn that it had gone hunting for him. He glanced at the rabbit, its fur and entrails removed, its eyes wide open in death, yet thoroughly cleaned and tender. It was evident that Little Flash had learned the process of skinning and cleaning by observing him. Xiaoyu's emotions became rather intricate. Reflecting on his arduous past lives, he recalled how in his previous existence, he toiled like a beast of burden, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. This time, his fate was even more dire, as he found himself betrayed by those he had trusted. Unexpectedly, the first creature to show him kindness in this world was a small pet. How delightful you are, Xiaoyu chuckled, affectionately tousling the sleek fur of the little creature, which elicited a comical display of teeth as it playfully nipped at his arm, only to yelp in surprise at its own bite. After a playful scuffle, Xiaoyu set up a fire and roasted a rabbit. The man and his ferret enjoyed a satisfying breakfast before venturing out once more to hunt. However, as he prepared to leave, he noticed an unusually large stone obstructing the narrow mountain passage, approximately a meter in diameter. The gray-brown stone appeared remarkably similar to a turtle shell. Without giving it much thought, Xiaoyu dismissed it as a natural occurrence in the mountains and casually kicked the stone aside, setting off with his companion. After a considerable time had elapsed, the stone turtle, which had been toppled onto its back by Xiaoyu's kick, suddenly extended its limbs and then its head. In the Yin City base, beneath the young city lord, there were 4 formidable leaders, each at least of the 6th tier of extraordinary power. Early one morning, a balding middle-aged man hurried into the city lord's residence, his expression fraught with urgency. My lord, the water supply of the base is nearly depleted. If we do not secure a new source, Yin City will face dire straits, he reported anxiously. This man was the 3rd leader of the Yin City base, responsible for the oversight of daily resource distribution. In this resource-depleted apocalyptic world, every faction suffers from a scarcity of water and food. The city of Yin has managed to sustain tens of thousands due to the fortuitous discovery of a vast underground water source, pristine and untainted. It is this very source that has enabled the base to thrive until now. However, after all these years, that underground reservoir is finally nearing exhaustion. Go. Summon Xiaoyu immediately. He must find a new water source at once. Upon hearing these words, the city lord, Xiaoting, furrowed his brow and instinctively shouted. Whenever the Yin base faced a crisis of resource scarcity, Xiaoyu always managed to provide timely solutions. Thus, Xiaoting's thoughts swiftly turned to him. Yet, the 3rd leader remained motionless, gazing at him in astonishment, shaking his head with a wry smile, and saying, My lord, have you forgotten? Young Master Xiaoyu has already departed from Yin City. What? Exclaimed Xiaoting, realization dawning on him as a wave of fury surged within. The original water supply of Yin City was already strained. A month prior, Xiaoyu had led a team to gather essential survival supplies, only to encounter a horde of ferocious beasts. Although Xiao Tian managed to return with food, the water, contained in wooden barrels, was trampled and destroyed by the onslaught, rendering it lost. This calamity further exacerbated the water crisis in Yin City. Had he done his part and brought back that water, the city would not be in such dire straits now. Contemplating the current predicament, Xiaoting expressed his displeasure with a frown. The third leader, hearing this, found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, Xiaoting rubbed his temples and could only say, when that wayward son returns, instruct him to seek out a new water source without delay. Xiaoyu, having lost the protection of Yin City, must have gone without food for a day and a night. It won't be long before he has to return, bow his head, and admit his mistakes. However, this rebellious child, in his audacity, deserves to face some hardship to learn a lesson. Upon his return, I shall first send him to seek a water source, and then properly discipline him. Yet, the third leader furrowed his brow and said, My lord, that boy Xiaoyu has always been exceptionally stubborn. His declaration of leaving Yin City does not seem to be a mere bluff. Should we not send someone to look for him? Xiaoyu, having grown up devoid of parental affection, has lived a life of humility. Therefore, if we offer him even a modicum of kindness, he is likely to relent and return to the city without hesitation. What did you say? You want me to send someone to find him? Absolutely not. At these words, Xiaoting's expression instantly turned frosty. Sending someone to search for Xiaoyu would be tantamount to conceding defeat and acknowledging a mistake. His temperament is already volatile, even if he realizes he is wrong. He would never admit it, especially not to his own son. Wouldn't that be turning the heavens upside down? However, how shall we resolve the issue of the water supply in the base? The third leader became anxious. In the past, no matter the problem, Xiaoyu always found a way to resolve it. Thus, everyone regarded him as a mere tool, while they treated Xiao Tian with utmost respect. After all, people tend to habitually overlook the diligent and selfless, favoring the mischievous instead. It was only when Xiaoyu truly departed that they began to grasp his significance to Yin City. Without Xiaoyu, the current water supply crisis in Yin City would be exceedingly difficult to remedy. With insufficient water, the amount available for all civilians would be halved. Xiaoting pondered for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up with an ingenious idea. The underground water source was merely a small vein, yet it still held a considerable amount of water. The rapid depletion was attributed to the swift development of Flame City and its burgeoning population. The criteria for entering Flame City were quite stringent. Aside from the mutated individuals and awakened ones, joining the Flame City Guard granted free accommodation. Ordinary citizens and enhancers were required to pay an annual fee of 10 energy stones to enter the city. With tens of thousands of people, this amounted to hundreds of thousands of energy stones each year. Even an ordinary individual could amass enough resources to become a formidable powerhouse. The formidable capabilities of Xiaoting and Feng Murong were indeed a result of these vast resources. To them, in this post-apocalyptic world, possessing sufficient power and status meant that strength was everything. Presently, it appeared that water supplies were dwindling. However, by reducing the water consumption of the common folk by half, it would still be more than adequate. Meanwhile, those in positions of authority could continue to use as much as they desired. What about you, city lord and madam? Should your consumption also be halved? The third leader inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. While Xiaoyu had previously managed to locate water sources, they were never abundant, barely sustaining life. Each household of 3 or 4 people had access to only 1 bucket of water daily. If that were to be halved, there would be insufficient water even for drinking, let alone bathing. What did you just say? Xiaoting exclaimed, looking at the third leader with narrowed eyes. No, I wouldn't dare. The third leader's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he shook his head vigorously. The city lord is truly wise. What a brilliant plan. I shall see to it immediately. Despite their understanding, the high-ranking officials were acutely aware that the family of the city lord consumed the most water in all of Flame City. Once again, there exists a vast swimming pool and an expansive rain shelter. If only this family of 3 could conserve a bit, the city of Yin would not be facing such a dire water shortage. However, confronted by the tyrannical and unreasonable city lord, their survival instincts are undeniably strong. The reduction of essential supplies for the common folk is a well-worn tactic employed by various strongholds. Yet, in the past, with Xiaoyu's presence, the city of Yin had never faced a water crisis and did not resort to such despicable means. After all, The citizens of Yin are required to pay 10 energy stones annually, which is double the amount demanded by other cities. For ordinary individuals, this is an astronomical figure, equivalent to hunting down 1,021st tier ferocious beasts. The reason these citizens willingly part with such a substantial number of crystal stones is due to the promise made by the city lord, Xiaoyu, ensuring their safety and provision of necessities. Now that the lord has gone back on his word, it is likely that when the next payment is due, most individuals will be reluctant to comply. You need not worry excessively. That rebellious son will soon return to his senses, seemingly perceiving the concerns of the three leaders. Xiaoyu waved his hand, a smug smile gracing his lips. Why? I instructed my wife to issue a warning. No factions are to harbor Xiaoyu. What? The three leaders' eyes widened in disbelief. The wilderness is fraught with peril, and a solitary individual cannot endure for long. Even someone as formidable as Xiaoyu or Feng Murong must establish a stronghold, let alone Xiaoyu, who is currently powerless, even with strength. He would find it nearly impossible to survive alone. He never anticipated that the city lord would be so resolute in his treatment of his own son. Consequently, anyone or any faction that dares to shelter Xiaoyu would be declaring themselves enemies of the city of Yin. However, if Xiaoyu refuses to submit, does the lord of the city intend for him to perish outside? Chapter 6. A New Talent, Blink. Feng Murong issued a proclamation to all factions, publicly declaring that Xiaoyu had defied the lord of the city and committed grave errors, resulting in his demotion from the position of young lord. His brother, Xiaotianda, possessing both talent and capability, would officially succeed him as young lord and is also seen as the future lord of Yin City. Yet, at the moment this announcement was received, every faction was left in utter astonishment. Had Xiaoyu and his wife lost their senses? They had brazenly burned bridges, forcing their eldest son Xiaoyu out, while elevating their second son, Xiaotian, to the position of young lord. Even if Xiaoyu were rendered incapable, surely his experience in procuring survival resources remained intact. Indeed, in the wilderness, sustenance and water are fundamental. As long as he can secure adequate survival supplies, there lies the possibility of establishing a more formidable base. These two have grown so accustomed to their elevated status over the years that their judgment has become clouded. The couple has failed to clear Xiaoyu's name, resulting in widespread criticism against him, labeling him a coward who caused the demise of 300 individuals in the base. However, many others contend that even if this were true, what of it? In this apocalyptic world, human life is as cheap as grass. What does it matter if he caused the death of hundreds, or even thousands? As long as Xiaoyu can continue to uncover survival resources, he remains invaluable to any faction, even if he has been rendered useless. They could simply assign someone to protect him closely, allowing him to focus solely on resource acquisition. Yet, after perusing the entirety of Feng Murong's announcement, a wave of shock once again swept through the crowd. Due to the incredibility of this situation, a warning has been issued to all factions, prohibiting them from taking in Xiaoyu. The current strength and status of Yin City are largely attributed to Xiaoyu's remarkable ability to find sustenance and water sources. Consequently, numerous individuals yearn to provide refuge for him. With access to food and water, they could recruit a multitude of extraordinary beings and common folk, potentially establishing the next Yin City. However, all surrounding factions have now abandoned this notion, as none possess the courage to withstand the wrath of Xiaoyu. At the foot of a grand mountain, a small settlement named Maple Leaf is sparsely dotted with several thatched huts. Here, each visitor brings something to offer. Dear lady, your health is fragile. Please accept an extra piece of rabbit meat. I assure you, I am not hungry. In the center of the settlement, a large stone pot simmers, filled with an unidentifiable plant, its dark and viscous contents bubbling ominously, emitting a scent more pungent than traditional medicine. Yet, a throng of ragged individuals gathers around it, all gazing intently at the pot, mouths watering in anticipation. Beside the pot stands a strikingly beautiful young woman, her face smeared with the black soot from the pot's bottom, as she rolls up her sleeves to serve the dark broth to the crowd. She generously offers additional pieces of meat to those in poor health. Although she appears to be in her early 20s, her demeanor is remarkably composed and capable. Her fiery red hair shines like flames, and her ruby-like eyes sparkle with brilliance. Observing the joy on the faces of those savoring the vegetable soup, she too beams with a smile of contentment. Sister, come quickly and take a look. The envoy from the Yin City base has brought troubling news. Brother Yu is in dire straits. At that moment, a girl of about 14 or 15, whose appearance closely resembled that of the red-haired maiden, hurriedly approached. With a sense of urgency, she presented a piece of parchment. Unlike the red-haired girl, she possessed cascading waves of aquamarine hair and eyes as deep and blue as the ocean. Quick, let me see. The red-haired girl handed the spoon to another and swiftly took the parchment, her expression shifting to one of grave concern in an instant. What? Xiaoyu has been driven to desperation and has already left Yin City? Was he not severely injured and rendered incapacitated? Where is he now? This parchment was the announcement sent by Feng Murong, detailing the events surrounding the change of the young city lord and extending an invitation to the two sisters to join Yin City. The sisters' tribe was merely a small settlement, comprising over 200 displaced individuals. Such a minor faction was inconsequential in the face of the colossal Yin City. Not to mention the Maple Leaf tribe's average combat abilities, which often left them unable to secure prey, resulting in frequent starvation among its members. However, the two sisters were both awakened beings, one wielding the power of fire and the other, water, possessing boundless potential. Thus, they received an invitation from Feng Murong. Xiaoyu had grown up in the wilderness and had known the sisters for a considerable time, fostering a deep bond. Upon learning that the Maple Leaf tribe selflessly aided the displaced, he felt a profound admiration. He had intervened on several occasions to assist this tribe, teaching them the art of hunting and the pursuit of survival resources. Thanks to Xiaoyu's assistance, the small encampment managed to survive, and the sisters remained immensely grateful to him. In the city of Yin, the populace accused Xiaoyu of being a coward who caused the deaths of 300 comrades. Yet the two sisters resolutely refused to believe such calumny. However, they never anticipated the extent of the cruelty displayed by these individuals, which forced Xiaoyu into a desperate situation. Sister, brother Yu is gravely injured and stranded in the wilderness. He must be in peril. Indeed. Those people in Yin City care not for his well-being, but we do. Let us go. We must seek him out at once, if he desires it. This place shall be his home, and we shall be his family. The sisters exchanged a glance, urgency flickering in their eyes, and promptly set off. They were determined to venture into the wilderness to find the individual who held such significance for them. He was severely wounded and lost in the wild, facing imminent danger to his life, and they needed to locate him swiftly. As for the warnings from Xiaoting and Feng Murong, they paid them no heed. Xiaoyu's defection from Yin City had stirred considerable unrest in the wilderness. Without his efforts to procure resources, the city now faced a dire water shortage. In a bid to alleviate the crisis, the city lord, Xiaoting, shamefully betrayed his principles by rationing the water supply meant for the common folk. This blatant act of treachery ignited widespread protests among the citizens. After all, the annual quota of 10 energy stones required endless toil, which the commoners labored tirelessly to accumulate. Each day's work left them drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. Yet, not only were they deprived of the means to cleanse themselves, but they could not even quench their thirst. How could they continue to endure such a life? Confronted with Xiaoting's tyrannical oppression, the lowly citizens found themselves with no choice but to grit their teeth and silently endure. Nonetheless, they had collectively resolved that upon completion of the year, they would promptly vacate Yin City. Little did Xiaoting realize that his cunning scheme had incited the wrath of tens of thousands of commoners. After a few months, as these individuals gradually depart, the glory of Flame City may never return. Xiaoyu had long anticipated such developments. However, he is now indifferent to the fate of Flame City. When he was wrongfully accused, the people of Flame City not only remained silent, but even exacerbated his plight. Thus, should Flame City meet its demise one day, he would not concern himself with it. At present, his sole desire is to enhance his strength and lead a life of freedom. After all, he has endured great hardship in both of his lifetimes, his talents unrecognized. With the system now at his disposal, he naturally cannot resign himself to mediocrity. Hunting in the wilderness is no simple task. There are moments when one perceives oneself as the hunter, only to find that the roles have unexpectedly reversed, transforming one into the prey, an abrupt turn of events that catches one off guard. Therefore, despite Xiaoyu's considerable strength, he only hunts first-tier beasts, exercising caution. In the wilderness, one must never fight recklessly, for exhaustion can lead to death at any moment. Yet, hunting these beasts one by one is painfully slow. Consequently, Xiaoyu collected a vast array of vines, bamboo, and other materials to set various traps. Utilizing these traps, he successfully hunted a dozen ferocious beasts today, yielding substantial rewards. At this moment, he gazes at a handful of colorful crystals in his hand, a slight smile gracing his lips. System, exchange for energy points. Ding. He receives 11 energy points. In the next instant, the system panel displays energy points, 12. More than anticipated. Time to upgrade the lightning ferret. Observing the figures on the system panel, Xiaoyu smiles with satisfaction and promptly commands, Chapter 7, the second pet, Earth Escape. The familiar gentle white light envelopes the lightning ferret once more. Unlike the first time, perhaps due to the progression of the second, there has been a qualitative leap in the essence of life. The little creature writhed in agony, its muscles tearing and healing, contorting its face in pain as it rolled on the ground. Fortunately, the process of evolution was fleeting, lasting only a few seconds, before it underwent a complete transformation. Upon achieving evolution, the lightning ferret instantly returned to its original state, leaping several meters away to land once again on Xiaoyu's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his face. Its lively eyes sparkled with joy. Copying the lightning ferret's innate talent. Ding. New innate talent. Blink copied from the lightning ferret. This time, Xiaoyu endured the same experience as the lightning ferret, his muscles tearing and suffering immensely. However, his body had already been tempered through countless trials, having been refined to its core. Now, his physical form was exceedingly robust. He merely sensed the pain before it subsided. Then, Xiaoyu felt his strength surging once more. Reaching the second tier, his speed and poison resistance were amplified several times over. Most notably, he acquired a new talent, Blink. Xiaoyu had the little ferret test its ability, discovering that its blink distance was 1 meter, with a cooldown time of 1 second. In contrast, Xiaoyu himself could blink a distance of 2 meters, with a cooldown of merely 0.8 seconds. This clearly illustrated that the stronger one became, the farther the blink distance and the shorter the cooldown time. Once the little ferret's strength was sufficiently potent, it might even achieve the ability to teleport freely. Haha, indeed. The little ferret is remarkable. Realizing the immense power of this skill, Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming thrill. In the face of life-threatening danger, this ability could be a lifesaver. But wait, where has that stone turtle gone? Upon returning home, Xiaoyu discovered that the stone turtle from the morning was nowhere to be found. How could such a large stone simply vanish into thin air? Squeak, squeak, squeak. At that moment, the sound of Xiaoshan echoed from behind the wooden cabin. Xiaoyu immediately rushed over, only to witness Xiaoshan with its gaping maw clamped down on the neck of a substantial turtle. The turtle's shell, approximately 1 meter in diameter, was indeed the very stone turtle from the morning. However, its shell, resembling gray-brown stone, and its skin, nearly indistinguishable from rock, had led Xiaoyu to overlook its true nature upon first encounter. At this moment, although Xiaoshan had latched onto the turtle's neck, the creature's entire body was composed of rock, rendering it exceedingly tough. Xiaoshan left merely a tooth mark on its neck before being flung away. The turtle, enraged, charged towards Xiaoshan, yet Xiaoshan's speed was far too swift for the turtle to catch. How intriguing. Upon seeing this turtle, Xiaoyu's spirits lifted. The taming points for the day had refreshed. After searching the forest for suitable creatures without success, he now realized he had found the perfect candidate. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu placed a palm firmly on the turtle's back. System, tame this turtle. Ding. 1 taming point consumed. Successfully tamed a level 1 earth rock turtle. The taming process required 3 seconds. The moment Xiaoyu pressed down on the turtle, it began to thrash violently. However, as the system's prompt resonated, a beam of earthy yellow light descended from above, enveloping the earth rock turtle, which then settled into submission. Simultaneously, its size expanded dramatically. Originally nearly 1 meter in diameter, it now measured 1.5 meters. Ancient and mysterious patterns emerged on its gray-brown shell, shimmering with a faint earthy yellow glow. The earth turtle no longer resisted Xiaoyu. Instead, it grew quite affectionate. The turtle and the marten ceased their quarrels and instantly reconciled. System, replicate the earth turtle's innate abilities. Ding. The ability of Earth Escape has been successfully copied and integrated. In the next moment, a surge of earthy yellow light rapidly converged and flowed into Xiaoyu's body. Instantly, he felt a peculiar strength envelop him, as substantial as the earth itself. His physique was once again significantly enhanced, with his strength surpassing 2,000 pounds. Earth Escape, indeed? No wonder this turtle could arrive here. Upon grasping this newfound ability, Xiaoyu was overwhelmed with excitement. It is important to note that the fissures leading into the cave were exceedingly narrow, allowing passage for only 1 person at a time. Given the turtle's considerable size, it could barely fit its head through. Its ability to enter this space must be due to its capacity to traverse walls in the earth. Xiaoyu turned his gaze toward the mountainside, took a deep breath, and propelled himself directly into it. What a remarkable sensation. Within the mountainside, Xiaoyu's body glided as if swimming through water. He moved his limbs in a frog-like stroke, slowly advancing through the stone. He could detect the earthy aroma and discern various hues of yellow, gray, and black stones. At that moment, he felt as though he was one with these stones, able to navigate freely within them. Perhaps due to the high density of the stones, Xiaoyu found himself struggling as if submerged in a viscous liquid while moving inside. His speed was sluggish, and the effort was considerable. After several minutes of swimming, he had only managed to cover a few meters. Fortunately, he was still able to breathe within the stones. After all, both rock and soil possess minute gaps, albeit exceedingly fine. Regrettably, the oxygen within is insufficient, sustaining life for only about 10 minutes. The current level is still too low, Xiaoyu mused. After all, the earth rock turtle is merely at the first tier, with its talents just awakening. This is merely a preliminary skill. Once it ascends to the second or third tier, the speed of its abilities will undoubtedly increase. At that time, it may even traverse through stone with ease. This is the legendary skill of the immortals. Just the thought of it sends a thrill through the veins. When faced with danger, one could simply burrow underground, leaving enemies completely bewildered. Host, Xiaoyu Realm. Second tier taming points, 0, refreshes daily. Accumulative energy points, 2 talents. Level 2 poison resistance, Level 2 speed, Level 2 blink, Level 1 earth escape lifespan. 21 years 168 years pets. Lightning ferret, second tier. 0-100, earth rock turtle, first tier, 0-10. After taming a turtle, my lifespan has astonishingly increased by decades. My strength has also significantly risen, and the dangers encountered at the outskirts of the Black Wind Forest have diminished considerably. Gazing at his personal panel, Xiaoyu's emotions were rather complex. Previously, upon entering the wilderness, he had been grievously injured, nearly rendered a cripple. Yet now, he had undergone a complete transformation, possessing nearly 2 centuries of lifespan instead of his initial fate of early demise. Coupled with numerous talents and skills at his disposal, his physical body had also substantially recovered. His strength alone exceeded 2,000 pounds, and he boasted a physique as resilient as steel, even when confronted by foes of the 4th or 5th tier. Escaping unscathed would pose no issue. At dawn, Xiaoyu continued his hunting endeavors in the forest, accompanied by Little Flash. As for the earth rock tortoise, its strength is rather feeble, and its movement speed leaves much to be desired. Thus, it often remains concealed beneath the ground. At that moment, a stunning young woman clad in white, her demeanor as frigid as ice, approached with 2 guards in tow, hastening towards the direction of Flame City. As fate would have it, their paths crossed, and they beheld one another. Is it you? It is you. Chapter 8. The former fiancé, Lu Ruoyan. The instant their gazes locked, both were taken aback. Lu Ruoyan, such was the name of the young woman in white. Xiaoyu, in his past life, had perused numerous novels and had developed a peculiar aversion to this name. The crux of the matter was that he was intimately familiar with this woman. It was impossible not to be, as she was once his betrothed. Once, because that was prior to his fall from grace. Xiaoyu could only feel a sense of helplessness, deeming the situation rather melodramatic. Yet, in truth, such occurrences are not confined to the realms of fantasy novels. They are omnipresent. Her residence was in the nearby Hurricane City, the daughter of the city lord. In terms of family background and status, she was in no way inferior to the Xiao family of Flame City, making their union seem inevitable. The original incarnation of Xiaoyu had been exceedingly considerate towards this fiancée, attending to her every need. Initially, Lu Ruoyan had reciprocated with great tenderness. However, once the original Xiaoyu became a pariah, Lu Ruoyan's true nature was revealed. She showed not a shred of kindness towards him, and despite his incessant pleas, she remained resolute in her desire to annul their engagement. Furthermore, Xiao Ting and Feng Morong, his parents, not only refrained from opposing her, but wholeheartedly endorsed her decision. They even sought to facilitate a union between Lu Ruoyan and his younger brother, Xiao Tian. Indeed, Lu Ruoyan had metamorphosed into his brother's fiancée. The position of young master was usurped by his brother, and even his wife was taken from him. Since then, the original self has become the greatest joke in Yin City. Xiaoyu couldn't help but recall a phrase, "I only wish to be the county magistrate's wife." What are you doing here? Do you intend to feign suffering to elicit sympathy? Lu Ruyin raised her delicate chin, casting a sidelong glance at Xiaoyu. Upon noticing the dirt and grime that adorned him, a look of disdain washed over her face, prompting her to instinctively step back several paces. Coldly, she commanded, "Hurry back. Do not embarrass yourself out here." She had already learned of Xiaoyu's predicament, how he had resorted to threatening his family by running away from home. an act that struck her as both childish and laughable. Are you out of your mind? We are neither relatives nor acquaintances. What right do you have to meddle in my affairs? In the face of Lu Ruyan's scornful taunts, Xiaoyu let out a cold laugh and retorted. After all, he was no longer the original self who wallowed in grievances, and he would not deign to flatter anyone. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan questioned her own hearing. This man had always sought to please her, never daring to oppose her wishes. Even when she publicly annulled their engagement and humiliated him, he remained silent, merely a natural victim of circumstance. But now, what had prompted such audacity? How dare he speak to her in this manner? Fuming with anger, Lu Ruyan intended to reprimand Xiaoyu further, only to witness him turn away, seemingly unwilling to utter another word. You scoundrel! Lu Ruyan clenched her fists and stamped her foot in frustration. She was a lofty princess, unaccustomed to being disregarded. Was this man attempting to play hard to get? Humph! Did he believe this would capture her attention? Such delusions! Let us see how long he can maintain this fade. After parting ways with Xiaoyu, Lu Ruyan made her way directly to Yin City to celebrate her fiancé Xiao Tian's ascension as the young city lord. Concurrently, she informed the couple Xiaoting about her encounter with Xiaoyu. That ungrateful child was actually in the Black Wind Forest? He would rather squander his time in such a dreadful place than return home? Utterly outrageous. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words, the expressions of Xiaoting and his wife darkened considerably, particularly Xiaoting, the city lord, who was consumed by rage, his face turning a deep shade of anger. His decision to restrict the water supply to the common folk was not born out of foolishness. He believed that by obstructing Xiaoyu's escape route, the latter would be forced to return to Yin City for survival. Xiaoyu, incapable of enduring hardship, would inevitably come back obediently. He was acutely aware that many commoners were secretly cursing him. Once Xiaoyu returned, he would swiftly locate a water source and resolve the issue. At that time, he would restore the water supply, and not only would the citizens cease their complaints, but they would also express their gratitude, further elevating his stature as city lord. Yet now, Xiaoyu had been absent for 2 days, completely out of contact. It was only when Lu Ruyan arrived that they learned he was in the Black Wind Forest, a place shrouded in ominous mist and frequently beset by beast tides. Fraught with peril, even Xiaoting dared not venture there. Now, Xiaoyu would rather remain in such a ghastly environment than return to Yin City. If Xiaoyu did not return, who would seek out the water source? Was he expected to, as city lord, undertake the search himself? However, without a water source, the commoners would inevitably rise in revolt. Was the situation truly this dire in Xiaoyu's absence? Upon entering the city, Lu Ruyan discerned the pervasive discontent. Indeed, Yin City was rife with grievances. After all, enduring daily temperatures exceeding 40 degrees Celsius left one drenched in sweat after merely a stroll outside. The common folk toil relentlessly, yet they lack even the most basic water for bathing. When thirst strikes, they grasp at every drop, rendering their existence less than humane. Upon hearing Xiaoting's furious roar, Lu Ruyan was taken aback. For years, Xiaoyu had labored like a beast of burden, at the beck and call of all around him. Thus, Lu Ruyan had not given Xiaoyu much thought. However, she suddenly realized that this man might possess some worth after all. Father, mother, is it not simply a matter of locating a water source? Leave it to me. Witnessing his father Xiaoting's frustration, exacerbated by the absence of that scoundrel brother, Xiao Tian was consumed by rage. He immediately stepped forward, thumping his chest in assurance. Tiana, what nonsense are you spouting? The wilderness is fraught with peril. How can we allow you to venture into danger? Absolutely not. Upon hearing this, Feng Murong became instantly agitated, scolding him. How could her precious son be subjected to such arduous and menial tasks? Your mother is right. I will resolve the issue of the water source. Xiaoting waved his hand dismissively. The wilderness was far too perilous. He would never permit his son to go. Father, mother, I am now the young lord. It is my duty to alleviate the struggles of my people, faced with the resolute stance of his parents. Xiao Tian felt a swell of dissatisfaction as he proclaimed with righteous fervor, moreover, having followed my brother for so long, I have learned everything he knows. His motivations were not rooted in empathy for the commoners, but rather in the desire to eliminate the stumbling block that was his brother, ensuring he would not return. After all, was it not merely a quest for a water source? Initially, Xiaoyu had imparted all his knowledge to him without reservation. Teach him how to survive in the wilderness, seeking out sources of water and sustenance. Xiao Tian, considering himself exceptionally gifted, believed he had mastered all necessary skills. If only he could locate food and water, no one would linger over his elder brother any longer. Truly a man of worth whom I hold in high esteem. He displays remarkable responsibility. Lu Ru Yin gazed at Xiao Tian, who spoke fervently and stood with a righteous demeanor, her eyes sparkling with admiration, convinced of her discerning taste. As a princess of high standing, she believed she ought to be with such a valiant hero. Thus, she declared, in 3 days' time, "You shall lead 500 men on this quest." Ultimately, under Xiao Tian's relentless persuasion, Xiao Ting acquiesced. After all, this was his son, a prodigy of unparalleled talent. He had a history of remarkable achievements in battle. Was it not merely a matter of finding a water source? That day, the city lord, Xiao Ting, announced a significant matter. The young lord, Xiao Tian, would soon embark on a quest to search for water. Upon hearing this, the common folk erupted in cheers, proclaiming the city lord's wisdom and the young lord's brilliance. Once the young lord found the water source, the supply could be restored, liberating everyone from their suffering. In an instant, the entire Flame City was alive with jubilation, chanting Xiao Tian's name. Feeling the fervor of the crowd, Xiao Tian's spirit soared, ready to demonstrate his formidable prowess. Chapter 9. The Black Magic Tribe. The following day, in the Black Wind Forest. Could it be? A cherry tree? As one man and his ferret walked along, Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly lit up. He discovered a wild cherry tree taller than a man. This tree grew on a recessed rock face, shielded from the acidic rains. Although it bore some cherries, they were disappointingly green and exceedingly sour, devoid of any sweetness. It required careful cultivation, otherwise, even a dog would refuse to eat them. In the past few days, Xiaoyu has also discovered wild sweet potatoes and corn, which are equally difficult to swallow. However, he has unearthed everything edible, intending to cultivate them diligently in the future. His system is not only capable of taming fierce beasts but also adept at domesticating plants. Xiaoyu harbors a thought. What if he were to evolve ordinary jujube and pear trees? What fruits might they bear? Could they transform into extraordinary treasures of nature? For instance, consuming one might extend one's lifespan by 20 years, while 3 could potentially prolong it by 500 years. Of course, these notions are merely fanciful speculations. Even if he were to tame fruit trees, it would take time before he could reap any benefits. Xiaoyu, naturally, is not in a hurry to domesticate them. He draws out a short knife and excavates a cherry tree, hoisting it onto his shoulder, preparing to bring it back. Today, he has indeed found some food, however. The remoteness of this place renders it too desolate and lonely. Moreover, the next evolution for Little Flash requires 100 energy stones. And with the hunting capabilities of himself and Little Flash, it will take several days at the very least. Relying solely on their hunting skills is undeniably slow. How he wishes for the assistance of a powerful faction. As Xiaoyu walks, he ponders these thoughts. If there were a colossal force to aid him, akin to the Flame City, he would have nothing to worry about. An abundance of energy stones would flow into his possession daily. Wouldn't that be akin to soaring to great heights? Suddenly, as he walks, he spots a young girl crouched in the grass. With just a glance, he is certain he recognizes her. She appears to be around 13 or 14, with wavy, sea blue hair cascading down her back and eyes as blue as the ocean. This is his childhood companion, a little sister named Xinglan. The bond Xiaoyu shares with Xinglan is infinitely stronger than that with Xiao Tian. The reason for this is that during his childhood, Xiaoyu was surrounded by a pack of wolves while hunting in the wilderness. At that moment, he believed he was destined to perish. It was a wandering uncle who saved him and taught him various survival skills in the wild. With remarkable talent and exceptional wisdom, Xiaoyu surpassed his predecessors, ultimately becoming the king of the wilderness. His master was, in fact, the father of the Xinglan sisters. Furthermore, his only childhood friend, his dear brother, was their biological sibling. Thus, Xiaoyu has always regarded the pair of sisters as his own younger sisters. Xinglan, how are you? Please wake up. As he gazed at the young girl before him, Xiaoyu's expression shifted slightly. He noticed that the blue-haired girl had blood at the corner of her mouth and was bleeding from her left abdomen. At that moment, the girl lay amidst the weeds, already in a state of unconsciousness. Brother Yu, is that really you? How wonderful. I have finally found you, Xinglan exclaimed, her voice thick with emotion as she embraced him tightly upon waking. Cough. You're holding too tightly. Please loosen your grip. Xiaoyu coughed lightly and promptly pushed her away, for he had suddenly realized that this once unremarkable girl had grown up. Now, she possessed a depth of character and a glimmer of allure in her eyes. Hee. When my sister and I heard that you were wronged by those people in Flame City and driven out, we hurried to find you. Thankfully, we succeeded. The blue-haired girl, unfazed by being pushed away, stuck out her pink tongue and smiled sweetly. Previously, She had worried that her brother Yu might have been devoured by ferocious beasts. Now, seeing him safe and sound filled her heart with joy, leading her to act a bit impulsively. Unbeknownst to you, the Black Wind Forest is fraught with peril. Upon learning of the intentions of the azure-haired maiden, Xiaoyu felt a warmth in his heart, unable to suppress his reprimand. The people of Flame City had discarded him like refuse, treating him as a mere beast to be summoned and commanded at will. Once deemed useless, they cast him aside as though he were mere garbage. However, the Starry Sky Sisters braved immense dangers to assist him. It is essential to recognize that the wilderness is teeming not only with ferocious beasts, but also with individuals from various factions. Each seeks sustenance and water in the wild, and upon encountering one another, the struggle for a morsel could swiftly escalate into a deadly conflict. In recent days, Xiaoyu had faced several ambushes, the outcome invariably leading to him exacting vengeance and plundering his assailants. Previously, Feng Mu-rong had deemed the status of the refugees as lowly and unclean, forbidding Xiaoyu from associating with them. Yet, in comparison to the lofty elites, Xiaoyu would much prefer the company of these outcasts. For kindness begets gratitude. They understand the value of being appreciative. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiaoyu cast a glance at the wound on Xinglan's abdomen, his gaze turning icy. Who has harmed you? You mentioned coming with your sister. Where is she? Observing Xinglan's condition, it was evident she had been assaulted. The primary method of attack from ferocious beasts is biting, resulting in extensive lacerations. However, Xinglan's injury was small and narrow, clearly inflicted by a sharp weapon. Fortuitously, the azure-haired maiden was an awakened being, her physique robust, and her injuries were not severe. My sister. Xinglan was about to articulate her thoughts when, at that moment, a trio of figures rushed forth, spotting Xinglan and immediately breaking into triumphant laughter. 3 men, bare-chested and adorned with grotesque tattoos of demons and skulls, exuded an unmistakable aura of menace. The Black Magic Tribe. Upon seeing the insignia emblazoned upon them, a flicker of murderous intent ignited in Xiaoyu's eyes. Brother Yu, I'll hold them off. You must flee. Starry Sky's delicate visage turned pale in an instant, her voice laced with urgency. Brother Yu is currently incapacitated, utterly defenseless. The pursuers were all second-tier enhancers, possessing formidable strength, and she had narrowly escaped death. Overwhelmed by anxiety, the blue-haired maiden exerted all her strength to push Xiaoyu away. However, despite her efforts, she found herself unable to budge him in the slightest. Fear not, Brother Yu is here. Xiaoyu, perceiving the girl's distress, offered a reassuring smile. This foolish girl, on the verge of peril herself, was still intent on safeguarding him. With a fond smile, he casually waved his hand. In an instant, the small creature perched on his shoulder transformed into a streak of white, hurtling towards the trio of bandits. What is that? So swift. This is bad. It's too powerful. We must escape. The 3 bandits, all second-tier enhancers, were not weak. However, they stood no chance against the formidable beast, which shared their tier, yet boasted an extraordinary awakening. 2 of them barely had time to react before a vicious bite claimed their throats, causing them to collapse lifelessly to the ground, blood streaming from their orifices, convulsing briefly before succumbing to death. You are Xiaoyu? Weren't you incapacitated? The remaining bandit, slightly stronger, narrowly evaded a lethal strike, but suffered a bite to his shoulder. Writhing in agony, he fell to the ground. Upon seeing Xiaoyu, his eyes widened in terror, filled with disbelief. Xiaoyu had once nearly annihilated their chief, threatening the very existence of the Black Magic Tribe. The terror they instilled was overwhelming, an indelible mark that remains to this day. Chapter 10. The Powerful Fire Elemental Awakened. Honglian. Indeed, it is I. Xiaoyu took a measured step forward, his gaze frigid to the core. The apocalyptic ecological chain is as follows. Surrounding each grand base are various factions. For instance, around Flame City, dozens of factions, both large and small, reside. These factions alleviate the burden of ferocious beasts on Flame City, providing an array of inexpensive manpower and resources. They cling to Flame City, scavenging the remnants it discards, barely scraping by. The most formidable faction in the vicinity of Flame City is the Black Demon Tribe, which has only recently risen to prominence, comprising over 1,000 members. Each one is at least a first-tier enhancer. The leader, having risen from the ranks of bandits, is notoriously ruthless and bloodthirsty, engaging in acts of arson, murder, and plunder. Many factions have suffered grievously at the hands of the Black Demon Tribe, including the Maple Leaf Tribe, to which Xinglan belongs. In Xiaoyu's heart, The master who saved his life and taught him the art of survival holds a status far superior to that of the couple. However, before he could repay his master's kindness, the Black Demon tribe brutally murdered him. His dear brother also met a tragic fate at the hands of the bandits. In his final moments, his brother urged Xiaoyu to take good care of the two sisters, Xinglan. In a fit of rage, he slaughtered over 100 members of the Black Demon tribe, nearly taking the life of their leader. Yet, in the end, he was thwarted by his father, Xiaoting, who cared little for the plight of the refugees. To him, the more chaotic the wilderness, the more prosperous Flame City would become. The Black Demon tribe, in fact, served as a dagger in Xiaoting's hand. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiaoyu fixed his icy gaze upon the bandit before him. Once, he was the esteemed young lord of Flame City, wielding formidable power and commanding great respect. His mere presence instilled fear in the Black Magic tribe, causing them to retreat deep into the mountains for an extended period. Yet now, having recently fallen from grace, the members of the Black Magic tribe no longer trembled in his presence. They even dared to provoke the remnants of his master. Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. Please, don't kill me. The bandit, sensing the murderous intent in Xiaoyu's eyes, was overwhelmed by terror. He attempted to flee, but his body was paralyzed, leaving him utterly numb. Xiaoyu paid him no further heed. Instead, he gently stamped his foot, and in an instant, a sharp earthen spike pierced through the bandit's coccyx and emerged from his mouth. The bandit's eyes widened in horror, blood streaming from all orifices, meeting a tragic end. The Black Magic tribe was comprised of scum. One by one, they would be eradicated. Brother, weren't you rendered powerless? How have you suddenly become so formidable? Starry Lawn, witnessing the scene unfold, was left utterly astonished. Her small mouth formed an A shape, unable to close for quite some time. She and her sister had ventured into the Black Wind Forest to rescue Brother Yu. Yet, she now realized that he remained as powerful as ever and had, in fact, saved her instead. The blue-haired maiden felt a twinge of disappointment, perceiving herself as inadequate. However, her attention was swiftly diverted upon noticing the small snow ferret perched on Xiaoyu's shoulder. After all, girls are often enamored by fluffy little creatures. Instantly taken by the cute ferret, she yearned to pet it. Yet, the little creature only displayed gentleness and docility toward Xiaoyu, baring its teeth and exhibiting a fierce demeanor toward all other humans. Starry Lawn dared not approach. Perhaps it is not my fate to perish, she mused. After sustaining grave injuries, I have awakened a new ability to control ferocious beasts. Xiaoyu chuckled as he playfully tapped the nose of the blue-haired girl, revealing little to her, merely fabricating an excuse. Noticing her eager gaze upon the small creature, he shook his head in amusement. He gently placed the little one into her arms and proceeded to search the three bandits. Indeed, he discovered valuable items. Among the belongings of one bandit, Xiaoyu unearthed a substantial collection of energy stones, which immediately brightened his spirits. He swiftly dispatched the two remaining bandits, acquiring not only a significant number of energy stones but also several water pouches and some dried meat. What astonished Xiaoyu was that the weapons wielded by the three bandits were all sharp iron knives. The blades gleamed ominously, unmistakably designed for lethal intent. Such treasures were rare. After all, the technological and industrial advancements of ancient times had been utterly obliterated by nature. The art of iron smelting had nearly vanished, retained only by formidable forces like Flame City. However, the most critical scarcity was not the smelting technique, but the iron ore itself, buried deep beneath the earth. Inaccessible in this post-apocalyptic world, the iron ore possessed by Flame City was something Xiaoyu stumbled upon only occasionally. It became evident that the Black Magic tribe was indeed formidable, having made significant progress over the years. It was unclear from where they had acquired their forging techniques and abundant iron ore, enabling them to manufacture iron knives on a large scale. The wealth of the Black Magic tribe was truly remarkable. If only he could annihilate them, would he not then be prosperous beyond measure? As he contemplated the iron knife in his grasp, a fervor ignited within Xiaoyu. The Black Magic tribe had murdered his master and childhood friend, and he had taken the lives of hundreds from their ranks, nearly slaying their chief in the process. The enmity between them had grown profound, a vendetta that demanded resolution. Either side must fall. Most crucially, the Black Magic tribe had plundered countless resources, amassing an immense wealth of energy stones. Never mind. I shall set these thoughts aside for now. In an instant, Xiaoyu dismissed this notion. The Black Demon tribe boasts thousands of empowered individuals, and he stands alone. No matter how formidable his strength, annihilating them would prove exceedingly difficult. Unless, of course, he possessed a powerful faction of his own. Recalling his thoughts, Xiaoyu promptly issued a command to the system. System, exchange energy points. Ding. The exchange was successful, yielding 45 energy points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiaoyu was filled with delight. He had been fretting over the increasing energy demands for enhancing his pet's strength, and now, unexpectedly, assistance had arrived. Acquiring 45 energy points would typically require him to hunt for 3 or 4 days. For an ordinary person, this would be a substantial sum. The individuals he had dispatched in the past few days had only yielded 1 or 2 energy stones each. In stark contrast, even the first and second tier empowered members of the Black Demon tribe possessed at least a dozen stones each. At that moment, Xiaoyu felt a renewed urge to obliterate this faction. Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from a distance. "It's my sister," Xinglan exclaimed. The two exchanged glances and hurried towards the source of the sound. They beheld 4 bandits from the Black Demon tribe, adorned with ghastly skulls, besieging a red-haired maiden. Despite the dirt marring her face, the exquisite beauty of the young woman remained undeniable. "Sister." Upon spotting the red-haired girl, Xinglan instinctively rushed forward to assist. "Hold on," Xiaoyu interjected, signaling her to remain calm. At that moment, the red-haired maiden's ruby-like pupils brimmed with lethal intent as crimson-golden flames surged and enveloped her entire being. Though flames danced around her, her clothing remained unscathed. Moreover, her fiery short hair ignited with the same golden-red flames, each strand standing upright defiantly. At first glance, she bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Super Saiyan Level 2, radiating an aura of sheer coolness. In the instant of her transformation, her presence peaked dramatically. With a flick of her wrists, she conjured 2 fireballs that struck the 2 assailants with lightning speed. Bang! Bang! The 2 ruffians were instantly obliterated into a cloud of crimson mist, leaving no trace behind. The other 2 were also caught in the crossfire, gravely injured and subsequently dispatched. The battle concluded without a hint of suspense, as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. Truly, her fiery prowess was formidable. Xiaoyu, witnessing this scene, could not help but gasp in astonishment. The red-haired maiden, known as Hong Lian, was his younger sister, with whom he had played since childhood. Moments ago, he had harbored concerns about her falling victim to an ambush, but it appeared he had been overly anxious, having awakened her fiery talent from a young age. Hong Lian wielded explosive flames with remarkable finesse, easily overpowering others of her level. Even Xiaoyu himself lacked absolute certainty in defeating her, let alone when facing these mere third-tier enhancers, a mere band of miscreants. "Sister." Once the battle had concluded, Xinglan immediately darted into Hong Lian's embrace. "I'm so relieved to see you safe." A glimmer of joy flickered in Hong Lian's eyes. Her murderous intent dissipated as she reverted from the Super Saiyan 2 form back into the gentle elder sister. "Xiaoyu, you're here. It's wonderful to see you unharmed." Upon spotting Xiaoyu, Hong Lian's beautiful eyes sparkled. The sisters had ventured out in search of him, but had unexpectedly encountered an ambush from the Black Magic tribe, causing them to become separated. Fortunately, not only had they found Xiaoyu, but they were all safe. "It's me. But shouldn't you call me brother?" Xiaoyu shrugged with a smile. Dream on. "I am the elder sister." Hong Lian snorted softly, displaying her typical pride. After Xiao Ting and his wife had their child, Xiaoyu, they hardly paid attention to him. To the point where he now, at the age of 21, did not even recall the exact date of his birth. Coincidentally, Hong Lian was of the same age as Xiaoyu. Known for her competitive spirit and unwillingness to be outdone, Hong Lian often referred to herself as the elder sister in front of Xiaoyu. Naturally, Xiaoyu would not concede, leading to several altercations between them. Ultimately, the outcomes were indecisive, causing Hong Lian to stubbornly refuse to call him brother. Chapter 11. The Night of the Full Moon. While Gu Lu and the others were conversing, Hong Lian's stomach suddenly betrayed her with an audible growl. I haven't been feeling well these past few days." Upon noticing the peculiar and somewhat sympathetic gazes from Xiaoyu and her sister, Hong Lian's proud demeanor instantly crumbled, her face flushing as she tightly clasped her abdomen, attempting to defend herself. However, another growl echoed. "Uft." Xiaoyu chuckled mischievously. "Enough of the pretense. If you're hungry, just say so. As your older brother, I would never let my sister go hungry." Just as dusk was approaching, he declared, "Come, let us head to my home tonight, and I'll prepare some delicious food for you." With that, he took both girls by the hand and hurried toward his abode. Shortly thereafter, under Xiaoyu's guidance, the trio entered a cave. "So, it seems you have been enduring quite a hardship during this time." Outside the wooden cabin, Xiaoyu set up a fire and roasted a rabbit for the 2 girls. They devoured the meal ravenously, grease smeared across their faces, completely disregarding their appearances. Only after a few inquiries did Xiaoyu learn of the considerable struggles they had faced, particularly Hong Lian, who had endured considerable hardship to ensure that her sister and their companions had enough to eat. Upon this realization, Xiaoyu felt an even deeper pang of compassion for his two younger sisters. "Brother Yu, how could you possibly discover such a breathtaking place?" At that moment, as the sun dipped below the horizon, copious rays of sunlight cascaded down, streaming through the honeycomb-like crevices in the rock face. Upon contact with the water within the cavern, these rays refracted into a myriad of colorful glimmers, reminiscent of a rainbow after a rainstorm, a truly enchanting sight. The three of them savored the delectable roasted meat, basking in the vibrant glow of the colorful evening sky, reveling in the sheer delight of the moment. It was indeed beautiful. However, Hong Lian, too, found herself captivated by the scenery. One must remember, this was a wasteland, a realm reduced to crumbling ruins and scorched earth. Where else could one behold such natural splendor? Yet, she swiftly redirected the conversation. "Do you reside here all alone?" "I have always been alone," Xiaoyu replied with a shrug, regarding the self-proclaimed brother with an air of nonchalance about his circumstances. Suddenly, Hong Lian's heart was pierced with sorrow. This man, who had sacrificed everything for his family in Flame City, had been cruelly abandoned by them, much like a forsaken lone wolf, pitiful and helpless. She felt a profound sense of injustice on his behalf and genuinely yearned to assist him. With this thought in mind, Hong Lian looked earnestly at the young man before her and said, "Xiaoyu, although this place is quite pleasant, it is ultimately not a suitable refuge for the long term. Moreover, you must be aware that the night of the full moon is just days away." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's expression shifted noticeably. Most fierce beasts prowled during the night, becoming frenzied and violent as dusk fell. And soon, the night of the full moon would arrive, when the moon in the sky would be stained a crimson hue. The ferocious beast will descend into utter madness. Should any humans venture into the forest, they will undoubtedly attack, relentless and unyielding. It is even conceivable that they might emerge from the woods to assault nearby human settlements. Not even the formidable Xiaoyu would dare to enter the forest on a full moon night. After all, even someone as powerful as Xiaoting, the epitome of human strength, could only retreat in the face of a beast tide. For human strength can, at times, be exhausted, while the beast tide is inexhaustible. We sisters have come specifically to find you. If you have nowhere to go, consider the Maple Leaf Tribe. Should you choose to join, I shall gladly relinquish the position of chief to you. You may even call me sister. Following our father's demise, I was elected as the new chief, and naturally, I possess the authority to transfer this title to another. Upon hearing this, Xinglan fixed her eager gaze upon Xiaoyu, filled with anticipation. If brother you were to join the Maple Leaf Tribe, she would have the pleasure of seeing him every day. You would bestow the position of chief upon me? Xiaoyu gazed at the red-haired maiden in astonishment. Although the Maple Leaf Tribe is modest, comprising merely 200 individuals, it holds significance as his master's tribe, a place where he spent much of his childhood. In a sense, it is half a home to him. In contrast to the aloof and ungrateful elites of Yin City, the Maple Leaf Tribe, though comprised of wanderers, is characterized by sincerity, kindness, and gratitude. Presently, my strength pales in comparison to what it once was. I am far inferior to you. Xiaoyu glanced at Hong Lian with curiosity. And do you not fear Xiaoting's warning? Are you not afraid of offending him? To be candid, he felt a flicker of temptation. The more dire the circumstances, the greater the need for companions to support one another. In this desolate world, no individual, no matter how formidable, can truly stand alone. The couple, Xiaoting and Feng Murong, possess extraordinary strength. Yet they still rely on the support of tens of thousands from Yin City. Without Yin City and its multitude, they would be left with nothing, struggling for mere survival. As for Hong Lian, her power is indeed formidable, and Xinglan's water affinity is impressive as well. If provided with sufficient resources, it is not inconceivable for them to become the next Xiaoting and Feng Murong. With two sisters of such immense strength and limitless potential, acquiring energy stones would become significantly easier. However, during his recent days in the Black Wind Forest, Xiaoyu encountered various other factions and heard numerous rumors about himself. Some criticized him for his extreme ingratitude, while others spoke on his behalf. Yet, the most prevalent discourse revolved around the warnings issued by Xiaoting. Any faction that dared to shelter him would have to endure Xiaoting's wrath. With Xiaoting's power, a single bolt of lightning could annihilate a small faction. Following these warnings, none of the dozens of factions surrounding Yin City dared to take Xiaoyu in. The Maple Leaf Tribe, after all, belonged to his master. To take him in could invite utter destruction. Xiaoyu felt a pang of guilt. I do not care for such matters. The people of Yin City have turned their backs on you. However, you have assisted the Maple Leaf tribe on numerous occasions. Without you, it would have long ceased to exist. Even if aiding you brings about our ruin, I would have no regrets. Upon hearing Hong Lian's words and witnessing the resolute determination in her eyes, Xiaoyu fell silent. He had not anticipated that the crimson-haired maiden would go to such lengths for him, daring to defy the world. Your solitary opinion holds little weight. We must consider the perspectives of others in the Maple Leaf tribe. Although Xiaoyu felt somewhat tempted, he did not immediately acquiesce. However, with the approaching full moon night, it was imperative to seek refuge beyond the forest, and indeed, the Maple Leaf tribe was the most suitable sanctuary. Rest assured, brother Yu. Everyone in the Maple Leaf tribe holds immense gratitude towards you, and they will undoubtedly agree. Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy illuminated Xinglan's clear, azure eyes. The Maple Leaf tribe would never be ungrateful. They would not abandon you in your time of need. Hong Lian earnestly assured him, as she produced a handful of shimmering, multicolored crystals from her bosom, extending them towards Xiaoyu. From now on, you shall be our leader. These are spoils I retrieved from the brigands of the Black Magic tribe, and I present them to you. Additionally, there are plenty of energy stones in the tribe, which I will ensure you receive upon our arrival. Ahem, brother. She concluded with a cough, sweetly uttering the word brother. Her voice was soft and melodious, laced with a hint of coyness, sending shivers down Xiaoyu's spine. Yet, he had little time to dwell on such distractions, for his gaze was fervently fixed upon the energy stones. So many energy stones? All for me? The 4 individuals were all Tier 3 enhancers, each possessing dozens of stones. Roughly calculating, there must be at least 100. You possess the ability to facilitate the evolution of fierce beasts, do you not? With these energy stones, you can enhance your strength, Hong Lian stated earnestly. Earlier, during their conversation, Xiaoyu had revealed his newly awakened ability, and the capacity to enable the evolution of flora and fauna would inevitably come to light. It was not something that could be concealed. After all, these 2 sisters are not the kind of ungrateful wretches like Xiao Tian, deserving of his trust. I indeed require a considerable number of energy stones. In that case, I shall not hold back. Xiaoyu is not one to be overly sentimental. He accepted the energy stone, still warm to the touch, and suppressed the urge to sniff it before directly exchanging it. Chapter 12. New Skill, Petrification. The system notification chimed, and the energy points surged once more. Xiaoyu glanced at the small flash of light on his shoulder, then turned his gaze to the Earth Rock Tortoise, dozing on the ground. Ultimately, he resolved to upgrade the Earth Rock Tortoise first. Placing his hand upon its head, he focused his thoughts. System, upgrade the Earth Rock Tortoise. Ding. Consuming 110 energy points. The Earth Rock Tortoise advanced to the 3rd tier. It acquired the new skill, Petrification. Instantly, waves of earthy yellow energy surged from the depths of the earth, rapidly infusing into the Earth Rock Tortoise. Its originally modest size of over a meter began to expand rapidly. The earthy yellow patterns on its shell grew increasingly distinct, glowing with a warm yellow luminescence. Within mere seconds, the Earth Rock Tortoise had multiplied in size several times over, its shell surpassing 10 square meters. And this was merely the beginning. 10 square meters seemed to be a threshold. Surpassing 10 square meters led to 30 square meters, 80 square meters. Finally, it exceeded 100 square meters. What was once a small Earth Rock Tortoise had now transformed into a colossal being. It appeared that different pets had entirely different evolutionary paths. Xiaoyu scrutinized both the Lightning Ferret and the Earth Rock Tortoise. The Lightning Ferret had evolved twice, yet its size remained unchanged. What had transformed were its eyes, which had grown increasingly clear and bright, imbued with a lively intelligence. It seemed capable of understanding Xiaoyu's words. His limbs now boast a firmer musculature, brimming with explosive power. It is evident that the innate talent of the lightning weasel lies in its speed. Its diminutive stature enhances its swiftness and agility. Conversely, the earth turtle possesses the ability of earth evasion, and its advantages seem to amplify with its size. With each evolution, its form undergoes a significant augmentation. The earth turtle emitted a contented sound, and as its limbs struck the ground, the entire cavern quivered, dislodging numerous fragments of rock. Copy the earth turtle's innate talent. Ding. The new talent of petrification has been successfully assimilated. The earth turtle has once again evolved, acquiring the ability to petrify. However, this petrification does not immobilize others. Rather, it transforms itself into stone. Xiaoyu immediately endeavored to test this ability. With a mere thought, a multitude of grayish-brown energies enveloped his body, swiftly spreading across him. In an instant, he was transformed into a statue of stone. After a brief assessment, he found that his defensive capabilities had been substantially enhanced. When he thrust a dagger forcefully against his own body, it merely left a shallow mark, indicating the formidable strength of his current defense. Moreover, his petrified state did not convert him into mere ordinary stone. The strength of the petrification was entirely contingent upon the individual's prowess. The greater one's strength, the more indomitable one becomes upon petrification. Xiaoyu once again employed the earth evasion technique to burrow into the rock face, navigating effortlessly. This time, the experience was markedly easier. Moving through the stone and soil, he found his speed exceeded even that of swimming, allowing him to dive to depths of over 100 meters. His capacity to remain submerged within the rock had also improved. Previously, he could endure only 5 minutes, but now he could comfortably remain for half an hour. With a sudden thought, he stomped his foot and prepared for another attempt. In the next moment, a cluster of half-meter-long earthen spikes erupted within a 10-meter radius centered around him. This was undoubtedly a widespread assault, and its might was formidable. Any first- or second-tier ferocious beasts pierced by these spikes would likely meet their demise without exception. In summary, the power of the earth element possesses numerous remarkable applications, warranting further exploration and training by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu once again accessed his personal panel. Host, Xiaoyu Realm, Tier 3 Taming Points. 1. Refreshes daily. Accumulative, Energy Points, 38 and 8 skills. Level 2 Poison Resistance, Level 2 Speed, Level 2 Blink, Level 3 Earth Escape. Level 3 Petrification Lifespan, 21 years 367 years Pets, Lightning Ferret, Tier 2, Earth Rock Turtle, Tier 3. At this moment, his lifespan had reached an impressive 367 years, allowing him to bid farewell to the specter of premature death. Xiaoyu was acutely aware that, aside from the Earth Rock Turtle's innate longevity, his own robust physique played a crucial role. With a few more evolutions, he would inevitably attain a lifespan of 1,000 years, or even 10,000. Today, he had refreshed his taming points, yet he had not encountered any suitable creatures and felt no urgency. After all, the taming points could accumulate daily. He would deal with it when the right opportunity arose. What are you two staring at? After attempting to gather their attention, Xiaoyu turned towards the sisters, Honglian and Xinglan. He discovered that both women were wide-eyed, staring blankly at the Earth Rock Turtle, seemingly entranced. What kind of monster is this? Xinglan's complexion turned pale as she trembled, her delicate finger quivering as she pointed at the colossal creature, which was too vast to be fully perceived at a glance. Swallowing hard, unbeknownst to her, she was experiencing what could be termed gigantophobia. In this moment, standing before such a behemoth, she felt as insignificant as an ant. It is impossible to remain unafraid, especially with the grotesque spikes resembling shattered stones adorning the head of the Earth Rock Turtle. It presents a fearsome visage. Honglian, on the other hand, wears a vigilant expression, instinctively positioning herself protectively in front of her sister, determined to shield her from any potential danger. She had considered that Xiaoyu's newfound abilities might be formidable, yet she never anticipated them to be so extraordinary. Fear not, for it is my pet. And it does not bite, Xiaoyu reassured with a smile. At that moment, the Earth Rock Turtle extended its head, as thick as a water vat. The two young women scrutinized it closely, and Xinglan even reached out to touch its stone-like shell. Upon realizing that the turtle appeared rather benign and truly posed no threat, she exhaled in relief. As night descended, the journey became perilous, and Xiaoyu suggested, "Let us rest here for the night." That sounds reasonable. The Honglian sisters nodded in agreement, not opposing the idea. In this desolate wasteland, finding a secure shelter from the elements brought them a sense of contentment. Furthermore, both sisters bore injuries and required time to recuperate. They did not concern themselves with the usual distinctions between genders and settled into the modest wooden hut. Xiaoyu was known for his decisive nature. With his mind set on reaching the Maple Leaf tribe, he rose early the next morning. He meticulously packaged a substantial haul of game and various supplies he had gathered, such as cherry wood, wolf pelts, and beastly grasses, placing them upon the turtle's back. Then, he and the two women climbed onto the Earth Rock Turtle, allowing it to take charge of their journey. Having evolved to the 3rd tier, the Earth Rock Turtle could now carry individuals and traverse through walls and earth with ease. Moreover, Xiaoyu had constructed a long ventilation pipe. By placing the pipe's opening outside, both the Earth Rock Turtle and Xiaoyu's party could remain comfortably underground. Thus, the trio no longer had to struggle to squeeze in and out of the narrow crevice in the mountain. The blaring sunlight outside was unbearable. It was imperative to construct a few shelters to shield against it, lest their belongings be ruined. Xiaoyu glanced at the supplies and then at the enormous tortoise shell. Measuring over 100 square meters and bristling with sharp spines, lost in contemplation. Earth rock tortoise, retract your spines. He commanded. Commence earth escape. Xiaoyu first instructed the earth rock tortoise to draw back the spines from the center of its shell, revealing a vast expanse of flat ground. He then placed his hands upon the earth, and instantly, a torrent of stones and soil surged toward the tortoise's shell under his command. Under the influence of earth escape, the stones began to stack gradually, their crevices filled with copious amounts of clay. Thus, a sturdy stone wall was erected. Following this, he constructed the second and third walls, as well as the roof. Chapter 13. The Mobile House. At last, it was completed. The initial endeavor of house building was somewhat exhausting, taking a full half-hour. After all, constructing a dwelling is a meticulous task, and Xiaoyu's mastery of earth escape still required refinement. He struggled to manipulate the stones with the finesse he desired. However, the second house progressed swiftly. An hour later, he had erected 3 rudimentary stone cottages, one for himself, another serving as a restroom, and the last designated for storage, accommodating cherry trees, provisions, and water sources. With the houses completed, Xiaoyu proceeded to construct a circle of half-meter-long, upward-angled sharp stone spines along the edge of the earth rock tortoise's shell, forming a natural barrier of protection. All done. At last, Xiaoyu fashioned 3 stone chairs, adorning them with thick wolf pelts. With the formidable strength of the earth rock turtle, the subtle swaying was deftly managed. The 3 individuals reclined comfortably in their seats, utterly oblivious to any motion, as if they were standing on solid ground. Brother, you are truly a genius. You've constructed a house that can move, exclaimed Xing Lan, her eyes shimmering with excitement as she watched the forest trees rush past the window. Hee. I wonder if I could stay here for a few days. Your ability is remarkably convenient. Hong Lian marveled in astonishment. It is worth noting that only large bases like Flame City could boast houses made of earth and stone, while ordinary tribes like theirs resided in thatched cottages, which could be swept away by a strong wind in an instant. If you like, I can build you a house too. Xiaoyu waved his hand with a smile. Really? We'll wait until the turtle grows a bit larger, then I shall construct one for you. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 2 girls sparkled with anticipation. The earth rock turtle was only tier 3, occupying a mere 100 square meters. And the uneven terrain meant that the actual area suitable for building was quite limited. However, once it evolved to tier 4, its size would undoubtedly increase significantly. Constructing a few houses would be a breeze. Moreover, the young girl's idea had also sparked inspiration within him. In his previous life, he had envied the wealthy individuals who owned mobile homes. The world is vast, and who wouldn't desire to explore it? The prospect of having a movable abode, where one could pause and rest whenever fatigue set in, was utterly delightful. Although the earth rock turtle's speed was not particularly swift, after enhancing his abilities, his imposing stature allowed him to travel swiftly. Soon, the trio arrived at the Maple Leaf Tribe. Young Master Xiaoyu, please have some water. This is the mountain dew we gathered this morning. Young Master Xiaoyu, please enjoy these wild fruits, freshly picked. Upon Xiaoyu's arrival at the Maple Leaf Tribe, a throng of refugees warmly welcomed him with boundless enthusiasm. To honor their guest, they presented him with their cherished treasures of dew and wild fruits, which they had previously withheld from themselves. After all, this individual, once the esteemed young lord of Flame City, possessed an exalted status yet displayed no trace of arrogance or disdain. Instead, he treated the refugees with utmost kindness, having assisted them in numerous ways, teaching them how to gather dew, addressing their water supply issues, and instructing them on which wild fruits were edible and which were toxic. Without Xiaoyu's guidance, they would have surely perished from hunger and thirst. You are all exceedingly gracious. This is simply what I ought to do. Xiaoyu remarked with a smile, gesturing towards the ragged and emaciated individuals before him. In truth, aside from caring for the Honglian sisters, he had never provided these refugees with even a morsel of food. Most of the wilderness survival knowledge he possessed was imparted by his master, and he merely shared it with his master's companions, an act so trivial it hardly warranted mention. Yet, these people expressed profound gratitude towards him, even though they were aware that he was currently incapacitated and could no longer assist them. Conversely, he had devoted everything for Flame City, sacrificing all for its glory. It was through his dedication and efforts that Flame City attained its current magnificence and splendor. The inhabitants of Koyan City, however, have turned against him, casting him aside as if he were nothing. Xiaoyu could not help but lament that the disparity between people is even greater than that between humans and swine. For a moment, He genuinely felt reluctant to depart. Brother Yu, look how much everyone adores you. Why not remain here as our leader? Starry, seizing the moment, grasped his hand and playfully implored. She yearned for Xiaoyu to stay, so she could see him every day. Indeed, indeed, young Master Xiaoyu. The wilderness is fraught with peril. If you have nowhere to go, please stay here. As long as you are willing, we shall gladly follow you and regard you as our sovereign. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Many knelt before Xiaoyu, offering their homage. Are you not afraid of being implicated by me? If you take me in, the Maple Leaf tribe may face annihilation. We fear not. We know only that we cannot abandon our benefactor in times of tribulation. Xiaoyu gazed into their sincere eyes, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. He couldn't help but recall the tale his master had shared. His master, once a wanderer, had been rescued by the Maple Leaf tribe when gravely injured. Later, upon becoming their leader, he saved many, including Xiaoyu himself. The members of the Maple Leaf tribe had upheld his master's tenet, never abandon nor forsake a companion. Brother, this is all the energy stones our tribe possesses, said Hong Lian sweetly, as she handed him a leather pouch. Upon opening it, Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief. There were at least several hundred stones. Given his current strength, it would likely take him a considerable amount of time to utilize them all. Indeed, this is the advantage of possessing influence. Since everyone trusts me, I shall not let them down. As for Xiao Ting's warning, Xiaoyu glanced at the crowd. A disdainful smile gracing his lips. There is no need for concern, for Xiao Ting will not take action personally, as long as he does not intervene. No one can pose a threat to me. As an Apex Level 8 Transcendent, he prides himself as a deity. It would be utterly laughable for him to personally deal with a mere Maple Leaf tribe. So long as Xiao Ting refrains from direct involvement, no genuine threat exists for me. Ding. Redemption successful, acquired 400 energy points. Originally, the beast skin pouch given to Xiaoyu by Hong Lian contained over 600 energy stones. However, Xiaoyu only took 400. This is because the need for energy stones is not solely his. For instance, Xing Lan, who has sustained significant injuries, can expedite her recovery by absorbing the energy from these stones. Moreover, Hong Lian, whose awakening lies in the fire attribute, possesses talents that rival Xiaoyu's, and her offensive capabilities are extraordinarily potent. Several years prior, she had already reached the pinnacle of level 4. For humans to absorb sufficient crystal energy, they must first possess a robust physique and formidable mental strength. Hong Lian's mental fortitude is more than adequate, yet without sufficient nourishment, her physical condition is severely lacking, preventing her from absorbing substantial crystal energy and thus hindering her ascent to level 5. Additionally, within the tribe, there are dozens of young adults with commendable aptitude. These individuals had previously been delayed, but with adequate resources, they could swiftly grow in strength. After all, he is now the leader of the Maple Leaf tribe and must consider the development of the tribe. Upgrading the Lightning Weasel. Ding. Consumed 100 energy points. The Lightning Weasel has been elevated to level 3. Copying the Lightning Ferret's talents. A series of system prompts echoed, as Xiaoyu and Little Flash experienced yet another surge in power. Little Flash's maximum blink distance had now surpassed 5 meters, with a cooldown time of 0.8 seconds. As for Xiaoyu, his maximum blink distance reached a staggering 10 meters, with a cooldown reduced to 0.5 seconds. This meant that within a 10-meter radius, Xiaoyu could almost teleport at will. Within the Lord's Manor of the Flame City base, Xiao Ting asked darkly, "Is there any news of that wayward son?" Although he had acquiesced to his younger son's request to lead a team in search of water sources, the large contingent had set out to explore beyond the city, which would take at least 2 days at the fastest. Furthermore, the night of the full moon was approaching, and nocturnal beasts became exceedingly ferocious during this time. Entering the forest now was undoubtedly perilous. Thus, Xiao Ting remained uneasy about allowing his younger son, Xiao Tian, to undertake such risks. If they could find Xiaoyu within 3 days, he could return to confess and atone for his actions before they ventured out to seek water. This way, the younger son would be spared the dangers. Yet, it had now been 3 days since that rebellious son had departed, completely beyond the couple's expectations. At that moment, a guard rushed in. "Lord, lady, there is news of Xiaoyu. Quickly, where is that wayward son now?" Chapter 14. The Fury of the Xiao Couple. Xiao Ting and his wife exchanged glances of relief, their expressions brightening. Although they had not received concrete news about Xiaoyu, they felt a mix of reproach for his unwillingness to return and genuine concern. After all, Xiaoyu was their son. The thought that this rebellious child, now helpless and powerless, might have already fallen prey to the ferocious beasts was deeply unsettling. In the entire gathering, only Xiao Tian wore an exceedingly grim expression. Why? Despite his undeniable prowess, did his parents still seek to summon that insufferable brother back? Observing the eager countenance of the Xiao couple, a bodyguard hesitantly reported, Xiaoyu has allied himself with another faction. What? Who dares to defy my wishes? To shelter that ungrateful wretch? How dare they? Xiao Ting abruptly rose, his eyes crackling with thunderous fury, arcs of electricity dancing around him, emitting a harsh, piercing sound. This rebellious offspring had repeatedly defied him. And now there were others who dared to contravene his command. Did they believe that his years of inactivity had rendered him soft-hearted? Speak. Which faction is it? Even if Xiaoyu is deemed a discarded pawn, he remains of my blood. To join another faction is an act of betrayal. I shall see which audacious faction would dare to harbor Xiaoyu. The bodyguard trembled as he relayed, it is a minor faction, the Maple Leaf Tribe. The Maple Leaf Tribe? That faction? The Xiao couple exchanged glances, their expressions growing increasingly severe. They prided themselves as exalted deities, viewing those wretched, muddy peasants as utterly filthy and contemptible. Yet their eldest son, Xiaoyu, frequently mingled with such people, much to their dismay. They had never anticipated that after leaving Yin City, he would directly align himself with them, the son of the esteemed city lord, preferring the company of commoners instead of returning home. Should word of this spread, how could they maintain their dignity? Would it imply that they are inferior to those lowly peasants? Unfilial child, utterly defiant. The more Xiao Ting ruminated on this, the more incensed he became. And the arcs of electricity surrounding him blazed ever more fiercely, instilling terror among the bodyguards. Father, please calm your anger, Xiao Tian suddenly interjected. Previously, when Mother invited the Honglian sisters to join Yin City, they showed no regard for her. Now, they brazenly defied Father's command, sheltering my brother without permission. How dare a mere Maple Leaf Tribe repeatedly challenge the dignity of Yin City? Their existence has become redundant. Perhaps I should annihilate them. And once the Maple Leaf Tribe is vanquished, my brother will naturally return. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ting gradually tempered his imposing aura. If the Maple Leaf Tribe were to be eradicated, would that rebellious child not obediently return? With this thought, Xiao Ting waved his hand, issuing a decree. It is but a small tribe. Let it be known that the Maple Leaf Tribe has betrayed Yin City, and from this day forth, we shall no longer offer them protection. Feng Morong furrowed her brows slightly, concerned. If we truly abandon them, will Yuer be in danger? For a long time, various factions have fought incessantly over resources, particularly the Black Demon Tribe, infamous for their merciless pillaging and atrocities. Yet, as a major stronghold, Yin City holds absolute dominion over the surrounding forces. Xiao Ting does not wish for the wilderness to be overly tranquil, but he also cannot permit widespread slaughter. Even the Black Demon Tribe would not dare to openly defy Xiao Ting's will. While these refugees may be lowly and filthy, in this apocalyptic era, populations are indeed a precious resource. However, once Xiao Ting's command is disseminated, the Black Demon Tribe will act without restraint and swiftly obliterate the Maple Leaf Tribe. 1,000 enhancers against 200 ordinary individuals. There is no comparison. But if the Maple Leaf Tribe is destroyed, what will become of Xiaoyu? Mother, rest assured. The Black Magic Tribe is merely a band of bullies who are cowards at heart. How bold could they possibly be to harm my brother? Furthermore, before Xiao Ting could speak, Xiao Tian interjected, asserting, brother has repeatedly defied your wishes. This is utterly unacceptable. It is high time he faces some consequences. Upon hearing this, Feng Morong nodded in agreement. Though generally mild-tempered, she too felt anger rise as her eldest son continued to disregard them. In any case, if the Black Magic Tribe truly dares to act recklessly, she would personally intervene to obliterate this menace. Observing his parents' fury towards Xiaoyu, Xiao Tian couldn't help but smirk within. Tomorrow, he would lead a hunting expedition to seek out water sources. Once he accomplished this task, his achievements would decisively overshadow Xiaoyu's. At that point, Xiaoyu would never be able to return to Yin City. Nor would he have the chance to contest for the position of young city lord. Xiao Ting's orders swiftly spread throughout the wilderness. Many mocked the couple for their ineptitude, questioning what kind of parenting led to such a situation. They would rather align themselves with the vagrant factions than return home. Such a command seemed aimed at cornering Xiaoyu into a desperate situation at the Maple Leaf Tribe. An unexpected visitor arrived. Xiaoyu, come forth. A melodic yet commanding voice resonated, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the tribe. The newcomer, clad in pristine white garments, possessed a fair complexion and a beauty that rivaled the most exquisite of flowers. Her aura starkly contrasted with that of the wandering tribesman. The opulence of her attire clearly signified her distinguished origins. Initially, the members of the Maple Leaf tribe wore expressions of icy disdain at the audacity shown towards their leader. But soon, caution replaced their hostility, and they stood alert, hesitant to make any move. Lu Ruyin, what brings you here? You are not welcome. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiaoyu swiftly emerged, his expression instantly turning cold upon recognizing the visitor. Does this woman have a problem? Haven't we already parted ways? Why does she linger like an unwelcome specter? Just look at the mess you've made. Lu Ruyin cast a glance at Xiaoyu, her delicate face etched with dissatisfaction. She had been in Yin City, and upon learning of the entire situation, her fury ignited. How could Xiaoyu, that scoundrel, choose to wallow in despair merely because she rejected him? Joining a band of drifters? What would people say of him? That his ex had fallen into disgrace among the vagabonds. How blind can one be? Thus, in a fit of rage, Lu Ruyin made her way to the Maple Leaf tribe. Xiaoyu, you are an adult now. Stop behaving like a child. Come back to Yin City with me. Upon seeing Xiaoyu emerge, Lu Ruyin crossed her arms and reproached him, surveying her surroundings with a flicker of disdain in her eyes. However, her expression shifted dramatically upon noticing the presence of Hong Lian and Xing Lan beside Xiaoyu. She recognized that the Maple Leaf tribe was home to two awakened individuals, whose talents were not inferior to her own. Yet, these two girls lacked status, background, and resources, rendering them far weaker than she. What infuriated her was that although the two were clad in tattered animal skins and appeared somewhat impoverished, their features revealed their extraordinary potential. Hong Lian, with her fiery red short hair, radiated an air of confidence, while Xing Lan, though still youthful, was already a captivating beauty in the making. Behold these individuals. How long has it been since they last bathed? Gazing at Hong Lian and Xing Lan, Lu Ruyin felt a surge of indignation, her tone tinged with disdain. Silence. They are my sisters, my family. Speak another word of disrespect, and I shall not hesitate to respond harshly. Xiaoyu's gaze grew increasingly frosty as he uttered these chilling words. Brother you. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's remarks, Xing Lan's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Although she was an awakened water user, her abilities had only reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. The water she could conjure was scarce, barely sufficient for her kin's consumption. How could she possibly afford to waste such precious resources on frivolous acts like washing her face? Thus, Lu Ruyin's allegations of her being dirty did not faze her in the slightest. However, she was unexpectedly touched by how much Brother Yu seemed to care for her feelings. Hong Lian also cast a grateful glance toward Xiaoyu. Initially, she had accepted this brother out of necessity, but now she found herself genuinely convinced. This brother truly fulfilled his duty of protecting his sisters. If they're your family, then what am I to you? Lu Ruyin's dissatisfaction only deepened. Have you forgotten? We have already parted ways, and it was you who initiated it. Do not bother me again. Xiaoyu could only laugh in exasperation at this woman's bewildering thought process, having lost all hope for understanding her peculiar mindset. She seemed to believe herself the center of the universe, expecting everyone to revolve around her. How could you have changed so drastically? Lu Ruyin asked, astonished as she looked at Xiaoyu. Once, this man had showered her with affection and care, yet now, what had become of him? Why are men so fickle? I have just learned that you and the Maple Leaf tribe have offended Uncle Xiao, and he will no longer protect this tribe. Remaining here will be exceedingly perilous for you. I am merely urging you to return home. Uncle Xiao is a benevolent man, and as long as you are willing to return and confess your faults, he will undoubtedly forgive you. I am speaking from a place of goodwill. So why must you utter such harsh words? As she spoke, Lu Ruyin's eyes glistened with tears, as if she bore an immense grievance. However, Xiaoyu remained unfazed. Return home? His home was the Maple Leaf tribe. This is my affair. There is no need for you, Miss Lu, to concern yourself. Please leave. Xiaoyu, you shall come to regret this. I await the moment you kneel and acknowledge your errors. After a brief pause, Lu Ruyin's previous words were not without merit. Reflecting on the orders issued by Xiao Ting, along with Lu Ruyin's earlier remarks, Hong Lian's eyes blazed with fury. Simultaneously, she felt a growing sense of injustice for Xiaoyu. Why must he endure such a father, one who would place his son in mortal peril? Do not waste your anger on these individuals. They are not worth it. Xiaoyu replied with a carefree smile. So what shall we do now? Once the command from the Lord of Flame City is issued, numerous factions will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to annihilate us and appropriate our resources. Contemplating the dire situation facing the Maple Leaf tribe, Hong Lian's delicate face was beset with worry. Among the various factions in the wilderness, conflict over food and water has always been fierce. Previously, under Xiaoting's restraint, these individuals had shown some moderation, but now they would pounce upon them like rabid dogs, intent on tearing them apart. Xiaoyu shrugged, dismissively stating, other factions are far too weak to easily involve themselves in such matters. However, the Black Demon Tribe is notoriously bloodthirsty and will undoubtedly take action. After all, our enmity with the Black Demon Tribe is one that knows no end. Therefore, the primary adversary we must guard against is indeed them. Xiaoyu's tone was exceedingly grave, his gaze growing colder. Previously, he was the esteemed young lord of Flame City, possessing formidable strength and a revered status. The Black Demon Tribe dared not provoke him lightly and could scarcely afford to do so. Yet now, his power has diminished significantly compared to before. With Xiaoting's orders, the Black Demon Tribe might act recklessly, even seizing the opportunity to eliminate him. Conversely, Xiaoyu yearns to annihilate the Black Demon Tribe and acquire their vast reserves of energy stones. The Black Demon Tribe. At the mere mention of this name, a flicker of flame ignited in Hong Lian's beautiful eyes. Years ago, the Black Demon Tribe launched a surprise attack, murdering her father and brother, and her hatred for them runs deep. Yet reason cautions her that impulsiveness is perilous. If a battle were to ensue, the Maple Leaf Tribe could be obliterated in an instant. Do not fret, I have my own strategies. Seeing the concern etched on Hong Lian's face, Xiaoyu remarked with a smile, besides, it is certainly challenging to rely solely on myself. Aren't you all here as well? He already possessed 2 third-tier fierce beast companions, both endowed with remarkable talents. Although his own realm was merely 3rd tier, his physical strength had returned to over 4,000 pounds. With such immense physical prowess, he could easily vanquish a 4th-tier opponent and withstand a 5th-tier one, coupled with Hong Lian, who had reached the pinnacle of 4th tier with her fiery talent. They were undeniably formidable. While they may not yet be able to confront the Black Demon Tribe head-on, acquiring more energy stones to facilitate the evolution of his companions would not take long. Perhaps soon, he could single-handedly contend with the entire Black Demon Tribe. However, the Black Magic Tribe comprises thousands of individuals. Would it be feasible for him to eliminate them one by one? What purpose does it serve to have over 200 members in the Maple Leaf Tribe? As he spoke, Xiaoyu turned to Hong Lian and inquired, how long until you ascend to the 5th tier? Should Hong Lian successfully rise in rank, the overall strength of the Maple Leaf Tribe would immediately elevate to a new echelon. Xinglan's water powers are formidable as well, yet her youth necessitates further development. Chapter 15. Scientific Training Methods. The third pet. Me? Hong Lian replied with a wry smile, pausing to assess her physical condition before continuing. I should have broken through by now, but my body has suffered too much in recent years. It will take at least 2 or 3 months to recuperate and absorb sufficient energy stones. However, the enemy could strike at any moment. I simply do not have the time to break through. The battle will not conclude swiftly. You have ample time. As for resources, I shall procure them. After all, I am your devoted brother, Xiaoyu responded, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. Ultimately, Hong Lian was merely hungry. The beasts possess a wealth of vital energy within them. By consuming a few 3rd or 4th tier beasts, she could swiftly replenish her losses and return to her former state. Hunting these beasts is hardly a challenge for Xiaoyu at this juncture. Furthermore, summon all the young adults from the tribe before the imminent conflict unfolds. I will teach them a training regimen that can rapidly enhance their strength, agility, and other attributes. This battle will not be resolved overnight. And the Maple Leaf Tribe is my kin. They must be cultivated diligently. Training methods? At first, Hong Lian was somewhat perplexed. However, moments later, she witnessed Xiaoyu leading a group of individuals, all lying on the ground performing push-up motions. Before long, these normally boastful brutes were utterly exhausted, sprawled on the ground, panting heavily, resembling lifeless swine, unwilling to move a muscle. Get up. From today onward, each of you shall complete 100 of these daily. What? I can barely move. And you expect more? This is merely the beginning. Shortly, there will be 100 sit-ups followed by a 10-kilometer run. Do not forget. The threat of enemy invasion loomed ever closer, and to protect their loved ones, they must swiftly grow stronger. Survival of the fittest is the law of nature. Even if ordinary humans have not awakened abilities, their physicality has significantly improved. Regrettably, without proper and effective training methods, their strength often goes untapped. In contrast, animals are born into harsh environments, honing their combat skills from the moment of birth. Thus, even the weakest first-tier beast can slaughter a group of ordinary people. Xiaoyu's plan was straightforward: to impart modern training techniques to them. such as push-ups, sit-ups, and frog jumps, all derived from the most scientifically validated methods, representing the most effective training regimens. The legendary Bald Demon King trained in this manner. With just a few days of consistent practice, results would manifest. Both physical strength and striking techniques could be greatly enhanced. Coupled with the consumption of substantial amounts of beast meat, ascending to the first or second tier would be effortless. Most factions dared not lay a hand on the Maple Leaf tribe. After all, Xiaoyu is the son of Xiaoting, and should any harm befall him, the wrath of Xiaoting would be unimaginable. Yet, there are those who fear nothing. In the west, there exists a towering mountain known as the Black Demon Mountain, its height stretching 1,000 feet into the sky. Within this mountain lies a labyrinth of honeycomb-like caverns, large and small, numbering in the hundreds. Upon closer inspection, one would find that many of these caves are inhabited. This is the Black Demon tribe, the most formidable force beyond Flame City, and a nightmare for all the wandering souls in the vicinity. Deep within the shadowy caverns, a towering figure emerges, a fierce and formidable man, standing at 9 feet tall. With the build of a tiger and the strength of a bear, his face is adorned with a thick beard, and a vicious scar mars his left cheek. While a piece of animal hide obscures his left eye, his remaining eye gleams with a terrifying intensity, exuding the ferocity of a wild beast. What sets him apart is the pair of horns that protrude from his head. He is a mutant, possessing immense strength, second only to Xiaoyu's innate power. This man is none other than the leader of the Black Demon tribe, a demon of unparalleled cruelty. At this moment, he gazes upon a parchment made of sheepskin, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Heh. The Maple Leaf tribe truly does not know the peril they face by provoking the Lord of Flame City. Since he wishes to use others as instruments of his vengeance, the twin sisters have long been on my mind. Haha. Rest assured, great leader. We shall retrieve them at once and present them to you. A group of fierce, grotesque bandits erupts into wild laughter. They are a band of deranged savages, reveling in destruction, arson, and murder. In the past, they had been somewhat restrained due to their fear of Xiaoting's authority, but now they yearn for unbridled chaos. However, this time, Xiaoting took the initiative to have them commit murder. Armed with the imperial decree, what was there to hesitate? The Black Magic Squad promptly set forth to annihilate the Maple Leaf tribe. On that very day, the Black Magic tribe dispatched a 100-man team, each member a formidable enhancer. They advanced with great momentum, heading straight for the Maple Leaf tribe. It had been a considerable time since they had indulged in such unrestrained slaughter. This time, they were determined to revel in the chaos, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. At the Maple Leaf tribe, Xiaoyu inquired of Xinglan, "Have you found any special creatures?" After the refresh at dawn today, his taming points had increased to 2, allowing him to tame 2 pets. Yet, the earliest pet must be selected with utmost care. Thus, Xiaoyu had not rushed into taming. Nevertheless, this world was rife with bizarre and ferocious beasts, and he believed he could still uncover something unique. "I haven't found anything sufficiently special," Xinglan replied, her head bowed, a hint of despondency in her tone. Her gentle nature, coupled with her affinity as a water awakener, rendered her combat prowess diminished in the absence of water sources, making her ill-suited for battle. Consequently, she primarily engaged in logistical support. Regrettably, she had not been able to assist Brother Yu. "Trouble. Our knives have been devoured." At that moment, a young man from next door shouted. "Devoured? What do you mean?" Xiaoyu asked, perplexed, hastening over to investigate. "Chief, look. Of the 7 iron knives you brought back, 6 have been consumed by this creature," the young man reported, lifting a peculiar beast roughly the size of an arm, his eyes filled with indignation. The Maple Leaf tribe was truly destitute. The entire tribe possessed only 7 iron knives, an exceedingly precious resource, obtained only after slaying members of the Black Magic tribe. However, now, this monstrous creature has devoured 6 weapons. What manner of beast is this? Xiaoyu surveyed his surroundings, a sense of confusion washing over him. His gaze fell upon the ground, where a hole as thick as a thigh gaped ominously. It was evident that this peculiar creature had burrowed its way in. Before him lay a stone table, once adorned with his previous spoils, for iron blades. Yet now, only a single blade remained intact, while 3 others were reduced to mere shattered hilts. The breakage bore jagged, serrated edges, unmistakably gnawed through by teeth. Upon witnessing these bite marks, even Xiaoyu recoiled slightly. What a formidable creature to have such powerful jaws, treating iron as mere snacks. Could it be a mutated pangolin? Xiaoyu observed it closely. At first glance, it bore a striking resemblance to a pangolin, its body encrusted with scales the size of thumbs. However, these scales were an obsidian hue, indistinguishable from steel, shimmering with a metallic luster. Its small mouth was lined with razor-sharp teeth, glinting with the same metallic sheen. It seemed highly probable that this was indeed a mutated pangolin. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little burrowing pangolin dangled from the youth's grasp, yet it remained fiercely defiant. Feeding on steel, how intriguing. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyu reached a resolution. Although the creature's capabilities remained unknown, any being that could subsist on iron, adorned with a coat of steel armor, must possess unique qualities. Without a trace of hesitation, Xiaoyu issued a command within his mind. System, tame the pangolin. Ding. 1 taming point expended, successful taming of the burrowing pangolin. Ding. The pangolin's innate ability to consume iron and burrow was replicated, and the fusion was complete. The system alert sounded repeatedly, causing the little pangolin to expand dramatically. Growing from the length of an arm to nearly 1 meter, its strength multiplying several times over. Simultaneously, its iron-like scales became even more resilient. Iron-eating? Burrowing? Xiaoyu closed his eyes to sense the changes, and suddenly understood. The so-called burrowing talent was akin to his own earth escape ability, both allowing for effortless movement underground. However, the earth escape might be slightly more versatile. In contrast, this iron-eating talent was distinctly different. To put it simply, his teeth were now remarkably strong, capable of munching on steel as if it were a snack, crunchy and delightful. His mother need no longer worry about cavities. Furthermore, his gastric juices could digest steel, integrating it into his bones, limbs, and skin. In essence, consuming steel would fortify his body, rendering it as formidable as the very metal itself. Xiaoyu couldn't help but think of Wolverine, who infused his body with adamantium, rendering his skeleton nearly indestructible. His current physique mirrored this, but to a far greater extent, for he could continuously absorb steel. The more he consumed, the denser he became. The reason this diamond-scaled creature's armor resembled steel was due to its diet of the metal. This small, ferocious beast was already impervious to blades and bullets. Its defensive capabilities even surpassed those of the rocky tortoise. Before long, Xiaoyu's physical strength would far exceed that of Wolverine's adamantium-laden body. Yet, no matter how exceptional his teeth were, he had no desire to consume steel. Rubbing his forehead in mild distress, he pondered, what does steel taste like? Sweet or bitter? Ah. He could let the pangolin eat first and simply replicate the talent for himself. Thus, a perfect solution would be achieved. Upon reflecting on this, Xiaoyu could not help but commend himself for his astuteness. Truly, he was exceptionally clever. Chapter 16, Departure. The war commences. System. Upgrade the pangolin. Ding. Consuming 110 energy points, the pangolin ascends to the 3rd tier. The talent of the pangolin is replicated. A warm, earthy glow enveloped him as the pangolin's size surged once more, exceeding 2.5 meters. Its nearly 1 meter long tail struck the ground, causing a subtle tremor beneath. After replicating the pangolin's talent, Xiaoyu's strength experienced another significant enhancement. His understanding of the pangolin's abilities deepened as well. In terms of combat, the pangolin lacked any particularly unique offensive capabilities. However, its strength and speed were remarkably potent. After all, it could swiftly burrow through mountains. Its speed akin to that of a drilling machine. Such feats would be impossible without formidable strength. This pangolin, even before reaching the 1st tier, could dig freely and swiftly. After being upgraded to the 3rd tier, its burrowing speed was not inferior to Xiaoyu's earth escape technique. With a body length surpassing 2.5 meters and possessing immense, explosive power, combined with its impenetrable steel armor, it resembled a heavy tank. Even in the absence of any special abilities, it could simply charge through, effortlessly crushing everything in its path. Unyielding and unstoppable. Excellent, yet another formidable combatant. Xiaoyu was thoroughly pleased with his new companion. With this violent tank, many endeavors lay ahead. The following morning, a young man hurried in. His expression grave as he reported, Leader, we have gathered intelligence. All factions remain inactive. Only the Black Magic Tribe has dispatched a small team of 100. Heading directly towards our Maple Leaf Tribe. The young man, named Shenlong, serves as the hunting captain of the Maple Leaf Tribe and is one of the few aberrants within the tribe. His aberrant ability is a diminished version of the power talent. He possesses a tall and muscular physique, endowed with immense strength. Shenlong is at the 3rd tier. His prowess second only to Hong Lian, and he is also responsible for reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. According to the intelligence he has gathered, the Black Magic Tribe comprises 10 small teams, each consisting of 100 members, each led by a primary and a secondary team leader. The weakest of these leaders is at the pinnacle of the 4th tier, with some even at the 5th tier. The Black Magic Tribe deploys a small team for both hunting expeditions and raids on other factions. Indeed, they have made their move. However, do they truly think that a single team can annihilate us? Xiaoyu chuckled coldly. The actions of the Black Magic Tribe were entirely within his expectations. He merely did not anticipate such swiftness on their part. Fortunately, the Black Magic Tribe does not regard the Maple Leaf Tribe as a threat and has dispatched only this single team. Xiaoyu had long devised a plan to dismantle the Black Magic Tribe, beginning with a gradual erosion of their influence to weaken them. This 100-member team presents the perfect target. With all preparations in place, he mounted the Earth Rock Turtle and set off. His companions included Xiao Shan, the Armadillo, and a young follower named Xinglan. Although Hong Lian intended to accompany Xiaoyu, he insisted that if both of them were to leave, other factions would seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. For the sake of the entire tribe, Hong Lian had no choice but to remain behind as a guard. Meanwhile, the others were diligently training, striving to enhance their strength in preparation for the impending grand battle. The reason for bringing along Xinglan lies in her role as a mobile source of water. As long as she is present, Xiaoyu shall not suffer from thirst. Moreover, the little girl is lively, adorable, and remarkably perceptive. Who could possibly resist such charm? After departing from the Maple Leaf Tribe, the Earth Rock Turtle journeyed westward, heading straight towards the direction of the Black Demon Tribe. Its colossal form stirred up clouds of dust in its wake, leaving behind a barren landscape devoid of life. Meanwhile, to the west, a small battalion of 100 individuals embarked on their journey with great fervor. This group comprised the marauding band of the Black Demon Tribe. Clad in animal hide armor and wielding iron blades, their robust physiques exuded a fierce and menacing aura, brimming with murderous intent as they charged towards the Maple Leaf Tribe. Simultaneously, in Yin City, the populace gathered to bid farewell to the young city lord. May the young lord return triumphantly. Go forth, young lord. At the towering gates of the city, thousands of citizens congregated, their gazes fixed upon the youth at the center of the crowd, alongside the 500 warriors behind him. Their eyes shimmering with hope and longing. They yearned for Xiao Tian to successfully complete his mission and return with provisions and water, liberating them from their suffering. My fellow compatriots, my brothers, I, Xiao Tian, vow before you that I shall never let you down. As long as I am here, you shall not face scarcity of food or water. Xiao Tian proclaimed from an elevated platform, his voice resonant and filled with unwavering assurance. This time, he was determined to utterly crush Xiaoyu and establish his own reputation. Xiao Tian, you are the hero in my heart, the Prince Charming. You can surely achieve this. Observing Xiao Tian's handsome visage radiating with confidence, Lu Ruyan cheered him on from the side. Today marked Xiao Tian's inaugural expedition leading a team into the wilderness. As time passes, the Black Magic Tribe is drawing near. Once the members of the Black Magic Tribe arrive at the Maple Leaf Tribe, the latter shall face annihilation. At that moment, she is eager to witness the scene of Xiaoyu kneeling down to admit his faults and accept punishment upon returning to Yin City. In the wilderness, 3 factions are hastily making their way. Suddenly, a colossal creature comes to an abrupt halt. It is the Earth Rock Tortoise, which had been galloping. Remarkably, it manages to control its swaying, and Xiaoyu, perched upon its shell, remains perfectly steady. Have they finally caught a glimpse of their adversaries? Sensing the Earth Rock Tortoise's alertness as it comes to a stop, Xiaoyu immediately realizes they are not far from the enemy. After all, their direction of advance is contrary to that of the Black Magic Tribe. If they proceed any further, a direct confrontation is inevitable. However, Xiaoyu has no intention of engaging them head-on. It's not merely a matter of whether he can overpower them. Personally eliminating over 100 individuals would be an exhausting endeavor. The crux of the matter is that Xiaoyu wishes to gather more intelligence on the Black Magic Tribe. Earth Rock Tortoise, retreat underground and await the opportune moment. Upon receiving Xiaoyu's command, the Earth Rock Tortoise swiftly employs its Earth Escape technique. In an instant, its massive form appears to sink into a swamp, rapidly descending underground. In the blink of an eye, it vanishes completely from sight. Inside the stone chamber, Xinglan is diligently massaging Xiaoyu's shoulders and back. Suddenly, she notices that darkness has descended and the air has grown thin. Brother Yu, have we entered underground? She exclaims. Realizing the change in her surroundings, Xinglan begins to fumble in the darkness and inadvertently touches Xiaoyu, letting out an involuntary gasp of surprise. However, she was not particularly frightened. Rather, a flicker of excitement coursed through her. The enemy was approaching swiftly, but fear not, for I have left a vent above. Allowing for breathing underground, Xiaoyu explained as he grasped the mischievous little hand of the girl. At that moment, if one were to perch atop the rocky shell of the earth rock turtle, they would notice a subtle, inconspicuous bulge on its back, a ventilation pipe. This conduit allowed those below to breathe and to hear the conversations of those above. Hasten your pace. Let us resolve the Maple Leaf tribe swiftly and proceed to the Nightlight Tree stronghold. At that instant, a resounding roar echoed from above. Xiaoyu promptly pressed his hand against the eager lips of Xinglan, listening intently. Captain, you are overly cautious. The Maple Leaf tribe is but a minor force, easily vanquished. Indeed, we number in the hundreds, with dozens of us at the second and third tiers, while the Maple Leaf tribe possesses merely 2 capable young women. The rest are insignificant and can be disregarded. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyu was further convinced that they had encountered members of the Black Demon tribe. As the sounds grew louder and then gradually faded, it indicated that these individuals had passed by. Xiaoyu immediately directed the Earth Rock Turtle to trail behind them. After advancing to the third tier, the Earth Rock Turtle could comfortably remain underground for 1 to 2 hours without issue. Moreover, with the vent in place, breathing was unrestricted. Soon, the sky darkened, and the Black Demon tribe's team finally halted their journey. After all, night belonged to the realm of ferocious beasts. To travel at night, especially with such a large group, made them a conspicuous target. Should they attract the attention of a beast, a tide of ferocity would inevitably ensue. Chapter 17. Driving Tigers and Swallowing Wolves. The bandits met their demise within the confines of a desolate cave, where over 100 members of the Black Magic tribe prepared to rest. Captain, once we annihilate the Maple Leaf tribe, we should be able to acquire a drop of Nightlight Dew, right? I have already reached the pinnacle of the second tier. And if I obtain even a single drop of Nightlight Dew, I might just break through. Furthermore, the taste is simply exquisite. One bandit spoke, his voice laced with anticipation and longing. Nightlight Dew? At that moment, a mere 10 meters away from the bandits, beneath a ventilation pipe, Xiaoyu's pupils narrowed slightly upon hearing this term once more. Throughout his journey, he had repeatedly encountered the bandits mentioning this phrase. What exactly was Nightlight Dew? From their words, it seemed to be an immensely precious treasure, capable of enhancing one's strength. Suddenly, Xiaoyu felt as if he had grasped an important clue. Perhaps this was the reason behind the rapid rise of the Black Magic tribe. No problem. The bandit leader seemed to respond. But first, the priority was to capture those 2 young girls, one named Hong Lian and the other Xinglan. Both of them were strikingly beautiful. Precisely the individuals the chief had specifically requested. As the bandit leader spoke, there was an unmistakable envy in his tone. Of course, we must first seize them at the Maple Leaf tribe. However, after the chief grows tired of them, I wonder if my comrades will also get a taste of the fun? Those 2 girls, delicious. Haha, indeed. If only we could enjoy their company. The group above exchanged lewd banter, which ignited fury within Xinglan's beautiful eyes. Rage and murderous intent radiated from her youthful, delicate visage. These scoundrels, beasts, how dare they humiliate her and her sister in such a shameless manner? Do not bother with them. Let them laugh as they wish. Observing the blue-haired maiden seethe with indignation, Xiaoyu gently patted her fragrant shoulder in an attempt to soothe her, for this would undoubtedly be their final moment of mirth. With that, he swiftly commanded the pangolin beside him, "Go forth." With a series of burrowing sounds, the pangolin immediately emerged from the stone abode, darting forth into the distance. Although it was still underground, its speed was akin to that of a frenzied sprint upon the surface. Its 4 short legs swiftly clawed at the earth, propelling it forward with remarkable velocity, seemingly outpacing even a drilling machine. After burrowing several miles, the pangolin shot upwards, breaking through the ground. It sniffed the air momentarily to ascertain its master's location before racing towards the nearby forest, crashing through the underbrush with reckless abandon. In a brief moment, the pangolin encountered a third-tier ferocious tiger, colliding with it and sending the beast sprawling to the ground. Enraged, the tiger retaliated with a powerful paw strike, sending the pangolin flying several dozen meters away. Yet, mid-air, the pangolin curled into a spinning torpedo, landing gracefully and rolling several times without a scratch. It then charged once more at the third-tier tiger. Moments later, a cacophony of ferocious roars erupted. The pangolin, in a frenzy, burst from the forest, closely pursued by several savage creatures, including 2 third-tier beasts. At last, the pangolin burrowed into the cave where the 100-strong team of the Black Magic tribe was stationed. It swiftly plunged into the earth, creating a tunnel beneath. Meanwhile, a third-tier fierce tiger, a third-tier giant wolf, and a horde of frenzied beasts emerged. Who on earth can elucidate this situation? The bandit leader was utterly bewildered, and the other bandits were equally perplexed. From where did such formidable beasts arise? However, they had no time to ponder, for the beasts, having lost their initial target, had now set their sights on them. A gruesome slaughter commenced. Ah, no. Run. Oh no. Why is there suddenly a wall here? We are trapped in the cave. A cacophony of agonizing screams erupted, despite the black magic tribe's numbers exceeding 100. With many being second and third-tier enhancers, they found themselves at a severe disadvantage in close quarters against several second and third-tier beasts. After but a brief clash, the bandits suffered more than a dozen casualties. The most despairing realization was that the cave's entrance had been completely blocked. Break through these stone walls. Charge out. The black magic leader bellowed. The beasts, already formidable in their combat prowess, found themselves confined in this narrow environment, rendering their full strength ineffective unless they could escape. Upon receiving the command, two third-tier bandits swung their fists vigorously, and the newly sealed cave was instantly breached, creating a large opening. Charge out. The black magic leader roared once more, ready to make his escape. However, in the next moment, the newly breached cave seemed to heal almost instantaneously. The two third-tier bandits were momentarily taken aback before they swung their fists to shatter the cave once more. Yet, just as before, the freshly broken passage was quickly sealed again. What the hell? The captain of the black magic team exclaimed as he glanced around, realizing he had been outsmarted. With a furious shout, he wondered who could be so wicked. Yet, no one paid them any heed. This was, of course, the handiwork of the earth rock turtle. As instructed by Xiaoyu, the earthen walls hastily erected by the creature were utterly insufficient to withstand the might of the extraordinary beings. However, the challenge remained. While you can strike, I can continuously build. Let us see who can act more swiftly, you in breaking or I in constructing. Damn it. First, deal with the ferocious beasts. Ultimately, the captain of the black magic team clenched his teeth, realizing he had no choice but to confront the beast first. Otherwise, his subordinates would be slaughtered. Below, in the stone chamber, Xiaoyu turned to Starry Mist beside him and smiled. Are you satisfied? Hee. Thank you, brother you. Starry Mist replied with a smile and a nod. Those brutes dared to desecrate her and her sister, and brother you had avenged her. Although she had not witnessed it with her own eyes, she had heard every anguish cry, every plea for mercy, and the desperate attempts to escape, only to be trapped within the cave. They were completely ensnared. Their cries for help went unanswered, and even if they managed to breach the cave, the earth rock turtle would swiftly seal it once more. They found themselves with no escape, left to be mercilessly slaughtered by the ferocious beasts. After approximately an hour, the commotion above subsided. Xiaojia, go for another run. Xiaoyu listened through the ventilation duct and realized that the sounds of battle above had ceased. It seemed that the Black Demon Tribe's squad had paid a significant price to finally eradicate the group of ferocious beasts. After all, the strength of over 100 individuals was indeed formidable. Moments later, the stone wall blocking the cave suddenly vanished, and the bandits were momentarily dazzled. They immediately sought to escape, but in the next instant, despair washed over them. For as soon as the cave opened, a pangolin dashed in, accompanied by a horde of savage beasts. Thus, history repeated itself. The familiar scene unfolded once more, with the pangolin swiftly burrowing away, leaving the bandits in utter despair. The sight was gruesome and blood-soaked. Within the underground stone chamber, Xiaoyu ignited a fire pit, relishing roasted meat with the enchanting starry mist. While listening to the cries and screams of the bandits above, his spirits soaring to unprecedented heights. On this excursion, they had not engaged in combat. They had merely allowed the pangolin to traverse the forest a few times. Several hours later, the cave fell into complete tranquility. Xiaoyu, accompanied by Starry Mist, emerged from the ground and entered the cave. Is that you, Xiaoyu? How is it possible? As they stepped into the cave, a chorus of exclamations erupted. At that moment, the cave was strewn with corpses, the majority belonging to the Black Demon Tribe's bandits, alongside dozens of various beasts. This squad, which had boasted the ability to effortlessly annihilate the Maple Leaf Tribe, had been completely wiped out. However, Xiaoyu had not exterminated all the bandits. He spared a few lives. At this moment, several bandits, including their captain, were engulfed in sheer terror. The psychological shadow that Xiaoyu had once cast upon them resurfaced. And this time, the fear was even more profound. After all, Xiaoyu had previously fought his way through relying solely on his own strength and a blade. still very much a flesh and blood being. However, this time, when they beheld the pangolin that followed Xiaoyu like a devoted admirer, what more could they possibly misunderstand? Their numbers, exceeding 100, were not weak. After all, they boasted dozens of second and third-tier enhancers. Yet, in the face of Xiaoyu's myriad of elusive and cunning tactics, they were utterly defenseless. Without even a single confrontation, the entire 100 had been thoroughly defeated. What does Nightlight do? Where can it be found? Xiaoyu wasted no words and got straight to the point. He was exceedingly intrigued by this Nightlight deal. What treasure could bestow such a significant enhancement to thousands? Since he had learned of its existence, it was imperative that he possessed it. How do you know about Nightlight dew? The remaining bandits were left in utter shock. This was the greatest secret behind the rise of the Black Demon tribe. Do not make me repeat myself. Xiaoyu's gaze was as frigid as ice. In the next instant, a stone spike erupted from beneath the body of a bandit lying in a pool of blood, severing him in half. Blood, shattered flesh, and entrails spilled everywhere. Yet, the bandit let out a harrowing scream, lingering between life and death. I will tell you. I will tell you. The captain of the Black Demon trembled violently, unhesitatingly revealing everything. A few years ago, someone stealthily approached the Black Demon tribe and sought out our great leader. Chapter 18. If Xiaoyu were still here, perhaps they could have survived. Moments later, a small flash leaped onto Xiaoyu's shoulder, offering a substantial collection of energy stones. Xiaoyu retained 200 energy stones, intending to allocate them for Hong Lian and others. The remainder was to be exchanged. Ding. Acquired 2,198 energy points. Hearing the system's report brought a surge of joy to Xiaoyu's heart. To my astonishment, there is an overwhelming amount of information. However, upon reflection, it is not entirely surprising. In the face of impending doom, the majority of individuals harbor deep-seated distrust towards one another, clutching their valuables closely. Moreover, the deranged bandits pose an additional threat, for anything of value is kept on one's person. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyu summoned his thoughts, issuing a command to the system, evolve the Earth Rock Tortoise. Ding. Consuming 1,000 energy points, the Earth Rock Tortoise ascended to the 4th tier. Awaken the power of the Earth. The innate ability of the Earth Rock Tortoise was replicated, the power of the Earth. A torrent of earthy yellow energy surged forth, cascading towards both the Earth Rock Tortoise and Xiaoyu. The tortoise's size began to expand exponentially, growing from an initial 100 square meters to 200, then 500, and finally to 1,000 square meters. At last, its growth rate began to decelerate. The presence of the massive tortoise surged, its aura increasing tenfold. Furthermore, the Earth Rock Tortoise awakened a new power, the power of the Earth. This is an upgraded version of Earth Escape. Possessing the power of the Earth allows one to draw strength from the very ground beneath. Whether tunneling through walls or executing piercing attacks, one can harness the power of the Earth, amplifying their might to at least 10 times greater than before. When tunneling through terrain, it is as smooth as silk, akin to savoring a fine chocolate. One can breathe freely underground for several hours without issue. Placing his hand upon the ground, Xiaoyu concentrated his thoughts, and the earth trembled with a resonant roar. In an instant, a colossal stone giant erupted from the ground, towering several meters high. The stone giant struck the earth with a mighty slap, creating a crater several meters wide. Wow, brother you, is this your new ability? Starry Lawn gasped in amazement at the sight. Indeed, I have just acquired this newfound power, allowing me to manipulate the earth with even greater finesse. Xiaoyu replied with a smile, nodding as he opened his personal panel. Host, Xiaoyu Realm. 4th stage taming points. 2. Refresh daily. Can accumulate. Energy points. 1438 talent skills. Level 4 earth power. Level 4 petrification. Level 3 poison resistance. Level 3 speed. Level 3 blink. Level 3 burrowing lifespan. 21 years 882 years pets. Earth Rock Turtle 4th stage. Lightning Weasel 3rd stage. Armadillo 3rd stage. Unbeknownst to him, he had acquired various abilities. Although he had yet to recover his former 6th stage combat prowess, his physical defense had already surpassed what it once was. He pondered whether to allocate the remaining energy points to the Lightning Weasel or the Armadillo for an upgrade. Regardless, there was no rush. He would decide when the time came. Meanwhile, in the Black Wind Forest, under the leadership of Xiao Tian, 500 individuals arrived with fervor. The distance from Flame City to Black Wind Forest exceeded 100 kilometers, and with such a large group, they traversed from morning until 4 or 5 in the afternoon to reach the forest's outskirts. Everyone, Let's rest for a moment. Teams 3 and 4. Accompany me to search for food and water, Xiao Tian called out as they settled at the forest perimeter. He then led over 100 individuals deeper into the wilderness in search of sustenance. The group had indeed come to seek food and water, and their supplies were limited. After a lengthy journey under the scorching heat of over 40 degrees, their provisions had been entirely depleted. At this moment, most were exhausted, hungry, and parched, nearly on the brink of collapse. However, seeing Xiao Tian venture into the forest filled them with hope. Truly, the young lord was diligent and considerate of his subordinates. Let us take a respite, while he tirelessly endeavors to procure sustenance and sources of water for us. Bravo! Our initial support for him was not in vain. Who could argue otherwise? Is he not far superior to Xiaoyu? Humph! The mere mention of that scoundrel ignites my ire. Previously, when I accompanied him on a hunt, I was brutally beaten for merely straying from the group to relieve myself in the woods. I was bedridden for over a month. Such an ungrateful wretch. In the past, whenever Xiaoyu led the team on hunting expeditions, seeking food and water, he instituted a strict rule. No one was permitted to leave the group without authorization. We were to remain together at all times. No matter how arduous or exhausting the journey, resting in the wilderness was strictly forbidden, to serve as a warning to all. Xiaoyu would administer severe punishment to anyone who dared to stray from the group. This naturally incited considerable discontent, with many deeming him excessively cruel. Xiaoyu's reasoning stemmed from the myriad dangers lurking within the forest, where threats were ever present and unpredictable. As long as we remained united, if one found themselves in peril, timely assistance could be rendered. Moreover, with so many individuals from Yin City present, ferocious beasts generally hesitated to attack. However, should we become separated, the beasts would seize the opportunity to strike, picking us off one by one. Attempts to articulate this reasoning fell on deaf ears, as complaints arose that Xiaoyu lacked compassion for his subordinates, treating them as mere beasts of burden. At this moment, while the crowd continued to grumble about Xiaoyu's shortcomings, they were oblivious to the dark tendril slithering beneath the shade of a tree, ensnaring one individual's foot. The vine bore sharp barbs that pierced the skin, rendering the unfortunate soul unconscious in an instant. Ultimately, he was dragged into a shadowy hollow of the tree, while the rest lay reclined against the trunk, resting or engaging in idle chatter amidst the grass. No one noticed this sudden change until a startled cry pierced the air. "What bit me?" This exclamation was soon echoed by several others, revealing that a dozen individuals had been bitten. As they took stock, it became apparent that 8 people had vanished without a trace, leaving no remains behind. At that moment, an icy dread gripped everyone, their hair standing on end. How could this be? In the past, when Xiaoyu led us into the forest, we never encountered such horrors. Was it possible that Xiaoyu had sensed danger all along, which is why he forbade us from resting outdoors? That scoundrel, why didn't he warn us in advance? Hadn't he spoken enough? Yet, when they had not faced any peril, they dismissed his warnings as mere exaggeration. Suddenly, the group realized that their previous safety might have been due to Xiaoyu's presence. He was acutely aware of the dangers lurking within the forest and had always managed to evade them skillfully. "Help me. Please, someone help." At that moment, those who had been bitten turned pale, their faces mottled, foaming at the mouth, and convulsing violently, on the brink of death. Then, someone recalled a past incident, saying, "I remember once being bitten by something, experiencing similar symptoms. Xiaoyu, out of nowhere, found a bunch of leaves for me to apply, and I recovered swiftly. We must search for those." With the plants having mutated, the efficacy of the herbs had significantly increased. If they could identify the correct herbs, the results would undoubtedly be instantaneous. However, the others wore expressions of helplessness, for who knew what kind of herbs were being referred to? They were not Xiaoyu. How could they possibly discern the medicinal plants? "Xiaoyu, where are you? Come and save us." The cries of despair echoed from the individuals writhing on the ground in agony, their eyes reflecting hopelessness and helplessness. Many of them had followed Xiaoyu for some time, having participated in the hunting expedition a month ago, where they were direct witnesses to the events. They had received considerable benefits from Xiao Tian and had conspired to frame Xiaoyu, ultimately driving him away. But now, regret surged within them. If only Xiaoyu were still present, they might have had a chance for salvation. Yet now, that opportunity had vanished forever. The others, witnessing their companions suffer and perish, felt a chilling emptiness in their hearts. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian, accompanied by over 100 individuals, ventured deeper into the wilderness. "Look, these mushrooms are edible," Xiao Tian exclaimed as they discovered a vibrant patch of fungi in a damp area, where trees were adorned with mushrooms of various hues. "Remember, Most of the darker colors are inedible. This gray one and the black one are among those that can be consumed. Chapter 19. Xiao Tian's Dismal Defeat. All blame falls on Xiaoyu. Recalling the lessons imparted by his elder brother, Xiao Tian recounted them one by one. The crowd was elated, expressing admiration for the young lord's extensive knowledge. In their past excursions into the forest, they had encountered numerous similar fungi. However, in the wasteland world, the mutations of plants were so extreme that most were highly toxic. Some plants could be deadly even with a mere taste. Thus, no one dared to experiment recklessly. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's guidance, the group promptly began foraging. At that moment, a few famished and parched individuals, upon learning of the edibility, hastily plucked a mushroom and stuffed it into their mouths. In the next moment, these individuals began to froth at the mouth, their bodies covered in water blisters. Many others shared the same thoughts. Upon hearing Xiao Tian mention that the gray and black ones were edible, they hastily gathered several stalks, eager to consume them. However, they were met with a shocking sight. What is happening? Did the young lord not say they were safe to eat? Why is this occurring? In an instant, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. Young lord, I am in such agony, help me. One person cried out in distress. In the past, when someone ingested something harmful, Xiaoyu always managed to rescue them. You want me to save you? How the hell am I supposed to do that? Xiao Tian stared, bewildered at the convulsing figure on the ground. I have no idea what is going on. How can I help? Everything is Xiaoyu's fault. At that moment, Xiao Tian suddenly shouted. He remembered that Xiaoyu had mentioned how rapidly these plants were mutating, especially the fungal species, which were predominantly toxic. Even the slightest toxicity rendered them inedible without proper cooking to mitigate the poison. He only recalled fragments of this information, thus forgetting to caution everyone. It's all your fault, Xiaoyu. You have doomed them. Xiao Tian yelled, his eyes filled with resentment. Yet, he failed to reflect on the countless times Xiaoyu had instructed him that most edible fungi were toxic when raw and could only be consumed once thoroughly cooked. During those lessons, he had always appeared distracted. Furthermore, the toxicity of plants varied significantly between their growth and maturity stages. This was inherently complex, and Xiao Tian still had much to learn. In less than 5 minutes, those who consumed the gray or black fungi had already met their demise. The remaining individuals wore expressions of profound sorrow and despair. Upon entering the forest, they had been filled with excitement, eager to showcase their prowess. Yet now, mere moments into their venture, several had perished. Xiao Tian, leading the group, conducted another search but found no sustenance. They were left with no choice but to hunt a few ferocious beasts to quell their hunger. Upon returning to the settlement with the remaining members, Xiao Tian was utterly bewildered. What had transpired? Why, after such a brief absence, had dozens suffered injuries or death? He seized one of his subordinates and demanded answers with a fierce voice. This was his inaugural expedition as a leader, and yet, despite instructing his team to regroup, a multitude had inexplicably perished. What were they doing? Had they stirred a hornet's nest? My lord, did you find no food or water? The disappointment was palpable among the weary and parched group as they gazed at Xiao Tian, who returned empty-handed. Upon hearing his furious accusations, a wave of anger surged within them. The captain, upon seeing Xiao Tian, appeared anxious and said, My lord, you have finally returned. The forest is perilous. Poisonous insects and venomous ants abound. Even the trees can be lethal. Perhaps we should consider retreating. It was only at this moment that they fully grasped the extent of Xiaoyu's capabilities. Whenever he was present, their team had never gone hungry and casualties were exceedingly rare. He had always managed to avert danger with remarkable ease. Thus, they had been led to believe that the wilderness was not truly hazardous. But now, the realization dawned upon them. Beginning with the disappearance of some and the bites suffered by others, they gradually discovered various dangers, carnivorous flowering trees and venomous snakes and insects lurking in the grass. Within a mere half hour, over 40 individuals had already perished. And this was merely the periphery. Venturing deeper into the forest would only amplify the peril tenfold. Regret surged through the group as they lamented their decision to expel Xiaoyu. He must be found and brought back at once. You suggest we return? Xiao Tian bellowed, delivering a powerful kick that sent the captain sprawling. He cast a frigid gaze over the assembly and declared coldly, Have you all forgotten? We established a military decree upon leaving the city. We shall not return without locating sources of food and water. Furthermore, the wilderness is fraught with dangers. I instructed you to rest. Why did you not seek a secure location? Upon hearing this, the atmosphere within the team grew increasingly tense. It was you, Xiao Tian, who had set the military decree. What concern was it of ours? Besides, when Xiaoyu led, he would undoubtedly shoulder the responsibility alone in times of crisis. He would provide generous compensation for any injured or fallen comrades, ensuring their families were cared for. But what of you, Xiaotian? Your ignorance led to the deaths of dozens, as you allowed the team to rest indiscriminately. The food you procured resulted in several more fatalities, yet you exhibit no remorse, instead shifting the blame onto your companions. In retrospect, they should never have accepted the benefits from Xiaotian or offered him false testimony. Now, they were filled with regret. Let us persevere a little longer. I know that just ahead lies a vast subterranean lake. At that moment, Xiaotian remained oblivious to the shift in the group's perception of him. However, his resentment towards Xiaoyu intensified, fueled by a sense of betrayal. As Xiaoyu's ambiguous words left much to be desired. Had this been heard earlier, the members of the team would have been filled with joy. Yet now, they were engulfed in trepidation, fearing that a momentary lapse could lead to their demise at the hands of Xiaotian. Nevertheless, no one dared to oppose him, for he was the young lord of the city. Moments later, under Xiaotian's leadership, the group entered a natural cavern. To their delight, there was indeed water, pure and pristine. Upon seeing this, everyone was overwhelmed with joy. The water outside, tainted by acid rain, was either greenish-black or reeked of decay. In stark contrast, the water here was crystal clear, teeming with small fish. The presence of life in this water confirmed its purity. Xiaotian truly was remarkable. In an instant, the group resumed their excitement. Many rushed to the lake, scooping up water with their hands to drink. A trivial matter, Xiaotian said, revealing a hint of pride, feeling he had regained some ground. In the next breath, he shifted his tone, stating, however, most of the premium water sources are now claimed by ferocious beasts. As I understand it, there is a nest of large snakes within this cavern, 2 of which are of the 5th rank. Do not panic. We merely need to divert the snakes. With that, Xiaotian promptly ordered a small team to infiltrate the snake's lair and lure the formidable serpents away. Under Xiaotian's repeated assurances of protection, the team reluctantly ventured into the den, aiming to draw out the 5th rank snakes. However, it was not long before chilling screams echoed from within. Soon after, the cavern fell eerily silent. It was evident that those individuals had met a grim fate. What transpired? Hearing the commotion, Xiaotian was utterly bewildered. This very water source had been discovered by Xiaoyu. The method of obtaining water was also taught to him by Xiaoyu. However, it was Xiaoyu himself who lured out the 5th-tier giant serpent. After enticing the serpent, Xiaoyu suddenly scattered a considerable amount of realgar powder, effortlessly driving the serpent away, leaving himself unscathed. Yet, Xiaotian had no idea where to procure such realgar powder. He was only vaguely aware of the operational process. Chapter 20. The complete annihilation of the hunting team. Xiaoyu, I am sorry. Roared just as Xiaotian stood there in confusion, pondering how to lure out the giant serpent. Several furious roars echoed from within the serpent's lair. Shortly thereafter, 2 colossal serpents, each extending over 100 meters in length, burst forth. With a single charge, a dozen individuals were hurled away. Some collided with the rocky walls, their skulls shattering, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and flesh, resulting in instant fatalities. The remaining survivors were left with broken bones and severe injuries. This was merely the beginning, as the 2 giant serpents regarded these individuals as intruders and commenced a frenzied slaughter. Faced with such gigantic creatures, the casualties among the crowd were immediate and devastating. Moreover, several more serpents, most of which were at the 3rd or 4th tier, surged out of the lair, ranging from a length of several meters to over 100 meters. As the group of serpents crashed into the throng, the entire contingent of 500 was swiftly scattered. In the blink of an eye, dozens more fell victim to being trampled or bitten to death. Everyone immediately retaliated. If they could slay these serpents, this water source would belong to our Yen city. Witnessing the rampant destruction wrought by the giant serpents, Xiaotian let out a thunderous shout, rallying the others to counterattack. Fortunately, among the 500, most were empowered individuals, not entirely inept. Moreover, as the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. Under the siege of 500, even the 5th-tier giant serpents sustained serious injuries. The remaining dozen or so colossal serpents have been slaughtered in large numbers. Ha ha ha, that fool Xiaoyu. It serves him right. The thought of Xiaoyu's method of gathering water sources made Xiaotian unable to contain his laughter. What are a few serpents? With a few more people deployed, these snakes could be exterminated, and the underground lake would belong to Yin City. Yet, that fool Xiaoyu, in his foolish compassion, refrained from killing the serpents, only to be relentlessly pursued each time. However, Before Xiao Tian could laugh any further, a fifth-tier serpent's tail suddenly struck out. Caught off guard, he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily against the mountain wall, causing him to spew blood incessantly. Fortunately, possessing the thunder talent and a robust physique. Although the blow severely injured him, it did not threaten his life. Damn beast, perish! Xiao Tian roared, leaping into the air to gather a thunderous attack. He possessed dual talents of wind and thunder, making him immensely powerful. Yet, as soon as he soared into the air, two colossal serpents immediately locked onto him. With everyone else on the ground, he became an exceedingly conspicuous target. In an instant, the two fifth-tier serpents charged toward him. Bang! Bang! At that moment, Xiao Tian felt his bones shatter and muscles tear. If he were to endure another such blow, he sensed his demise was inevitable. Fortunately, under the full counterattack of hundreds, the majority of the dozen serpents had already been slain or gravely injured. The two fifth-tier serpents were also on the brink of death. However, witnessing their offspring being mercilessly slaughtered, the two serpents suddenly let out a heart-wrenching roar that reverberated through the cavern. Initially, Xiao Tian did not take it too seriously, thinking the two serpents were merely struggling in their final moments. However, before long, he was startled by a cacophony of tremors beneath his feet, resembling a multitude of hurried footsteps and the frantic scurrying of animals. What was happening? Something felt amiss. In that moment, Xiao Tian was gripped by a sense of panic, recalling the calamity from a month prior. No, this wave of beasts was tenfold greater than before. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, a series of thunderous crashes erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Long serpents, each measuring dozens of meters, surged into the cave, accompanied by colossal wolves, ferocious tigers, and a host of other savage creatures, all rushing in with reckless abandon. Within mere minutes, thousands of these wild beasts had poured forth, and the clamor grew louder and more chaotic, as if an endless tide of ferocity was pursuing them. Why was this occurring? In that instant, the illustrious genius of both wind and thunder, Xiao Tian, found himself collapsing to the ground in dismay, lacking the wisdom of Xiaoyu. He was utterly befuddled by the circumstances. Given Xiaoyu's formidable prowess, such a horde of serpents would have posed little threat. If he truly desired to eradicate them, it would have been a simple task. Yet, the moment too many beasts were slain, their dying roars could summon a multitude of others, converging upon the humans in a savage onslaught. This was the domain of the beasts, a human forbidden zone. Taking a small amount of water might be permissible, but attempting to seize this vital resource would be tantamount to declaring war against the beast tide. "Young lord, run!" shouted one of Xiao Tian's trusted aides. No sooner had he uttered the words than, bang! A fifth-tier tiger struck him with a violent blow, obliterating his head in an instant. Xiao Tian's gaze turned numbly towards the others, only to discover that from the original 500, half had already fallen. The remaining survivors were predominantly of the second or third tier, with a few reaching the fourth or fifth tier. Although these individuals were still alive, they bore wounds upon their bodies. Confronted by thousands of ferocious beasts, rapidly encircling them, their resistance waned, and it appeared they would soon be utterly annihilated. Alas! A barely audible sigh emerged from the shadows of the cave. In the next instant, a figure materialized before Xiao Tian as if propelled by a teleportation, resembling a towering mountain, shielding him from the onslaught of the beasts. Then, with a resounding boom, 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 the cavern reverberated with blinding arcs of electricity. The beasts, engulfed in electric currents, trembled before collapsing to the ground. In a single strike, over 1,000 beasts lay defeated. The city lord has arrived. How splendid! With the city lord present, we are saved. Everyone turned their gaze towards the magnificent figure, suspended in mid-air, wrapped in purple lightning, resembling both a deity and a demon. They looked upon him as though he were a savior, filled with hope as they awaited his rescue. However, Xiao Ting paid them no heed. Instead, he seized Xiao Tian by the neck and transformed into a flash of lightning, darting out of the cave. In less than a second, the two had vanished, as if they had never been there. What transpired? Was that not our city lord? Indeed, I am certain I did not misjudge. The city lord has come. He must have intended to rescue the young city lord first before returning for us. Yes, let us wait. The city lord will undoubtedly return to save us. At this moment, all the inhabitants of Flame City gazed towards the mouth of the cave, their eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and anticipation. They found themselves ensnared within a tide of ferocious beasts, confronted by thousands of these monstrous entities. Even the former young city lord, Xiaoyu, would have had no chance of survival in such dire circumstances. What hope did they possess? Their only glimmer of salvation rested upon their Lord Mayor. Yet, a cacophony of beastly roars erupted as the ferocious creatures surged forth once more, enveloping the remaining individuals. Before they could await their Lord Mayor, they were already consumed by the ravenous beasts. Lord Mayor, why? No. Lord Mayor, you promised to protect us. Xiao Ting, may you both meet a fate worse than death. As the tide of beasts charged relentlessly, the few hundred survivors were utterly overwhelmed. In their final moments, they cursed Xiao Tian and Xiao Ting with fervent rage, their hearts heavy with regret, lamenting their decision to expel Xiaoyu. It was clear that the young city lord had shown them unparalleled kindness. Yet, what had they done in return? They had acted with treachery and ingratitude. This was their just retribution. They were deserving of their fate. Young city lord Xiaoyu, we are truly sorry. We were wrong. Oh, how I regret it. If only young city lord Xiaoyu were here, we would not meet such an end. Forgive me, should there be a next life. I shall repay your kindness. Chapter 21, Xiao Tian, beset by 1,000 points of devastation. Father, why did you not save those people? Outside the cave, Xiao Tian looked at his father, Xiao Ting, with a mix of relief and confusion. Humph, you impudent boy still have the audacity to ask? Xiao Ting, with a stern countenance, coldly remarked, if I were to inform you that after rescuing them, they would undoubtedly spread word that the deaths of so many were caused by you, would you still wish for my intervention? Of course not. Just as he was about to utter a word of rescue, he resolutely declared the contrary, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. They are merely a group of worthless commoners. If they perish, so be it. He was utterly indifferent. However, should these individuals return alive, the news of his failure would echo throughout the wilderness. How could he maintain his position as the young lord then? Furthermore, the tide of ferocious beasts had already amassed into a formidable force. Even if he were to act, the toll would be excessive. Expending such resources to save these individuals could offer opportunities to rival factions. Xiao Ting cast a serious glance at the cavern. Understanding his role as the stabilizing pillar of Yin City, he would not act lightly unless faced with a genuine threat to Yin City. Especially for the sake of those inconsequential beings. Our Yin City is unmatched. Who could possibly threaten us? Xiao Tian retorted dismissively. You insolent boy, is this lesson not sufficient? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ting once again admonished him with a stern expression. Though our Yin City possesses immense power, there are indeed several bases capable of standing against us. To the west of Yin City lies a formidable base known as Black Soil City, which has long coveted our territory. One day, where we'll inevitably arrive. Thus, you must grow stronger swiftly. Yes, father. After imparting his lesson to Xiao Tian, Xiao Ting whisked away his younger son, vanishing from sight. Unbeknownst to the Xiao father and son, not long after their departure, several figures, bloodied and battered, emerged from the underground cavern, casting their vengeful gazes towards the direction in which Xiao Ting and his son had left. Xiao Ting, you hypocrite! How could we have held you in such high esteem, only for you to abandon us in our time of need? And you, Xiao Tian, you worthless fool, you have caused the deaths of so many. Just wait. We shall unveil your true colors. The group exchanged glances before making their way towards the city of Yin, endowed with the power of thunder. Xiao Ting moved with the swiftness of lightning, and father and son swiftly returned to Yin City. Upon learning of Xiao Tian's return, his fiancée, Lu Ruyan, hurried to him. How could you be so severely injured? At that moment, Lu Ruyan, gazing at the blood-soaked figure before her, was filled with shock. The image of the hero she once admired seemed utterly shattered, leaving no trace of the princely figure she had envisioned. Suddenly, she felt as if the aura surrounding Xiao Tian had fractured. It's good that you're back. As long as you're safe. Lu Ruyan's face radiated concern. Yet she maintained a careful distance. Xiao Tian, already gravely wounded and pale, devoid of any color, felt a surge of joy upon seeing her. His fiancée's concern for him was beyond words. However, upon noticing a flicker of pity in her eyes, his expression turned ashen, and he felt a deep sense of humiliation. After all, nothing is more degrading for a man than to appear disheveled before a beautiful woman, especially when that woman is his betrothed. The most humiliating aspect was that this beautiful woman both pitied him and looked down upon him. In that moment, the proud Xiao Tian felt as if he had been struck by 1,000 blows. He suddenly began to comprehend the anguish that his elder brother, Xiaoyu, had endured a month prior. Was this the torment of betrayal by a brother and abandonment by a fiancée? Perhaps it was indeed such suffering. Tiana, how are you? Fortunately, a sudden exclamation jolted Xiao Tian from his despair. At his lowest and most vulnerable moment, Feng Morong arrived. Upon seeing her youngest son covered in blood, her face turned ashen, and tears instantly filled her eyes. She rushed to embrace her gravely injured son, inspecting him thoroughly. Only when she confirmed that he was not missing any vital parts did she breathe a sigh of relief. From the moment Xiaotian left Yin City, she had been uneasy and had discreetly dispatched Xiaoting to follow him. Thankfully, her son was not in mortal danger. As for the 500 men her son had taken with him, none of whom returned, she did not inquire. Her concern lay solely with her precious child. After all, those men were merely commoners, their lives insignificant in comparison. Tianer, failure is not to be feared. Observing her son's dejection, Feng Murong gently encouraged. I hope you can learn from this experience. When your brother returns, make sure to learn from him. Indeed, in the wilderness, he was undeniably superior to you. Xiaoting added solemnly from the side. He felt a tinge of disappointment in his younger son's actions this time. Yes, father, mother. Xiaotian nodded repeatedly, displaying utmost obedience. Yet, as he turned away, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Xiaoyu, that scoundrel had clearly been rendered useless. Why did their parents still hold him in such regard? His pupils narrowed as he tentatively asked, but will brother return? Humph. Xiaoting snorted coldly. The Black Magic tribe had already dispatched a team of 100, and given their marching speed, they should have arrived. The demise of the Maple Leaf tribe was imminent. With the Maple Leaf tribe gone, would that ungrateful child not obediently return? Since Xiaoyu's expedition, Honglian had been restless, unable to eat or sleep. After all, the Black Magic tribe was immensely powerful and notoriously ruthless. Even her father had met a tragic end at their hands. Furthermore, she had to guard against other forces who might think the tribe was vulnerable and seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. In short, she had hardly closed her eyes these past 2 days. Others were equally anxious, and many stood at the crossroads, waiting for that familiar figure to return. He back. The chief has returned triumphantly. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed through the air. Following that, a throng of people rushed out of the tribe to welcome the hero's return. Upon hearing this, Hong Lian's eyes sparkled, and a sweet smile graced her lips. In the next moment, her weary body stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Just then, a figure appeared, supporting her and cheerfully saying, "What are you doing, Deputy Chief? It's only been a day, and you're giving such grand greetings to brother? You have finally returned." Seeing Xiaoyu, Hong Lian's eyes widened in astonishment. Xiaoyu and his sister were safe and sound. What wonderful news. Sister, brother Yu has annihilated the Black Magic tribe's team. Before Xiaoyu could speak, Xinglan eagerly stepped forward and exclaimed that brother Yu had returned with a substantial bounty of food, weapons, and energy stones. As she spoke, she helped her sister rise and ventured outside the tribe to behold the colossal tortoise. The current earth rock tortoise had surpassed 1,000 square meters in size, rendering it too immense to remain within the tribe's confines. How could this be? In just over a day, had they truly managed to hunt such an abundance of prey? The 100-strong squad of the Black Magic tribe could easily decimate the entire Maple Leaf tribe. Even if Xiaoyu were exceptionally powerful, it would take considerable time to slay 100 foes. Yet now, she gazed upon what was once a mere 100-square-meter tortoise, which had now swelled tenfold, transforming into a small mountain. In that moment, she believed that Xiaoyu had indeed annihilated the squad from the Black Magic tribe. For atop this mound lay a veritable mountain of beast carcasses, numbering at least in the dozens. Notably, several of these were third-tier ferocious beasts, with at least 20 or 30 second-tier beasts scattered among them. The greater the strength of the beast, the more potent the energy contained within its flesh. For instance, consuming an ordinary wild animal could stave off hunger for a day at most. However, feasting on the flesh of a first or even second-tier ferocious beast could sustain one for a day or two. Now, with such an abundance of ferocious beasts, the tribe's food crisis was decisively resolved. With ample sustenance, her body could swiftly recover, allowing her to break through to become a fifth-tier awakened one. Long live the chief. Seeing their leader Xiaoyu return with such a bounty, including over 100 sharp iron blades, the tribe's members were filled with excitement, their eyes gleaming, as they fervently cheered for their chief, overflowing with gratitude. With this substantial supply of food, the Maple Leaf tribe was no longer in want. Moreover, due to their previous lack of weapons, Chunlong and others had been significantly weakened in their offensive capabilities. With these sharp iron blades in hand, their combat prowess would instantaneously multiply tenfold. Subsequently, the entire Maple Leaf tribe commenced a jubilant celebration, hosting a grand bonfire feast, indulging in roasted meats, dancing, and singing with unrestrained joy. By the way, Xiaoyu, just yesterday, Xiao Tian led 500 individuals into the wilderness for exploration. However, it is said that apart from Xiao Tian himself, none of the others returned. Amidst the revelry, Hong Lian suddenly approached, her tone laced with a hint of mockery, for she harbored a deep-seated grudge. As far as she knew, Xiaoyu had been wronged by this worthless individual, forced to flee from Flame City. Naturally, she felt elated upon learning of his misfortunes. Oh, Xiao Tian ventured into the wilderness? Truly. He is blissfully ignorant of the perils that await. Xiaoyu, surprised, recalled how he had painstakingly imparted wilderness survival skills to that good-for-nothing. Yet, Xiao Tian had always let the teachings go in one ear and out the other, utterly incapable of grasping them. He was simply not cut out for it. How foolish he must be to dare enter the wilderness. Xiaoyu could easily envision that, without assistance, the lad would undoubtedly meet his demise. The only reason he survived would be all too clear. Chapter 22. Tian, do not compare yourself to your brother in the future. In the west, amidst the towering mountains reaching heights of 1,000 feet, the great chief, there has been an issue at the Nightlight Tree stronghold. What problem? Speak. Although the infiltrators have been eliminated, one managed to trigger a beast tide before perishing. Now, ferocious beasts are drawn to the Nightlight Tree, relentlessly assaulting the stronghold. It can barely withstand the onslaught. That esteemed individual commands you to dispatch reinforcements immediately. Curse those despicable scoundrels. Flame City makes me its dog. And now Black Earth City wishes to do the same. Why? Upon hearing the report, the chieftain bellowed, his single eye ablaze with fury. The Black Magic tribe had remained obscure for many years until a few years prior when a band of bandits stumbled upon a mysterious sapling known as the Nightlight Tree in the depths of the mountains. The information leaked, attracting a group of enigmatic individuals. These mysterious figures approached the chieftain of the Black Magic tribe to negotiate a collaboration, but he vehemently refused. However, the opposing party, showcasing their formidable power, coerced the chieftain and revealed their identity. It turned out that this individual hailed from a vast stronghold capable of rivaling Flame City, the Black Earth City. Consequently, with the support of Black Earth City and the Nightlight Tree, the Black Magic tribe's strength surged rapidly, swiftly becoming a formidable force second only to Flame City. Yet, the tribe's sudden rise drew the attention of Xiaoting, the Lord of Flame City. On one hand, he regarded them as pawns to manipulate at will. On the other, he discreetly investigated the secret behind the Black Magic tribe's ascension. Eventually, Flame City spies located the Nightlight Tree, a place shrouded in mystery. Possessing it could facilitate the rapid transformation of an ordinary individual. Furthermore, some within the Black Magic tribe had awakened extraordinary abilities through the Nightlight Tree. However, now, individuals from Flame City sought to disseminate this information by inciting a beast tide. Once the beast tide erupted in full force, the location of the Nightlight Tree would be laid bare before Xiaoting, and the Black Magic tribe would be unable to withstand his wrath. Simultaneously, this tremendous treasure, the Nightlight Tree, would be snatched away. Contemplating this, the chieftain's eye narrowed, and he coldly commanded, immediately dispatch the Black Magic squad for support. That squad has already gone missing. What did you say? What happened? Have you forgotten? They were dispatched by you to confront the Maple Leaf tribe. How could this be? A mere Maple Leaf tribe could be obliterated with a flick of the fingers. According to intelligence reports, after Xiaoyu was expelled from Yin City, he proceeded to the Maple Leaf tribe, which raises suspicions among my subordinates. Xiaoyu. Ah, it is you again. Upon hearing this, the chieftain's heart was immediately filled with conjecture. Within the entire Maple Leaf tribe, there exist only 2 awakened individuals. However, those 2 young girls are far too juvenile, with scant resources, and they require a significant amount of time to develop. The only variable is that Xiaoyu, who has the capability to conjure miracles. Especially during that great battle several years ago, he nearly perished at the hands of his adversary. Contemplating this, the chieftain's singular eye brimmed with malice and murderous intent. Yet, he suddenly reconsidered and said coldly, Go, inform Yin City of this matter, and inquire with Xiaoting how he intends to deal with his son, who has violated the regulations he established. He aimed to test whether Xiaoting had discovered the location of the Nightlight Tree. Furthermore, it is known that Xiaoyu was expelled from Yin City. However, since Xiaoyu is, after all, Xiaoting's son, he does not dare to act recklessly. He must first gauge Xiaoting's attitude. If Xiaoting truly renounces his son, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. As for the Nightlight Tree, it is the key to the rise of my Black Magic tribe. It is also the most vital treasure for liberating myself from the controls of Yin City and Black Earth City. I cannot afford any losses. I shall promptly dispatch my black magic guards. Humph. The Lord of Yin City, the Lord of Black Earth City, your triumph will not endure for long. The chief extracted 2 parchment scrolls from his bosom, his eyes glimmering with a mix of excitement and avarice as he perused their contents. Once I acquire the treasures within, I shall establish the next stronghold. At that time, both Flame City and Black Earth City shall fall before me. In Flame City, numerous citizens awaited at the city gates, eager for the return of their young lord, who they hoped would bring back an abundance of water and provisions. After all, since the water supply had been halved, many had gone days without bathing. The daytime temperatures soared beyond 40 degrees Celsius. Each day, laboring under the sweltering sun, they were left drenched in sweat, unable to even cleanse their bodies. Their skin felt sticky and coated in layers of grime. Yet, as a day and night passed, the anticipated return of the young lord's party remained shrouded in silence, as if they had never existed. Then, the lord of the city, Xiaoting, suddenly announced that young Lord Xiaotian had encountered a horde of beasts in the wilderness, and all had perished gallantly in battle. To commemorate the fallen warriors, Lord Xiaoting personally recited elegies, extending condolences to the families of those who had sacrificed their lives. Under Xiaoting's deft handling of the situation, the populace felt not resentment, but rather profound gratitude. For although their husbands and sons had lost their lives, they received compensation from the Lord. The families of the deceased harbored no grievances, and though others were deeply disappointed, they dared not voice their discontent. At that moment, within the Lord's estate, Xiaoting finally felt he had skillfully navigated this predicament. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he reflected on the chaotic mess his younger son Xiaotian had created. Even as a peak-level 8th-tier powerhouse, he felt overwhelmed. In this instant, he found himself yearning for the presence of his eldest son. For over a decade, the eldest son has alleviated various burdens for him, capable of resolving any trouble. However, the younger son, Xiaotian, lamented, "Father, mother, it is all my fault." Upon witnessing the displeased expressions of his parents, Xiaotian immediately knelt down, acknowledging his mistakes with a docile demeanor, embodying the essence of a well-behaved child. Lu Ruyan, observing from the side, felt a profound sense of complexity. She vividly recalled telling Xiaoyu 2 days prior, "You will regret this. I await the moment you kneel to admit your errors." Yet now, she did not witness Xiaoyu's remorse. Instead, she was confronted with the scene of her most favored fiancé kneeling in acknowledgement of his faults. In an instant, Lu Ruyan found herself at a loss for emotions. "Ah, Tiana, one is not a sage. Who among us is without faults? You have already performed admirably. There is no need for self-reproach." Upon seeing his younger son's sincere repentance, Xiaoting's fleeting displeasure dissipated, replaced by a gentle smile as he offered words of comfort. With a wave of his hand, he lifted Xiaotian from the ground. Feng Murong, tenderly stroking Xiaotian's head, softly reassured him, "Your brother has always navigated the wild since childhood. It is only natural that he is more adept at surviving in such a harsh environment. Do not compare yourself to him." Upon hearing these words, Xiaotian's face turned pale. He did not wish to compete with his brother. However, in this desolate world, sustenance and water were paramount. Lu Ruyan's emotions surged tumultuously. With Xiaoyu incapacitated, could it be that Xiaotian was inferior to him? Fortunately, the Black Demon tribe had set out long ago, and the Maple Leaf tribe should no longer exist. Thus, you should be returning home soon. Xiaoting gazed toward the direction of Yin City, his pupils flickering with uncertainty. He temporarily deceived the foolish commoners through various means of coercion and temptation. However, he once again publicly vowed to resolve the water source issue swiftly. Yet, sending his youngest son, Xiaotian, into the wilderness to search for water sources was utterly out of the question. He could not allow Xiaotian to fall into a second crisis. It was imperative to summon his eldest son, Xiaoyu, back promptly to seek new water sources. Otherwise, the recent loss of 500 lives would inevitably come to light. As the family of 3 breathed a sigh of relief, several bloodied figures finally returned to Yin City. These individuals had just come back from the Blackwind Forest. The young city lord, utterly incompetent, had triggered a beast tide, resulting in the deaths of 500 people. The city lord, upon witnessing this tragedy, had done nothing to assist, allowing our 500 to be slaughtered. Undeterred by the threat of death, they spoke incessantly about their ordeal, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Were these not the very individuals who had ventured into the mountains with the young city lord? The city lord had claimed they were all dead? My heavens, is this truly the reality? The beast tide was indeed instigated by the young lord, Xiaotian. leading to the demise of 500 souls? And the city lord, who had clearly arrived, chose to stand by and do nothing. Why do you say again? I believe it to be true. Indeed. Look at them. They are gravely injured, one even with an arm severed, with blood drained from their bodies. It is evident they suffered immensely, their determination compelling them to return to Yin City. Now, let us see how the city lord and his son will explain this. As soon as they returned to the city, their identities were recognized, and their harrowing tale from the Black Wind Forest was heard by countless people. In a fleeting moment, the citizens of Yin City became acutely aware of the unfolding events and surged towards the Lord's mansion. Chapter 23. The Fall of the Xiao Family. Moments later, at the entrance of the Lord's mansion, voices clamored, "My lord, why are you so heartless? Why did you turn a blind eye to my son's plight? Lord, we implore you to step forward and provide us with an explanation." Thousands of commoners surrounded the Lord's mansion, creating an impassable barrier, their collective fury palpable as they raised an uproar. What is transpiring outside? What is all this commotion? Inside the mansion, Xiaoting, visibly agitated with furrowed brows, frowned at the ruckus. One of his subordinates, after a brief investigation, returned with a pallid complexion, exclaiming, "My lord, we are in grave trouble." "What is it?" Xiaoting's expression darkened, an ominous premonition creeping over him. "Several severely injured individuals have just entered the city." The subordinate glanced at Xiao Tian beside him and continued, "Upon confirming their identities, we discovered that they were among those who ventured into the forest with the young lord." "What? How could anyone have returned alive?" The moment those words escaped, the faces of everyone present turned ashen. "Where are they? What did they say?" Xiaoting's countenance was as dark as a stormy sea as he coldly inquired. "They are at the city gates, and they claim that the young lord triggered the beast tide, while you, my lord." Sensing the murderous intent in Xiaoting's gaze, the subordinate swallowed hard and grit his teeth, stating, "I intended to stop them, but they insisted on sharing their tale with everyone they encountered. Moreover, they arrived at the city gates already lifeless." Boom. The Xiao family, consisting of 3 members, felt as if they had been struck by lightning, their minds buzzing with chaos. They had spoken of this matter throughout their arduous journey from the Black Wind Forest to the city of Yin, a distance exceeding 100 kilometers. How many individuals had they confided in regarding this situation? Now, they were entangled in a grave predicament. With Xiaoting's formidable strength, he could sense the turmoil outside. The gates of the Lord's mansion were besieged by thousands, all with bloodshot eyes, filled with sorrow and indignation. After all, the 500 who had tragically perished all had families. If he could not provide these people with an explanation, it would be exceedingly difficult to quell the unrest. At that moment, even Xiaoting felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, collapsing into a chair. With his capabilities, rescuing those individuals would have been a simple task. However, considering various factors, he refrained from intervening. He watched helplessly as despair consumed those lives. In that instant, a flicker of regret arose within him, not for failing to save them, but for not verifying whether they were truly beyond salvation. Now, even if he wished to conceal the truth, he was at a loss as to how to proceed. Would he have to eliminate everyone privy to this information? How many lives would that entail? The entire city of Yin housed tens of thousands. Witnessing this, Xiao Tian fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, crying out, "Forgive me, father. I have brought you trouble. I am so useless." As he spoke, he struck himself fiercely across the face. Observing Xiao Tian's anguished tears and self-inflicted blows, Xiao Ting and his wife did not intervene this time, for they had truly exhausted their efforts. They had sacrificed so much for their youngest son, even losing their eldest in the process. However, they are now somewhat disheartened. Lu Ruyin gazed coldly at everything, remaining silent, lost in thought. "Enough. Acknowledging one's mistakes is sufficient. You may rise," he finally spoke softly. Yet, in the end, Xiao Ting's heart softened, and he waved his hand for Xiao Tian to stand. He then declared in a deep voice, "Failure is the mother of success. Remember the lessons of today. Although the situation appears quite troublesome, what these commoners truly care about is merely the water supply. Rectifying this issue will render all else insignificant." Xiaoting's rapid ascent over the years is a testament to his prowess as a formidable leader. Regaining his composure, he swiftly identified the crux of the matter. The words of those few individuals greatly impacted the reputation of both father and son. However, in this desolate world, only strength and resources hold true significance. As long as Xiaoting remains an 8th-tier powerhouse and the lord of Yin City, nothing else will pose a problem. What does it matter if their reputations are tarnished? All can be remedied. After all, those individuals are merely a group of lowly peasants, utterly insignificant. By offering them a modicum of favor in the future, They will soon forget everything. Immediately, Xiaoting issued another proclamation, branding those individuals as deserters, claiming they conspired to defame the Lord in a bid to escape their own culpability, while enumerating a series of charges against them. Simultaneously, Xiaoting publicly vowed to resolve the water supply issue promptly. Under the dual pressures of coercion and enticement, the uproar finally subsided once more. Yet, deep down, Xiaoting was acutely aware that these maneuvers were nothing more than a futile attempt to silence the clamor. A renewed sense of helplessness surged within him. Once again, I find myself yearning for my eldest son, Xiaoyu. When he was present, he embodied a deity, revered and held in awe by all commoners. Yet now, they dare to besiege his lordship as residents. In a single day, he has resorted to using force against the populace, exhibiting none of the grandeur expected of a true powerhouse. Within just one day, he has nearly fallen from grace. The mighty god of thunder has been reduced to a cunning and despicable villain in the eyes of the people. With his authority shattered, how can he hope to govern this city henceforth? Xiaoting, feeling utterly defeated, slumped back into his stone chair, massaging his throbbing temples, and sighed deeply. Alas, I can only wish for you to return to the city soon. If you were to come back, everything could be resolved with ease. In this moment of peril, the only solution that comes to mind is still my eldest son. Feng Murong and Xiao Tian also grasped the gravity of the situation, nodding in agreement. At this moment, even Xiao Tian, who harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Xiaoyu, longed for his return. Once he resolves the water crisis in Yin City, they could then dismiss him. To summon Xiaoyu back? Upon hearing the sentiments of the Xiao family, Lu Rian couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. She had personally sought out Xiaoyu and knew well that he was no longer the accommodating fool who could be summoned at will. He had irrevocably changed. Even she could not persuade him to return. Uncle Xiao, Aunt Xiao, I shall take my leave, she stated. For reasons unknown, Lu Rian found the family's expectations absurd and resolved not to involve herself in their affairs any longer. After bidding her farewell, she turned to leave. At that moment, a subordinate delivered a letter. My lord, we have received correspondence from the Black Demon tribe. Upon hearing this, the three members of the Xiao family were instantly invigorated. It seemed the Black Demon tribe had indeed annihilated the Maple Leaf tribe. Finally, a piece of good news. Reflecting on the matter concerning his eldest son, Xiaoting's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Was this not the turning point he had long awaited? Although the Black Demon tribe was notoriously brutal and harbored secrets from him, this troublesome faction could indeed assist him in numerous endeavors. Once the Maple Leaf tribe was vanquished, Xiaoyu would surely return to Flame City in no time. Feng Murong and Xiao Tian, upon seeing the letter, shared a similar realization. Just as Lu Ruyan, who had been about to leave, paused momentarily, an odd expression crossed her face as she gazed at Xiaoting. She couldn't shake the feeling that events might unfold unexpectedly. Indeed, as Xiaoting cast a glance at the letter, his eyes widened in disbelief. What? How could this be? What had so astonished him? Observing her husband's reaction, Feng Murong took the parchment and read it herself. In the next moment, her own eyes widened in shock. The letter stated that the 100-man squad sent by the Black Demon tribe had been completely annihilated. The couple exchanged incredulous glances, both struggling to comprehend the situation. Wasn't Xiaoyu rendered powerless? How could he have achieved this? Xiao Tian took the letter and scrutinized it, his expression clouded with suspicion. Could it be that they encountered a beast tide? A sense of foreboding washed over him. Was it possible that Xiaoyu had regained his strength? Such news would undoubtedly spell trouble for him. It couldn't possibly be a beast tide. Xiaoting shook his head, his tone resolute as he declared. The Black Demon tribe dispatched individuals to meticulously scour the battlefield. The bodies of the 100-man squad remain, yet their weapons have vanished without a trace. When ferocious beasts take lives, they only carry away corpses, not weapons, for they have no use for them. The annihilation of this squad must have been orchestrated by humans. In the end, Lu Ruyan could not recall how she had walked away. All she knew was that her mind was a cacophony of noise. Xiao Tian had been calling out to her from behind, but she could hardly muster the energy to respond. Her former fiancé, Xiaoyu, remained a formidable force, effortlessly vanquishing over 100 bandits. Meanwhile, her new betrothed lay utterly defeated, a source of profound embarrassment. From this moment forth, she would be reduced to a mere jest, a person blind to reality. Could it be that this wayward son has regained his strength? Xiaoting meticulously scrutinized the contents of the letter, feeling a surge of shock intermingled with furious indignation. If this were indeed true, then Xiaoyu might have reclaimed his prowess. But why had this rebellious child chosen not to inform them? Was it a deliberate attempt to provoke them? After all, they had initially dismissed Xiaoyu, believing him to be irreparably broken and unworthy of their attention. Had they known he could recover, they would never have forsaken him. How could it have escalated to such a point? A reply must be sent to the Black Demon tribe. The Maple Leaf tribe must be annihilated without exception. Chapter 24. The future of the Maple Leaf tribe. The news of the complete annihilation of the Black Demon squad spread swiftly. In no time, various factions in the wilderness were engulfed in astonishment, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. How could the Maple Leaf tribe possess such formidable strength to triumph over the Black Demon squad? In my view, it is likely the handiwork of Xiaoyu. Truly, he is the king of the wilderness. After merely a month of decline, he has remarkably risen once again. Fortunately, we did not act impulsively and assault the Maple Leaf tribe. Otherwise, our small faction could have faced utter annihilation. Indeed, it was a close call. Upon learning that the Black Magic tribe had taken action, numerous factions eagerly awaited the spectacle, hoping to seize the opportunity when both sides were left battered and bruised. However, now, everyone is gripped by trepidation, hastily abandoning such thoughts. After all, aside from the Black Magic tribe, most warriors from other factions number fewer than 100. Xiaoyu could easily obliterate the Black Magic squad, and perhaps he could do the same to them as well. At the Maple Leaf tribe, atop the back of the Earth Rock Tortoise, Xiaoyu, accompanied by the two sisters Hong Lian and Xing Lan, leaned over a stone table, examining a collection of rudimentary blueprints. These sketches, drawn with a charcoal pencil, depicted simple house structures, the work of Xiaoyu himself. He had previously promised the two sisters that when the tortoise grew larger, he would construct a home for them. Now that the Earth Rock Tortoise had reached the 4th tier, it was time to fulfill that promise. After all, he was the sole inhabitant of the tortoise, which felt rather desolate. With the charming companionship of Hong Lian and Xing Lan, the atmosphere became lively. "I prefer this one, the Chinese style," Xing Lan exclaimed, pointing to a blueprint. Hong Lian shrugged, indicating her lack of objections, as long as her sister was happy. "I too favor the Chinese style," Xiaoyu replied with a hearty laugh. In the next moment, he leaped to the ground and pressed his hands onto the earth. The power of the earth. Arise. In an instant, a torrent of soil and rocks surged forth, swiftly ascending the shell of the Earth Rock Turtle. With the acquisition of this earthly force, its strength ascended to the 4th tier. Now, Xiaoyu's mastery over soil and stone was tenfold stronger than before. In conventional construction, one must first lay a foundation using reinforced concrete. However, the Earth Rock Turtle possessed the might of the earth, allowing it to manipulate the stones upon its back, significantly reducing the labor involved by nearly 80 to 90%. With a mere thought, streams of stone were methodically arranged, each piece aligning flawlessly. Subsequently, viscous wet clay was utilized to seal the minute cracks in the stone walls. After half an hour, a meticulously designed 100 square meter dwelling, consisting of 3 rooms, a living room, and a bathroom, was completed in its entirety. Wow, how impressive. There isn't a single gap. The two women surveyed their surroundings, utterly astonished. It is essential to note that in the wasteland world, there exists no industrial system, not even bricks and tiles. Even the manor of the Lord of Flame City, Xiaoting, was merely a haphazard pile of stones. These structures were typically filled with copious amounts of thick mud to seal the gaps. This method, however, had a significant drawback. In arid conditions, the buildings would crack. Yet, the residence constructed by Xiaoyu was entirely different. Its walls were smooth, straight, and as hard as iron. Moreover, not a single gap could be found. It resembled a flawless piece of craftsmanship, after all. It was forged by the power of the earth, which naturally endowed the walls with a density far surpassing that of ordinary stone. Is this truly our future home? It is stunning. Xing Lan's azure eyes sparkled with countless stars, her gaze filled with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation as she looked at Xiaoyu. Clean and tidy, with a pair of windows on either side at a height of half a person. When the windows are closed, it becomes completely airtight. Indeed. It is true. Xiaoyu chuckled as he pinched the little girl's cheek, filled with collagen, soft and smooth, a delightful sensation. Ouch! Annoying brother you. Xing Lan grimaced in pain, her pretty face flushed with embarrassment. Just a moment ago, she believed she was dreaming, but now she was certain that everything was real. She and her sister finally possessed a stone house. Brother you, will we burn ourselves while roasting on the back of the Earth Rock Turtle? Not at all. It doesn't mind the heat. Will it get tired with all these things on it? No, the capable always bear more. The two girls joyfully experimented with various activities in the house, reveling in their delight. Xiaoyu gazed thoughtfully at the expansive back of the earth rock turtle, pondering that there was still space available for the construction of several more houses. The area of the turtle's back already exceeded 1,000 square meters. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. Since the earth rock turtle could continue to grow, how large would it become when it reached the 5th or 6th tier? It could reach at least 10,000 square meters, perhaps even 100,000 square meters. By then, every member of the tribe could reside atop it. As Xiaoyu contemplated this, he found himself at the tribe's training grounds. Remember, the essence of the 8-blade is speed, precision, and ferocity. Upon his arrival, the sounds of rallying cries and the thud of punches echoed through the air after he introduced them to modern strength training methods. On the first and second days, the participants were left exhausted, their bodies aching in agony. However, by the third day, they had fully recovered, their strength noticeably enhanced. Even Xiaoyu couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary physical prowess of the inhabitants of this world, far surpassing that of Earth. Additionally, Xiaoyu took the opportunity to impart some combat techniques and swordsmanship. As a master of martial arts, he had trained the majority of the warriors in Yin City. Moreover, with the enhancement of his own abilities, Xiaoyu found his mind becoming increasingly sharp, allowing him to recall a wealth of knowledge from his past education. In his previous life, he was an avid cinephile, having watched every classic martial arts film on Earth, including Ip Man, The Master, Kill Zone, and Once Upon a Time in China. The techniques he had observed in these films, upon careful contemplation, could be learned and even deconstructed. With such rigorous training, coupled with the abundant supply of beast meat and energy stones, Xiaoyu speculated that, before the night of the full moon, each individual could potentially advance at least one rank. By that time, every young adult in the Maple Leaf tribe would be at least of the first rank. Furthermore, each would possess a sharp iron blade, sufficient to challenge beasts of the same rank. In Chapter 25, The Mysterious Army, the Nightlight Tree Stronghold, it is noted that these martial arts techniques have minimal impact on high-ranking experts. However, they remain significantly beneficial for those at the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th ranks, especially in hunting ferocious beasts. Xiaoyu is confident that the warriors he trains will undoubtedly dominate others of the same rank. The Maple Leaf tribe is now on a path toward stability. When the final confrontation with the Black Demon tribe unfolds, he will present everyone with a delightful surprise. In the ensuing 2 days, the Black Magic tribe refrained from any incursions, allowing Xiaoyu to relish in the tranquility. He seized this opportunity to impart knowledge to his clansmen. The able-bodied youth engaged in rigorous training, honing their physiques and practicing the martial arts and sword techniques taught by Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, the women, children, and the elderly, under the guidance of Xinglan, undertook logistical tasks, meticulously skinning and cleaning the beast previously hunted to transform the meat into cured provisions that could be preserved for an extended period. After all, the sweltering temperatures posed a risk of rapid spoilage within just a few days. Additionally, they scoured the outskirts of the surrounding forests in search of various edible plants, gathering them for future cultivation. "Brother, we have news." Just as Xiaoyu was instructing the group in Mu's Tai, Hong Lian approached with urgency. "Oh, have you finally pinpointed their location?" Xiaoyu's heart leaped with anticipation. The Black Magic team had concealed their identities during their venture to the Nightlight Tree outpost. Thus Xiaoyu had only managed to extract a vague sense of their whereabouts from the interrogation of their captain. "Indeed, based on the intelligence you provided, we have identified an area teeming with ferocious beasts, situated deep within the Black Wind Forest. It is fraught with danger, populated by creatures of the 3rd and 4th tiers." Hong Lian reported solemnly. "That must be the place." Xiaoyu affirmed resolutely. "You intend to seize the Nightlight Tree?" Upon hearing this, Hong Lian instantly comprehended the implication. According to the Black Magic captain, deep within the forest lies a mysterious spring, which, after absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, gives rise to a wondrous little tree known as the Nightlight Tree. During the day, the luminous trees absorb natural light sources, and by night, they transform this light into pure energy, even condensing luminous dew, which, when consumed, can cleanse the essence and fortify the self. No wonder the Black Skull tribe has advanced so rapidly. In just a few years, they have enabled thousands to significantly enhance their strength, with the weakest among them being at least at the 1st tier. Red Lotus realized this with astonishment. "Our enmity with the Black Demon tribe is already established. Having discovered their treasure, how could we let it slip away? Furthermore, if the Maple Leaf tribe were to obtain the luminous trees, it would not be long before our entire clan could become formidable warriors, effortlessly annihilating the Black Demon tribe and even establishing a power rivaling Flame City. As Xiaoyu spoke, his eyes sparkled with fervor. Regardless of the reasons, he was determined to acquire the luminous trees. However, the path ahead was fraught with peril. Not only was there a cadre of 4 to 5 tier experts stationed by the Black Demon tribe, but perhaps the 2 major bases were also involved in the periphery, along with a plethora of ferocious beasts. Even if one were to obtain the luminous trees, how could they escape? Red Lotus was evidently intrigued by this mysterious spring water. Yet the danger of that situation was palpable. Even those at the 6th or 7th tier could face the risk of demise with a single misstep. Thus, she was deeply concerned for Xiaoyu's safety and reluctant to see him take unnecessary risks. Fortune favors the bold, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, dismissing her worries. He was now firmly at the 4th tier, with strength surpassing 5,000 pounds, comparable to a 5th-tier strength-type mutant. With abilities such as ground evasion and teleportation for self-preservation, he could traverse any corner of this world if he wished. Merely venturing into the Black Wind Forest poses little risk. Remember, until my return, endeavor to refrain from venturing outside. This is to guard against any potential nocturnal ambush. Before departing, Xiaoyu did not forget to remind them. The previous confrontation with the Dark Magic Squad had already instilled a sense of dread across all factions. However, the conflict between the Maple Leaf Tribe and the Dark Magic Tribe remains unresolved. During wartime, it is essential not only to guard against primary foes but also to remain vigilant of latent adversaries. Particularly in a post-apocalyptic world, when one is powerful, few dare to provoke. Yet, the moment one is injured and exhibits signs of fatigue, assailants will emerge, eager to rend one apart. The Maple Leaf Tribe has now amassed wealth, with hundreds of ferocious beasts at their disposal for sustenance. No one can guarantee that someone will not take desperate measures for food. Furthermore, you must intensify your training. Hong Yin, as a Fire Awakener, possesses a physique that far surpasses that of an ordinary enhancer. In pursuit of further advancement and to expedite her return to peak condition, she must prepare for a breakthrough to the 5th tier. Over the past few days, she has been diligently training. However, as she and Xinglan are young women, many of the movements taught by Xiaoyu carry an element of embarrassment. The sisters are reluctant to train in front of others, opting instead to practice solely before Xiaoyu. Fear not, we shall await your return. After imparting this advice, Xiaoyu promptly set off towards the depths of the Black Wind Forest. The Earth Rock tortoise has grown excessively large. To avoid attracting the attention of ferocious beasts, Xiaoyu allowed the Earth Rock tortoise to burrow underground, revealing only a vent camouflaged as a stone. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Not long after, a flash of white light appeared, and a small figure landed upon Xiaoyu's shoulder. It was the little scout he had dispatched, Xiao Shan. The small creature chattered excitedly in Xiaoyu's ear, gesturing animatedly. Another group is approaching us? Understanding Xiao Shan's implication, Xiaoyu's brows furrowed slightly. Are they members of the Black Demon tribe? Moreover, their numbers seem even greater than before. We should follow them and investigate. Xiaoyu promptly decided to pursue them. After advancing a short distance into the Black Wind Forest, he discovered a contingent of over 100 individuals emerging from the ground, covertly observing their surroundings. These individuals were all tall and robust, moving with remarkable speed. Astonishingly, they were clad in iron armor. Each of them wore a coarse black cloak that obscured their features, revealing only a pair of icy, piercing eyes, adding an air of mystery. It was evident that they were far from ordinary bandits. What stood out most was that beneath their black cloaks, they all donned iron armor. This formidable protective gear significantly enhanced their defense, at least tenfold. It is worth noting that while Flame City controls an iron mine, their smelting technology is limited. Currently, the thousands of soldiers in Flame City are only equipped with a single iron blade each. Moreover, only 1,000 or 2,000 of them, being the elite, are privileged enough to wear iron armor. Yet, the Black Demon tribe possesses such a powerful force. Wait, it seems they are heading deeper into the forest? Xiaoyu observed intently and quickly realized that these individuals were indeed entering the forest. Their march was directed straight towards its depths, where the secret stronghold of the Nightlight Tree lay. They must be heading to reinforce the secret outpost. If we follow them, we shall uncover the Nightlight Tree. During the previous interrogation of the captain of the Dark Magic Squad, it was revealed that the stronghold had attracted the attention of ferocious beasts, which were currently assaulting it. Based on the judgments of several leaders, it was highly likely that someone had intentionally lured them. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyu felt a surge of exhilaration and quickly followed suit. To avoid detection, he sought refuge in a towering mountain and utilized earth manipulation to ascend. Upon his arrival in this world, the dense mist of the forest had limited his visibility to approximately 100 meters. Anything beyond that remained obscured. However, with the continuous enhancement of his prowess, he could now discern objects within a range of 300 to 500 meters, even amidst the fog. On days when the mist was particularly thin, he could perceive details beyond 500 meters. At this moment, with the sun blazing overhead and the mist at its most sparse, Xiaoyu gazed down from the mountain's summit and could faintly make out the entirety of the Nightlight Tree stronghold. He even observed, several miles away, a row of rudimentary stone houses standing tall. These stone dwellings varied in size, with at least dozens present, collectively forming a modest base that appeared starkly out of place amidst the forest teeming with ferocious beasts. This was indeed the Nightlight Tree stronghold of the dark magic tribe. However, during the day, the ferocious beasts were predominantly in a state of dormancy, thus refraining from attacking the stronghold. Consequently, the stronghold was remarkably tranquil at this moment, with only a few individuals faintly visible in activity. At present, attempting to infiltrate the stronghold for any purpose would undoubtedly prove to be exceedingly challenging. Therefore, Xiaoyu remained patient, opting to observe and await the opportune moment to act. Suddenly, he noticed another group approaching. Could they be from Flame City? Concealed within the mountainside and camouflaged as a rock, Xiaoyu scrutinized everything within a several-kilometer radius, undetectable to others. However, he inadvertently discovered that behind a small peak several miles away from the Nightlight Tree base, dozens of individuals were concealed. These individuals were exceedingly cautious, remaining prone and expertly camouflaged. Due to the considerable distance in the veil of mist, Xiaoyu could not discern their features and thus could not ascertain their identities. Yet, based on the words of the captain of the black magic team, it was highly plausible that they hailed from Yin City. It appeared that the people of Yin City had finally pinpointed the location of the Nightlight Tree and were preparing to make their move. Could one of them possibly be a leader? Xiaoyu gazed intently at the group, his pupils contracting. Yin City was home to 4 leaders, the weakest of whom was at the pinnacle of the 6th tier. The rest were all at the 7th tier, some even at the zenith of that stage, possessing formidable strength. At present, facing even a single 6th tier adversary would pose significant challenges, let alone a 7th tier one. However, it seemed unnecessary for him to confront them head-on. After a brief contemplation, Xiaoyu smiled and shook his head. His purpose for coming here was merely to pilfer, not to engage in combat. These individuals, hidden away, were likely waiting for the opportune moment, perhaps even offering assistance. Time passed swiftly. Before long, the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the sky. The night of harvest was about to commence. Xiaoyu remained atop the mountain, casually reclining on a stone to rest, occasionally glancing at the group on the peak. Suddenly, a small stone landed near him with a soft thud. Following the sound, Xiaoyu turned to see a figure cloaked in gray, wearing a hooded cape, had also arrived at the summit. A flicker of confusion crossed Xiaoyu's face as he regarded the newcomer. I mean no offense. I merely wish to caution you that things may soon become chaotic here. It is best to leave this place promptly. A somewhat cold voice echoed beneath the hood. Who are you? Xiaoyu inquired casually, neglecting to respond to the initial warning. After scrutinizing the individual before him, he found no discernible markers of identity. However, one thing was certain. This person was certainly not from Flame City. It seems you have your sights set on this place as well, Jun remarked, regarding Xiaoyu with a wary gaze. She had been observing him for some time. Initially, she had assumed him to be an inexperienced youth, but she recognized that should a conflict arise, it could prove perilous. As she intended to scout the mountaintop, she deemed it prudent to issue a warning. Yet, upon closer inspection, she realized that this young man was likely not as simple as he appeared. In the treacherous wilderness, encountering an enigmatic stranger who remained composed was either the mark of foolishness or concealed prowess. With this thought, Jun tentatively proposed, "Shall we collaborate?" "I'm not interested." Chapter 26. Multiple forces competing for treasure. Why not? Jun frowned, taken aback by his outright rejection. The stronghold below boasted several hundred people. How could he hope to infiltrate it alone? Because you are too weak. Xiaoyu retorted bluntly, raising an eyebrow. What did you say? Jun seethed, her teeth gritted, fists clenched in a desire to throttle this insolent fool. Though merely 16 years of age, she was a 4th-tier awakened being, possessing formidable strength and battle-hardened experience. However, in the next moment, she suddenly rubbed her eyes and stared in disbelief at Xiaoyu's location, for she had just realized. The young lad who had been reclining on the large boulder suddenly vanished into thin air. June stared blankly at the stone, and then, clutching her head, she groaned in agony. Hiss. Has the side effect become increasingly severe? Am I truly experiencing hallucinations? Clearly, she perceived Xiaoyu's appearance as mere illusion, after all. How could a living person simply disappear without a trace? Unless, perhaps, one had encountered a ghost. This is dire. I must swiftly locate that object. Otherwise, the transformed monstrosities. Area, see Shi, and Wu Wei, I shall undoubtedly seek you out. The hooded girl was but a fleeting interlude, since she bore no ill intent. Xiaoyu had no reason to trouble her. However, he remained cautious about those he did not know. As he departed from the mountaintop, he observed the inhabitants of Yin City once more. He noticed that after dusk, those who had been hiding behind the peak began to stir quietly, as if they had been lying in the grass for far too long. At this moment, dozens of individuals were cautiously moving about in concealed spots, seemingly preparing for something significant. Xiaoyu contemplated this and once again delved into the earth. Simultaneously, he commanded the armadillo. In the blink of an eye, the armadillo transformed into a burrowing machine, plunging directly into the ground like a torrent of mud and rock, racing towards the depths of the forest. This was indeed the heart of the Blackwind Forest, teeming with formidable beasts. Creatures of the 3rd and 4th tiers roamed freely, and occasionally one could catch sight of 5th-tier beasts. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu had evolved the armadillo to the 4th tier, its power surging once more. The creature, towering at 4 meters and weighing over 2,000 kilograms, was clad in armor of iron that seemed increasingly impervious, perhaps even more so than adamantium. With such mass, it charged forth with reckless abandon, rendering ordinary 4th-tier beasts utterly incapable of withstanding its onslaught, even if it could not best a 5th-tier beast. Inflicting harm upon it would prove exceedingly difficult. Soon, a cacophony of chaos erupted from deep within the forest. Before long, a beast, entirely shrouded in darkness and glimmering with a silvery sheen, burst forth. In its wake followed dozens of other ferocious creatures, each one a formidable 2nd or 3rd tier, with even 2 among them being 4th tier. Once again, night had fallen. At the Nightlight Tree stronghold, the 3 leaders tasked with its defense wore expressions of fatigue. In recent days, scouts from Flame City had ventured deep into the forest and discovered this location. Following the encirclement by the Dark Magic tribe, they had charged into the depths of the forest, igniting a tide of beasts. This had drawn the attention of numerous ferocious creatures to the Nightlight Tree, as its warm luminescence proved advantageous to them. Consequently, as night descended, the beasts would recklessly assault the stronghold, yearning to bask in the essence of the nightlight. The leaders, responsible for the defense, found themselves in dire straits. Daily, they faced waves of beastly assaults, resulting in over half of the original 200 defenders either dead or wounded. While the 3rd and 4th leaders possessed formidable strength, they too had sustained injuries and were utterly exhausted. With our dark magic guards present, the 2 leaders need not worry, spoke a figure beside the 3rd leader, his face adorned with a ghastly mask, as he nonchalantly gnawed on something. This individual was none other than the commander of the Dark Magic Guards, a peak 5th-tier powerhouse. The 150 Dark Magic Guards he led instilled fear throughout the wilderness. If Xiaoyu were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished. For in the hands of this individual lay a corn cob. With the Black Magic Guards here, I am certainly at ease. The 3rd leader nodded with a smile. Moreover, even if the Black Magic Guards falter, there remains that one individual. Contemplating this, the 3rd leader cast his gaze towards the innermost part of the stronghold, feeling an immense sense of security. However, in the next moment, a resounding roar erupted. Roar, growl. The sounds of beasts grew louder. Suddenly, a pangolin, clad in iron armor, charged forth. As it moved, the ground trembled beneath it, and the towering trees along its path were effortlessly shattered, reduced to splinters. Following closely behind were swarms of ferocious beasts. Simultaneously, the 3rd and 4th leaders, along with the commander of the Black Magic Guards, donned expressions of vigilance. The situation had shifted. Everyone, prepare for battle. Meanwhile, on the other side, dozens of individuals hidden behind the mountain peaks observed the approaching horde of beasts with expressions of uncertainty. However, relief washed over them when they realized that these beasts were not advancing towards them, but rather straight into the Nightlight Tree stronghold. Everyone, listen closely. Today's circumstances are unusual, presenting us with our finest opportunity. The leader, a rugged man with bulging muscles and explosive strength, commanded attention. Xiaoyu had surmised correctly. These individuals hailed from Flame City. The burly leader was the 4th leader, a power-type mutant known as the Wild Dragon. The scout who previously discovered this location was one of his most capable subordinates. Before meeting his demise, the scout had triggered the beast tide, which, although swiftly quelled by the black magic tribe, had nonetheless created a significant diversion. However, the ferocious dragon soon perceived the peculiarities of this place. He promptly led his men into the forest, searching for several days until they finally located the site. Nonetheless, he brought only a handful of warriors, fearing that there might be hidden masters within the stronghold, thus he had been biding his time in silence. Now, he awaited the clash between the black magic tribe and the savage beasts, hoping for mutual destruction. At that moment, they could seize the opportunity to pillage the black magic tribe's luminous trees, thereby securing a significant achievement for the Flame City. Even if he remained at the pinnacle of the 6th tier, his ranking would surely ascend. Lost in these delightful thoughts, the dragon remained oblivious to the fact that the pangolin that had dashed into the luminous tree stronghold had vanished. After burrowing underground, it retraced its path into the forest. After more than half an hour, a familiar roar echoed from deep within the woodland. The sound grew closer, and an unsettling feeling began to stir within me. Behind the mountain peak, the dragon, who was eager for action, suddenly felt a surge of unease. As a formidable warrior at the peak of the 6th tier, his instinct for danger was keen. In the next moment, he abruptly turned his gaze toward the depths of the forest, only to witness a horde of savage beasts charging toward them. To his astonishment, the leader of this ferocious pack was none other than the steel pangolin. Damn it, he cursed. Everyone, prepare for battle. Chapter 27. The Emergence of a 6th tier Power. Atop the mountain, June intently observed the stronghold below, seeking an opportunity. However, she quickly realized that the defenses were far too numerous and their strength formidable. Relying solely on her own abilities, she found herself incapable of infiltrating, let alone acquiring that coveted item. It felt like a mere fantasy. Were we destined to lose our final opportunity? As she gazed at the multitude of figures surrounding the stronghold, June gripped her cheek tightly, her eyes brimming with despondency. After a prolonged search for that elusive treasure, she had finally discovered its whereabouts. Yet now, ensnared within a formidable encirclement, her strength was utterly insufficient to breach their defenses. Suddenly, a cacophony of beastly roars erupted. Dozens, if not hundreds, of ferocious creatures surged into the stronghold, plunging the entire night-glow tree fortress into chaos. An opportunity has arisen. June's spirits soared at the sight. Without hesitation, she dashed down the mountain. At this moment, various factions had revealed themselves. The Black Magic Tribe, the Flame City, and June, all grappling with the onslaught of savage beasts, each endeavoring to infiltrate the stronghold through any means necessary. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu remained undisturbed in his home, leisurely kindling a torch while savoring roasted meat, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil he had orchestrated. It was not until he let out a contented belch that Xiaoyu rose slowly to his feet. It is time to seek the treasure, he mused, utilizing earth-shifting techniques to cautiously emerge. As the pangolin traversed the forest repeatedly, it drew wave upon wave of ferocious beasts. In this moment, both the defenders of the stronghold and those from Flame City were confronted with the assault of over 100 savage creatures. Observing the staggering casualties within the stronghold, which had recently bolstered its ranks with 150 members of the Black Magic Guard, the total now approached 300. Yet, in a mere span of time, over 100 had already perished. If you do not take action soon, all our people will perish. At that point, even the Nightlight Tree will be unable to hold its ground. As the death toll rises, even the Black Demon Guards have suffered casualties in the dozens. Suddenly, one of the three leaders shouted. With that exclamation, a figure swiftly emerged from the depths of the stronghold. Cloaked entirely in a black robe, the individual's face remained obscured. However, upon their entrance, they swiftly dispatched a 4th-tier beast with a single strike, showcasing their formidable prowess. What a surprise! It seems there exists such a terrifying force hidden here. At this moment, Xiaoyu, who had just poked his head above ground, was taken aback by the scene. This individual was at least of the 6th tier, yet it was evident they were not a member of the Black Demon Tribe. After all, the number of 6th-tier experts around Flame City was exceedingly scarce. Even the formidable Black Demon Tribe had but one, their great leader. Fortunately, Xiaoyu had emerged only after being well-fed and rested. Had he recklessly ventured into the stronghold, he might have encountered this powerful figure, leading to dire consequences. Although it would be challenging for such a powerful opponent to slay him, the issue would arise that returning to search for treasures would become impossible. Presently, the cloaked figure was besieged by several formidable beasts. and this was an opportunity that could not be missed. Time was of the essence. The location of the Night Light Tree stronghold was quite advantageous, as it was backed by a great mountain, providing a natural line of defense. Several stone houses relied on the mountain, spreading out in a fan shape. At this moment, 100 or 200 beasts surrounded the area in a fan formation, rapidly closing in on the stronghold, or rather, charging toward the mountain itself. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu was cleverly concealed on the mountain, observing everything. The people of Flame City and the beast were sacrificing their lives in a futile attempt to breach this position. However, endowed with the power of the earth, he could traverse freely. Take your time, my dear, the treasure now belongs to me. As I observe these individuals ensnared by the oncoming tide of beasts, a sly grin spreads across Xiaoyu's face as he once again burrows into the earth. When he reemerges, he finds himself outside a stone dwelling. However, as soon as he reveals himself, 2 bandits spot him. Reluctant to raise an alarm, Xiaoyu is left with no choice but to silence them. Harnessing the power of the earth, he ensnares the 2 bandits and drags them beneath the ground. With guards now missing, it won't be long before they are discovered. Time is of the essence. A sense of urgency, coupled with the thrill of thievery, wells up within him. Although he had been exceedingly cautious upon his emergence, he was still detected. This reflects the formidable security present in this area, where every 10 meters is patrolled by guards. With this in mind, Xiaoyu identifies a stone house and boldly penetrates its walls. The solid structure yields as effortlessly as water, creating rippling patterns before reverting to its original state. To his surprise, he finds himself in a bathhouse, which explains the peculiar odor wafting through the air. Undoubtedly, the adjacent room must be a latrine. Upon entering the stone house, he is immediately assaulted by the stench of sweat, prompting him to cover his nose and flee. As for the even more pungent odor emanating from next door, there is no need to investigate further. He hastens to escape. Perhaps only in places heavily guarded can one uncover valuable treasures. The crude and rudimentary huts constructed by these bandits all appear strikingly similar from the outside, rendering Xiaoyu unable to discern where any hidden gems might lie. Thus, he resolves to gauge the strength of the guards as a means of determining his next course of action. Just as he ponders his next exploration, a commotion erupts in the distance. The ferocious beasts are upon us. Let me in to hide. Young master, it would be prudent for you to seek refuge elsewhere. Entry here is unequivocally prohibited. I assure you that I will not disturb anything inside, so please step aside. No. Even if you are the son of the 3rd leader, you cannot enter. Are you attempting to condemn me to death by denying me access? Stand aside. A series of resounding slaps echoed through the air, followed by the crashing of objects. What is happening? Upon hearing the commotion, Xiaoyu stealthily approached. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he felt a surge of delight. He had just observed that the battle outside had escalated to an intense level, with casualties mounting within the Black Demon tribe. The Black Demon guards, who had previously been stationed outside the stone huts at the stronghold, were now joining the fray. Yet, here, outside a stone hut occupying over 100 square meters, a dozen guards remained vigilant. To be more precise, there were 4 stone huts aligned together, forming a square courtyard. While on the mountain, Xiaoyu had faintly perceived a dim white light emanating from within the stone huts. The dozen guards, clad in black armor and wielding iron blades, stood at the ready, maintaining a vigilant watch. The guards both inside and outside the courtyard could see one another, making it nearly impossible to enter undetected. Should any guard spot an intruder, they would be swiftly surrounded by dozens. At this moment, a slightly rotund young man was making a scene at the courtyard entrance, striking the guards. Could he be the son of the 3rd leader? Xiaoyu pondered thoughtfully. The 3rd leader held the highest authority here, and even his son was barred from entry. It is easy to imagine that there must be treasures within. Xiaoyu's eyes gleamed with fervor as he once again delved into the underground. After a few breaths, he navigated through his memories and entered a stone chamber. To his astonishment, this first stone room was filled with an abundance of plants. The interior was dimly lit, yet Xiaoyu could discern the surroundings clearly. A small rain shelter housed a dozen or so plants. He crouched down, cautiously sniffing a leafy green, and exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, it was cabbage, reminiscent of the flavors from Earth. Upon inspecting a nearby vibrant red fruit and golden corn, he realized they were tomatoes and corn. Chapter 28. A Bountiful Harvest. An abundance of resources. Ever since his transmigration, Xiaoyu had speculated that this world was a distant future version of Earth. However, due to certain calamities, everything had been obliterated. The entire planet had expanded 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold. The ecological environment of Earth had undergone a profound transformation. Now, with the discovery of vegetables that could only exist on Earth, he felt more certain of this notion. Yet, what truly delighted him was not merely these vegetables, but the fact that they had been successfully cultivated. It is worth noting that during his time in Yen City, he had tasted vegetables and fruits. However, the produce cultivated by the Xiao family in the rain shelter had not achieved full maturity. They remained diminutive in size and exceedingly bitter, to the extent that even the Xiao family seldom consumed them. The wild vegetables and fruits Xiaoyu found in the forest were utterly inedible. In contrast, the vegetables discovered in this stone room were fully matured. Although there were only a few of each kind, Xiaoyu felt as though he had stumbled upon an extraordinary secret. In the future, perhaps there will be an abundance of fruits and vegetables. What is that plant? It appears to be glowing. Xiaoyu was scanning his surroundings when suddenly his gaze was captivated by a 30 centimeters tall plant, exuding a faint, crystalline green light, twinkling like stars. He could even discern a shimmering glow pulsating within the roots and stems of the plant. Most remarkable was the delicate, translucent pink petals, and at the center, there lay a walnut-sized emerald fruit that looked exceedingly enticing. What kind of fruit is this? It feels rather extraordinary. With just a glance, Xiaoyu sensed that this fruit tree was anything but ordinary. However, he refrained from taking the plant immediately, for his intention was not to seize this single specimen, but to gather all the treasures. The prerequisite, however, was to first locate the energy stone to facilitate the evolution of the earth rock turtle. Proceeding into the next chamber, Xiaoyu approached the wall and stepped directly into it, emerging in another room. Is this an armory? The sheer quantity of weapons, armor, and iron shields is astonishing. Upon witnessing the contents of the third stone chamber, Xiaoyu felt a surge of excitement once more. Inside were numerous wooden racks laden with hundreds of iron swords, dozens of iron armor sets, and several steel shields. If these items were to be taken out, they would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among the minor factions. After all, possessing this equipment would significantly enhance both offensive and defensive capabilities. For the Maple Leaf tribe, this represents immense wealth. All of this shall be mine. Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, onward to the third room. Upon entering, a foul stench assaulted his senses. Is this truly the bedroom of the third leader? The moment he stepped inside, he was met with an overwhelming odor. The sweltering heat and the widespread water scarcity meant that most people could manage only a bath every fortnight, resulting in a potent aroma surrounding them. However, the stench in this room was particularly pungent, a blend of oppressive musk. Yet, it confirmed his suspicion that this was indeed the chamber of a significant figure. Within, a stone bed measuring 2 meters by 2 meters adorned with a massive tiger skin lay before him. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu cautiously began to explore the bed. Soon, he discovered a dagger hidden beneath the pillow, its blade sharp and evidently crafted with great care. Onward, he urged, securing the dagger at his waist as he continued his search. With a swift motion, he pulled open a drawer, revealing a beast hide pouch the size of a human head. As he unfastened it, a cascade of vibrant colors flooded his vision, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. At last, he had found it. Upon closer inspection, joy surged within him. He had successfully located the energy stones he had been seeking. Ding! He acquired 13,041 energy points. Energy points, 13,562. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. Overwhelmed with delight at his discovery, Xiaoyu couldn't suppress a grin. The courtyard was modest, merely over 100 square meters, and he was only a few meters away from a dozen individuals. Moreover, the stone house featured windows, which meant that any excessive noise could easily expose him. Yet, the stringent security outside only heightened the thrill of this treasure hunt. Having acquired such a plethora of energy stones, he felt as though he had struck a small fortune. Previously, he had harbored concerns about returning empty-handed, especially with a 6th-tier powerhouse lurking nearby, always fearing detection. However, with these energy stones in his possession, he could swiftly evolve the Earth Rock Tortoise to a 5th tier. Even if discovered, it wouldn't matter. He could simply relocate the entire courtyard if necessary. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyu resumed his exploration of the room belonging to the 3 leaders. In addition to the energy stones, he found some plant seeds and several rolls of fabric that piqued his interest. Furthermore, there were a dozen wooden barrels filled to the brim with pristine water. When Star Mist was not by his side, accessing water had been quite troublesome for Xiaoyu. With these water sources, he could sustain himself for a considerable time, even in her absence. To his surprise, he also discovered 2 cocoons, both vibrantly colored. What truly captivated Xiaoyu, however, was a beautifully crafted wooden box hidden within a drawer. The moment he laid eyes on the box, he sensed that its contents were extraordinary. Upon opening it, he found two thumb-sized cocoons, one yellow and the other purple, which wriggled occasionally, leaving him momentarily speechless. In the eyes of many modern individuals, silkworms are merely pets to be kept for enjoyment. In his past life, Xiaoyu had cherished raising silkworms as a child. However, in ancient times, silkworms were cultivated for the purpose of weaving fabric. Now, he had two additional pets to tame. The sight of the cocoons instantly confirmed his thoughts. It was worth noting that the textile industry in the wasteland world had nearly become extinct. Only those of the highest nobility, like Xiao Ting and Lu Ruyin, had access to fabric, while the majority of people donned simple garments fashioned from animal hides. Only the vital parts of the body are concealed, leaving most areas exposed to the elements. During the day, the high temperatures pose no issue, yet as night falls, the chill becomes unbearable. Presently, I await the hatching of two moths, after which I shall swiftly tame them. This would enable me to embark on the cultivation of silkworms, or perhaps weave fabric. With this thought, Xiaoyu tucked the wooden box close to his heart, ensuring it was securely kept. As Xiaoyu fervently searched for treasures, the commotion around the stronghold intensified. The pangolin had repeatedly lured monsters, triggering a chain reaction. The disturbance attracted an ever-growing number of ferocious beasts, all rushing towards this location. Consequently, over 200 beasts gathered around the stronghold. However, the hidden sixth-tier powerhouse within the stronghold demonstrated formidable strength, unleashing terrifying power on multiple occasions, slaying several fourth-tier beasts, and even vanquishing a fifth-tier beast. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, a figure, ethereal as a spirit, swiftly approached the courtyard. At last, I have entered. June's abilities are intertwined with the night. She thrives in darkness, capable of momentarily cloaking herself within it. Seizing the opportunity while the sixth-tier powerhouse was absent, she successfully infiltrated the courtyard and began her meticulous observations. Previously, that foolish individual, whom she had benevolently chosen to collaborate with, had the audacity to deem her too weak. She had effortlessly gained entry. Meanwhile, that young man was likely oblivious, wandering aimlessly, unable to even approach the main gate. With indignation simmering in her heart, June began to scrutinize the various stone houses. The treasure must be hidden within one of these structures. But which one could it be? At that moment, in the center of the courtyard, a pool of crystal-clear spring water radiated a luminous glow. The brilliance instantly illuminated the entire courtyard, bright as day. June, who had been shrouded in darkness, was abruptly revealed. Someone had intruded into the room of the third leader. Quickly, eliminate him. A commanding voice resonated. A dozen black magic guards swiftly formed a surrounding formation and rushed forward. It was over. June's heart sank, her face turning pale with shock. She had never imagined that her true form would be exposed so suddenly. The chaotic battlefield and the night had been her allies. But now she found herself with nowhere to hide. Among the guards, the weakest were at the third tier, and there were 3 fourth-tier enhancers. In such a confined space, besieged by so many powerful adversaries, her demise was inevitable. Forgive me, Arya and Wu Weier. I have failed to fulfill our agreement and cannot seek you out anymore. In this moment, June gazed towards the distant west, her eyes filled with despair and reluctance. All she could do now was close her eyes and await her fate. Yet, she still felt a pang of sorrow for her companions. However, considering the time, they should have also arrived at that sacred city by now. As long as they could apprentice under that esteemed master, they would likely no longer be hunted by humanity. Chapter 29. Ascending to the 5th tier, the Earth Dragon Turtle. What a refreshing sensation. As Xiaoyu was searching for treasures, a beam of white light suddenly pierced through from outside the window. It was still early evening, yet the heat was still intense. Ever since entering the stone house, Xiaoyu had sensed a slight coolness within. Now, the moment he was bathed in the light, he felt an even greater sense of refreshment, akin to stepping into an air-conditioned room on a scorching day, immensely soothing. Xiaoyu gazed out through the window, and in the center of the courtyard, he beheld a radiant, luminescent entity. The brilliance he felt emanated from that very spot. Could it be the luminous tree? A tree of unparalleled beauty. The glowing object took the form of a sapling, standing at half the height of a man. As the sapling emitted its dazzling light, the ferocious beasts surrounding the stronghold seemed to sense it, roaring madly and increasingly desperate to breach the defenses and draw closer. Suddenly, a thunderous voice boomed. Someone has intruded into the chamber of the three leaders. Eliminate him at once. At that moment, Xiaoyu realized that the light illuminated the room, and the black demon guards had spotted him through the window. At this juncture, more than 10 black demon guards had encircled the stone house, poised to burst in. He could not allow them to enter. A confrontation within would surely result in the destruction of everything inside. Xiaoyu's expression hardened as he swiftly dashed out of the stone house, confronting the legion of black demon guards head-on. What? Upon seeing Xiaoyu emerge, Lu Yu was momentarily stunned. How did this fellow end up here? How did he gain entry? Were these powerful guards truly blind to his presence? Moreover, a living person had intruded, yet why was no one paying attention to her? Kid, run! Just as she was lost in her thoughts, feeling a tinge of humiliation at being overlooked, she witnessed the formidable black demon guards charging toward Xiaoyu, all wielding their blades. Lu Yu instinctively gasped in alarm. However, Xiaoyu stood at the doorway, utterly motionless. This was it. Surely, he must have been paralyzed by fear. Youngster, how dare you trespass into the territory of our dark magic tribe? Prepare to meet your demise. The dark magic guards, witnessing Xiaoyu's refusal to evade, presumed he was paralyzed with fear and reveled in their perceived triumph, swinging their blades with ferocity. Was he truly to perish just like that? June stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her, a young life extinguished so tragically in her presence, stirring a pang of sorrow within her. She had thought him to possess some skill, yet now, just as everyone anticipated Xiaoyu's inevitable bloodshed, a cacophony of clashing metal erupted. Several razor-sharp blades struck Xiaoyu, akin to striking steel. No, in fact, it was far more resilient than steel. The dark magic guards who had attacked him felt their arms tremble and go numb. They glanced at Xiaoyu, only to discover that the very head they had aimed for remained unscathed. Looking down at their own weapons, they found the edges dulled. One fourth-rank dark magic guard even broke his blade from exerting too much force. At that moment, both June and the dark magic guards widened their eyes in astonishment, gazing at Xiaoyu as if he were some humanoid monstrosity. Hiss! It still stung a bit, akin to a mosquito bite. Ignoring the stupefied crowd, Xiaoyu merely twisted his neck and cracked his knuckles, stating, "You've made your move, now it's my turn." In the next instant, he casually swung his arm, akin to wielding an iron whip, delivering a devastating strike to the chest of two dark magic guards. The two fourth-rank guards were instantly sent flying, crashing into three others in their wake. With a swift strike, 3 out of the 4 individuals lay incapacitated, their bodies broken and bleeding profusely, utterly devoid of combat capability. Is this still human? June's eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured. She had always believed her talents to be quite exceptional and her combat experience extensive. Yet now, she felt that Xiaoyu was indeed correct. She was undeniably too weak. Let us all attack. Eliminate him. The black magic guards converged, intent on besieging Xiaoyu. Suddenly, a series of fierce beastly roars erupted. Xiaoyu turned his gaze towards the exterior of the stronghold, a chill coursing through his heart. There was no time to delay. The ferocious beasts were gathering in increasing numbers, many having breached the defenses of the black magic tribe, drawing ever closer. Outside, the sounds of desperate battle could be heard, as if a beast had infiltrated their domain. Resolving within himself, Xiaoyu summoned the earth rock turtle, which slowly revealed its head. He prepared carefully, making every effort to avoid damaging the 4 houses. Gently patting the turtle's massive head, he offered detailed instructions. This courtyard was his treasure, and he could not allow the precious items within to be destroyed. The earth rock turtle obediently nodded in understanding. Seeing this, Xiaoyu placed his hand upon it. My pet, evolve. Ding. Consuming 10,000 energy points, the earth rock turtle evolved into the earth dragon turtle, advancing to the 5th tier. Instantly, as the energy was expended, a surge of immense power descended upon the earth rock turtle, causing the ground to tremble. Its colossal form, long hidden underground, began to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the earth rock turtle grew from an area of 1,000 square feet to 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 square feet. The body of the earth dragon turtle was undergoing a rapid transformation. Firstly, its head gradually morphed into a fearsome visage, with 2 small bulges emerging on its forehead. As its physique continued to expand, these bulges ultimately ruptured the skin, giving rise to 2 coral-like dragon horns. Meanwhile, its once diminutive tail experienced a remarkable growth, increasing in size by over 10-fold. What was originally 3 to 4 meters long now stretched to an imposing 20 to 30 meters, robust and formidable. With a powerful sweep of its tail, a fierce gust of wind erupted forth. A woo! The earth dragon turtle let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the ground, causing the earth to tremble in response. The ferocious beasts surrounding the stronghold quaked in terror, shivering uncontrollably. Even a fifth-tier ferocious tiger shrank back in fright. The earth dragon turtle expanded rapidly, causing the ground to bulge ominously, as if some monstrous entity were about to erupt from beneath. The courtyard where Xiaoyu resided quaked violently, leaving everyone within in a state of shock. Why had an earthquake occurred so suddenly? The expressions of those in the courtyard were filled with dread and despair. Though they possessed considerable strength, far surpassing that of ordinary humans, they felt utterly insignificant in the face of nature's might, completely defenseless. All present could do nothing but close their eyes in hopeless resignation, awaiting their fate. Was it his doing? June, equally despondent, stared blankly at Xiaoyu. At that moment, fissures began to crack open in the earth, threatening to tear the courtyard asunder. The power of the earth, Xiaoyu exclaimed, forcefully pressing his hands against the ground and applying pressure downward. At this juncture, both he and the turtle had completed their evolution, reaching the 5th tier. The earth dragon turtle swiftly burrowed underground, preventing the entire base from being obliterated. At that moment, both Xiaoyu and the earth dragon turtle unleashed the power of the earth. Instantly, a torrent of earthy energy surged forth, enveloping the entire courtyard in a swift embrace, drawing it completely underground. At that moment, the several black magic guards within the courtyard, including the hooded girl June, attempted to struggle and resist. However, as the courtyard was pulled beneath the surface, everyone abruptly lost their sense of balance. Simultaneously, cages fashioned from stone materialized out of thin air, encasing them all. What had just transpired? What was happening? Outside the stronghold, everyone stood with widened eyes, incredulously witnessing the scene. Even the humans and fierce beasts, who had been engaged in battle moments ago, paused in astonishment. The recent earthquake instilled a palpable sense of dread, akin to a natural disaster, in all present. Even the mightiest of 6th-tier peak warriors felt the grip of death. Not good. The first to react was indeed the 6th-tier peak warrior. As he witnessed the courtyard sinking into the earth, he swiftly dispatched the fierce tiger before him with a powerful strike, then frantically rushed towards the location where the courtyard had vanished. The nightlight tree was still within that courtyard. He had to reclaim it. Just then, a colossal stone hand, several meters in size, erupted from the ground and struck the 6th-tier warrior, sending him hurtling over 100 meters away. The earth trembled once more, fissures splitting open, deep and unfathomable. In an instant, the previously slain 5th-tier fierce tiger and all the 4th-tier beasts were dragged into the abyss, disappearing from sight. These were formidable beasts of the 4th and 5th tiers, their flesh immensely nourishing. The probability of ordinary individuals awakening has significantly increased, not to mention the crystalline energy within the bodies of the 4th-tier ferocious beasts, which amounts to hundreds, and in the case of 5th-tier beasts, thousands. Thus, having witnessed this, Xiaoyu could not possibly let the opportunity slip away. The events unfolded with astonishing swiftness, leaving everyone unable to react before it was all over. Ah no. As the earth regained its tranquility, the courtyard had vanished without a trace, prompting a 6th-tier expert to roar in frustration. Yet, by the time he rushed back, the ground had completely sealed itself, leaving no evidence behind. Chapter 30. Various parties suffer losses. Xiaoyu seizes the opportunity. Meanwhile, on the battlefield where dozens of individuals from Yin City were located, the cursed beast showed no signs of ceasing its onslaught. To prevent these individuals from interfering and jeopardizing his plans, Xiaoyu commanded the pangolin to summon over 100 ferocious beasts, including several 4th-tier and 1/5-tier beasts. In an instant, the group found themselves at a disadvantage, suffering casualties of a dozen or more. Fortunately, with his formidable strength, the mad dragon managed to slay several 4th-tier beasts and 1/5-tier beast, averting the risk of total annihilation. However, they were still trapped by the beast tide, unable to escape. As for whether he would feel remorse for the Yin City people he was betraying, such thoughts were utterly non-existent. He had severed all ties with them long ago. Even if all of these individuals were to perish, he would remain unperturbed, seizing the opportunity to collect the spoils instead. At the stronghold, the minor earthquake caused by the earth dragon tortoise's evolution resonated with a thunderous roar, instilling fear in the myriad of beasts and astonishing the mad dragon and his companions. Yet, before they could fully comprehend the situation, the ground beneath their feet trembled violently, splitting open with several fissures. In the midst of everyone's instability, they could only watch helplessly as fissures in the ground instantaneously engulfed all the 4th-tier beasts and the sole 5th-tier beast. Once the chasms healed, Tranquility was restored as if nothing had transpired. The resonant roars of beasts jolted everyone back to reality. Subsequently, whether among the people of Flame City or the remnants of the Black Demon tribe, their hearts were filled with a tumult of rage as they began a frenzied counterattack. After all, the spoils of their arduous battle throughout the night, the corpses of the beasts and the energy stones, had vanished, along with the most precious treasure, the Nightglow tree, which had been stolen. With the Nightglow tree no longer within their grasp, the beasts lost interest and, with the leading 4th and 5th tier beasts nearly obliterated, the remaining creatures ceased their fight and began to flee in disarray. Go, seek the Nightglow tree. Witnessing the retreat of the remaining beasts, the wild dragon wiped the blood from his face and directed a fierce shout towards the direction of the Nightglow tree's stronghold. He charged straight towards the stronghold. Knowing that half of his companions had perished, he had to seize the Nightglow tree, or he would become a mere laughingstock. Yet, moments later, upon arriving at the stronghold, the wild dragon had yet to unleash his fury. Wild dragon, is that you? Surrender the Nightglow tree at once. Black Venom B, what insolence! This is the territory of Flame City. You, a mere 5th leader from Black Earth City, dare to intrude upon my realm. Do you seek a war? Hand over the treasure immediately, and I shall spare your life. Xiaoyu, of course, remained oblivious, due to a series of cunning maneuvers on his part. Both factions were led to believe that the treasure resided in the hands of the other. At that moment, 2 peak 6th-tier powerhouses were locked in an intense and indecisive battle. However, he had grown weary of their antics, having already acquired the coveted treasure. He had even utilized these individuals as pawns, collecting the remains of dozens of ferocious beasts. In this chaotic clash among multiple factions, he emerged as the ultimate victor. Suddenly, the returning pangolin grasped Xiaoyu's leg, chattering incessantly. Initially perplexed, Xiaoyu's confusion turned to delight upon seeing what the pangolin had brought back. You have discovered a piece of extraterrestrial iron? What a delightful surprise. Before him lay an irregular, oval-shaped sphere, approximately 1 meter in diameter, enveloped in a thin layer of dark brown molten crust, a result of the meteorite's rapid passage through the atmosphere and the friction with air. It is worth noting that even iron ore is exceedingly scarce, let alone extraterrestrial iron, a rare metal capable of forging divine weapons. Once successfully smelted, it would slice through iron as effortlessly as cutting through tofu when dealing with ferocious beasts. During his time in Flame City, Xiaoyu had scarcely encountered any. After all, extraterrestrial iron is often buried deep underground, making it nearly impossible to locate. You truly are my invaluable ally. At that moment, as Xiaoyu gazed at the pangolin, his eyes brimmed with gratitude. This little creature, fond of burrowing underground and disinclined to roam the surface, had previously struck him as peculiar. Yet now, he realized that this little fellow was a treasure detector, adept at uncovering various precious resources hidden beneath the earth. However, the rare metals are exceedingly hard, rendering ordinary blacksmiths utterly incapable of forging them, unless one could somehow entice a master craftsman to return. Xiaoyu recalled the unique properties of the celestial iron and could not help but furrow his brow. Even in Yin City, there are scarcely a handful of master craftsmen, and in the wilderness, there is not a single one. However, first, he must dispose of these nuisances. At that moment, Xiaoyu's gaze sharpened. In his haste, he had merely conjured a few stone cages using the power of the earth to ensnare everyone. This was merely a casual effort. A few 4th-tier black demon guards soon demolished the stone cages and escaped. Now, these individuals still dared to cause trouble. In that case, they might as well meet their demise swiftly. Xiaoyu flashed into the courtyard, lightly stomping his foot. Stone spikes erupted from the ground, piercing forward. When Xiaoyu was at the 4th tier, even a dozen 3rd and 4th tier black demon guards working in unison posed no threat to him. Now, having ascended to the 5th tier, the black demon guards stood no chance against him, swiftly meeting their end. What brings you here? After eliminating all the black demon guards, Xiaoyu turned his gaze towards the hooded girl who had just been besieged, seemingly suffering from significant injuries, and frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, after he had declined her proposal for cooperation, she still dared to enter and seek her own demise. Do you believe me if I say I'm lost? Seeing Xiaoyu's unfriendly gaze directed towards her, June waved her hand and forced a smile. Moments ago, she had vaguely seen a massive turtle head emerging from the ground. That scene resembled an ancient behemoth, long dormant beneath the earth, suddenly awakening, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Subsequently, the entire courtyard was dragged underground by an irresistible force. Everything seems to revolve around this man before her. Previously, she had mocked him for his foolishness, unable even to enter through the door. Yet now, as she gazes at Xiaoyu, a flicker of anxiety stirs within her. Huh? Do you take me for a fool? Xiaoyu scoffed, scrutinizing her tightly wrapped figure with a hint of suspicion. Noticing Xiaoyu's unwavering gaze, June instinctively stepped back, pulling her hood down further to conceal herself. Then, her icy voice broke the silence. Had it not been for you just now, I would have been killed by them. Thank you for saving me. With that, she bowed slightly in gratitude. As she had just infiltrated the courtyard, the glow of the nightlight tree had enveloped her, revealing her true form. It was Xiaoyu who had diverted the attention of the black magic guards, allowing her to escape a perilous fate. Moments ago, she had been besieged by a dozen of these guards, narrowly avoiding death once more. In short, she owed him a great deal. Chapter 31. The Godly Weapon. The Astonished Hooded Maiden. So, how will you thank me? Will you offer yourself? What? Upon hearing this, June instinctively crossed her arms, anxiously fixating on Xiaoyu. This guy certainly didn't play by the rules. Although he was quite handsome, evoking a sense of fondness, there was no way she would trade herself for gratitude. Forget it. I won't tease you. I didn't save you on purpose. I merely sought to eliminate them. Seeing the hooded maiden taken aback, Xiaoyu chuckled and shook his head. June reminded herself twice that he wasn't a bad person. Rescuing her was merely a happenstance. Phew. I still owe you my thanks. June patted her chest, exhaling in relief. May I ask you something? Seeing that Xiaoyu did not trouble her, she mustered a bit more courage. Recalling the unforgettable and chilling scene she had witnessed in the courtyard, she tentatively inquired. The monster beneath, that ferocious beast, is it not your pet? Previously, she seemed to have observed Xiaoyu make contact with that creature. Yet, she could not shake the thought that a mere human could not possess such capabilities, unless he was not human at all. Indeed, Xiaoyu nodded, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. We are currently upon its back. Do you not feel it? What? June's eyes widened in astonishment as she instinctively looked down. It dawned on her that she was still in the courtyard, now entirely dragged underground by the monster. No wonder it was shrouded in darkness, and the air was becoming increasingly thin. Was this endless expanse truly all the creature's doing? Just how immense could it be? It was no surprise it could easily incite natural disasters. At this thought, June, already gravely injured, felt her legs weaken in terror, and she began to topple. However, at that moment, Xiaoyu swiftly stepped forward to catch her, teasing, You possess such a timid heart, yet you dare to imitate others in thievery? Humph. I did not do it for myself. I did it for. June could not help but defend herself. Having endured so much suffering, she had long since become numb. Death perhaps seemed a form of liberation. Yet, she was still young and harbored a lingering unwillingness, particularly to transform into a monster. Moreover, she merely wished to pilfer a trifle, unlike this fellow who had audaciously uprooted an entire courtyard and shamelessly accused her of theft. Did justice still exist? Was there any sense of morality left? You have saved me twice, and I am at a loss as to how to repay you. After extricating myself from Xiaoyu's embrace, I suppressed my fear and, with great effort, stood upright, stating earnestly, This curved blade is a creation of my own hands. A weapon of considerable merit, I offer it as a token of my gratitude. With that, I reluctantly retrieved the curved blade from my waist and presented it to Xiaoyu. What did you say? Crafted by your own hands, a weapon of merit? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he reached out to accept the blade, examining it closely. In this world, weapons are categorized simply: ordinary weapons, weapons of merit, and divine weapons. Iron weapons of Tier 12 are classified as ordinary, accessible to anyone, whether in Yin City or among the black magic guards. Most wielded weapons scarcely exceed Tier 1. Weapons of Tiers 3 and 4 are deemed weapons of merit, possessing exceptional sharpness. Meanwhile, those of Tier 5 and above are regarded as divine weapons, capable of effortlessly slicing through iron and endowed with unique enhancements. With the formidable augmentations of a divine weapon, one's strength can multiply several-fold, even reaching tenfold or more. This curved blade, shaped like a crescent moon, appeared unremarkable at first glance. Yet, as I drew it halfway from its sheath, a glimmering edge flashed forth. I casually drew a line across my forearm, and to my astonishment, it left a stark white mark. The fact that it could leave a trace upon my skin was indeed impressive. It must be a Tier 4 weapon of merit. Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim, for given his current defenses, a Tier 12 weapon could not even graze a single hair on him, let alone leave a mark. However, this blade, with a mere flick, had already etched a white line, accompanied by a stinging sensation. If one were to strike oneself with full force, it might indeed inflict harm, yet it would only serve to wound oneself. To truly end one's life, one must possess a genuine divine weapon. Yet, within the entire Flame City, few such weapons exist. At that moment, Xiaoyu gazed at the hooded girl before him, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. June possessed the skill to forge semi-divine weapons, indicating she was at least a master blacksmith. He was contemplating seeking someone to craft a weapon, and here was an opportunity that was both distant yet remarkably close at hand. Have you lost your mind? This is a 4th-tier semi-divine weapon, extraordinarily sharp. Slaying fierce beasts with it is as effortless as slicing through vegetables. How dare you wield it against yourself? How is it possible that you remain unscathed? Witnessing Xiaoyu strike himself with a semi-divine weapon nearly caused June to suffer a heart attack. However, before she could intervene, she found herself frozen in place. It is worth noting that ever since she forged this curved blade, she had effortlessly dispatched ferocious beasts as if they were mere vegetables. Engaging in combat with opponents of the same rank, she could easily prevail, had it not been for the cramped confines of the courtyard and her abilities being suppressed by the nightlight tree. Even if she were unable to defeat those 10 or so black magic guards, she could have easily escaped. Nevertheless, June, skeptical of fate, seized Xiaoyu's arm and examined it closely. To her astonishment, there was but a single white scratch. Could it be that this fellow was indeed a monster, impervious to even a semi-divine weapon? Though this blade is commendable, it may not necessarily be able to wound me. Moreover, such a blade is suited for women. I prefer a larger sword. Xiaoyu chuckled heartily, sheathing the blade and casually tossing it to the hooded girl. After all, he was of a robust build, accustomed to bold and sweeping movements, making a larger sword more suitable. This delicate and exquisite curved blade appeared more fitting for a lady. Furthermore, he discerned the hooded girl's reluctance to part with the blade. A gentleman does not deprive others of their cherished possessions. Do you truly not wish to? Although June inquired, she clutched her curved blade tightly, a fleeting expression of joy flitting across her lips as she gazed at Xiaoyu, her gratitude intensifying. Xiaoyu's intuition proved correct. This sword was her most cherished companion, and she was loath to part with it. However, the other party had just rescued her twice, and she possessed nothing of considerable value to offer in return. Noticing the hooded girl lost in contemplation, Xiaoyu tentatively ventured, "You must be a master blacksmith. Could you forge a divine weapon for me? I seek your assistance in crafting a truly unparalleled masterpiece. I am not a master craftsman. I cannot assist you." June replied with a wry smile, shaking her head repeatedly. She had merely studied under a renowned craftsman for a brief period, possessing only rudimentary skills. Furthermore, to forge a divine weapon, one required rare metals. Such treasures were exceedingly scarce, and I cannot procure them. Seemingly to dispel Xiaoyu's unrealistic aspirations, June added, "Even semi-divine weapons necessitate rare metals, and divine weapons require even more." No sooner had she spoken than Xiaoyu summoned the power of the earth, bringing forth a stone with a diameter of 1 meter. "You mentioned rare metals. Would celestial meteorite iron suffice?" Xiaoyu declared, exuding confidence. "How could that be possible? Where did you acquire such a substantial piece of celestial meteorite iron? The quality is astonishing." June scrutinized the charred stone, her mind reeling. The rare metal she once obtained was nowhere near this quality and was merely the size of her arm. If she possessed such a large piece of celestial meteorite iron, she could forge not only a curved blade but also a suit of armor. "I simply picked it up while traveling," Xiaoyu shrugged, speaking candidly. "I cannot believe you," June exclaimed incredulously. Regarding Xiaoyu's words, Liu did not believe a single word. Merely possessing rare metals was insufficient. After contemplating for a moment, she shook her head once more. High-level beast scales or bones, along with other auxiliary materials, were essential, especially those of exceptionally gifted creatures, to impart special enhancements in strength and speed. Otherwise, it could not be deemed a divine weapon. The rarity of such materials was on par with celestial meteorite iron. After all, not all fierce beasts possessed formidable innate abilities. Most fierce beasts merely exhibited greater strength and speed than ordinary wild animals. However, she had not finished her statement when a 4-meter-long iron-armored pangolin charged forth. Xiaoyu turned to Liu and inquired with a smile, "Can we use it?" Liu was startled once more, and only when she realized the creature posed no threat to humans did she feel at ease. Although this fierce beast was not particularly large, its ironclad exterior suggested that in certain aspects, it was more extraordinary than the gigantic creature beneath them. As if keeping a mountain-like colossus was insufficient, there was also such a terrifying being. with such high-quality celestial meteorite iron and such a unique, fierce beast. Perhaps I could indeed attempt to forge a fourth-tier quasi-divine weapon without issue, its power far surpassing that of my curved blade by several folds. Although a true divine weapon remained unattainable, any weaponsmith, upon acquiring high-level materials, would yearn to forge. Liu was no exception. Moreover, crafting weapons for Xiaoyu could be seen as a form of repayment. However, given her forging capabilities, even the finest metals would likely fall short of achieving the divine weapon tier. This point, she must clarify. I understand. Doing one's best is sufficient. Xiaoyu nodded, not wanting to impose. He thought to himself that if the hooded girl could not forge a divine weapon, he would learn himself. He felt as though his mind had undergone significant expansion, making the acquisition of knowledge remarkably effortless. Perhaps he could secretly learn from the hooded girl. Moments later, June, who had agreed to temporarily stay to forge weapons, followed Xiaoyu back to the tribe. It was fortuitous that June had just been injured and needed to rest for a while. By the way, my name is Xiaoyu, and yours? June. A beautifully melodious name. Chapter 32. Cat-ear girl? I am not born this way. On their journey, June suddenly recalled something and inquired. Did you happen to see a peculiar plant at the Nightlight Tree Stronghold? It is of utmost importance to me. As she spoke, she gestured with her hands to illustrate the shape of the plant. Did you come here for it? Indeed, I have it. Xiaoyu glanced at her and nodded. Really? Could you show it to me? Upon confirming that the item was in Xiaoyu's possession, June was filled with elation. She had infiltrated the Nightlight Tree Stronghold specifically to steal this plant. If it truly was in Xiaoyu's hands, she would later trade it for something else. Of course. No problem. However, Xiaoyu generously replied, but first, I haven't even seen your face. Let me see it before we make a deal. You. June was immediately incensed, her heart in turmoil. Before her departure, a sister had warned her sternly never to let a man see her true form. The sister remarked that whenever a man laid eyes on her, he would go wild with desire, as though he wished to consume her. Yet, confronted with the tree before her, she found herself compelled to acquiesce. I can show you, but you must not renege on your promise. And you must not mock me. I swear. Xiaoyu raised his hand in assurance. With this, June felt a sense of relief. Gritting her teeth, she slowly lifted the black hood from her head. As Xiaoyu had imagined, she possessed a head of fluffy, disheveled silver hair and an alabaster oval face. Her pale blue eyes sparkled, complemented by a delicately upturned nose and a complexion that was both fair and rosy, rendering her enchanting. However, Xiaoyu's gaze shifted to the top of June's head, where he discovered a pair of pristine, fluffy ears. Are you an ear maiden? Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Sensing his scrutiny, the snowy ears seemed to respond, twitching slightly. Witnessing this scene ignited a fervor within Xiaoyu, filling him with exhilaration. To his astonishment, this world indeed harbored the legendary beast-eared maidens, and she was the most adorable of them all. You scoundrel! Upon catching sight of Xiaoyu's fervent gaze, June's lovely face flushed crimson, tears welling in her eyes. The sister's words had proven accurate. Once a man beheld her appearance, he was driven by an insatiable hunger. Realizing this, she hastily pulled the hood back over her head. Oh, I apologize. I truly lost my composure just now. Noticing the white-haired girl was on the verge of tears, Xiaoyu hurriedly clarified. I was merely taken aback by encountering such a uniquely special girl for the first time. I was simply curious. The distances between each base were at least 1,000 miles apart. The protagonist has always resided in Flame City, having heard tales of the fascinating world beyond and yearning to explore it. However, out of devotion to his parents and younger brother, he has never ventured to other bases, remaining largely oblivious to the outside world. Although he has heard of beast-eared girls, he has never encountered one, believing them to be mere myths. Why conceal such beauty? Xiaoyu pondered, perplexed. Are you unaware of the abysmal status of beastmen? Once discovered by humans, most are captured and reduced to mere playthings, often to their demise. As she spoke, a flicker of hatred crossed June's delicate face, tinged with panic. Does that girl not cherish beauty? She too despises wearing a hood daily. Yet, what choice does she have? Without it, she feels utterly vulnerable. Were it not for this man who has saved her twice, whose kindness she can never repay, she would never consider revealing her true self. After all, beastmen are no longer regarded as pure humans. In the eyes of most humans, they are scarcely considered people at all. Is this your natural appearance? Xiaoyu inquired further. Huh. Upon hearing this, June suddenly threw her head back and laughed, though her smile was laced with sorrow. At the sound of her laughter, Xiaoyu felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, it seemed she was reminded of some harrowing experience. and a flicker of dread passed through her light blue eyes. There are two types of beastmen, pure blood and mixed blood, and I am a pure-blood beastman. Upon hearing this revelation, Xiaoyu's heart raced, astonished as he gazed at June. If she was not born as a beastman, what horrors had she endured to become something so inhuman? We, the pure-blooded orcs, have been confined in cages since our youth, compelled to fight ferociously against ferocious beasts to secure sustenance. Those who manage to slay these beasts and consume their blood and flesh earn the right to become vessels of monstrosity, merging with them to gain formidable power, yet at the cost of our dignity as human beings. Conversely, the mixed-blood orcs have at least one parent who is human. June spoke these words with a vacant expression, as if these events bore no relation to her. Xiaoyu felt a twitch in his eyelids, a chill running down his spine. How could a girl of merely a decade experience such inhumane atrocities? The mixed-blood orcs, with their human lineage, possess significantly diminished strength, allowing them to retain their human consciousness and resist being easily dominated by their primal instincts. Yet we, the pure-blooded orcs, are constantly besieged by the will of the monsters. A moment's lapse could render us into brutal, bloodthirsty, humanoid fiends. Hearing this, Xiaoyu could sense the helplessness and despair within the girl's heart. He suddenly recalled a legend on the continent that the ancestors of the animal metamorphosists were none other than orcs. Through generations of genetic refinement, they eradicated the bloodthirsty savagery of the beasts. Undoubtedly, the white-haired girl is a descendant of those animal metamorphosists. Contemplating this, Xiaoyu regarded the girl with a complex gaze, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. If you wish, you may remain in my tribe. You would take me in? June looked at the man before her in astonishment, disbelief etched on her face. Xiaoyu replied earnestly, stay here. No one shall discriminate against you, nor will anyone harm you. He indeed felt a twinge of sympathy for the young girl. Despite her dire circumstances, she repeatedly warned him of impending danger. Even when faced with a stranger's peril, how could one not feel a pang of compassion for a girl who, though ensnared in hell, consistently aspired toward the light? Moreover, she possessed formidable strength and the ability to forge semi-divine weapons. For whatever reason, Xiaoyu yearned to keep her close. To be honest. June felt a flutter of emotion. After her identity had been exposed multiple times, she had become the target of human hunters. Had it not been for her agility, she would have perished countless times. Thus, she had roamed the earth in solitude, never daring to engage with humans. Yet, she longed for a home. Ultimately, however, June shook her head. This man had saved her twice, but he was, after all, human. Furthermore, beastmen were like ticking time bombs, capable of detonating at any moment. For a brief moment, silence enveloped them. Observing the despondency of the white-haired girl, Xiaoyu extended his hand and summoned a potted plant made of rock, presenting it before her. Indeed, it was a Bodhi tree. After searching for so long, he had finally found it. Upon seeing the plant that emitted a faint, crystalline green glow, June's face illuminated with joy. With this, she and her companions might yet find salvation. Is this plant truly called the Bodhi tree? Such an exalted name. Does it possess miraculous properties? At the mention of this name, Xiaoyu was also taken aback. Yes, it is remarkably potent. It is said that the Bodhi tree bears a fruit known as Bodhi fruit, which has extraordinary efficacy in alleviating pain and healing both internal and external wounds. In June, with a thoughtful tilt of her head, she earnestly remarked, however, the growth cycle of the Bodhi fruit spans 12 months. And this particular Bodhi tree requires approximately 1 more month to reach maturity. At this juncture, her gaze dimmed. Each time she utilized the powers of the monster, she faced an insidious erosion, and now the side effects had intensified. Coupled with her injuries sustained today, she could scarcely endure a few more days before potentially losing control. Not mature yet? Perhaps I can expedite its ripening, Xiaoyu suggested with a smile. Are you joking? I do not believe it. The white-haired girl shook her head, resolute in her skepticism. Let us wager. If I manage to hasten its maturity, you shall remain and assist me. Additionally, you must promise me one thing. If I lose, this Bodhi tree will be a gift to you, Xiaoyu coaxed persuasively. Very well, I accept. The white-haired girl, still too naive, promptly agreed in the face of temptation. Unbeknownst to her, Xiaoyu wore a triumphant smile. His ability to tame various flora and fauna, enabling them to mature ahead of schedule, was hardly a challenge. Moreover, he found this plant, reputed to possess healing powers, particularly intriguing. Nevertheless, there was no rush. He would wait until they returned to the tribe to experiment. As they continued their journey, with time still ahead of them, the two engaged in casual conversation. Xiaoyu inquired about June's abilities. without reservation towards her savior. June revealed that she had merged with the power of a shadow spirit, granting her the capacity to stealthily traverse shadows and execute swift assassinations. Xiaoyu then questioned how. With her entirely white hair, she could blend into the shadows. June refrained from answering, merely stating that he would naturally come to understand by nightfall. Thereafter, both parties fell into a profound silence. In June, as memories of past experiences flooded back, he found himself ensnared, unable to extricate himself. Xiaoyu, too, felt a tumult of emotions, contemplating how to retain the other person and assist in forging weapons. During their journey, he took the opportunity to extract the energy stones from the ferocious beast they encountered. System, exchange for energy points. Ding. The exchange was successful. He acquired 12,913 energy points. The system's notification chimed, and the previously dwindling energy points surged dramatically once more. Initially, he had only intended to collect 4th and 5th tier resources. Yet he inadvertently amassed a considerable number of 2nd and 3rd tier ferocious beasts, amounting to dozens. From just 2 5th tier beasts, he garnered over 6,000 energy points. And from 10 4th tier beasts, he received an additional 5,000, along with a plethora of 2nd and 3rd tier creatures. With a mere thought, Xiaoyu opened his personal panel once again. Host, Xiaoyu Realm. 5th tier taming points. 3, refreshes daily, accumulative, energy points. 16, 475 talent skills. Level 5 Earth Force. Level 5 Petrification. Level 3 Poison Resistance. Level 3 Speed. Level 4 Blink. Level 4 Burrowing Lifespan. 21 years 1, 498 years Pets. Earth Dragon Tortoise, 5th tier. Lightning Ferret, 3rd tier. Burrowing Armadillo, 4th tier. Have I truly surpassed a millennium in lifespan? Upon seeing the number representing his lifespan, a whirl of complex emotions surged within Xiaoyu. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a being capable of living for over 1,000 years. Additionally, the previous Earth Rock Tortoise had undergone a complete metamorphosis, evolving into the Earth Dragon Tortoise, its appearance drastically altered. Xiaoyu even speculated that one day, the Earth Rock Tortoise might evolve into a Dragon Tortoise. Indeed, it is the legendary divine beast. With an ample supply of energy points, Little Flash, come forth and let us elevate your prowess. Xiaoyu pondered briefly, placing his hand upon the head of Little Flash, his most cherished and long-standing companion. Ding. A consumption of 1,000 energy points has resulted in the Lightning Weasel ascending to the 4th tier. Chapter 33. Troubles abound in Flame City. Xiaoting's hair turns white with worry. In the Lord's Manor of Flame City, the Lord addressed the concerns ever since the water supply was halved. The common folk have been voicing their grievances. Particularly, the young Lord's public promise to locate a new water source had instilled hope in everyone. Yet he returned in utter failure, further exacerbating the populace's discontent. Moreover, you have labeled those soldiers as deserters, branding their families as such, and banishing them from Flame City. The 3 leaders presented a thick stack of parchment to Lord Xiaoting, detailing these matters. Enough. Must you disturb my peace thrice a day? Upon hearing these trifling issues, Xiaoting rubbed his temples, feeling a wave of irritation wash over him. In recent days, turmoil plagued Flame City. The crux of the matter was that such trivialities had previously not warranted his concern. Yet now, the incessant nagging from the 3 leaders had pushed him to the brink of unleashing a thunderous wrath upon them. Everything felt akin to a cascade of dominoes, set in motion by the departure of his eldest son, Xiaoyu. As soon as Xiaoyu departed, the city of Yin quickly fell into a water crisis. Subsequently, the second son, Xiaotian, driven by a competitive spirit, volunteered to venture out in search of a water source. Unfortunately, this led to a cascade of complications. And the more they attempted to conceal the situation, the more troublesome it became. Sighing, the 3 leaders could only look on as the city lord displayed a demeanor of despair and resignation. Once, the esteemed city lord stood high above, almost divinely revered. Yet now, he bore a few strands of white hair, despite being barely in his 40s. Perhaps you should seek out Xiaoyu, they urged. After all, you are his father. How can there be enmity between father and son that lasts overnight? Xiaoyu possesses a pure heart. If you personally reach out to him, he will undoubtedly return. The city of Yin was beset by misfortune, and discontent echoed throughout. It was not only the city lord, Xiaoting, who felt troubled. Those tasked with managing affairs bore the brunt of the hardship. In the past, during Xiaoyu's tenure as the young lord, there was no shortage of water or food. The 3 leaders, responsible for overseeing the city's provisions, could reap substantial benefits. Yet now, the impoverished commoners struggled to meet even their most basic needs. They found themselves embroiled in endless disputes with the populace. Far from profiting, they had lost much of what they had previously gained. Previously, it was well understood among the upper echelons that Xiao Tian had orchestrated Xiaoyu's departure. However, the lord and lady of the city hold a fondness for the young man Xiao Tian, while they harbor no affection for their eldest son, Xiaoyu. Moreover, in the wake of the numerous deaths, everyone sought to evade culpability, eager to find a scapegoat. Under these circumstances, not a single high-ranking individual emerged to defend Xiaoyu. Now, the three leaders find themselves filled with regret. Had they foreseen the transformation of Yin City after Xiaoyu's expulsion, they would have undoubtedly stepped forward to uphold justice. What did you say? You wish for me to personally seek out that rebellious child? Absolutely not. It is utterly inconceivable. I have done no wrong. Every decision I have made has been for the benefit of the thousands in Yin City. Furthermore, as the god of thunder and as a father, how could I possibly be at fault? Xiao Ting glared at the three leaders, his eyes brimming with fury and a hint of impotent rage. He was not inherently inept. Rather, for many years, Xiaoyu had undertaken all responsibilities, allowing him to live a life of ease and comfort. Now, to expect him to acknowledge a mistake, to bow his head in contrition? What folly! How could he possibly be in error? Manage these matters yourselves. There is no need to report to me in the future. With that, Xiao Ting, having vented his anger, waved his hand dismissively. But, my lord, the three leaders were left dumbfounded. How on earth am I to manage this? The issue is, we currently lack sufficient water sources. Are you suggesting that you venture out to seek them yourself? Or that I, the third leader, should personally search for water? Yet, we have all grown accustomed to a life of ease. Who among us would willingly risk entering the forest? Perhaps we should hastily retrieve Xiaoyu. Enough. Seeing that the three leaders were reluctant to depart, Xiao Ting felt a surge of frustration boiling within him, yet he suppressed his anger and patiently remarked, I am not afraid to divulge that our flame city is on the verge of acquiring a remarkable treasure. At that time, our city's strength will significantly enhance, and all our troubles shall be effortlessly resolved. What treasure? The three leaders regarded him with skepticism, their disbelief palpable. What could possibly be more crucial than retrieving Xiaoyu at this juncture? Lord City Master, the fourth leader has returned. Suddenly, one of their subordinates reported. Behold, as if summoned by their very words. A smile instantly graced Xiao Ting's face as he hastened to welcome the newcomer. However, upon witnessing the fourth leader, the Mad Dragon, both Xiao Ting and the three leaders were taken aback, their eyes widening in shock. The Mad Dragon stood before them, drenched in blood, with one arm gruesomely fractured. Did you just say what I think you did? So many lives lost, and that item was still misplaced? After hearing the Mad Dragon recount the events, Xiao Ting erupted with rage, violently shattering a waterbone cup upon the ground. The Black Magic Tribe was a formidable weapon in his arsenal. Any force that dared to defy him would face annihilation through their own means. However, this weapon had grown too rapidly in recent years, even aspiring to turn against its master. Xiao Ting could not tolerate this and had been conducting covert investigations. His spies had painstakingly uncovered the secrets of the Black Magic Tribe, only to be discovered by the enemy, who eliminated them without mercy. Fortunately, the Mad Dragon claimed he had finally located the Nightlight Tree, assuring that they would successfully obtain that coveted item. With the Nightlight Tree in their possession, Flame City would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, rendering their current dilemmas trivial. Yet, to Xiao Ting's dismay, after 3 days of eager anticipation, all his hopes crumbled to dust. Cursed wretches! If Xiaoyu had eradicated them sooner, would these troubles have arisen? Upon hearing these words, the two leaders exchanged astonished glances with the lord of the city. Initially, Xiaoyu nearly obliterated the Black Demon Tribe, this malignant tumor, in his quest for vengeance for his master and friends. Was it not you who dispatched individuals to thwart Xiaoyu at the critical moment? You forbade him from seeking retribution. Now, the Black Demon Tribe has grown powerful, even colluding with the sworn enemies of Flame City, inflicting harm upon numerous comrades. In that instant, the two leaders shared a knowing glance, only able to smile wryly and shake their heads. This father and son duo truly excel at evading accountability. As it appeared that Xiao Ting was about to unleash his wrath, the Mad Dragon could only cover his fractured arm with one hand, kneeling on one knee and imploring, Lord of the city, please quell your anger. Although I did not acquire the treasure, I have captured the fifth leader of Black Earth City, the Black Poison Bee. I suspect that Black Earth City has long been aware of our presence and has secretly relocated their belongings. If we subject the black poison bee to severe interrogation, we may yet uncover the treasure. This matter is entrusted to you." Upon hearing this, Xiaoting's hope was rekindled. This treasure was something he must possess. "Thank you, Lord of the City." However, the fourth leader, Mad Dragon, after expressing his gratitude, shifted his tone, his gaze turning fierce. "Lord of the City, the Black Demon tribe has colluded with outsiders, deliberately inciting the beast tide and collaborating with Black Earth City to besiege us, resulting in the near annihilation of the dozens of brothers I brought along. I beseech you, Lord of the City, to grant me permission to lead my men in vanquishing this pack of beasts." In his view, the Black Demon tribe had long been aware of their movements, which had led to a series of subsequent events. With so many of his subordinates lost, how could one harbor such deep-seated enmity and not seek vengeance? Moreover, the rapid development of the Black Magic tribe over the years has resulted in a substantial accumulation of resources. Once that gang of bandits is eliminated, he will be able to seize a considerable portion of their plunder. Those wretches truly deserve their fate. However, Xiaoting also nodded in agreement. He too harbored ambitions of appropriating the resources of the Black Magic tribe. Yet, upon recalling his exceedingly defiant eldest son, he waved his hand dismissively and coldly remarked, "They are still engaged in battle with the Maple Leaf tribe. Wait until the Maple Leaf tribe is vanquished before you take action." Chapter 34. From this day forth, it shall be the guardian deity of our clan. Upon returning to the tribe, as usual, Hong Lian and Xing Lan awaited him at the crossroads, while the other clansmen emerged to greet him. Upon witnessing his safe return, the crowd erupted in excited cheers. "Oh, how has it grown so much again? And it looks increasingly fearsome." They gasped as they beheld the enormous tortoise that had suddenly emerged from the ground, seemingly enlarged by tenfold. Originally, the Earthrock tortoise stood merely a dozen meters tall. Now, it reached several dozen meters. Its massive form resembled a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Particularly striking was its fierce dragon head, which proclaimed its dominance and authority at the apex of the food chain. Everyone inhaled sharply, unable to suppress their trembling. Even Hong Lian and Xing Lan, who had previously resided atop it, felt their legs weaken slightly. "Do not be afraid." Seeing the palpable fear among the crowd, Xiaoyu smiled reassuringly. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the earth dragon tortoise gradually bent its knees, kneeling down. The dragon head, now several meters in height, also lay prostrate on the ground, exhibiting a docility akin to that of a small dog. Instantly, the towering mountain-like figure shrank significantly, alleviating much of the oppressive atmosphere. Phew! Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. "Dear clansmen," at this moment, Xiaoyu spoke again, standing atop the great earth dragon turtle, surveying the crowd with a commanding presence. "I hereby declare that all members of our clan shall relocate to reside upon the back of the earth dragon turtle. From this day forth, it shall be our guardian deity, safeguarding our lineage for generations to come. I grant you all half a day's time to gather your belongings and prepare for the move." The earth dragon turtle, though only at the 5th tier, boasts a lifespan exceeding a millennium. As it continues to evolve, it will soon surpass the 10,000-year mark. In the future, this majestic creature may live for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands, potentially reaching 1,000,000,000 years. As its master, Xiaoyu shall naturally achieve immortality, and our clan shall thrive eternally. As soon as Xiaoyu's words echoed, the crowd erupted in a chorus of exclamations. However, the notion of residing on the back of this colossal turtle left everyone bewildered and somewhat apprehensive. Just approaching the creature had caused their legs to tremble. Could they truly inhabit its shell? Yet, in the hearts of all the clan's people, Xiaoyu had ascended to the status of a deity. Despite their trepidation towards the earth dragon turtle, no one dared to voice dissent against his decision. Once Xiaoyu concluded his proclamation, the clan's people promptly sprang into action. On the back of the earth dragon turtle, Xiaoyu took a moment to introduce June to the sisters, Hong Lian and her sibling. The two sisters, possessing kind hearts, were both astonished and deeply sympathetic upon learning of June's background and experiences. They expressed their willingness to treat her as a sister, should she desire it. June, in turn, felt a warm sense of camaraderie within the harmonious atmosphere of the Maple Leaf tribe. Nevertheless, in her heart, she continually thought of her sisters and was unwilling to remain behind. "Xiaoyu, are we truly moving today? Isn't it too hasty?" Red Lotus expressed her concerns upon seeing Xiaoyu instruct the clan members to relocate immediately. After all, it had taken Xiaoyu over an hour to construct a single house for the two of them. Now, with more than 200 clan members and 60 to 70 households, dozens of houses needed to be built. Even Xiaoyu would require several days and nights without rest to complete such a task. What transpired next left the women in astonishment. Xiaoyu began to transport a vast quantity of rocks and soil from the ground to commence construction. After ascending to the 5th tier, his mastery over the power of the earth had become remarkably refined, allowing him to erect houses with merely a thought. Furthermore, the earth dragon tortoise, having evolved, had significantly enhanced its intelligence and could assist in the construction as well. Thus, the task of building homes for 200 people was accomplished in merely 2 to 3 hours. The earth dragon tortoise's shell measured a remarkable 100 meters in width and over 150 meters in length, covering an area of nearly 20,000 square meters, equivalent to 2 or 3 football fields, an impressively vast expanse. The houses constructed by Xiaoyu varied in size. The larger the family, the more spacious the residence. A single occupant had a house of 15 square meters, while a couple south abodes spanned 30 square meters. For families of 3 or more, the home ranged from 50 to 60 square meters. With dozens of houses completed, ample space remained, including pathways and open areas. Considering the impending full moon night, it was indeed perilous for the clan members to linger on the ground. Fortunately, the earth dragon tortoise's shell was adorned with sharp spines, capable of thwarting the majority of intruders. Nonetheless, this world was fraught with individuals possessing peculiar abilities, rendering defense a complex endeavor. Thus, Xiaoyu transported a substantial amount of stones and soil, constructing robust walls towering 6 meters high, encapsulating the entire tribe within. Under this dual-layered defense, safety was virtually guaranteed. Xiaoyu clapped his hands, exuding satisfaction. Xinglan rushed over to wipe the sweat from his brow, applauding, "Brother you are truly remarkable." However, Hong Lian could not help but critique, "Isn't this a bit excessive?" After scrutinizing the dozens of houses, each comparable to their own, she marveled at the fact that Xiaoyu completed such an impressive feat in merely 2 or 3 hours. Lu Yu shook her head in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is indeed beyond human capabilities. You must learn to conceal your talents, otherwise you will inevitably attract attention." She had thought she had grown numb to the shock of Xiaoyu's abilities, having been astonished countless times before. Yet, witnessing his extraordinary craftsmanship once again left her in awe. She had traveled to many places, encountered various individuals, and seen breathtaking landscapes. But she had never come across someone like Xiaoyu or such exquisitely crafted houses. Suddenly, Lu Yu yearned to settle down in this enchanting place. Who wouldn't desire a home that is beautiful, safe, and warm? Yet, her concern for Xiaoyu's predicament weighed heavily on her. This world is often filled with individuals who cannot bear to see others thrive. She feared that Xiaoyu's remarkable abilities would eventually incite jealousy, bringing him misfortune. Moreover, he had stolen treasures from the Black Earth City, a predicament that could not be overlooked, and she felt compelled to caution him. "Are you being watched?" Xiaoyu nodded in acknowledgement of the silver-haired woman's well-meaning warning, though he did not share her level of concern. With his rapid growth, by the time anyone discovers his uniqueness, he shall be beyond the reach of any threat. At that point, both Flame City and Black Earth City will hold no significance for him. However, to achieve strength swiftly, he must acquire a substantial quantity of energy stones without delay. The plan to eradicate the Black Demon tribe must be initiated at once. "Brother Yu, I have something marvelous to show you." Suddenly, as Xiaoyu was preoccupied, Xinglan cheerfully approached, presenting a peculiar object with great enthusiasm. To his astonishment, it was a slime. Before him lay a creature slightly larger than a human head, plump and semi-transparent, resembling a pale blue jelly. It was indeed the ubiquitous slime often seen in anime from his previous life. The creature bore a naïve and adorable smile, gazing intently at Xiaoyu. Upon noticing him, it emitted a series of indistinct sounds, shir-e, with its eyes transforming into heart shapes, while 2 arm-like appendages sprouted, seemingly yearning to leap into Xiaoyu's embrace. Cautiously, Xiaoyu prodded it with his finger. There was no viscous slime. Instead, he felt a soft, cool texture akin to that of Play-Doh, quite pleasant to the touch. Ding! Detected a tameable creature. Slime. Would you like to tame it? A surge of joy filled Xiaoyu's heart as he commanded the taming process. Ding! Consumed 1 taming point. Successfully tamed the slime. Ding! Acquired the slime's innate ability, water manipulation and acid spitting. Integration in progress. Integration complete. As the light of evolution faded, both the slime and Xiaoyu underwent a profound transformation. Aha! At last, I have gained the ability to control water. Xiaoyu rejoiced immensely. In this desolate world, with strength on his side, finding sustenance would prove to be a relatively simple endeavor. However, the sources of water are different, as acidic liquid has already contaminated most natural water sources. Unless one possesses absolute strength to contend with the formidable beasts lurking deep within the forest, even a powerful entity like Flame City must confront the daily challenge of water scarcity. Yet now, Xiaoyu understands that with the slime, the issue of water supply has been resolved. System, elevate the slime to the 4th tier. A chime resounds, consuming 1110 energy points. The slime advances to the 4th tier. Instantly, a radiant azure light envelopes the slime, its diminutive form gently swaying in Xinglan's embrace, seemingly relishing every moment as it emits a delightful shiri. The cherubic sound is utterly charming and endearing, captivating the Xinglan sisters to the point of starry-eyed admiration, compelling them to draw closer. Even June, with her heart riddled with wounds, finds herself momentarily healed by this spectacle. Nevertheless, she suppresses the urge to join the two infatuated girls in their affectionate display, content merely to observe. Witnessing this harmonious and beautiful scene warms Xiaoyu's heart. Perhaps safeguarding the smiles of these loved ones is his greatest desire. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiaoyu endeavors to explore his new abilities. This exploration yields even greater delight. Firstly, the slime's primary talent of water manipulation rivals that of Xinglan. Secondly, it can absorb acidic liquid and store it within, utilizing it to vanquish foes. Most importantly, the slime lacks a fixed form, allowing it to morph at will. It can expand and contract. Moreover, as it extracts river water, it simultaneously decomposes and neutralizes all harmful substances, purifying the water before expelling it as clean and pristine. In essence, it serves as an exquisite filter. Once this ability is exposed, the slime will undoubtedly incite a frenzied scramble among countless factions, potentially igniting a global conflict. After all, this capability is simply extraordinary. Sensing the slime's remarkable power, Xiaoyu inquired curiously, "By the way, how did you come across it?" "Oh, I was searching for a water source on the outskirts of the forest when I spotted it," Xinglan replied, tilting her head thoughtfully as she recounted the encounter. "As soon as it saw me, it began to spray water, but what it released was pure and sweet." Now, she and the slime had developed a close bond. "It seems that your affinity for water elements is exceedingly high, which attracted it to you, prompting it to follow you willingly." Upon hearing Xinglan's words, Xiaoyu felt a sudden clarity. Xinglan's talent lay in water manipulation, hence her exceptional affinity for water elements. The slime, being a water-type creature, naturally found her appealing. "Xinglan, do you realize the great contribution you have made? From now on, our Maple Leaf tribe will never suffer from water scarcity again. You can bathe 3 times a day, and we could even construct a grand swimming pool." "Hee, brother you're boasting again." Xinglan and Honglian shook their heads in disbelief. What a joke. For how many years has water shortage been the norm across the world? Only those like the Lord of Flame City, who disregard the plight of the common folk, would waste vast amounts of water for daily baths and indulge in large swimming pools. Others, even if they wished to squander, simply lack the resources. Hiki. Xiaoyu chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Once they truly comprehend the slime's abilities, they will understand everything. "Chief, we are all ready." At this moment, Shenlong stepped forward and spoke. Xiaoyu lowered his gaze and observed all the clansmen holding simple luggage, lining up below, waiting. They were all refugees, possessing little in the way of belongings or valuables. Thus, it took them merely a few hours to gather their things. Excellent. Time to move. Chapter 35, The Secret of Nightlight Dew, the Realm of Nightlight. Everyone was assigned houses according to the number of individuals in each household. As Xiaoyu constructed a staircase at the feet of the Earth Dragon Tortoise, everyone began to ascend to the tortoise's back in succession. Moments later, all had successfully received their homes, and astonishment filled the air. Wow, these houses are so spacious, so pristine. Indeed, not a single draft to be felt. I once visited the Lord's residence in Flame City, and these houses pale in comparison. Living in stone houses, we no longer have to worry about savage beasts. I can finally sleep soundly. Thank you, Chief. I, Qinlong, am willing to serve you unto death. I shall face any peril without hesitation. Me too. After all, the nights in the wilderness often plummeted to just 1 or 2 degrees. Their thatched huts were perpetually drafty, and many awoke in the morning with their bodies frozen stiff. While numerous souls escaped death from hunger or thirst, many perished from the biting cold. Often, families of 3 or 4 huddled together in a few square meters of thatched shelter. When the night grew unbearably cold, they could only embrace one another for warmth. Thus, Refugees dreamt of a sturdy stone house throughout their lives. Although the homes Xiaoyu constructed were modest, they belonged to the category of small-sized dwellings. However, it was 10 times larger than the humble thatched cottage they had previously inhabited, truly akin to paradise. Each of these houses surpassed even the grandeur of Xiao Ting's lordly residence, being robust and durable. Therefore, the chief's gift of such a magnificent domicile was met with immense gratitude. All knelt and bowed deeply, expressing their appreciation. Moments later, everyone had successfully relocated and settled in. Xiaoyu glanced at the sky as dusk began to descend. Earlier, he had elevated the residences for himself and the two women, Hong Lian, by several meters, constructing a spacious courtyard that enveloped the two houses, endowing them with an air of sophistication. Of course, the most significant feature remained the nightlight tree. Not only did it exude luminous dew by night, but it also served another purpose during the day. Under the blazing sun, with external temperatures soaring above 40 degrees, the heat was unbearable. Yet, Xiaoyu's courtyard remained refreshingly cool, akin to an air-conditioned haven, maintaining a pleasant temperature of around 25 degrees. It was an entirely different realm. At this moment, the nightlight tree had been replanted in the center of the courtyard. As night fell, it began to radiate a gentle green glow. The deeper the night, the more vibrant the luminescence became. It was both soothingly warm and refreshingly comfortable, providing unparalleled relief. Furthermore, the plants discovered at the nightlight tree stronghold had also been transplanted here, forming a circle around the tree. Go, summon everyone to this place. With Xiaoyu's command issued, all the clansmen immediately gathered. Once everyone had arrived, Xiaoyu turned his gaze towards the small tree. Without further hesitation, he stepped forward and placed his hand upon it. Ding. Detection of a tameable plant. Would you like to tame it? Tame. Ding. Consuming 1 domestication point. The luminous tree has been successfully tamed. Advancing to the next tier. With a soft chime, the talent of the luminous tree, catalysis, has been replicated. The fusion process is complete. Previously, Xiaoyu had attempted to tame various vegetables such as tomatoes and cabbages, but the system indicated that these plants had a lifespan that was far too short. Even if tamed, they would only last a few months, rendering the endeavor rather futile. In stark contrast, the luminous tree was entirely different. From the moment he laid eyes upon it, Xiaoyu understood that the rapid growth of the black magic tribe over a mere few years was largely attributed to this very tree. At this moment, a verdant glow descended from the system, enveloping the luminous tree in an instant. Suddenly, the tree shot up from its original half-human height to over a meter tall. The treetop swayed, radiating a dazzling emerald brilliance that illuminated the entire courtyard. Hiss! How delightful! In an instant, everyone inhaled sharply, unable to resist taking a deep breath and closing their eyes to relish the sensation. It was simply too pleasurable. Not merely a refreshing coolness, but also a radiant green light that, while strikingly bright, was not in the least bit blinding. Moreover, upon first contact with the green light, a surge of vitality coursed through their veins. The young and strong, who had trained tirelessly, even sensed a boost in their personal strength. Bathed in the verdant glow, Xiaoyu was equally astonished. He crouched down to observe the plants surrounding the luminous tree and, with a flicker of thought, a beam of emerald light emanated from his index finger, gently touching a tomato plant. In an instant, the once listless tomato vines, having only recently been transplanted, sprang to life, their few budding flowers now blossoming and releasing a delicate fragrance. However, that was the extent of their transformation. Growth ceased, and fruit did not immediately appear. Nevertheless, this allowed Xiaoyu to appreciate the remarkable prowess of the nightlight tree. He once again commanded the system to evolve it to the 4th tier. Ding! Consuming 1110 energy points, the 1st tier nightlight tree successfully evolved to the 4th tier. Ding! The nightlight tree's innate ability has evolved, granting it the nightlight domain. Ding! The nightlight tree's innate ability, nightlight domain, has been replicated. Fusion in progress. Fusion complete. At this moment, the nightlight tree surged upward in height at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, it soared from just over 1 meter to over 10 meters, then 20, 50, 80, and finally exceeding 100 meters. The current nightlight tree stood at an impressive height of over 120 meters, its roots extending 2 to 300 meters, sprawling across the entire turtle shell. The original green glow that had once illuminated only half the courtyard now expanded severalfold, nearly enveloping half of the villagers' homes. Even those residing within their abodes could absorb the essence of the nightlight. Meanwhile, many present began to adopt the meditation posture that Xiaoyu had previously taught, sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, inhaling and exhaling, desperately absorbing the radiant essence emanating from the nightlight tree. This scene resembled a group of zealots engaged in some arcane ritual, for they could sense the vibrant life force pulsing within the verdant glow. Then, suddenly, a triumphant exclamation broke forth. "Ha! I have finally broken through." Trapped at the pinnacle of the third tier, Long suddenly let out a resounding shout and leapt into the air. An overwhelming surge of energy enveloped him, his muscles swelling with newfound strength, radiating an aura of power. At this moment, he had finally ascended to the status of a fourth-tier warrior. "Ha! I have also broken through." Soon, another voice exclaimed in delight as they opened their eyes wide. "Me too." The sounds of astonished exclamations multiplied, resonating in the air. The Maple Leaf tribe consisted of only a handful of young adults, yet in gratitude for their chief's immense benevolence, they had dedicated themselves to rigorous training, honing their skills in both fist and blade. After receiving the nurturing essence of the Nightlight domain, their physical forms underwent a profound transformation, revitalizing their very sinews and bones. The Nightlight domain granted them half an hour of illumination each day, during which the radiance was particularly intense, optimizing the effects of physical nourishment. As the half-hour elapsed, the light gradually faded, and the individuals, still brimming with exhilaration, opened their eyes. Most had experienced a breakthrough to the next minor realm, and several second-tier warriors had successfully advanced to the third tier. The remaining 80% had directly transcended a level. In this manner, the strength of the entire Maple Leaf tribe was dramatically transformed. Just then, a rustling sound of leaves broke the air. Xiaoyu hastily lowered his head, his eyes widening in astonishment. He beheld the newly blossomed tomatoes, their petals scattering as they produced clusters of green fruits resembling cherries. Under the catalysis of the nightlight, these green fruits rapidly grew larger, gradually turning a lovely shade of red, until they ultimately transformed into a luscious spectacle. Meanwhile, the nearby cabbage and corn were also visibly flourishing at an astonishing pace. From sprouting to flowering and bearing fruit, it has all transpired in but a fleeting moment. The dozen or so plants previously acquired have all blossomed and matured completely. Additionally, the cherry trees and wild vegetables collected by Xiaoyu in the forest have also quickly flowered and borne fruit. In an instant, the small courtyard is filled with the fragrant aroma of various vegetables and fruits. Chapter 36. The Cat Girl reveals her true form, the Cat Lady. Now, I comprehend the purpose of the luminous domain. Xiaoyu surveyed her surroundings, her mind already enlightened. The so-called luminous domain, once it absorbs a light source, can transform it into energy. The more intense the sunlight during the day, the broader the radiation range of the luminous domain, and the more formidable its power. Conversely, when clouds obscure the sun, it cannot absorb sunlight, rendering the luminous domain ineffective at night. Returning to her thoughts, Xiaoyu reopened her personal panel. Host, Xiaoyu Realm, 5th stage domestication points. 2, refreshes daily. Accumulative, energy points. 13, 255 talent skills. Level 5 earth power. Level 5 petrification. Level 4 poison resistance. Level 4 speed. Level 4 blink. Level 4 burrowing. Level 4 water control. Level 4 luminous domain lifespan. 21 years, 1898 years pets. Earth dragon tortoise, 5th stage. Lightning ferret, 4th stage. Armadillo, 4th stage. Luminous tree, 4th stage. Slime, 4th stage. It appears that the lifespan increase gained from domesticated plants is substantial, adding several hundred years. Moreover, all aspects of her abilities have seen significant enhancement. By evolving the luminous tree to the 4th stage, her lifespan increases by an additional 4 to 500 years. Others, merely shrouded in the luminous domain, also reap considerable benefits. Xiaoyu is the creator of the luminous domain, bathed in verdant light, experiencing a significant enhancement to his physical form. In essence, he has become an invincible entity among the 5th tier. Coupled with various formidable skills, most 6th tier beings are no match for him, rendering him sufficiently prepared to engage in direct conflict with the Black Demon tribe. Meow. Just as Xiaoyu was exploring his newfound abilities, a clear and melodious cry resonated from the home of Hong Lian and Xing Lan. Upon hearing this sound, Xiaoyu furrowed his brow and hurried over, with Hong Lian and Xing Lan curiously following suit. Don't come in. However, before the trio could enter, Lu Yu's voice rang out sharply. Hong Lian and Xing Lan exchanged glances, halting in their tracks, while Xiaoyu dashed into the room without hesitation. Inside, Lu Yu resembled a spirit, crouched atop the bed. arching her back and raising her hips in a posture of readiness to attack, her tail flicking behind her. Strikingly, her once pure white fur and pale blue eyes had undergone a dramatic transformation. The white fur had turned pitch black, and her previously pale blue irises had morphed into one blue and one green slit pupil. At that moment, her narrowed eyes were fixed intently on Xiaoyu, radiating a mix of anguish, ferocity, and menace. "Stay back. I do not wish to harm you." Upon seeing Xiaoyu, Liu let out a pained and desperate cry. Despite her drastic transformation, her rationality remained intact. She was reluctant for anyone to witness her true form. Furthermore, she felt utterly out of control, at any moment on the brink of losing herself and potentially harming Xiaoyu. Yet, suddenly, her expression shifted to one of fierce hostility, her features contorted in savagery. 3 lightning-shaped, ethereal blue luminous patterns materialized on her once flawless cheeks, making her increasingly resemble something other than human. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Observing the profound anguish of the other, Xiaoyu spoke with compassion. "Thank you, but it is futile. Unless..." Liu let out a bitter laugh. "Unless the Bodhi fruit matures, no one can aid me." "Ha ha meow." As she spoke, her expression shifted dramatically, emitting a soft mewl, as if another persona were vying for control of her body. "The Bodhi fruit? Not a problem." Witnessing the increasing distress of the dark-haired girl, Xiaoyu turned to leave. He had long since planted the Bodhi tree around the luminous tree. However, perhaps due to the extraordinary nature of the Bodhi fruit, it required a greater amount of energy and had yet to mature. Approaching the luminous tree, Xiaoyu gently placed his hand upon the Bodhi tree. And with a thought, ding, detecting the tameable plant, Bodhi tree. "Would you like to tame it?" "Yes." "Tame." Ding. Consumed 1 taming point. Successfully tamed the Bodhi tree. Advancing 1 tier. Ding. Copying the Bodhi tree's innate healing power, fusion in progress. Fusion complete. Upon completing the copying of the innate ability, Xiaoyu comprehended the remarkable potential of this power. By expending his own physical and mental strength, he could employ various healing methods. He could restore others' stamina and mental energy, heal injuries, and even replenish their vital force. If Xiaoyu so desired, he could potentially revive a person on the brink of death. However, healing others would deplete the caster's physical strength, mental energy, and life force. Thus, unless it was someone of particular significance to him, he would never use such power lightly. Recalling his thoughts, Xiaoyu gazed at the Bodhi tree. At this moment, the originally 30 centimeters tall plant began to grow rapidly, soon reaching a height equivalent to that of a half-human. It had initially blossomed 3 crystal-clear flowers, their teardrop-shaped centers yet to fully coalesce. However, in the blink of an eye, the 3 flowers completely bloomed and withered away. Subsequently, 3 Bodhi fruits instantaneously expanded to the size of a thumb, radiating a brilliant luminescence. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyu promptly plucked one of the translucent Bodhi fruits. Returning to the room with June, he found the dark-haired girl in a frenzy. Her hands transformed with sharp, purplish-black nails, furiously scratching, leaving deep gashes in the sturdy walls. This clearly demonstrated the terrifying ferocity of her attacks. The Bodhi fruit had arrived. Xiaoyu utilized the power of the earth to restrain June and offered her the Bodhi fruit. Was it truly a Bodhi fruit? June momentarily froze, then swiftly consumed the fruit from Xiaoyu's hand. Instantly, a refreshing sensation surged throughout her body. Meow. The dark-haired girl emitted a sound of relief, her delicate form stiffening. The Bodhi fruit was sweet and delectable, melting upon contact. As it settled in her stomach, a warm current coursed through her entire being. The agonizing sensation that felt like her brain was being torn apart dissipated in an instant, and the wild energy surrounding her subsided. In that fleeting moment, the clarity returned to the dark-haired girl's eyes. "Am I all right now?" June shook her head, casting a glance around the room, which was in disarray. A hint of embarrassment washed over her as she scratched her head and said, "I'm sorry, I've damaged your house. Perhaps I should compensate you." She intended to offer restitution, but how could she afford to repay for such a beautiful dwelling? "It is merely a scratch on the wall. It can be easily repaired." Xiaoyu casually waved his hand, resting it against the wall, and invoked the power of the earth. In an instant, the damaged walls and floor miraculously healed, returning to their original state. Is this truly possible? The girl was momentarily taken aback. Although she had regained her clarity, she still maintained a whimsical demeanor, her striking blue and green slit pupils captivating all who beheld them. The ethereal blue luminescent patterns adorning her cheeks flickered like neon lights, exuding an enchanting aura, while her long tail swayed playfully. Coupled with her current dazed expression, she appeared both humorous and adorable. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiaoyu's gaze ignited with fervor as he chuckled. By the way, do you recall our previous wager? I have successfully ripened the Bodhi fruit. So it is time for you to fulfill your end of the bargain. Oh, what do you wish for me to do? I shall certainly comply. The girl, oblivious to the man's ulterior motives, nodded innocently. It is quite simple. I merely wish to touch your ears and tail. Xiaoyu rubbed his hands together, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Upon discovering Jun's identity, he had been eager to indulge in this desire. After all, what man does not yearn for such an experience? This. Jun suddenly recalled her sister's warnings about allowing men to touch their ears and tails, fearing the consequences that would follow. Regrettably, her mind was still not entirely clear, and she had forgotten those cautions. Noticing her lack of response, Xiaoyu pressed on. Are you truly going to go back on your word to your savior? I would never go back on my word. The girl declared with righteous fervor. However, before she could finish her words, Xiaoyu had already grasped her ear. It must be said that it was as soft as silk, and felt remarkably pleasant to the touch. The girl, upon having her ear touched, instantly transformed into a blushing apple, her gaze gradually becoming hazy. Yet, this was not the end. With his left hand pinching her ear, Xiaoyu's right hand seized hold of her tail. Meow. A soft cry echoed, causing the dark-haired girl to tremble violently. Outside the house, Hong Lian and Xing Lan exchanged bewildered glances, both utterly perplexed. Sister, what are they doing? Jun's voice sounds so strange, Xing Lan remarked, her innocent eyes wide with curiosity as she craned her neck to peer towards the house, then looked at her sister. For some inexplicable reason, hearing that sound made her feel a bit ticklish. Don't pry into such ridiculous matters, you little child. We should get away from here, Hong Lian huffed. Being a young woman in her 20s, though she had never experienced it herself, the moment she heard that sound, her mind conjured up what adults often referred to, and she felt her face flush with embarrassment, her lips pouting disdainfully. How could Xiaoyu bring a girl home and engage in such behavior? It was simply outrageous. Seeing her sister's curious expression as she still wished to sneak a look inside, Hong Lian swiftly pulled her away. Meow. Chapter 37. The Miraculous Effect of the Bodhi Heart. Meow. That night, the mewing continued for quite some time, intoxicating and bone-melting. In the adjacent room, Hong Lian gritted her teeth in frustration, while the Na'vi Xing Lan, with her legs crossed, wore an excited expression, occasionally yearning to sneak a listen. In the end, after being thoroughly chastised by her furious sister, she could only sulk and retreat to her slumber. Unbeknownst to Hong Lian, her sister dreamt that night. Within the dream, Xing Lan discovered that the individuals in her room had transformed into her own likeness, engaged in peculiar activities with Brother Yu. The following day, Xiaoyu emerged from his chamber, invigorated, only to be confronted by the two sisters. One bore dark circles under her eyes, her countenance marred by resentment, while the other blushed shyly at his gaze. This left Xiaoyu utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. Inside the room, upon hearing the commotion outside, Liu slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. As dawn broke, she reverted to her white-haired, wide-eyed form, her tail also transforming to match. However, the memories of the previous night filled her with embarrassment and rage. That man had audaciously toyed with her ears and tail, leading her to a state of utter disarray. Oh no, her sisters had warned her that any man who treated her thus would have to pay the price. Yu, wrapped in a thick tiger skin blanket on her bed, rolled about in turmoil, grappling with her emotions and unsure how to face that fellow. Yu, how are you today? Suddenly, Xiaoyu knocked on the door. I'm fine. I'll be right out. In an instant, Liu sprang from her bed. When the two met again, she had donned a black hood once more. By the way, how long has it been since you bathed? Just as Xiaoyu was about to voice his thoughts upon seeing Yu, a foul odor wafted by, prompting him to pinch his nose and retreat hastily. Yu's face darkened instantly. The previous night, she had been left in a state of utter exhaustion, having fainted from the overwhelming heat caused by Xiaoyu's antics. Upon awakening, she found herself enveloped in a sticky discomfort, an unpleasant sensation that was hard to ignore. In the desolate world, water sources were more precious than gold. Going without a bath for a fortnight was hardly unusual. Yet, the audacity of this scoundrel, who had concocted such a predicament, to express distaste for her state. Hurry and bathe. We shall have breakfast together afterward, Xiaoyu remarked, pouting slightly as he summoned a wooden tub before him. With a wave of his hand, an abundant stream of water surged forth, filling the tub to the brim in an instant. Is so much water truly necessary for a bath? It seems excessive, the white-haired girl protested. She typically managed with a mere fifth of a tub of water, given the scarcity of drinking water. How can one cleanse properly with so little water? Xiaoyu urged, waving his hand dismissively, feeling slighted by his disdain. The white-haired girl had no choice but to comply and wash. This was her first bath in half a month and, regrettably, the most wasteful one yet. At that moment, Hong Lian entered the room just as June carried a substantial tub of water into the bathing area. She hesitated to voice her thoughts, ultimately shaking her head in silence. Shortly thereafter, June emerged from the bathing area, refreshed and radiant. How lovely! Xiaoyu exclaimed instinctively. Cleansed of her filth, June's white hair shimmered like a galaxy, and her delicate face resembled a smooth, unblemished egg. After a few lingering glances, June's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily donned her hood. Xiaoyu, somewhat disheartened, inquired, "How often does such a transformation occur for you?" His question pertained to her metamorphic patterns, fully aware of June's sensitivity regarding her past experiences. However, without a clearer understanding, he felt he could not assist her effectively. June blinked her silvery eyes, quickly grasping Xiaoyu's intent without reservation. The mind of the ferocious beast is inherently chaotic, devoid of reason. After I assimilated the creature's power, each night, I transform into that ghastly form. Moreover, each time I wield the monster's strength, a tumultuous primal instinct seeks to dominate my consciousness, causing me excruciating pain, rendering existence unbearable. Just yesterday, due to my injuries, I was unable to suppress this feral nature and nearly succumbed to its complete erosion. Had you not intervened in time, I would have transformed into a mere killing machine. At this juncture, June lifted her gaze to the young man before her, her eyes brimming with warmth and gratitude. Last night had been perilously close. This man was her angel, saving her once more. So, after consuming the Bodhi fruit, have you recovered? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's suspicions began to crystallize as he inquired. My physical condition has indeed improved significantly, and the injuries I sustained yesterday have healed considerably, June responded, her expression illuminating with delight as she carefully assessed her bodily state. In the past, after her transformation, her awareness would become hazy, often leading her to lose control of her body, either injuring her companions or herself. However, after consuming the Bodhi fruit, clarity returned to her in an instant. June felt certain that tonight she would not transform again. Nonetheless, she soon wore a bittersweet smile and shook her head. I can only maintain this state for about 15 days, provided I refrain from utilizing the creature's power. The moment I transform and invoke the monster's strength, the efficacy of the Bodhi fruit will swiftly dissipate. Should she refrain from harnessing the power of monsters, she remains merely an ordinary fourth-tier entity, with combat capabilities that are rather mediocre. If she encounters human hunters again, escape would be nearly impossible. Is this truly the case? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu felt a heavy sensation in his heart, increasingly convinced of his suspicions. June had acquired formidable strength through ferocious beasts. However, such power, while immensely potent, was also exceedingly savage and malevolent. Each utilization inflicted a significant burden upon her body. The more frequently she wielded this power, the less human she became. Until ultimately, the beastly instincts consumed her entirely, transforming her into a bloodthirsty monster. To merely manage to suppress her transformation and bestial nature is already quite commendable. I am deeply grateful to you. Observing the hint of disappointment on Xiaoyu's face, the silver-haired girl offered a reassuring smile. This man had assisted her greatly, and she did not wish to burden him further. As long as it proves effective, that is sufficient. After all, you have pledged to remain and craft weapons specifically for me. I shall provide you with ample Bodhi fruits, alleviating your torment from bestial instincts. Xiaoyu assured her. Only a high-tier blacksmith possesses the skill to forge a quasi-divine weapon of the 34th tier. Such artisans typically have a minimum of 10 years of experience. Yet, the silver-haired girl, at merely 16 or 17, was capable of crafting a 4th-tier quasi-divine weapon, indicating her remarkable talent. With proper training, she would inevitably be able to forge true divine weapons. However, he was somewhat dissatisfied with the effects of the Bodhi fruit. The current Bodhi tree is merely at the 1st tier, yielding only 3 fruits per month, each requiring 10 to 15 days to mature. But what if it continues to evolve? Wouldn't a single fruit then last for several months? Since June would not be departing anytime soon, it would be opportune to use her as a test subject. Will you stay? In June, a moment of hesitation washed over her as she recalled her prior commitment. Xiaoyu had suggested that the Bodhi fruit ripen early, and she would remain behind. With an adequate supply of Bodhi fruit, she could entirely free herself from the corruption of beastly instincts. Moreover, both Xiaoyu and Xing treated her with great kindness. She had grown fond of them and had no desire to depart. Once she accumulated enough wealth, perhaps she could procure more Bodhi fruit from Xiaoyu. The next time she encountered her fellow beast men, she would be able to assist them. In essence, remaining here presented numerous advantages. Contemplating this, June gazed toward the north and murmured, "Area, Wu I am sorry. I no longer wish to flee. I yearn for a home." At this juncture, her eyes gradually filled with determination. "Furthermore, you must have reached that city by now, where you're undoubtedly safe. As soon as I acquire sufficient Bodhi fruit, I shall come to find you." Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, a group of individuals, having fled for their lives, finally arrived at a formidable base. At last, they had reached a place where, under the protection of that esteemed figure, they could find safety. Gazing at the majestic and grand base before them, its scale and number of inhabitants rivaled that of Yin City and Heitu City. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. However, this group of individuals was entirely wrapped in animal skins, their heads covered and their bodies enveloped in thick pelts. Even beneath the scorching sun, drenched in sweat, they did not dare to shed their protective coverings. Notably, they had concealed themselves within the woods until the late hours of the night, before stealthily entering the city. They were indeed June's companions, a band of beast men. Before entering the city, as if sensing something, several figures in the crowd slowly turned their gazes toward a certain direction, as if looking at their sisters, their eyes meeting across the distance. "June, we await your arrival here to embark on a new chapter of life together." Chapter 38, The New Aberrant. On the back of the earth dragon tortoise, within the small courtyard. "Brother Yu, it's time for breakfast." Xinglan and Honglian brought forth an array of food. "All right," Xiaoyu nodded, accepting a bowl of steaming, milky liquid, which he consumed in a single gulp. This was the essence harvested from the luminous tree the previous night. The luminous tree, after absorbing light sources, not only converted energy but also produced this liquid form. The luminous dew is the quintessence of the luminous tree. The luminous dew provided to the Black Demon Tribe's followers had been diluted countless times, rendering its effects exceedingly weak. In contrast, Xiaoyu's luminous tree was of the 4th tier, its efficacy surpassing that of the 1st tier by 100-fold, and it had not undergone any dilution. Last night, he personally tried a bowl, even though he had become impervious to blades and his physique was extraordinarily robust. The consumption of the luminous dew still enhanced his body, even extending his lifespan by over a year. This exemplifies the formidable power of the 4th-tier luminous tree's condensed spring water. Remarkable, it resembled the cleansing liquids found in immortal cultivation novels, enhancing the physique and purging the marrow. However, it could only produce about a liter each day, currently serving only Xiaoyu and a few women. Other tribesmen, unless they achieved significant merit, were not yet worthy of such benefits. "June, here." Xinglan handed another bowl to June, smiling as she said, "Drink it while it's hot." "Can I have some too?" June asked in disbelief, gazing at Xiaoyu in confusion. The white-haired girl had visited the Black Soil City and had investigated the luminous tree, understanding how precious the luminous dew truly was. After all, what the lords of Haida City and Yin City covet is undoubtedly a rare treasure. "Drink up," Xiaoyu said with a smile. "You still need to assist us in forging divine weapons. If you do not swiftly restore your health, how can you forge?" "I will be well in a few days," June softly protested, not wishing to impose. However, Xiaoyu assertively pressed her down onto a nearby chair and handed her the luminous elixir. Crafting high-tier weaponry is an endeavor that requires immense concentration and effort. A moment's carelessness could lead to the destruction of precious materials and jeopardize the well-being of the white-haired maiden. Therefore, Xiaoyu earnestly wished for her to recover swiftly and attain her optimal condition. "Thank you." Ultimately, the white-haired maiden could not resist and cautiously accepted the elixir, savoring its sweetness. "How delightful it is, meow." Unlike the healing effects of the Bodhi fruit, the luminous elixir nourishes the body and revitalizes the essence. Upon taking a sip, the white-haired maiden felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Though it was merely pure spring water, it tasted remarkably sweet and delectable, prompting an instinctive meal from her. Behind her, a fluffy white tail peeked out. Fortunately, at the last moment, she swiftly covered her mouth with her hand and discreetly concealed her tail. When she cautiously glanced up, she found Xiaoyu and the others either engrossed in their own elixirs or savoring roasted meat, none of them looking her way or laughing at her. With her eyes slightly reddened, June softly murmured, "Thank you." The breakfast prepared by Honglian and Xinglan was quite sumptuous. Each person was served a bowl of the authentic luminous elixir and a portion of roasted beast meat. Such a feast would be considered exceedingly luxurious by any other standard. However, Xiaoyu was not satisfied. He went to the luminous tree and plucked 4 plump tomatoes, handing one to each of the 3 girls. One for each. Give it a taste. Brother Yu, I remember you once taught us that in the wild, the more attractive the wild fruit, the more likely it is to be highly toxic. These fruits are so vibrantly alluring, Xinglan remarked, instinctively shrinking her neck. Hong Lian and Lu Yu nodded in agreement. The fruit appeared enticing and smelled even more so, yet they dared not consume it. Were it not for their close acquaintance with Xiaoyu, they might suspect he intended to poison them. TSK, what a bunch of silly girls. Xiaoyu chuckled, amused by their antics. He paid them no heed and took a hearty bite of one tomato. The 3 girls gasped in surprise, immediately attempting to stop him, only to realize that Xiaoyu was perfectly unharmed. This tomato, nurtured by the luminous realm, was delectably sweet and exquisite. Moreover, it was entirely natural, devoid of any chemical additives, a true delicacy. As Xiaoyu sank his teeth into the tomato, a cascade of juice splattered onto the 3 girls. A few droplets of tomato juice landed precisely at the corner of Xinglan's mouth. Enchanted by the alluring fragrance, she instinctively extended her delicate tongue to savor the droplets. Her sapphire eyes sparkled instantly, and she seized the tomato to take a bite. Sweet and tangy, simply delightful. This is the best thing I've ever tasted. Is it really not toxic? Witnessing this scene, Hong Lian and Lu Yu could no longer contain themselves. Subsequently, the 3 girls devoured their tomatoes, skin and all, at a visibly rapid pace. What on earth was this fruit? Why was it so delicious? In June, she extended her delicate tongue, savoring the remnants of tomato juice at the corner of her mouth, relishing the delightful balance of sweet and sour flavors, feeling utterly content. The white-haired girl felt that after indulging in tomatoes, she had little appetite for anything else. It is worth mentioning that during her time wandering outside, she had visited several bases and pilfered a fair share of delectable morsels, yet none compared to even a fraction of the exquisite taste of tomatoes. She speculated that if the prominent figures were aware of the deliciousness possessed by Xiaoyu, they would undoubtedly come to seize it. She planned to remind Xiaoyu to conceal these treasures more securely. After finishing breakfast, Hong Lian produced a piece of parchment and reported to Xiaoyu. Last night, a total of 41 individuals experienced a breakthrough in their abilities. Chen Long successfully ascended to the 4th tier, while 3 others reached the 3rd tier, and 8 progressed to the 2nd tier. The remaining 29 individuals have all attained the 1st tier. The tribe's warriors number only 65, and over half have advanced a small realm. The remaining members have also made significant improvements, coming closer to their next breakthrough. Indeed, that is commendable. Upon hearing the report, Xiaoyu nodded in satisfaction. The reason so many achieved breakthroughs after bathing in the luminous domain was not solely due to the domain's extraordinary nature, but rather because the members of the Maple Leaf tribe had consistently trained diligently. It was merely the scarcity of food and resources that had hindered their progress. After basking in the brilliance of the luminous domain last night, everyone's physique was nourished. Coupled with the ample supply of food and energy stones in recent days, breakthroughs became a natural outcome. However, it would be unlikely to witness such a large group of individuals advancing together in the future. Nonetheless, the overall strength of the entire Maple Leaf tribe has increased tenfold or more. Indeed, last night a child underwent a remarkable transformation. Hong Lian suddenly recalled something and said, "Oh, bring him over for me to see." Xiaoyu's interest was piqued. In the Maple Leaf tribe, with over 200 members, there were only a few who had experienced such mutations. To become a mutated individual indicated a commendable innate talent, worthy of cultivation. A moment later, under Hong Lian's guidance, a woman approached with a young boy. Upon seeing Xiaoyu, the 2 instinctively knelt and bowed their heads. After all, ever since the chief's arrival, their lives had improved significantly. They had food, drink, and even stone houses to reside in. Enough, rise, Xiaoyu gestured for the mother and child to stand. Then turned to Hong Lian with a serious demeanor, stating, "From now on, there shall be no more kneeling in the Maple Leaf tribe." He did not oppose the notion of social hierarchies. After all, from the moment of birth, distinctions and status already existed. However, the act of kneeling fostered a sense of servility, and should such servility flourish, the tribe would inevitably decline, reminiscent of the darkest century and more in China's past. Xiaoyu aspired to establish a genuinely formidable force, and relying solely on himself would not suffice. Thus, what he required was a cadre of companions. both physically and psychologically robust, rather than mere slaves. The transformation must commence now, starting with holding one's head high and walking with dignity. Understood. Hong Lian stood beside Xiaoyu, diligently recording this directive on parchment. The Maple Leaf tribe was still in its infancy, and the matters at hand were relatively straightforward, primarily revolving around sustenance. The power structure was equally uncomplicated. Xiaoyu served as the chief, steering the tribe's overarching direction, while Hong Lian acted as the deputy chief and Xiaoyu's personal assistant, meticulously noting all his commands to disseminate accordingly. As the mother and child stood up, Xiaoyu gazed intently at the boy. He recognized the child, named Nyo, who, despite being only 12 years of age, stood over 1.7 meters tall. Previously, due to frequent hunger, he had been emaciated, appearing gaunt and skeletal. However, after just one night, he had developed a considerable amount of muscle, radiating vitality. Most notably, 2 small horns had sprouted from his forehead, resembling those of a bull. Xiaoyu conducted a strength test on Nyo and discovered that his single-arm strength had already surpassed 300 gene. His physique was far superior to that of the majority of adults, despite having undergone no formal training. With proper guidance, it would not be long before his strength could exceed 1,000 gene. Excellent. Xing Lan, administer 10 drops of nightlight due to him. Xiaoyu nodded in satisfaction. The strength and physique of a bull are formidable within the entire biological sphere, akin to a diluted version of a power-type awakener. Nyo had inherited the strength and physique of a bull, and in the future, he would undoubtedly become a pivotal force within his community. Xiaoyu felt a profound sense of contentment and knew he must provide some support. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. The mother and son were overwhelmed with emotion, ready to kneel once more. However, they were stopped by Hong Lian's outstretched hand. She did not comprehend why Xiaoyu had issued such an order, but once commanded, she would execute it with utmost rigor. Meanwhile, Liu watched the young boy depart, her eyes filled with envy. She too possessed the strength of animals. Yet as a pure-blooded beastman, she was fundamentally different from the mutated beings. Pure-blooded beastmen forcibly merged with the power of ferocious beasts, rendering half of their bodies into those of the beasts. Should they harness the strength of these beasts, they risked being consumed by their primal instincts, becoming monstrous aberrations that defy the natural order. The aberrants remain human, albeit with localized mutations that bestow upon them the formidable powers of ferocious beasts. Despite the acquisition of such immense strength, their physical forms exhibit little in the way of abnormality or discomfort. Perhaps this is a legacy of the torment endured by their ancestors, who suffered a fate akin to a living death. Rest assured, I shall heal you. Xiaoyu, having discerned the thoughts of the woman, offered words of comfort, for he had already acquired the power of healing from the Bodhi tree. If he could save those on the brink of death, surely he could restore a living person to health. The strength of June emanated from the shadow spirit, and once mastered, it would render her a remarkably potent assassin. Thus, Xiaoyu's desire to heal her was rooted in the hope of gaining an ally even more formidable than an awakened one. June replied with a wry smile, nodding in acknowledgement, yet refraining from further elaboration. What is the status of our preparations for battle? Xiaoyu inquired with a serious demeanor, directing his gaze towards Hong Lian. Upon hearing his question, both Hong Lian and Xing Lan furrowed their brows, a hint of concern etched upon their faces. After a moment of contemplation, Hong Lian cautiously articulated, "Brother, our tribe's strength is woefully insufficient. Can we truly engage in a full-scale war with the Black Magic tribe? Perhaps we should wait a few more days?" Xiaoyu's inquiry regarding their readiness pertained to the impending confrontation with the Black Magic tribe. In recent days, he had triumphed over the Black Magic tribe on several occasions, yet those victories were against their lesser forces, devoid of any direct engagement with their main army. In a head-on clash, the Maple Leaf tribe, with merely dozens of warriors, would remain unable to withstand the might of the Black Magic tribe, which boasted over 1,000 soldiers, each at least of the first tier. After bathing in the light of the night and consuming the night dew, Hong Lian and her sister had significantly restored their vitality. Thus, with just a few more days of waiting, both sisters would likely achieve breakthroughs and be able to alleviate some of their brother's burdens. There is no need to wait any longer. Tomorrow night, when the moon is full, we shall annihilate the Black Magic tribe, Xiaoyu declared with unwavering conviction. The leader of the Black Magic tribe is merely a 6th-tier aberrant. In the face of his numerous tactics, he is no match for us. Moreover, one need not engage personally to obliterate a faction. He possesses an array of strategies at his disposal. Observing Xiaoyu's confidence, Hong Lian ceased her attempts to dissuade him. She perused the parchment in her hand and remarked, Everyone has been diligently training during this period. The Wing Chun techniques you have imparted are now preliminarily mastered, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities, rendering them ready for battle at any moment. However, should we truly embark on warfare, there lies a grave concern. Oh, what concern? Xiaoyu inquired, puzzled. Each night, Honglian diligently assessed the current state of their tribe. Any issues were promptly noted. If she could resolve them independently, she would do so and subsequently report to Xiaoyu. Should the matter exceed her capacity, she would consult with him to devise a solution together. Chapter 39. The Expedition. The Annihilation of the Black Magic Tribe. Tomorrow marks the night of the full moon, and the ferocious beasts within the forest are currently in a rampant state. Venturing into the woods in search of water would be tantamount to courting death. The warriors can endure a month without bathing. Yet now, we find ourselves devoid of drinking water. For those inhabiting the wilderness, being filthy and malodorous is of little concern. Survival is paramount. However, without water, engaging in battle becomes a matter of life and death. If all else fails, we must impose upon Xing Lan to bear the burden. In the end, Hong Lian sighed in resignation. With her third-tier strength, it is already a struggle for Xing Lan to conjure drinking water for several hundred individuals each day. Hong Lian wished not to subject her sister to such hardship, yet for the sake of their tribe, there was no alternative. As she spoke, she couldn't help but cast a glance at the white-haired girl beside her. It had been several days since she and her sister had bathed, leaving them feeling sticky and unclean. No need. I shall take care of the water supply from now on, Xiaoyu quickly asserted. The Water Awakeners, much like his healing abilities, required considerable physical and mental stamina to gather water sources. Starry Mist often exhausted herself to the brink of fainting while attempting to gather water for her kin. Now that he had the slime, there was no reason for his sister to endure such hardship. Gather everyone at once. I will lead us to the water source. Moments later, all who received the command assembled outside the small courtyard. At Xiaoyu's command, the Earth Dragon Tortoise slowly rose. Instantly, everyone aboard felt a gentle swaying sensation as they set off. After traveling a few miles, the Earth Dragon Tortoise suddenly came to a halt. Everyone, I have located the water source, Xiaoyu proclaimed with a sweeping gesture. What? So soon? The crowd erupted in joy, quickly peering over the city wall. However, they were met with a river emanating green light and black mist. The green luminescence and dark vapors were indicative of severe pollution. The tainted waters were so toxic that any ordinary person who dared to dip their hand into it would retrieve nothing but a skeletal remnant. The toxicity was 100-fold more dangerous than arsenic. Is it safe to drink? Chief, where is the water source you found? Everyone scanned their surroundings with bewildered expressions. The three sisters, Red Lotus, also wore puzzled looks, huddled together in hushed conversation. Xiaoyu claimed yesterday that he could find an inexhaustible water source. Perhaps he has overstated his prowess. If he fails to locate the source now, it will surely be quite embarrassing for him. Let us refrain from mocking him and preserve his dignity. With a sigh of disappointment, Hong Lian shook her head, harboring expectations that Xiaoyu could once again perform miracles. To her dismay, he was merely jesting. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. Even the former Xiaoyu could scarcely find a sufficient water source, merely ensuring that no one would perish from thirst. Could the current Xiaoyu possibly surpass his former self? Sister, I can still continue to condense the water source. It doesn't matter if brother you cannot find it, Xing Lan assured softly, her small fist clenched, despite feeling somewhat weary. Each time she condensed the water source, she would experience dizziness and fatigue. For brother you, enduring hardship and exhaustion was undoubtedly worthwhile. Not too far away, Xiaoyu couldn't help but roll his eyes at the ignorant little girls who whispered disparagingly about him behind his back, their voices scarcely hushed. Soon, they would witness the true prowess of his new pet. With that thought, he harnessed the power of the earth to construct a large reservoir atop the back of the Earth Rock Tortoise, complete with channels connecting to the outside world. Having completed this task, Xiaoyu shouted, "Slime, go!" In one swift motion, he hurled the slime from his arms into the river below. Ah, Shi, little Shi. Xiaoyu, have you lost your mind? The three girls turned pale with fright upon witnessing Xiaoyu's reckless act. However, in the next moment, they beheld the slime expand instantaneously into a colossal balloon, measuring several meters in diameter, with translucent pipes sprouting from both ends, each half a meter wide. One end of the pipe was immersed in the murky river, while the other end was inserted into the crevices of the Earth Dragon Tortoise's back. As the pipe drew in water, the other end expelled it. In the next moment, a miracle unfolded. The river water, initially thick with turbidity and shimmering with a greenish hue, was transformed upon being expelled from the pipe, emerging as a pristine source of crystal-clear water. How could this be? Was I witnessing a ghostly apparition? In that instant, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief, utterly astonished. Is this truly possible? In a wasteland where water is the most scarce resource, as natural water sources have mostly been contaminated, the leader had managed to purify the polluted water? It is remarkable to think that such tainted water is ubiquitous. Would there ever be a shortage of water again? Hail to the leader. A frenzy of cheers erupted from the crowd. The leader was extraordinary, akin to a deity descended to earth. What do you think? As he observed the three women, their eyes wide and mouths agape in astonishment, Xiaoyu couldn't help but display a proud smile. With this river water at your disposal, will you be able to bathe daily? Will you be able to construct grand swimming pools? Absolutely. As these words left his lips, the three women's eyes sparkled with excitement, nodding enthusiastically in agreement. Who desires to be considered filthy and odorous? It is an unavoidable circumstance. Who wouldn't wish to bathe every day? After all, they had faced numerous fierce beasts in search of water. Going months without a bath was not unusual due to the scarcity of sufficient water sources. Hong Lian had struggled to find water, and her sister had exhausted herself in the pursuit of gathering it. Yet now, with just this singular method, Xiaoyu had completely resolved the water crisis. After all, in a wasteland, what is scarce is everything, yet abundant are these natural water sources. These springs are so plentiful that even the ferocious beasts shun them, seemingly inexhaustible. The three women simultaneously conceived the idea of constructing a grand swimming pool where they could revel and frolic each day. Witnessing the fervent cheers and exuberance of the crowd, a surge of ambition ignited within Xiaoyu. Fellow compatriots, the Black Magic tribe has oppressed us for years. They have ruthlessly slain our venerable leader and numerous kin. The time has come. We shall set forth immediately in honor of our fallen leader. Let us obliterate the Black Magic tribe. For our leader, annihilate the Black Magic tribe. Annihilate the Black Magic tribe. Initially, Hong Lian harbored some trepidation regarding this decisive battle. However, now she is resolute in her belief that the Black Magic tribe is insignificant before the omnipotent Xiaoyu. The slime's water extraction was remarkably swift. Within merely half an hour, the reservoir was filled to capacity. This was sufficient for over 200 members of the Maple Leaf tribe for 10 days or more. Should they deplete their supply, they could effortlessly seek out another source, for natural water springs were abundant and inexhaustible. With all preparations complete, the Earth Dragon Turtle set off once more, heading westward, where the Black Magic tribe resided. Good heavens! What sort of creature is that? Shortly after the Earth Dragon Turtle embarked, it encountered numerous passers-by along the way. Upon sighting the Earth Dragon Turtle, everyone gasped in astonishment, trembling in fear. Many were so frightened that they lost control, collapsing to the ground. After all, the Earth Dragon Turtle now resembled a small mountain. A peak of such immense stature raced forward like a fierce beast, rampaging through all in its path, trampling everything beneath it. This scene is truly horrifying and chilling. Ha! Isn't that the Sunset Tribe? They used to frequently seize our water sources, but now upon seeing our guardian beast, they are frightened to the core. A member of the Maple Leaf tribe recognized a group of passers-by and exclaimed with glee, "With a leader, no one shall dare bully us again." Indeed. Others chimed in agreement. Previously, the Maple Leaf tribe was weak and often had their food and water stolen. But now, with leader Xiaoyu at the helm, they have found strength and confidence. Xiaoyu chuckled at the sight. Previously, he alone had ridden atop the Earth Dragon Turtle, able to breathe underground, allowing it to remain hidden despite its massive size. However, with hundreds now on its back, the demand for oxygen has increased significantly. While it is feasible for the Earth Dragon Turtle to submerge for a limited time, prolonged stays underground are no longer possible. As they travel now, staying underground is not an option. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu has grown powerful enough to not fear being discovered. Once he acquires the vast energy stones from the Black Magic tribe, his strength will surge even further. At that time, even if the Xiao family attempts to trouble him, he will not be intimidated. Chapter 40. You are the center of the Maple Leaf tribe. The Earth Dragon Turtle speeds towards the Black Magic tribe. While the 65 warriors preparing for battle receive their iron swords, shields, and armor. At this moment, everyone is making their final preparations, ready to fight for their tribe and their leader. Inside a modest stone house, measuring 60 square meters, with 2 rooms and a hall. Under the attentive care of his wife, Xiaoyu, the hunting team leader, Chenlong, donned his armor and helmet. The already imposing figure of this man appeared even more formidable. With a satisfied adjustment of the gleaming iron blades at his waist, which he had polished himself, he felt a surge of confidence. Equipped with this gear and the combat techniques imparted by their leader, he believed he could sweep through the majority of fourth-tier adversaries. Observing her husband's assured demeanor, Xiaoyu shook her head and cautioned, "Remember, this expedition will confront the most formidable enemies in the wilderness, aside from the Flame City, as well as the most ruthless bandits. As the captain, you must lead from the front. Be careful and return safely. Rest assured, with the leader by our side, there will be no issues." Chenlong replied with a hearty laugh. "You fool," Xiaoyu retorted sharply, poking her husband's forehead. "You were among the first to follow the leader, originally part of his inner circle. Right at the center of power. Yet your strength is still lacking, and you continually expect the leader to resolve all issues. Sooner or later, you will be replaced. Is it truly that grave?" Chenlong questioned, somewhat perplexed. He was not particularly interested in matters of power. Moreover, as the most capable member of the Maple Leaf Tribe, second only to the two ladies, he wondered who could possibly usurp his position. "Humph, it is far worse than you imagine." Xiaoyu scoffed. "The leader is immensely powerful, and his influence will soon expand, attracting many strong individuals. If, by then, you remain unable to assist him and continue to rely on him for everything, you will be marginalized and expelled from the center of power, becoming dispensable. And you, as the leader of the hunting team, shall become a source of disgrace. You will also be deemed a great sinner of the Maple Leaf Tribe." What should I do?" Startled by this revelation, Chenlong felt a wave of panic. Whether or not he became the leader was of little concern. However, he could not bear the thought of becoming a sinner in the tribe. He recognized that his wife was exceptionally clever, always capable of offering him sound advice. Listen closely. Upon realizing that her somewhat dim-witted husband had finally grasped the situation, Xiaoyu nodded with satisfaction and spoke earnestly. "First and foremost, compared to the newly joined strong warriors, the chief is undoubtedly more inclined to trust and nurture you, for you are his direct kin and most loyal subjects. Thus, while the tribe is still small, you must swiftly assist your brothers in achieving great deeds, demonstrating your efforts to the chief, proving your worth, for only then will he extend his assistance to you. The chief possesses remarkable abilities with just a little guidance. Your strength could surge exponentially. Moreover, the chief is exceptionally knowledgeable. Whether it be combat skills or wilderness survival, he reigns as the supreme sovereign of this untamed land. Currently, his influence is limited, and he surely has the leisure to teach you. As his power expands and his following grows, he will become increasingly busy and less available to instruct others. Those of you who have mastered the chief's skills will then be able to assist him in teaching newcomers. At that point, even if your own strength remains lacking, the powerful will still seek to learn from you, addressing you as their master. Wouldn't that be a matter of great pride? Wouldn't your status become remarkably elevated? As long as you accomplish these tasks, you shall remain firmly entrenched in your esteemed positions. Most importantly, you shall no longer need to brave the battlefield." "Oh, that holds some truth." Chenlong, stroking his chin, nodded earnestly. In truth, he had already been rendered somewhat bewildered by the discourse. Other details eluded his memory and comprehension. Yet one thing remained etched in his mind. This expedition required him to lead his brethren in achieving great feats. He aspired to transform the Maple Leaf Tribe, a mere handful of warriors, into the most formidable team, to become an irreplaceable force under the leadership of the chief. "Captain, the chief has ordered us to assemble immediately." A young man called from the doorway. Upon hearing this, Chenlong bid farewell to his wife and strode forth with purpose. Moments later, he beheld his comrades arriving in succession, all geared up and ready for action. Xiaoyu cast a sharp gaze over the assembled warriors, thoroughly pleased with their demeanor. He proclaimed, "The tribe's provisions are dwindling. In preparation for the decisive battle, we must stockpile more supplies. There lies a pack of ferocious beasts below. Go forth and eliminate them as a rehearsal for the impending confrontation. Remember, unless you find yourselves in peril, I shall not intervene. However, should I choose to rescue you, half of your spoil shall belong to me." These warriors had undergone training for a considerable duration, and it was opportune to assess the fruits of their labor just before the critical clash. With a gentle stomp of his foot, Xiaoyu summoned a stone platform that swiftly descended beneath the control of the earth dragon tortoise. At this moment, Chenlong recalled his wife. Xiaoyu's words. He must achieve greatness. It was not enough for him alone. He needed to lead his brothers to glory. With this thought, he turned his gaze toward the chief, Xiaoyu, stationed atop the city wall. At this moment, all the clansmen stood atop the city walls, gazing at them. His wife, Xiaoyu, was also on the walls, her eyes filled with anticipation, eager to witness their valor and accomplishments. Chenlong felt a surge of fervor within as he looked at his brothers and proclaimed, "Brothers, our leader's benevolence is as immense as a mountain. We must not disappoint his expectations. For our leader, we shall vanquish the fierce beasts. We shall achieve great deeds. For our leader, we shall eradicate the ferocious beasts. We shall attain glory." The warriors fervently chanted the rallying cry, their spirits soaring ever higher. Soon, the stone platform descended to the ground. This area had once been a lush forest, but the earth dragon tortoise had passed through, wreaking havoc and leveling the verdant terrain. At this moment, not far from the feet of the earth dragon tortoise lay a gorge, within which dozens of fierce beasts were trapped, their escape blocked by the creature. Roar, growl. Upon noticing the approaching figures, the beasts let out frenzied roars and charged towards Chenlong and his comrades. Kill. Chenlong swiftly drew his sword and was the first to plunge into the gorge, followed closely by a throng of warriors. As Chenlong entered the gorge, he was immediately targeted by a colossal third-tier barbaric bull that charged directly at him. Though Chenlong was a power-type mutant with considerable strength, he excelled primarily in brute force. However, this bull, while only a third-tier creature, stood over 2 meters tall, measured 3 to 4 meters in length, and weighed at least 1 to 2,000 Jane. Such a massive form, with a reckless charge, could easily take half the life of even a peak 4th-tier warrior. In the past, Chenlong would have turned and fled. Yet at this moment, the techniques taught by his leader echoed in his mind. Adopt different strategies for different foes. For beasts smaller than yourself, subdue them with sheer strength. Against those larger, do not engage directly in a battle of might, but instead triumph through speed and finesse. When faced with formidable adversaries, lure them into a vulnerable position before delivering a decisive blow. Remember, on the battlefield, you are afforded but a single opportunity. Miss it, and doom awaits. Chapter 41, the prelude to the final showdown. The troop's strength surged once more. Contemplating this, Chenlong's pupils constricted as he swiftly devised a strategy. At the very moment the two forces were about to collide, Chenlong planted his left foot firmly on the ground, executing an abrupt halt. With a twist of his waist, he performed a graceful pivot, evading the savage charge of the bull. As they passed each other, he executed a swift downward slash with his iron blade, making a sharp turn to thrust it into the bull's neck with utmost speed, causing blood to spray across him. In agony, the bull violently tossed its head, attempting to fling Chenlong away. However, he had anticipated this. Discarding his weapon and leveraging the momentum to soar onto the back of a nearby second-tier wild boar. He then drew another knife from his waist and plunged it into the boar's forehead. With agonized cries, the two mighty beasts fell to the ground, their demise swift as the flow of water. On the city walls, numerous spectators applauded in admiration. After all, defeating such a massive bull at the pinnacle of the 4th tier is no simple feat yet. Chenlong had cleverly dispatched it in a mere encounter. The crowd erupted in cheers, but only Xiaoyu, upon seeing her husband unscathed, felt her eyes moisten. What wife would wish to witness her husband fighting desperately on the battlefield? Excellent. Regarding Chenlong's performance, Xiaoyu nodded in appreciation. This Chenlong possesses a certain intellect, proving that his diligent guidance was not in vain. Chenlong is a power-oriented contestant, excelling solely in wide and aggressive sword techniques. However, to compensate for his shortcomings, he deliberately learned Wing Chun. The move he executed moments ago was a manifestation of Wing Chun's blade techniques, swift, precise, and ruthless. He concentrated all his strength into a single point, unleashing a sudden and formidable killing blow. Although the brute force of the bull far surpassed Chenlong's, he was outsmarted and easily dispatched. The ensuing battles were equally thrilling. These warriors performed remarkably well. After all, they had been imparted with a wealth of combat experience and techniques by Xiaoyu, the king of the wilderness, alongside modern training. When faced with equally ranked ferocious beasts, they utterly dominated the encounters. Moreover, clad in armor that provided defense even to their necks, it was exceedingly challenging for the beasts to inflict harm upon them. The entire combat concluded with remarkable ease. An hour later, the sounds of battle gradually subsided in the canyon. Chenlong, accompanied by his bloodied warriors, returned to the tortoise's back and respectfully bowed, declaring, "Leader, we have vanquished the ferocious beasts entirely. The mission has been successfully accomplished. These energy stones are a tribute to you. Please accept our gratitude for your unwavering guidance. As he spoke, Qianlong reverently presented over 300 energy stones. Thanks to Xiaoyu's specialized training and superior equipment, the warriors' combat prowess had increased at least tenfold. In just one day, their hunting spoils were equivalent to those of the past month. Well done. Rewards shall be bestowed. Xiaoyu grinned heartily and reached out to accept the offering. For him, over 300 energy stones were a trifling matter. However, this marked the warriors' first battle spoils, which held profound significance. After everyone had cleansed themselves, Xiaoyu instructed Xinglan to bestow each person with 10 drops of nightlight dew. As darkness would soon envelop the land, they would be able to condense new nightlight dew. Initially, the warriors, having fought fiercely, were somewhat fatigued. However, upon consuming the nightlight dew, not only did their exhaustion dissipate significantly, but their physical prowess was also enhanced. There was still battle to be fought before reaching the Black Demon tribe. Those who performed well would be rewarded. Thank you, esteemed leader, for your generosity. We shall undoubtedly brave the fire and water, ready to face any peril. Later that evening, within the small courtyard, there remained over 10,000 energy stones. Should I evolve that pet? Xiaoyu pondered as he gazed at the number of energy stones within his personal template. Tomorrow would herald the full moon, and he wished to elevate the overall combat strength of his clan as much as possible. As night fell, with the moon hanging high in the sky, the nightlight trees began to sway gracefully. In an instant, Xiaoyu made his decision and promptly commanded the system. System, evolve the nightlight tree to the 5th tier. Ding. Consuming 10,000 energy points, the nightlight tree has ascended to the 5th tier. A rustling sound of leaves echoed through the air. This was the sound of the nightlight tree's excitement. At that moment, the nightlight tree was enveloped in a brilliant green radiance descending from the void, resembling a resplendent emerald. Dazzling to behold, and began to swell rapidly. This time, it grew only an additional 20 to 30 meters in height, but the expansion was most pronounced at the treetop. The original treetop, with a diameter of over 100 meters, now expanded to 300 to 400 meters. In an instant, the radius of the nightlight domain increased several-fold. Even the edges of the earth dragon turtle's shell were graced by the nightlight domain. The homes of the over 200 tribe members lay within the central area, allowing them to bask in the green glow while at home. As many individuals experienced significant breakthroughs last night, this evening, numerous people sat cross-legged in meditation, eyes closed, absorbing the moment. Even some women were emulating the men in their practice. After a brief interlude, everything concluded, and Xiaoyu's strength surged once more. He felt confident, believing himself to be utterly invincible among those of the 5th tier. Even most of the 6th tier would assuredly meet their demise upon encountering him. What delighted him even more was the revelation that following the promotion of the nightlight tree, the amount of condensed nightlight dew had nearly doubled, and its efficacy had improved substantially. Henceforth, he could dispense a small quantity daily to reward those subordinates who excelled. A mere drop of nightlight dew could incite a frenzy among all, compelling them to compete fervently and strive for greater achievements. Xiaoyu, secretly admiring his own cleverness, mused over this. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment rang out. Starry Mist, Crimson Lotus, and June were crouched on the ground, gazing in wonder at something. Beneath the nightlight tree lay a circle of verdant plants, cabbage and corn seeds they had just sown. To their astonishment, after basking in the nightlight domain, these seeds had swiftly sprouted, brimming with vitality. June, observing the plants she had nurtured, revealed a rare smile of happiness. After watching for a while, she turned to the towering nightlight tree, abruptly rising with a serious expression. She said, Xiaoyu, this tree is a treasure of Black Soil City. If you have taken their possession, they will not let you go. You must be cautious. Indeed, this tree must be concealed well, lest it be discovered, Crimson Lotus added, her face etched with concern. Hai Huching, a colossal entity rivaling Yinqing, looms large. Even the Black Demon tribe, boasting thousands of warriors, must submit like mere hounds. The small Maple Leaf tribe appears as insignificant as ants in their presence. Moreover, should the Lord of Yinqing discover that Xiaoyu possesses this tree, he would not let him off lightly. Do not fret. Upon hearing these remarks, Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Once we conquer the Black Demon tribe, we shall acquire a vast trove of energy stones, and we shall no longer fear them. Would he willingly relinquish the treasures he had pilfered? Energy stones, you say? The three women exchanged contemplative glances. They should have anticipated Xiaoyu's intentions and could only share a bittersweet smile. It was no secret that Xiaoyu could evolve his pets using energy stones. Now that he required these stones, their focus shifted to how they might procure even more. Chapter 42. Women can also hold up half the sky. Xiaoyu, oblivious to the women's thoughts, gazed contentedly at the vegetables sprouting from the ground. Nourished by the nightlight domain, these vegetables thrived splendidly. Soon, he would reap a bountiful harvest. Bidding farewell to the days of feasting on barbecued meat until he could eat no more. However, for these vegetables to flourish, they required meticulous care. After all, the delectable nature of all vegetables stems from careful cultivation. Naturally grown vegetables are akin to wild greens, their taste often indescribable. The dilemma was that he lacked the inclination to tend to them himself, and he did not trust the three women to manage it alone. He needed to enlist some help. But who could he find? Xiaoyu pondered. The earth dragon turtle was simply too large, making too much noise while on the move. Traveling at night often invites attacks from ferocious beasts. Thus, Xiaoyu resolved that each evening, the earth dragon tortoise would pause to rest, allowing him a more comfortable slumber while preventing undue fatigue for the creature. The following day, Hong Lian reported that yet another individual had achieved a breakthrough in strength. As Xiaoyu had surmised, it was indeed those who had previously been unable to advance. They had finally succeeded. Consequently, every one of the 65 warriors from the Maple Leaf tribe now possessed at least first-tier strength. Furthermore, after bathing in the nightlight domain, those who had been utterly exhausted the day before were fully revitalized, their fighting spirit even more fervent. Once everyone had finished their breakfast, the earth dragon tortoise resumed its journey. Along the way, when they encountered ferocious beasts, Xiaoyu commanded Chenlong to lead the charge into battle. His intention was not to amass energy stones, as hunting beasts for resources proved to be a sluggish endeavor. Rather, he aimed to hone combat experience and, more importantly, to bolster their fighting resolve in preparation for the impending confrontation with the Black Magic tribe. Outside Xiaoyu's courtyard, a group of women approached slowly, engaged in conversation. Sister Xiaoyu, your man is the chief's trusted confidant. He is so formidable that you need only to enjoy a life of leisure at home. Why bother asking the chief for work? That sounds exhausting. Indeed, Sister Xiaoyu, our lives have finally improved. We need not toil so hard anymore. With the chief around, we shall never worry about food and drink in the future. The lifestyle of the refugee tribe dictated that men ventured out to hunt while women were tasked with skinning the beasts and managing household chores. It is worth noting that the skins of these ferocious creatures are thick and tough, making the dissection process quite physically demanding. Nevertheless, it seemed that Xiaoyu was still dissatisfied with the level of exertion among her peers. She instructed them to seek out the leader, requesting him to assign them more tasks. Wasn't this simply a case of being idle after having their fill? Who would wish to toil endlessly when they could rest? Silence, Xiaoyu admonished, observing the incessant chatter of the foolish women. Immediately, they fell silent, intimidated by her glare. Xiaoyu cast a cold, sweeping gaze over the multitude of simple-minded women and declared, "Remember, do not act foolishly again. Such remarks must never reach the leader's ears. He is not your parent and bears no obligation to provide for your sustenance. From now on, regard him as a deity, harbor gratitude and respect for him, and treat him as your sovereign. Moreover, while your men are out striving diligently, you wish to remain at home in comfort? Is that reasonable? Should anyone dare to voice such thoughts again, I will inform Chenlong to instruct his brothers to cast you out of your homes." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the women shifted dramatically, and they pleaded for mercy. They had no choice. Their men heeded Chenlong, and Chenlong listened to his wife. Thus, they too were compelled to heed her. Noticing their newfound fear, Xiaoyu sighed softly. She understood that these women did care for the well-being of their husbands. When they worked together to dissect the beast's flesh, they were indeed capable and resilient laborers. However, after enduring considerable hardship, their lives had suddenly improved, leading them to become somewhat complacent. With this in mind, Xiaoyu once again adopted a stern expression and warned, above all else, inform your men that the leader's power must expand, continuously absorbing new members, which necessitates the expulsion of the old guard from the center of authority. The leader requires only the most elite talents. If your men do not strive to fight and enhance their abilities, and they find themselves discarded, they should not blame others. Is that understood? Oh, we understand. A group of women, who grasped little, nodded obediently. It matters not if they comprehend. They need only follow instructions. Finally, with a warning, Xiaoyu proceeded towards Xiaoyu's courtyard. The women exchanged glances, pouted, and could only hasten to catch up. Moments later, Xiaoyu encountered the deputy leader, Hong Lian, and explained her intentions. Under Hong Lian's puzzled gaze, she was led to meet Xiaoyu. You seek work? What do you wish to do? Xiaoyu inquired with curiosity upon learning of Xiaoyu's purpose. Xiaoyu first bowed respectfully before responding. Our men toil tirelessly outside. As their wives, we too should contribute. We are ready to assist in whatever the leader requires. Oh, Xiaoyu replied, surprised, and regarded her with newfound admiration. Xiaoyu, the wife of the hunting team leader, was among the few astute individuals in the tribe. Pondering, Xiaoyu asked, "Do you have experience in planting?" Just yesterday, she had contemplated who might aid in tending to the vegetable garden, and here was a willing volunteer. Xiaoyu considered and tentatively responded, "I can water the plants." Would that suffice? Xiaoyu paused, then chuckled softly. Cultivating vegetables and fruits involves more than just watering. The reason why cultivated vegetables and wild fruits are more delectable than wild vegetables lies in the intricacies of their cultivation, how often to water, when to fertilize, and the timing of leaf pruning, among other details. However, it matters not. As long as you are willing to learn, I shall teach you the art of proper cultivation. Women can indeed shoulder half the sky. Xiaoyu encouraged with a smile. The realm of agriculture is not inherently difficult. With diligence and a willingness to learn, one can quickly become adept. Women can shoulder half the sky. Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. She had never anticipated that the leader would utter such words, affirming the value of women. In that moment, a resolution formed in her heart. She must lead the women to achieve success, showcasing to all that they too can bear half the sky. With this thought, Xiaoyu stifled her excitement and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed leader. I will certainly strive to meet your expectations." As she spoke, she instinctively moved to kneel and bow her head. Had it not been stated that kneeling was no longer permitted? Xiaoyu noticed the leader's expression darken. "Oh, I got carried away and forgot." She quickly apologized and hurried away from the courtyard. Once outside, she glanced back at the leader's abode, feeling that the leader's thoughts always diverged from the norm. While others claimed women were meant only for washing and cooking, the leader asserted they too could shoulder half the sky. While other authorities demanded kneeling and forbade even a glance upward, the leader prohibited kneeling. Xiaoyu did not fully grasp these matters, but the leader's distinct actions were a challenge to the established order. Sooner or later, those powerful figures would seek to confront the leader. A person as astute as the leader would not be oblivious to this, suggesting that she desired something greater. Uncertain, one cannot discern whether this will be a blessing or a curse for the tribe. Chapter 43. The Predicament of Xiao Tian. Is he destined to lose favor? Meanwhile, within the city lord's mansion of Yen City, the night of the full moon approaches. I wonder if Yuer will encounter any dangers in the wilderness. Should we send someone to protect him? Feng Muron cast a glance towards the direction of the Maple Leaf tribe outside the city, her eyes laced with concern. After all, he is her son, born after 10 months of pregnancy, and it is impossible for her to remain indifferent, especially since Xiaoyu's departure. She has felt an inexplicable emptiness within her heart. The longer he is gone, the more intense this feeling becomes. Previously, when he was by her side, she often found him tiresome, yet now that he is absent, memories of him and his kindness frequently resurface. She genuinely worries about her son's safety. Xiaoting observed his wife, furrowing his brow, yet he did not refute her. Every full moon night, ferocious beasts become increasingly violent and bloodthirsty. Yen City is fortified with high walls and protected by tens of thousands of soldiers, rendering it completely secure. However, the smaller factions in the wilderness often fall victim to the tides of beasts. A small tribe like the Maple Leaf tribe could be obliterated in an instant by a single wave of beasts. But if the Maple Leaf tribe were to be trampled by the beast tide, what fate would await his son, father, mother? At that moment, a voice interjected from the side. Observing his parents' intent to send someone to safeguard Xiaoyu, Xiao Tian spoke up to reassure them. "Do not worry. My brother possesses unparalleled skills. He shall come to no harm. Moreover, if the beast tide were to destroy the Maple Leaf tribe, my brother would have nowhere left to stay and would surely return home." Upon hearing these words, the couple simultaneously turned their gaze towards their youngest son, Xiao Tian, their expressions tinged with complexity. Sensing the scrutiny in his parents' eyes, Xiao Tian felt a sudden chill in his heart. Ever since Xiaoyu had departed, their parents had been fervently wishing for his return, particularly after his own unsuccessful quest for a water source. They had gone to great lengths to shield him from the consequences. However, this incessant effort had caused the couple to fall from grace, their prestige diminishing with each passing day. They were incessantly berated behind their backs, accused of being ungrateful and blind to their own faults. As time went on, their frustration mounted, consumed by thoughts of retrieving Xiaoyu. Had it not been for the sake of their pride, they likely would have ventured out themselves to find him. In contrast, their indulgence towards their second son, Xiao, had waned significantly. The dire circumstances plaguing Yin City had rendered them the subjects of daily scorn, all of which stemmed from Xiao's actions. Previously, they had unconditionally and irrationally pampered him, but now they often expressed their intentions for him to learn from his elder brother upon his return. Xiao harbored grave concerns that once Xiaoyu returned, he might usurp his position in their parents' hearts. Thus, he secretly wished for Xiaoyu to remain forever absent, preferably lost to the world. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence until, after a moment, Xiao sighed, saying, "Tian'er speaks with some merit. Yu'er is currently in a state of discontent with us. Even if we were to send someone to seek him out, he would not return unless the Maple Leaf tribe were no more." Feng Murong stared blankly towards the direction of the city's outskirts. Her expression conflicted. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." In the end, she acquiesced to the assertion. At that moment, several leaders arrived to report on their respective matters. Everything proceeded as usual until the fourth leader, Mad Dragon, concluded his report. "You claim that the treasure was taken by a monster?" Xiao's expression darkened as he gazed at Mad Dragon. Just days prior, Mad Dragon had confidently asserted that he had captured the fifth leader of Black Soil City, the Black Venom Bee, and with rigorous interrogation, they could uncover the secret of the Nightlight Tree. However, Black Venom Bee, in a fit of insolence, had repeatedly insulted Xiao, accusing him of rising to power on the coattails of his son and of betraying his allies. These were the very topics that struck at the core of Xiao's sensitivities, subjects that others dared not mention. The result was that Xiao was driven to fury, ultimately taking matters into his own hands and beating Black Venom Bee into a bloody pulp before he finally agreed to speak. The issue was that this scoundrel claimed that the entire courtyard where the Nightlight Tree was cultivated had been dragged away by monsters. Was that even a rational statement? Was he attempting to deceive us? "My lord, is there a possibility that Black Venom Bee's claims hold some truth?" Mad Dragon, having endured Xiao's wrath in recent days, tentatively ventured, recalling a scene he had witnessed earlier. "Heh." Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Mad Dragon, scoffing, "What would a monster want with a courtyard? Can it even inhabit such a place? Use your intellect. Clearly, Black Venom Bee is toying with you. Continue the interrogation until he reveals the truth. Yet, Black Soil City has threatened me. Humph. How dare the mere Black Soil City threaten this lord? Show no mercy." "Yes, your might is unparalleled, my lord," Mad Dragon replied with a grimace, lowering his head in acquiescence, preparing to resume the interrogation. "Yet, within my heart, I could not help but harbor resentment. The threat posed by Haida's city loomed over my entire family, not over you, the city lord. Thus, your indifference is understandable." At that moment, a scout arrived, announcing, "My lord, a significant event is transpiring in the wilderness." "What is it?" "Yesterday, a colossal creature, hundreds of meters in size, was spotted near the Maple Leaf tribe, leaving destruction in its wake. It is now heading westward, seemingly towards the Black Magic tribe." The scout had diligently sought out every tribe that had witnessed the monster, confirming the veracity of their accounts. Upon grasping the situation regarding the creature, he hastened back to report, driven by an ominous premonition that this beast would bring calamity to Yin City. "Yu'er." Upon hearing this, Feng Murong's expression tightened. A creature of such immense size must be at least a sixth-tier ferocious beast. With a sixth-tier beast prowling near the Maple Leaf tribe, could Yu'er possibly be in danger? Not only she, but all the high-ranking officials of Yin City were equally astonished. Such monsters typically lurk deep within the forest, rarely emerging even on a full moon night. Could it be that the denizens of the forest had ventured out prematurely? Unthinkable. If a formidable creature had emerged from the depths of the forest, the wilderness would have been thrown into chaos, rivers running red with blood. Yet, what do we see now? Not a whisper of disturbance. Thus, from whence did this monster originate? Could it have emerged from beneath the ground? The Mad Dragon recalled a previous encounter and chuckled awkwardly. He had witnessed that beast erupting from the earth while at the Nightlight Tree stronghold. However, the creature merely tore open a fissure in the earth, snatched away their prey, and then vanished without a trace. He only caught a fleeting glimpse of a colossal dragon's head, measuring several meters, yet he could not discern its full form. Could it be that very monster? Before he could voice his thoughts, he was disregarded by the city lord and several leaders. Alas, the other leaders deemed him the weakest, relegating him to the lowest rank, even though he suspected that this creature might indeed be the one from the luminous trees. "My lord, there is another matter." At that moment, the scout cautiously glanced at the city lord and his lady, reporting another piece of news. According to my investigation, over 200 members of the Maple Leaf tribe have vanished without a trace. The earliest to notice this phenomenon were those who had witnessed the giant turtle. Chapter 44. The Second Awakening of the Starry Mist. What? Yuer has disappeared? Upon hearing this, Feng Moron's face turned pale. Xiao Ting's expression also sharpened. What were these scouts doing? Over 200 individuals had vanished entirely. How could they say they were lost without a trace? The creature first appeared near the Maple Leaf tribe, and then the tribe mysteriously disappeared. Surely there must be a connection. Guanglong pondered for a moment and hesitantly spoke up. These occurrences are too coincidental. However, as soon as Guanglong began to articulate his thoughts, the second leader, who had always looked down upon him, scoffed derisively. Are you an idiot? The Maple Leaf tribe is so weak. How could they possibly be related to that monster? Oh, are you suggesting that the tribe was devoured by the creature? The furious dragon found himself at a loss for words, forced to silence. Is there truly no trace of that rebellious child? Xiao Ting cast a stern gaze towards the scout. That wayward son had the power to annihilate the Black Demon tribe. He must have regained a significant portion of his strength. Coupled with his innate caution, it seemed that anyone in the wilderness could perish. Yet he was the one person who could not be lost. How could he possibly have been devoured by a monster? Furthermore, with Xiaoyu missing and Yin City currently facing a water shortage, who could be sent to seek a water source? Was he really expected to venture into the forest himself in his esteemed role as the city lord? The denizens of Haida City would undoubtedly mock him mercilessly. Sensing the oppressive aura of the city lord, the scout hesitated momentarily before finally speaking. Some have claimed to have seen a figure on the back of the turtle. Perhaps it is indeed being controlled by someone. However, upon further inquiry, those witnesses stated that the turtle moved too swiftly for them to discern clearly. The reports regarding the monster were conflicting, and the notion of someone commanding the turtle was utterly ludicrous. In his years as a scout, he had never heard of anyone capable of controlling such a colossal beast. Unsure of the reliability of the information, the scout dared not report it, fearing the city lord's wrath. Very well, you may leave, Xiao Ting concluded, still without any leads on his eldest son, Xiaoyu. He disregarded the idea that the turtle could be under someone's control, never considering that it was indeed his most detested son, Xiaoyu, who wielded that power. This simply could not stand. He must urgently discover the whereabouts of you. Upon hearing the report about the giant turtle, Feng Moron felt an increasing sense of urgency. Unable to remain seated, she rose immediately. Madam, please do not be hasty. Xiao Ting extended his hand to halt his wife, directing his gaze towards the 4 leaders of the wild dragons below, and coldly commanded, you shall immediately lead 1,000 men forth. Since that tortoise is linked to the disappearance of my son, it must be found. Moreover, as it is headed to the Black Magic tribe, you may as well eradicate those bandits while you are at it. Understood. The Maple Leaf tribe lies merely a few hundred kilometers from the Black Magic tribe. With the speed of the Earth Dragon tortoise, they could have arrived at the Black Magic tribe in no time. However, Xiaoyu did not rush to advance. After all, in the annihilation of the Black Magic tribe, neither he nor the Maple Leaf tribe formed the main force. Thus, upon encountering groups of ferocious beasts along the way, they paused for hunting. By 3 or 4 in the afternoon, he ordered the Earth Dragon tortoise to halt once more, sending Chun Long and his team out to hunt. Meanwhile, he took the 3 women out for their own hunting expedition. After all, the sisters Hong Lian and Xing Lan bore a deep-seated grudge against the Black Magic tribe. Their participation in its destruction was imperative. The vendetta for their father's death must be avenged personally to quell their hatred. Xiaoyu had conducted prior training to enhance their combat prowess as much as possible. Xinglan, your attack methods are rather clumsy, given his superior strength. Xiaoyu refrained from joining the fray, opting instead to observe the 3 women in battle and provide tailored guidance. He soon realized that Xing Lan's combat style was excessively conventional. Consequently, he began to instruct her directly. But, brother Yu, there is no water source here. One cannot fully utilize their abilities. After being reprimanded by Xiaoyu, Xing Lan's sapphire eyes instantly glistened with tears, and her small mouth pouted. Her abilities could be described as formidable, yet also somewhat lacking. In the presence of flowing rivers, she could even suppress her 4th-tier sister to a certain extent. However, on land, she appeared somewhat diminished. You foolish child, you must understand that water is the most abundant substance in the world. There is a plethora of water in the air, and the bodies of both humans and ferocious beasts are predominantly composed of water. Just inflict a minor external injury on a beast, and you can cause it to bleed profusely, leading to its demise. With such capabilities, Are you not superior to your sister? Upon hearing these words, Xinglan's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. She felt as though she had awakened for a second time. While the offensive prowess of water-based abilities is not as formidable as that of fire, directly vanquishing an adversary proves to be a challenge. Yet, inflicting injury upon an opponent is remarkably simple. Once an enemy sustains even the slightest external wound, their fate is sealed. Subsequently, under Xiaoyu's guidance, Xinglan mastered the true application of her water-based talents. She conjured a sphere of water in the air and struck the snout of a third-tier beast, causing its nostrils to bleed uncontrollably. Within mere breaths, the beast succumbed to its own blood loss. This scene left both Honglian and Zhiyue utterly astounded. Zhiyue marveled at Xiaoyu's innovative tactics, while Honglian felt her sister had transformed into a little demon, losing her charm. Initially, she believed she could always dominate her sister. But now her confidence wavered. Honglian, your flames must be wielded in this manner. Zhiyue, engage your enemies with heartfelt words. Following this, Xiaoyu provided guidance to both Honglian and Zhiyue. The two women attempted to apply his teachings and were left in a state of utter shock. Originally, they believed that their innate talents were best understood by themselves. Yet now, they feel as though they have squandered their years ineffectively. In truth, Xiaoyu had merely read an abundance of novels in his past life, where various supernatural abilities were commonplace. By imparting these techniques to the three women, he significantly enhanced their combat prowess. Under Xiaoyu's guidance, the trio spent an afternoon hunting numerous ferocious beasts, amassing a substantial bounty. They collectively acquired over 500 energy stones, which they graciously presented to Xiaoyu. He, indeed, had a pressing need for these energy stones and accepted them without hesitation. Time swiftly passed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the night gradually enveloped the land. Darkness was imminent, and the moon was soon to rise. Xiaoyu gazed at the sky, his expression a mixture of emotions. On this full moon night, the beast tide approaches. We must return. There remains much preparation to undertake. Agreed. Meanwhile, in a forest, under the leadership of Captain Shenlong, dozens of warriors charged ferociously towards a pack of savage beasts. In a brief span, they dispatched over a dozen second and third-tier beasts. Faced with these human warriors, akin to wolves and tigers, even the dazed beasts were struck with fear. They began to scatter, attempting to evade Shenlong and his men. Suddenly, several walls materialized from thin air, confining the beast within. The creatures, unable to escape, could only resign themselves to their fate. Chapter 45, Darkness Falls. Ha ha ha, the leader is truly a genius. Initially, they harbored concerns regarding how their leader would confront the black magic tribe. They are merely 65 in number, and when faced with the overwhelming force of the black magic tribe, which boasts thousands, they would be instantly engulfed. However, at that moment, the crowd began to grasp the simplicity of their leader's strategy to conjure walls of earth from thin air, regardless of the enemy's vast numbers. As long as they could sever the foes from one another, they would be able to vanquish them one by one. Captain, how many energy stones have we harvested today? An eager warrior inquired. Including those just now, it has surpassed 800. Shenlong replied after a moment's contemplation. Until recently, they had diligently trained under their leader, only to finally engage in actual combat in the past couple of days. After exerting themselves in battle, they discovered the sheer efficacy of their skills, capable of annihilating foes with ease. Splendid. We can exchange for more luminous dew from the leader. Upon hearing Shenlong's words, the warriors' eyes sparkled with excitement. To motivate the warriors to engage in fervent hunting and enhance their prowess, Xiaoyu devised a series of temporary reward schemes. A promotion in rank would yield 10 drops of luminous dew. The top hunter of the day would receive 10 drops. 20 energy stones could be exchanged for 1 drop of luminous dew. It is worth noting that merely bathing in the realm of luminous night each evening offers numerous benefits, and the effects of luminous dew are tenfold superior. Moreover, Xiaoyu made it abundantly clear that this reward system was temporary, with prices destined to escalate significantly, at least 5-fold or 10-fold. Driven by the prospect of acquiring the most favorable luminous dew, the warriors' spirits soared, their fighting zeal intensifying. Observing this, Xiaoyu felt a profound sense of satisfaction, for all the energy stones were finding their way into his possession. Furthermore, after the luminous tree ascended to the 5th tier, it was capable of condensing over 50,000 drops of luminous dew each day. Xiaoyu had so much that he could scarcely consume it all. It was sufficient even for a lavish bath. Captain Shenlong, night has fallen. At that moment, a warrior pointed to the sky, his expression laden with concern. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up, witnessing the heavens shrouded in what appeared to be an immense black curtain, slowly descending. As the darkness enveloped them swiftly, the daylight vanished rapidly. "It is no longer safe outside. We must return immediately," Long declared solemnly. Despite their small team's considerable strength, he decisively led everyone back to the tribe, for tonight was the night of the full moon, and the forest was perilously treacherous. Subsequently, everyone hurriedly shouldered the carcasses of fierce beasts as they rushed back. Roar, roar. Along the journey, the group intermittently heard the resounding roars of beasts emanating from the depths of the forest, and those sounds seemed to grow increasingly nearer, suggesting that numerous ferocious creatures had caught the scent of blood and were charging toward them. Fortunately, Long guided everyone onto the massive tortoise. Upon sensing the might of the earth dragon tortoise, the beasts of the forest retreated in disarray. Has everyone returned? Xiaoyu glanced at the stone steps, confirming the numbers before quickly entering and addressing the gathering. The sky has darkened. Tonight marks the demise of the black magic tribe. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Upon hearing these words, the warriors' eyes blazed crimson, as memories of past atrocities flooded their minds, memories of the black magic tribe's heinous acts, including the murder of the old chief and the young clan leader several years prior. Many of their loved ones had met a tragic fate at the hands of the vile creatures from the black magic tribe. Tonight, retribution was finally within their grasp. Yes, yes, annihilate those bandits. Avenge our kin. The crowd roared, their eyes ablaze with a fierce warrior spirit. Hong Lian and Xing Lan observed the scene, their own eyes reflecting the same fervor. Under Xiaoyu's guidance, although their realms had not changed, their combat skills had become remarkably refined, supplemented by numerous new techniques. Their strength multiplied manifold. At this moment, the two sisters clasped each other's hands tightly, their hearts ablaze with determination. Father, brother, at last, we can avenge you. Xiaoyu instructed everyone to prepare while he made his way to the tribe's warehouse. There lay an array of resources from the Maple Leaf tribe, among which was a conspicuous, meter-wide stone of a deep crimson hue. This was none other than the celestial meteorite. At that moment, a pangolin was gnawing furiously on the celestial meteorite with its formidable steel teeth. Despite the meteorite's hardness exceeding that of ordinary steel, it was being reduced to mere fragments under the pangolin's relentless assault. Xiaoyu observed this scene, shaking his head in disbelief. Before long, a sizable chunk had been devoured from the meter-wide celestial meteorite. Enough, you glutton. If you keep eating, you will consume my divine weapon. Seeing that a quarter of the celestial meteorite had vanished, Xiaoyu swiftly grasped the pangolin by the neck, chiding playfully, "It's time to get to work." With that, he scrutinized the pangolin thoroughly. The glutton, though unchanged in size, began to emanate a deep crimson glow after consuming the meteorite for several days, seemingly absorbing the energy transformed from the celestial metal. Once fully digested, Xiaoyu observed that the creature's body had become increasingly sturdy. He instructed Liu to strike the armored pangolin with a fourth-tier quasi-divine weapon. Remarkably, after dozens of blows, not a single mark was left upon its tough exterior, indicating that its defenses had multiplied several times over. With its current level of protection, even a sixth-tier ferocious beast would struggle to slay it. It is time to set forth. The sooner we depart, the sooner we return, Xiaoyu proclaimed, waving his hand. The pangolin extended its long snout, nuzzling against its master before regretfully making its way into the depths of the forest. What purpose do you have in sending it deep into the woods? Liu Yu and the other two women expressed their confusion and concern. Although the pangolin's defense was formidable, impervious to anything short of divine weaponry, the forest was teeming with ferocious beasts, many of which were 4th and 5th tier, with several hidden 6th-tier predators. Previously, the pangolin had stumbled upon a den of 6th-tier lion cubs deep within the woods. Xiaoyu smiled knowingly. Upon hearing this, the three women rolled their eyes simultaneously, offering a moment of silent tribute to the unfortunate 6th-tier beast that would encounter this master and servant duo. Chief, when shall we launch our assault on the black magic tribe? Qin Long and all the warriors, fully equipped, approached to inquire. Let us wait a moment. We shall rest first, Xiaoyu replied, finding a chair to recline and recuperate. Wait, for what? The warriors were left in a state of bewilderment upon witnessing the scene. When the main forces arrived, the members of the Maple Leaf tribe, under the command of Xiaoyu, despite their confusion, remained steadfast in their position. However, the other factions were not as fortunate. In the blink of an eye, darkness enveloped the sky, and a luminous moon ascended upon the horizon. As the first beams of moonlight emerged, the familiar black mist within the forest thickened ominously. Even the moon in the sky seemed to be tinged with a hint of crimson. A cacophony of beastly roars erupted, resonating through the heavens and shaking the very fabric of the universe. The frenzied howls of countless ferocious beasts echoed, as if a switch had been flipped, igniting their eyes with a fierce red glow. Alarmingly, hundreds of these creatures surged forth. Everyone braced themselves for battle, ready to resist with all their might. Chapter 46. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The main forces have arrived. At the onset of the full moon night, the Chongtian tribe, situated closest to the forest, fell prey to a horde of savage beasts. They descended upon it as if it were an all-you-can-eat buffet, wreaking havoc. Instantly, the small tribe suffered devastating casualties among its hundreds of refugees. You may wonder why they chose to reside in such a perilous place, knowing the abundance of beasts. The answer lies in the availability of water. Only a colossal entity like Flame City, which boasts a significant water vein, can afford to distance itself from the forest. Other factions lacking such resources must dwell at the forest's edge, for it is here that the water supply is most plentiful, essential for survival. Besides the Chongtian tribe, numerous other tribes, desperately in need of water, have also been ravaged by the beastly tide, all situated near the forest's periphery, atop the walls of Flame City. On the towering city wall, several meters high, Xiaoyu and his spouse gazed into the desolate wilderness, their emotions a complex tapestry. An inexplicable sensation lingered within them. This night of the full moon seemed to incite a frenzy among the ferocious beasts. I wonder how Yuer is faring? Feng Morong expressed her concern. Rest assured, the mad dragon will locate him and bring him back, Xiaoyu assured her. The entire wilderness, save for formidable strongholds like Yin City, has faced the onslaught of the beast tide to varying degrees. This night was destined to be one of wakefulness, perhaps marking the eternal slumber for many. Meanwhile, the members of the Maple Leaf tribe, perched upon the back of a tortoise, surveyed the expanse with bewilderment. The moonlight shone brightly, dispelling much of the dense fog, allowing even ordinary folk atop the tortoise to discern the traces of numerous beasts in the distance. In times past, those creatures would have charged forth and torn them apart. Yet not a single beast dared to assault the giant tortoise now. After all, it was a colossal entity comparable to a sixth-tier beast, instilling fear even in the hearts of ordinary beasts. Chief, when shall we launch an attack on the Black Demon tribe? The brothers can hardly contain their impatience. Chen Long, having observed from the city wall for some time, descended to seek out Xiaoyu, probing for an answer. At their level of strength, beasts were undeniably superior to humans. However, during this period, the combat prowess of the brothers had significantly escalated, enabling them to overwhelmingly dominate beasts of the same tier. Thus, they yearned for immediate confrontation with the Black Demon tribe to avenge their grievances. Let us wait a while longer. The main forces are on their way. Xiaoyu reclined on a stone chair, speaking nonchalantly. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Suddenly, Xiaoyu abruptly opened his eyes and gazed several kilometers away. There, a cloud of dust billowed. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a massive horde of ferocious beasts, numbering in the thousands. At the forefront was a steel armadillo, his pet, racing forward with its long tongue flicking out. Hot on its heels were a pride of lions, each one robust and formidable. The leading two appeared to be at the 6th tier, while several others were at the 5th tier. Further back lay a throng of 3rd and 4th tier creatures, with even more at the 1st and 2nd tiers. The armadillo stumbled and fell repeatedly, often landing in a most undignified manner. Each time it tumbled, the lions surged forward, eager to sink their teeth into it. Yet, the armadillo adeptly burrowed into the ground, vanishing in an instant. Moments later, it re-emerged hundreds of meters away, once again drawing the relentless pursuit of the beasts. Observing this scene, Xiaoyu shook his head and chuckled. The beast tide was imminent, and everyone braced for battle. After issuing a command, Xiaoyu executed a swift teleportation, propelling himself forward. In just a few flashes, he appeared beside the armadillo. Chirp, chirped the armadillo, spotting Xiaoyu. Joyfully bounded over, eager to lick him. Not now, we must focus on the task at hand. Noticing the armadillo's filthy state, Xiaoyu wrinkled his nose in distaste as he pushed its long tongue aside, wiping the drool from his hand onto its body, eliciting a look of reproach from the little creature. Heel. Ignoring the armadillo's sorrowful gaze, Xiaoyu concentrated, and a vibrant green light enveloped the armadillo. Chirp. The pangolin suddenly let out a cry towards the heavens. Although its ironclad armor provided formidable protection, making it exceedingly difficult for the ferocious lions to bring it down. It had been relentlessly pursued and cornered by this pack of forest dominators for quite some time. After enduring multiple collisions with several lions, it had exhausted itself to the point of collapse. Not only was it weary, but it had also sustained some internal injuries. However, at this moment, its physical condition began to recover swiftly. In the span of a single breath, it regained much of its strength. Then, the pangolin, revitalized, experienced a significant surge in speed. Well then, those brutes have been hunting you for too long. It's time for me to aid you in avenging this chase. Xiaoyu exclaimed as he nimbly mounted the pangolin, playfully patting its head. Chirp. The pangolin, filled with excitement, promptly spurred forward, charging ahead with renewed vigor. It disregarded the massive turtle nearby and raced straight towards the black magic tribe. The relentless pack of lions and thousands of ferocious beasts pursued closely behind. On the back of the earth dragon turtle, as they witnessed the approaching beasts, every onlooker felt their hearts leap into their throats. Those were 6th-tier ferocious beasts. 2 of them were 6th-tier lions, the epitome of a warrior race. And there was a whole horde. If they charged at them, the earth dragon turtle would be doomed. The minions among them were certainly facing certain death. However, the 2 6th-tier lions merely cast a fleeting glance at the earth dragon turtle before resuming their pursuit of the pangolin. Thousands of ferocious beasts followed suit, leaving everyone bewildered. Could it be that the esteemed leader intended to save them by using himself as bait to divert the tide of beasts? As they observed Xiaoyu fading from sight, they exchanged glances, their hearts filled with both gratitude and concern. The leader was truly too good to them. However, with so many ferocious beasts besieging them, can the leader truly cope? Is this fellow resorting to the same old tricks once more? While ordinary individuals may fail to comprehend the situation, the 3 women of the Crimson Lotus Starstorm, who are well acquainted with Xiaoyu, have witnessed his various ingenious maneuvers firsthand and are fully aware of the formidable nature of his abilities. Thus, they harbor no concerns for his safety. On the contrary, they feel a sense of morbid curiosity, eager to witness the unfolding drama of the Black Magic Tribe. The Black Magic Tribe occupies a grand mountain, situated on the edge of a forest, and is likewise one of the primary targets of the beast tide. However, the formidable strength of the Black Magic Tribe has already repelled one wave of the onslaught. At this moment, atop Black Magic Mountain, a band of bandits is engaged in clearing the battlefield, while the chief stands at the peak, gazing toward the east, his expression darkening as he questions. Have those sent to Yinqing and Haida City for reinforcements reported back with any aid? A bandit responds, not yet. Damn it. The lords of Yinqing and Haida City. You treacherous scoundrels, may you suffer the direst of fates. The chief's eyes blaze with fury as he bellows. Just yesterday, scouts reported the imminent approach of a gigantic turtle barreling straight toward them. The chief possesses formidable trump cards of his own, even when faced with this colossal 6th-tier beast. He believes he has a chance to slay it. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that he has only just entered the 6th tier himself. Even if he were to vanquish this behemoth, it would come at a steep cost. Moreover, should the creature reach the Black Magic Tribe, the entire base would suffer a catastrophic blow, and countless vital resources would inevitably be obliterated. Such a grievous price is beyond the capacity of the Great Chief to bear. Chapter 47. The Hidden Strength of the Dark Magic Tribe. The Great Chief is reluctant to confront this terrifying creature alone. Consequently, he dispatched distress signals to both the Black Earth City and Flame City, imploring their assistance. In response, Black Earth City sent their 5 leaders, the Black Venom Bees, to aid the Dark Magic Tribe, only to be captured by Flame City, with their fate still unknown. They demanded the Dark Magic Tribe to immediately rescue the Black Venom Bees. Otherwise, they would march to annihilate the Dark Magic Tribe. Meanwhile, the situation in Flame City escalated even further. The city lord, Xiao Ting, issued a direct threat, commanding the Great Chief to promptly surrender the Nightlight Tree. Failure to comply would result in immediate military action against the Dark Magic Tribe. Enraged, the Great Chief seethed with indignation, pondering why he was perpetually the one to suffer. Both colossal powers seemed intent on his destruction. The Nightlight Tree was the greatest treasure discovered by the Dark Magic Tribe. He had no idea who had stolen it. And even if he did, reclaiming it was impossible without endangering the interests of Flame City and Black Earth City. Great Chief, trouble approaches. At that moment, a bandit rushed in, breathless. What now? A massive horde of ferocious beasts is charging toward us. What? Not just that giant turtle, but an even greater number of ferocious beasts? Upon hearing this, the Great Chief's fury reignited, his teeth clenched in frustration. In the past, even when faced with waves of savage beasts, they would simply repel one onslaught. But now, he had yet to devise a solution for that colossal turtle. And now a multitude of ferocious beasts was descending upon them? Was there no respite? This was utterly intolerable. Both Yin City and Black Earth City have dared to bully me. Do these ferocious beasts think they can intimidate me as well? Do they truly believe I am as malleable as clay? My comrades, prepare for battle at once. They are merely a pack of brutes. Let them witness whether their savagery surpasses yours. As the tide of beasts approached, the chieftain's eyes sparkled not with fear, but with a sinister laughter. The Black Magic tribe has dominated the wilderness for countless years. Apart from Yin City, they have known no true rivals. Furthermore, Yin City and Black Earth City have long presumed that we number merely 1,000 souls. In truth, the chieftain commands over 1,400 bandits, with an additional 400 skilled black magic guards, predominantly at the second tier. Although the battle at the Nightlight Tree claimed over 100 lives, our base still boasts 1,200 remaining warriors. Moreover, he wields a near-divine blade of remarkable might, capable of slaying even 6th-tier beasts. His black magic guard commanders and several leaders are also armed with 3rd-tier near-divine weapons, equally formidable. Together, 2 or 3 of them can confront a 6th-tier beast head-on. With such a multitude of hidden strengths at his disposal, he views the mere 1,000 beasts with scant concern. Nevertheless, recognizing their formidable nature, he resolved to execute Plan B. The chieftain declared, turning to the second-in-command with a glint of mischief in his smile, "Go, summon our allies from the Chiefing tribe and Dongyan tribe. Let us vanquish these beasts together." Ha ha ha, the chieftain's wisdom shines. Bowing respectfully, the second-in-command swiftly departed with 200 men. The sound of cackling echoed as the bandits exchanged glances, their lips curling into sinister smiles. "Comrades, eliminate these beasts entirely, for they shall serve as our libation." The chief bellowed, brandishing his great sword and cleaving toward the foremost 6th-tier ferocious beast. The remaining 1,000 bandits surged forward, charging headlong into the throng of beasts. Armed not only with iron blades, many of these brigands were also clad in iron armor. In a fierce clash, they did not falter against the onslaught of the fearsome creatures. Rather, they trampled through the horde, slaughtering over 100 with ease. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, riding atop an armadillo, galloped furiously toward the Black Demon tribe. As was his custom, he deftly burrowed underground, leading 1,000 ferocious beasts directly into the lair of the Black Demon tribe. True to its reputation, the tribe's strength far exceeded his expectations. The bandits stationed at the base were evidently much more formidable than those he had previously encountered. Among them, there were several hundred at the 2nd and 3rd tiers, and dozens at the 4th and 5th tiers. Although 2 6th-tier beasts led the charge, flanked by a host of 4th and 5th-tier creatures, the bandits were equally ruthless and reckless. In the initial skirmish, the bandits incurred minimal losses while slaying dozens of beasts. If this continued, it was conceivable that the 1,000 ferocious beasts would not suffice for their slaughter. "Ah, splendid. Let us assist in ridding the world of more beasts." Xiaoyu chuckled. "Once they have finished, we shall send more their way." With that, he patted the armadillo's head, signaling it to turn back toward the tribe. "Chirp, chirp." The pangolin exclaimed with excitement, extending its long tongue in an attempt to lick Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu hurriedly turned his head aside, gently tapping its head as a reminder, "Stop fooling around. If we don't hurry, your enemies will come knocking again." Startled, the pangolin's scales bristled in alarm, and it immediately pivoted, sprinting toward the Maple Leaf tribe. Moments later, Xiaoyu returned to the back of the Earth Dragon Tortoise. "Leader, was the commotion at the Black Magic tribe caused by you?" At this moment, the Earth Dragon Tortoise was not far from the Black Magic tribe, by the bright moonlight illuminating the entire continent. Everyone could vaguely hear the fierce roars of beasts and the sounds of battle coming from the direction of the Black Magic tribe. Thus, many speculated that the disturbance was likely orchestrated by the leader. However, apart from the 3 women of June, everyone else found it utterly perplexing. "Hee, let us go. I'll take you to witness the spectacle." Xiaoyu did not deny it and directly commanded the Earth Dragon Tortoise to advance swiftly. Howl, howl. Chirp, chirp. As soon as the Earth Dragon Tortoise set off, a cacophony of beast roars echoed across the wilderness. Yet, these were merely the sounds of panicked retreat. The weaker ferocious beasts, sensing the might of the Earth Dragon Tortoise, fled in haste. Xiaoyu paid them no heed and continued on his way. Wait. Suddenly, Xiaoyu's gaze fixed on a throng of people several kilometers away, seemingly stretching for hundreds of meters, all heading toward the Black Magic tribe. Something felt amiss. So he urged the Earth Dragon Tortoise to approach. Meanwhile, not far away in the wilderness, a voice echoed, "Mother, There are monsters everywhere. Where are we going? A ragged little boy, around 5 or 6 years old, gazed at his mother with terror in his eyes. Surrounding them was a group of similarly tattered individuals, their expressions hollow and numb, as they were herded by over 200 bandits of the Black Magic tribe, staggering towards their stronghold. Among the crowd, there were frail elders, pregnant women, and helpless children. The air was periodically pierced by the ferocious roars of beasts, echoing through the mountains and forests. Upon hearing these terrifying sounds, many women and children trembled in fear, their faces ashen. "Mother, I am scared. I do not wish to go," implored the boy, looking up at his mother with pleading eyes. Tears instantly welled up in her eyes, and she bent down, intending to comfort her son. However, a bandit suddenly struck her with a vicious slap. Instantly, 5 distinct marks appeared on the boy's gaunt face. "Dongzi, are you all right?" "I'm so sorry. We were wrong," cried the mother, her voice filled with despair. "Please, do not harm my son anymore." Chapter 48. The Powerful Crimson Lotus Starstorm. Avenge the murder of my father. Witnessing her son's face swell instantly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, the mother felt her heart wrench in agony as the bandit seemed poised to strike again. Without hesitation, she clung to the bandit's leg, kneeling and desperately bowing her head, pleading for mercy for her child. In response, the bandit delivered a brutal kick to the woman, bellowing, "Get away." Just as the bandit stepped forward, ready to deliver another kick to the boy, a piercing scream echoed. "Ah, a monster. It's that giant turtle." In an instant, everyone froze in place, their faces etched with terror as they turned to look at the source of the commotion not far ahead. The bandit was instantly drenched in cold sweat, his body rigid as he turned his neck to glance around, only to behold a colossal turtle approaching with remarkable speed. "Prepare to defend," shouted the second-in-command of the Black Magic tribe upon sighting the immense creature, immediately rallying for defense. However, as the turtle drew within 100 meters, the ground suddenly erupted with razor-sharp spikes, impaling dozens of bandits in an instant. Simultaneously, several walls emerged, encircling all the bandits within. As for the members of the Maple Leaf tribe, upon seeing the figures atop the turtle's back, many familiar faces emerged, causing the second-in-command's pupils to constrict. His mind raced as he reconsidered the giant turtle, and suddenly, everything began to make sense. It was well known that the giant turtle had first appeared in the Maple Leaf tribe, after which over 200 individuals had vanished without a trace. No one had ever imagined that those 200 people were riding atop that great turtle. After all, it was a formidable beast of 6th-tier strength. Who could possibly control it? Furthermore, during the battle at the Nightlight Tree, a mysterious creature had erupted from underground. The tactics this creature had just displayed clearly indicated its ability to manipulate the earth. Therefore, had the Nightlight Tree of the Black Magic tribe been stolen away by this very monster? Fury surged within the second-in-command as he pieced everything together. He longed to tear the beast to shreds. With a furious roar, he commanded, "Everyone, launch a full counterattack at once. Slay this monster. Retrieve the Nightlight Tree. Kill." On the back of the turtle, Xiaoyu looked down upon the bandits, issuing his own decree. "Annihilate these beasts." Cheng was the first to charge down. June, along with the Honglian sisters and dozens of warriors, followed suit. "That is the second-in-command of the Black Demon tribe. Leave him to us, sisters." Upon spotting the second-in-command, Honglian's eyes blazed with fury as she gritted her teeth. With a glance exchanged between the sisters, they both surged toward their foe. "Humph! Even your father and brother are worthless before me. I could easily slay you 2 insignificant girls." The second-in-command scoffed disdainfully as he faced the advancing Honglian and Xinglan. He was a formidable 5th-tier peak warrior, capable of dispatching 10 such young girls without effort. "You shall pay for your insolence. I will tear you apart." Upon hearing his words, Honglian's eyes ignited with rage. The deaths of their father and brother had long been the deepest wound in the sisters' hearts. And this beast dared to insult them. He deserved nothing less than death. In an instant, she transformed into Super Saiyan mode, her entire body engulfed in crimson golden flames, her fiery short hair standing on end. Beside her, Xinglan's expression mirrored her fury. With a mere thought, she summoned a multitude of water droplets from the air, enveloping herself in a veil of pale blue, resembling a water sprite from the depths of the sea. This was a technique taught to her by Xiaoyu. In this state, she could protect herself while significantly reducing physical damage, and at any moment, she could manipulate the water to strike at her enemies. Such theatrics. The second-in-command sneered at the transformations of the 2 women, brandishing his blade with the intent to cleave them in 2. At that moment, Hong Lian's right index finger suddenly pointed at the second leader, forming the shape of a gun. In the next instant, bang! A small fireball, no larger than her fingertip, coalesced at the tip of her finger. Under her control, it shot forth like a meteor at high speed towards the second leader. The fireball traveled with such swiftness that even the formidable fifth-tier peak expert was struck in an instant. A spray of blood erupted from his chest, leaving him with superficial wounds. "You little girl, you are all far too weak. More worthless than your father and brother," he sneered nonchalantly. However, before he could finish his taunt, an agonizing pain pierced through him. As a fifth-tier peak powerhouse, his physical body was robust. The wound on his chest was merely a small hole. Such minor injuries should not be fatal. Yet now, blood gushed forth like a fountain from the injury. "Did you do this? How could this be?" The second leader looked at Xinglan in shock. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he rushed toward her, intent on ending her life. But Xinglan, employing the kite-flying tactics taught by Xiaoyu, deftly maneuvered while causing him to bleed. Meanwhile, her sister relentlessly unleashed her fireball techniques to exacerbate the second leader's wounds. Ultimately, the second leader, having lost too much blood, was rendered utterly powerless to resist. In the end, Hong Lian hurled a massive fireball, obliterating the old dog into mere ashes. "Well done." At that moment, Xiaoyu descended into the fray, thoroughly impressed by the performances of Hong Lian and Xinglan, giving them a thumbs up. It must be noted that although they were exceptionally rare awakeners with extraordinary talents, one was at the peak of the fourth tier while the other was at the peak of the third tier. Their adversary, however, was a formidable foe at the pinnacle of the fifth tier. Yet ultimately, the two sisters managed to vanquish him without sustaining a single injury. How delightful it is. All thanks to Brother Yu's exceptional guidance. After slaying a bitter enemy responsible for her father's death, Xinglan's spirits soared. She gleefully entwined her arm with Xiaoyu's. Playfully swaying as her sapphire eyes sparkled with warmth and gratitude. The two well-developed little bears, whether intentionally or not, engaged in playful interaction with Xiaoyu. Enough of this. We still have enemies to confront. Hong Lian chided with a stern expression. With that, she seized her sister's hand and charged towards the battlefield where Qianlong and others fought. The 200 warriors brought by the second leader were predominantly elite, with over half at the second and third tiers. Just moments ago, dozens had already fallen to the Earth Dragon Turtle, and those remaining had been systematically defeated. With the formidable might of Hong Lian and Xinglan combined, they swiftly eradicated all the bandits. Initially, the hundreds of refugees were gripped by terror at the sight of the Earth Dragon Turtle, but upon seeing Hong Lian, they all fell to their knees, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, Leader Hong Lian, for saving us and the Maple Leaf Tribe. I am no longer the leader of the tribe. It is my brother, the new chief of my clan, who has come to your aid." As the crowd bowed before her, Hong Lian quickly stepped aside, taking Xiaoyu's hand to pull him forward, while she preferred to call him by name in private. In the presence of others, Hong Lian would adopt the demeanor of an obedient sister, affectionately calling him brother, much to Xiaoyu's discomfort, eliciting a shiver down his spine. Chapter 49. A Mutual Destruction. The great leader has fled? Xiaoyu? Gratitude to Leader Xiaoyu for his life-saving intervention. The refugees once again prostrated themselves, their eyes filled with astonishment and gratitude. Everyone comprehended the truth. The immense turmoil caused in the wilderness over the past few days, which had terrified countless individuals, was merely the pet of this leader, Xiaoyu? Previously, many had claimed that Xiaoyu had been rendered utterly powerless after losing the protection of Flame City. Yet, it now appeared that he had merely escaped from the confines of that city, soaring freely like a dragon through the heavens. "Enough, rise," Xiaoyu addressed the refugees, his expression one of curiosity. "You hail from the Chiefing tribe and the Dongyan tribe, do you not? How did you end up captured here?" The Black Demon tribe was beset by a beast tide, and in their desperation to withstand it, they seized us to serve as cannon fodder. The leaders of the two tribes elucidated the situation. The Black Demon tribe had long been reckless and unrestrained in their hunts for ferocious beasts. They often used living humans as bait. However, as their power expanded, they had tempered their actions out of fear of the Lord of Flame City, Xiaoting. Now, their strategy involved feigning alliances with smaller tribes. When the Black Demon tribe was confronted with a beast tide, they would capture all members of these so-called allied tribes, forcing them to serve as sacrificial pawns to attract the attention of the ferocious beasts. Meanwhile, the bandits would take the opportunity to launch surprise attacks, exterminating the beasts. In this manner, they could slay the very threats that other factions feared and profit immensely from the energy stones garnered. This was one of the reasons the Black Demon tribe continued to grow in strength. A pack of brutes. They deserved to meet their end 1,000 times over. Upon grasping the entirety of the situation, Hong Lian's fiery temper flared once more, her eyes ablaze with fury. For she knew the Black Demon tribe to be exceedingly ruthless. Little did they expect such madness to unfold. To offer the living as fodder for ferocious beasts? To serve as mere cannon fodder? Observing the hundreds gathered, many of whom were women and children, as well as frail elders barely able to move. One could only lament their fate. Should a beast attack, escape would be an impossibility. They would be left to await their demise in place. In her youth, the Maple Leaf tribe often experienced the disappearance of its members, with her father merely claiming they had been captured by the Black Magic tribe. Back then, Hong Lian did not comprehend. But now, the truth was glaringly clear. Her kin had been sacrificed as bait, offered to the beasts. At that moment, her hatred for the bandits deepened profoundly. Sister, we shall eradicate the Black Magic tribe. Xinglan calmly grasped her sister's hand, yet her words carried a chilling intensity. Those uncles and aunts who had once showered her with affection had vanished without a trace, only to be revealed as victims of the beasts. Today, she would exact vengeance for her beloved relatives, to avenge their suffering. Hearing this, Xiaoyu felt a twinge of awkwardness. These refugees held him in gratitude, unaware that the beast tide had been incited by him. Fortunately, he had rescued these individuals, ensuring none fell victim to the calamity. Nevertheless, he harbored a deep loathing for the bandits' heinous acts. Such a malevolent force was indeed a malignant tumor that must be eradicated. As Xiaoyu and his companions departed, the recently rescued young boy gazed up with admiration and declared earnestly, "Mother, that big brother is truly remarkable. When I grow up, I too shall be like him, and then seek him out to repay his kindness in saving my life." Indeed, then you must strive to grow up quickly. Subsequently, Xiaoyu urged the Earth Dragon Tortoise to accelerate their journey, swiftly approaching within a kilometer of the Black Magic tribe's territory. Then, Xiaoyu instructed the Earth Dragon Tortoise to submerge underground, reaching the summit of the Black Demon Mountain. Although the Earth Dragon Tortoise was currently burdened with over 200 individuals, it had constructed several ventilation shafts, ensuring a sufficient supply of oxygen. Concealed underground for a couple of hours posed no significant issue, yet prolonged duration would be unfeasible. The muffled cries of battle echoed above, roar, roar. Even while sheltered underground, the group could hear the chaos clearly. Hundreds of bandits clashed fiercely with an equal number of ferocious beasts, the brutality of their struggle evident. At the foot of the mountain, a grim scene unfolded, littered with corpses and permeated by the stench of blood. Initially, 2 sixth-tier lions and several leaders were engaged in a fierce stalemate, while the other bandits, relying on their overwhelming strength, had slaughtered most of the beasts. However, the pungent scent of blood attracted yet another wave of ferocious beasts, who seized the opportunity to disrupt the battle formations of the Black Demon tribe. Now, both sides were evenly matched in their fierce combat, leading to mutual devastation. "Everyone, hold your ground," the chief leader urged. "The second leader has already captured members from the Chiefing tribe and the Donyan tribe. They will return shortly. Once those stragglers arrive to serve as cannon fodder, we can reap the rewards from behind and make a substantial profit." As the relentless tide of beasts surged forth, the chief leader felt a twinge of uncertainty and shouted in desperation. Unnoticed by many, he quietly began to retreat. "We cannot hold on any longer, Chief. The bandits, having repelled the initial wave of beastly attacks, were now weary and struggling to maintain their ground. However, this marks the third wave of ferocious beasts, and the bandits are nearly exhausted. But where has the great leader gone? On the back of the Earth Dragon Turtle. Truly, it is a masterpiece befitting a leader, awe-inspiring in its grandeur. When the great leader chooses to act, his presence is nothing short of astonishing. Many families from the Maple Leaf tribe have also been captured by the Black Magic tribe, instilling a deep-seated hatred within them. Witnessing the brutal clash between the ferocious beasts and the bandits, the crowd erupts with excitement, applauding the spectacle. Simultaneously, their admiration for the great leader's extraordinary abilities grows ever stronger. "Stay here and await my return. I shall lead you in vengeance," admonished Xiaoyu, before directly taking the pangolin and the lightning weasel underground, vanishing from sight. Now, it is time to resume his former pursuits. First, he would seek treasures. With previous experience under his belt, Xiaoyu approached treasure hunting with newfound proficiency. He utilized Earth Escape to infiltrate the Black Magic tribe. Observing discreetly from atop the mountain, He scanned the battlefield and soon detected the whereabouts of the Black Magic Guard commander and several leaders, who were besieging two 6th-tier ferocious beasts. Under their relentless assault, the two 6th-tier beasts ultimately succumbed, collapsing into pools of blood. Most of the remaining beasts were also slain, allowing the Black Magic tribe to regain control of the situation. Yet, conspicuously absent was the great leader. Where could he have fled? Could it be that he has run away? Xiaoyu searched meticulously but found no trace of the great leader. In the entirety of the Black Magic tribe, the most formidable presence is undoubtedly this great leader. And Xiaoyu harbors significant enmity towards him. He harbored a desire to eliminate the great leader, who, in turn, harbored an equally profound hatred for him, contemplating his demise daily. Thus, it was imperative that the great leader not be allowed to escape. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyu once again descended into the depths, penetrating directly into the Black Demon tribe. This realm was a labyrinth of meticulously hewn caverns, steeped in an ominous atmosphere, replete with a cacophony of strange odors. At this moment, in anticipation of the impending beast tide, nearly all of the remaining 800 members of the Black Demon tribe had taken to battle, rendering the interior remarkably sparse. After all, who could have foreseen that someone would dare traverse such perilous battlefields to infiltrate their rear? Xiaoshan, Xiaojia. Split up and search. Inform me immediately upon discovery. Chapter 50. A Bountiful Harvest. Tens of thousands of energy stones. The mountain peak housing the Black Demon tribe was colossal, its interior a convoluted maze of twists and turns. Not only did Xiaoyu lack a map, but even had he possessed one, deciphering it in a short span would have proven impossible. Thus, he was compelled to send out his Lightning Marten and Armadillo to scout the way. Indeed, with the assistance of these two little creatures, Xiaoyu swiftly received news. There existed a certain telepathic bond between him and his pets. As long as they were within a reasonable distance, communication was straightforward. At this moment, Xiaoshan had discovered a trove of energy stones. However, it had also encountered a perilous situation, facing an adversary of the 6th rank, far beyond its capabilities. Without delay, Xiaoyu burrowed into the earth, disregarding all other caverns, and hastened towards Xiaoshan's location. A mere minute later, he heard Xiaoshan's voice and promptly emerged from the ground. There, he beheld Xiaoshan engaged in a fierce struggle within a small cavern of merely several dozen square feet, grappling with a figure clad in black robes. Although Xiaoshan was remarkably swift and possessed teleportation skills, the confined space severely limited its potential. The opponent was merely a 6th tier, completely within his grasp. How dare he lay a hand on my pet? Upon observing the condition of Little Shimmer, Xiaoyu's gaze turned icy. At that moment, Little Shimmer seemed to have been struck by a blade. Although it had managed to evade the attack just in time, it still suffered injuries to its tendons and bones. It was evident that the adversary's weapon was far from ordinary. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Little Shimmer, filled with indignation, cast a resentful glance towards the cloaked figure. Meanwhile, the figure, now fixated on Xiaoyu, erupted into triumphant laughter. Xiaoyu? I never expected it to be you. Haraha. All along. The Grand Leader possessed an exceptionally keen intuition. This evening, the Black Demon tribe had already endured 3 waves of beast tides. The Grand Leader had sensed something amiss long ago, particularly with the commotion and the thick scent of blood permeating the air. It was highly likely that a 4th wave, or even a 5th, would soon follow. The Black Demon tribe had suffered grievously tonight, with over 1,000 casualties, most of whom were lost. The 2nd leader had been absent for an extended period, and it was probable that he had encountered trouble. The remaining few hundred injured soldiers could hardly withstand another wave of beasts. Thus, the Grand Leader made a swift decision, while everyone was preoccupied with combating the 3rd wave of ferocious beasts. He would stealthily venture to the treasure vault to abscond with the most valuable artifacts and make his escape. However, he did not anticipate encountering the one person he most desired to eliminate just as he was about to depart. As for whether he could defeat Xiaoyu, what a joke. Several years prior, he had merely been at the pinnacle of the 5th tier and could not possibly contend with Xiaoyu. Yet, over the past few years, bolstered by the nurturing of Nightlight Dew, he had finally achieved a breakthrough. Now he was a bona fide 6th tier powerhouse, immensely formidable, wielding a powerful quasi-divine weapon. In an instant, his combat prowess surged considerably. And what of Xiaoyu? He had become a mere shell of his former self. How formidable could he possibly be? I wish to seek you out as well. Recognizing the figure cloaked in black, Xiaoyu let out a cold laugh. In the next moment, neither party wasted words. and they struck simultaneously. The chief drew forth his divine weapon, a colossal blade, its cold gleam flashing as it descended upon him. However, he had yet to close the distance of 5 meters to Xiaoyu. Force of the earth. With a thought, Xiaoyu struck the ground forcefully. Almost instantaneously, the cavern was enveloped with a multitude of stone spikes. The chief, who had been lunging forward, found himself suspended mid-air, impaled by countless stones, rendered immobile in the confined space. There was no escape, even if he wished to flee. What is this ability? The chief stammered. Disbelief etched across his face as his body was ensnared by the spiked prison, blood gushing forth while he remained utterly paralyzed. He could hardly fathom that the Xiaoyu he had deemed defeated was, in fact, this terrifying. Why? Years prior, he had been crushed by Xiaoyu, and now, years later, the same fate had befallen him again. Too weak. Xiaoyu dismissed the chief's bewilderment with a mere scoff. The words struck the chief like 1,000 blows, a testament to Xiaoyu's unchanged nature, murderous yet mercilessly piercing the heart. Fear not, I shall not kill you. Others shall see to that. Xiaoyu patted the armadillo's head, instructing, Little armadillo, take him back and present him to the 2 mistresses. The leaders of the Black Demon tribe were all sworn enemies of Hongli and Xinglan, bearing the burden of vengeance for the death of their father. Thus, Xiaoyu desired for them to take action themselves. Suddenly, with a mere thought, the colossal leader, whose bones felt as if they were shattering, collapsed to the ground, only to be seized by a pangolin that swiftly burrowed away. Before long, the leader was dragged onto the earth dragon turtle by the pangolin. How could this be? This turtle was, astonishingly, tamed by the Maple Leaf tribe. Upon witnessing this massive creature, the leader was instantly taken aback, displaying the same terror as the second in command. So that was it. Everything fell into place. The greatest adversary of the Black Demon tribe during this period was indeed the Maple Leaf tribe. They had first annihilated 100 Black Demon squads, then infiltrated the Nightlight tree base to steal the tribe's treasured Nightlight tree. Now, they lurked in the shadows, observing as the bandits and ferocious beasts engaged in a mutual slaughter. Wait, could it be that tonight's beast tide was also related to Xiaoyu? So that was the case. In this moment, the leader comprehended everything completely. Meanwhile, in the cave, Little Flash, let me tend to your wounds. Noticing the severity of Little Flash's injuries, Xiaoyu concentrated his thoughts, gently placing his hand upon the creature. A stream of emerald green light enveloped its small form, and instantly, the grievous wound, deep enough to reveal bone, began to heal at a visible pace. Chirp, chirp, fully restored in an instant. Little Flash joyfully embraced its master, overwhelmed with excitement. You have suffered so much. Xiaoyu chuckled as he stroked Little Flash, then turned his gaze to the ground. To his astonishment, this fellow possessed such an abundance of treasures. On the ground lay a finely crafted large sword, glinting ominously, alongside a beast skin bag the size of a human head. Xiaoyu first picked up the exquisite large blade, toying with it for a moment before slicing his fingers a few times. As he felt the sharp sting of the blade breaking the skin, a glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes. Is this a 4th-tier quasi-divine weapon? The grip feels exceptional. Previously, when Jun mentioned gifting him a 4th-tier quasi-divine blade, he found it inadequate. However, this particular sword, with its perfect weight and shape, suited him splendidly and could be utilized effectively. He then turned his attention to the beast hide pouch, which he opened to reveal a dazzling array of crystal stones. Indeed, as Xiaoyu had envisioned, it was filled with a substantial quantity of energy crystals. After all, the chieftain, intent on seizing all the treasures of the tribe, would surely not overlook the energy stones. System, exchange for energy points. Ding. Exchange successful, acquiring 126, 233 energy points.